Chapter 180. Jiangning's godfather Zhu Youjiao gazed intently at the statue of Emperor Wuzong Zhengde, letting out a heavy sigh. He then slowly turned and approached the statue of Emperor Shizong Jiajing. Taking 3 incense sticks, he lit them with reverence and inserted them into the incense burner. Articulating his thoughts, "Esteemed Shizong, your prowess is no less formidable than that of Emperor Wuzong Zhengde. In some respects, you surpass him. When Wuzong met his untimely demise, you ascended to the throne as a prince of the imperial bloodline. Upon entering the court, you immediately clashed with the civil officials, fully aware of the myriad suspicions surrounding Wuzong's death. Subsequently, leveraging the grand ritual debate, you engaged in a prolonged contest of wits and power with the literati, a struggle lasting several years. Ultimately, the Grand Secretary Yang Tinghe attempted a retreat disguised as a strategy, seeking to coerce you into submission. Yet, no one anticipated that you would act decisively, seizing the moment to dismiss Yang from his position, thus reclaiming the crucial role of Grand Secretary. Moreover, you inherited control of the Jiangning from Wuzong, reforming it to excel beyond its former state under his reign. At the same time, you ardently promoted the chancellery, using it to intimidate the civil officials. The Jiangning and the Dongchong were, after all, the 2 formidable tools bestowed by the illustrious Emperor Qingzu for the protection of future sovereigns, yet they had gradually succumbed to corruption, becoming mere vassals of the literati, their former glory all but extinguished. Under your guidance, however, with the capable Liu Bing at the helm, you restored their might, compelling the civil faction to submit with unwavering loyalty. Liu Bing stands as one of the most distinguished commanders of the Jiangning since the eras of Hongwu and Yongle, wielding immense power and influence. Remarkably, his loyalty to you has remained steadfast and unwavering. Unfortunately, the civil officials, having been nurtured and indulged during the reigns of Emperors Yingzong and Xiaozong, have grown excessively arrogant. Coupled with the underhanded schemes against Emperor Wuzong Zhengde, their audacity has reached unprecedented heights. Initially, upon your accession, you were filled with ambition, striving to reclaim authority from the literati. However, unable to best you in direct conflict, they resorted to heinous acts against your sons. Ultimately, from your 8 princes, only Prince Mu of the Longqing era remains. These officials, audaciously attempting to replicate their treachery against Wuzong, have sought to harm you as well. The coup of the Renin year was followed by the devastating fire at the Yongshou Palace in the Western Garden. It is utterly absurd that, amidst the raging inferno consuming the palace, not a single individual attempted to intervene. In that critical moment, it was Liu Bing, the commander of the Jiangning, who disregarded his own safety and plunged into the flames, valiantly rescuing you from the blaze. This harsh reality compelled you to take refuge in the Western Garden, publicly citing a dedication to ascetic pursuits, withdrawing from political affairs. Yet, your strategic acumen is truly remarkable. On the surface, you appear engrossed in spiritual cultivation, seemingly indifferent to court matters, while in reality, you maintain a firm grip on the overarching situation from behind the scenes. Even in your absence from court, you skillfully manipulate the entire assembly of officials. Furthermore, you adeptly elevated Yen Song as your proxy, allowing him to balance the power among the civil officials. Yen Song indeed lived up to his reputation as a talented individual, serving as the chief minister of the cabinet for an impressive 15 years. During this period, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to ensuring the compliance of the civil officials throughout the realm. Your esteemed mastery of political strategy has truly reached an unparalleled zenith, akin to the highest echelons of achievement. Over your 45 years of reign, you have garnered the illustrious reputation of a peaceful nation, while all the ignominy has been shouldered by your subordinates. This has led to the emergence of idealistic figures such as Shun Lian and Yang Jixing within the ranks of civil officials. They appear to be paragons of integrity. Yet in truth, they are merely unfortunate pawns wielded by others. When they overstepped your boundaries, it was Yen Song who adeptly resolved the matters on your behalf, thereby preserving your esteemed reputation intact. In terms of political acumen, you are indeed worthy of comparison with the illustrious ancestors, Emperors Taizu, Qingzu, and Renzong. Soon after, Zhu Youjiao sighed contemplatively, lamenting, "Alas, you are a victim of untimely circumstances." Although Yen Song served as your chief minister for over a decade, his inherently cautious nature rendered him incapable of emulating the audacity of Liu Jin during the reign of Emperor Wuzong, who boldly opposed the civil officials. Just as a figure of integrity like Hai Gangfeng emerged, It is unfortunate that you are nearing the end of your days. After expressing this sentiment, Zhu Youjiao sighed once more and turned to the statue of Emperor Wuzong Zhengde, Zhu Youjiao. He reverently took 3 incense sticks from the table, ignited them, and placed them in the censer with great respect. A smile graced his face as he spoke softly. Emperor Wuzong, your life was indeed fraught with challenges. However, compared to Emperors Yingzong and Xiaozong, you possessed a rare self-awareness. More importantly, before the passing of Emperor Shizong Jiajing, the path ahead was already paved for you. During your reign, your reliance on Gao Gong was profound. His counsel was nearly unquestioned, allowing the edicts of the court to traverse seamlessly throughout the realm. Take, for instance, the celebrated opening of the Longqing period. The groundwork for this had already been laid by Yin Song during the reign of Emperor Shizong, paving the way for you. You spent most of your days within the palace, entrusting the significant affairs of state to Gao Gong, Zhang Jiajing, and others, thus allowing yourself to rest easy. Yet, you fell victim to the same error as Emperor Xiaozong, leaving behind a formidable figure like Empress Dowager Li, who had dominated the reign of Emperor Shizong for over a decade. Ultimately, you were subjected to malicious slander from those civil officials, who absurdly claimed that you succumbed to an overdose of aphrodisiacs. Such absurdity is laughable beyond measure. A sovereign, who has devoted himself tirelessly to the prosperity of the realm, should not be met with such vile defamation. It is an outrage. Their actions serve only their selfish interests, distorting the narrative of your life in the most despicable manner. Zhu Youjiao brushed the incense table and managed a faint smile, then gazed intently at the statue, stating, "For your self-awareness alone, I offer you these 3 sticks of incense." He then walked toward the statue of Emperor Shizong Jiajing, where his expression darkened considerably, falling into a long silence. Jiangning silently followed behind him, standing quietly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Zhu Youjiao's countenance turned a pallid shade of anger. With a sudden motion, he overturned all the offerings on the incense table, sending them crashing to the ground. His eyes wide with fury, he pointed an accusatory finger at the statue of Emperor Shizong of the Ming dynasty, exclaiming with palpable indignation, "Oh, my venerable grandfather, how selfish and utterly foolish you are! In your youth, when you ascended to the throne, governance was relatively clear and just, bolstered by the diligent support of high officials like Gao Gong, Zhang Jiajing, and Feng Bao. Although you suffered under the oppressive hand of Empress Dowager Li for many years, could you not have exercised a modicum of patience? Zhang Jiajing, for all his faults, rendered great service to the entire Ming dynasty. His transgressions were merely personal affronts against you. Yet, upon seizing power, you hastened to exact retribution against him. Could you not have waited a while longer? Even if you felt compelled to punish Zhang Jiajing, you absurdly chose to empower Zhang Siwei, a mere opportunist, thereby dismantling the very reforms that Zhang Jiajing had implemented. Is this not akin to lifting a stone only to drop it upon your own foot? In the past, Zhang Jiajing wielded power for 2 decades, suppressing the civil officials to the point they could hardly raise their heads. His implementation of the single whip law and vigorous reforms filled the treasury, fortified the military, and ensured political clarity, marking a splendid era unparalleled since the reign of the Xianzong. Yet you, in a fit of delusion, obliterated Zhang Jiajing's achievements, allowing the power of the civil officials to swell once more. Ultimately, in pursuit of mere silver, you embroiled yourself in bitter conflict with the bureaucratic elite for decades, to the extent that you ceased attending court altogether. You even dispatched tax collectors to impose levies, culminating in the humiliating spectacle of begging the civil officials for alms. Such disgraceful conduct is unbecoming of you. Your indulgence and folly are manifest. Compared to Emperor Wuzong, you lack even the most basic self-awareness. Emulating Emperor Shizong's decades of absence from court, while Emperor Shizong may have refrained from attending court for years, he remained astute, reviewing memorials late into the night and maintaining a keen grasp of state affairs through his agents. In contrast, you have relinquished all control, allowing the civil officials to grow powerful while you indulge in hedonism. You exhibit none of the prowess of Emperor Shizong, yet have inherited his vices. The harm you have wrought far exceeds the sum of the transgressions of your ancestors like Emperor Yingzong and Emperor Xiaozong. As Zhu Youjiao lambasted his grandfather, Jiangning was engulfed in embarrassment, his face flushing as he stifled coughs, wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Turning to Jiangning, Zhu Youjiao sighed in resignation. "Brother Jiang, do you find my words excessively harsh?" At this, Jiangning's expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Youjiao, sensing his companion's discomfort, continued, "Brother Jiang, my grandfather, Emperor Shizong, has left me a veritable quagmire. Internal strife and external threats abound. Should I not voice my grievances?" Jiangning fell into a profound silence, and observing his friend's expression, Zhu Youjiao managed a wry smile. Turning once more, he glared at the statue of Emperor Wanli, continuing his tirade. "Grandfather, your life has been nothing short of a disgrace, and it is entirely of your own making. You insisted on establishing Prince Fu as the heir apparent, disregarding both me and my father for years. Though we are royal descendants, our existence within the palace resembles that of mere servants. How could you possibly stoop to such depths? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Do you truly believe that those civil officials are easy to manipulate? After decades of neglecting court affairs, do you think you could force them to submit and allow Prince Fu to ascend? You are utterly deluded. You have allowed the power of the officials to swell, infiltrating every corner of the court, resulting in rampant corruption and a woeful neglect of border defenses. The disastrous defeat at the Battle of Saru is a calamity that you alone have orchestrated." With a disdainful snort, Zhu Youjiao declared, "Grandfather, I offer you these 3 sticks of incense, but you are unworthy of them, and even the offerings on this incense table are beyond your entitlement." Having spoken, he turned away and walked directly towards the statue of Emperor Guangzhou. Standing before the likeness of his father, he gazed silently for a long time. Jiangning approached quietly, taking up the 3 sticks of incense and presenting them to Zhu Youjiao. Upon seeing this, Zhu Youjiao accepted the incense, lit it with care, and placed it in the incense burner, letting out a sigh. He spoke softly, "Father, your life has been fraught with challenges, a precarious existence, and a series of humiliations. Not only were you unloved by grandfather, but you also faced relentless torment from the Zheng family. Even I and my younger brother have lived in constant fear since childhood. Father, I have been diligently investigating the cause of your death. Once I uncover who conspired against you, I shall exact vengeance, obliterating their entire lineage and reducing them to ashes. By the way, Father, I have good news to share. I have forged a bond with a true brother, one who is like a sibling to me. His name is Jiangning, and he might as well be considered your godson. Today, I brought him here to pay his respects." Having said this, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiangning. Jiangning was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by how Zhu had unexpectedly assigned him a godfather without even a proper introduction. He found himself in a humorous predicament, reluctantly accepting the 3 sticks of incense, lighting them, and respectfully bowing 3 times. Afterwards, Zhu Youjiao helped Jiangning to his feet. Chapter 181. Proper Arrangements, a chapter added for my brothers. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao seated himself directly on the ground, and Jiangning followed suit. Jiangning inquired, "Your Majesty, regarding the words you spoke earlier." Zhu Youjiao nodded and replied, "Brother Jiang, every word I uttered is the truth. Keep it close to your heart. The demise of my father was indeed the result of treachery. However, the circumstances were urgent, and I had no one trustworthy by my side at that time. When the former Chief Minister Fang Zhongzhe came to bid farewell upon his departure, he earnestly cautioned me not to hastily investigate the true cause of my father's demise. He advised that if I were to pursue the matter, it should be approached with utmost caution. At that moment, I comprehended that this affair would inevitably involve numerous individuals and complex circumstances. Initially, I intended to entrust this matter to Wei Zhongxian, who, despite his unwavering loyalty, acted with excessive extremism. Therefore, I discreetly assigned it to Fang Zhenghua for resolution." Upon hearing these words from Zhu Youjiao, Jiangning nodded thoughtfully and cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, what was the situation regarding the relocation of the palace at the time of your ascension?" Zhu Youjiao emitted a bitter smile and replied, "My father's sudden passing left me under the care of Li Xian. Unbeknownst to me, my father had communicated something to Li Xian before his demise, and subsequently, Li Xian sent someone to inquire whether I would endorse her as Empress Dowager, to which I immediately declined. Meanwhile, the mother of the Prince of Fu, Empress Dowager Zheng, conspired with the former director of ceremonies, Eunuch Wang En, to confine me within the palace. Fortunately, the Duke of England and Chief Minister Fang Zhongzhe led the officials to rescue me, allowing me to ascend the throne smoothly." Upon hearing Zhu Youjiao's account, Jiangning's brows furrowed slightly, as the details of the palace relocation case seemed to deviate from what he had previously understood. Thus, he probed further, Your Majesty. It is said that Yang Lian, Zhu Guangdou, and other officials of the Donglin party also came to your aid during that time? Zhu Youjiao scoffed disdainfully, responding, Aid? They were merely attempting to assert their influence over me. Their intentions were purely self-serving. Jiangning was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at the stark contrast between his knowledge and Zhu Youjiao's account. Observing Jiangning's expression, Zhu Youjiao sighed resignedly and said slowly, Brother Jiang, my ascension was fraught with peril. My father's unexpected demise thrust me into the position of the foremost heir to the Ming dynasty. However, within the palace, I wielded neither power nor influence, nor did I possess a trusted confidant. To frame it more eloquently, various factions sought to exhibit their significance in my ascension to secure their own futures. To put it bluntly, they merely aimed to carve out a piece of the pie for themselves. Take Empress Dowager Zheng as an example. After my ascension, she audaciously requested lavish rewards for the Prince of Fu, which I promptly denied. I have since instructed Fang Zhenghua to secretly imprison her within the palace. This woman has wreaked havoc in the court for decades. She can no longer be allowed to disrupt our affairs. Before my father's passing, she sent 8 women to him, and upon clandestine investigation, I discovered that these women were imbued with aphrodisiacs. Tragically, my father succumbed to poisoning. As for the identity of the perpetrator, I am still conducting a thorough investigation, but it is certain that the Donglin party played a clandestine role in this conspiracy. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiangning, his eyes suddenly moist with emotion, and said, Brother Jiang, I have shared all of this with you to emphasize that without your and Wei Zhongxian's unwavering support, I would have found myself devoid of trustworthy individuals by my side. Throughout generations, the imperial authority of the Ming dynasty has nearly been entirely undermined by the civil officials. As for the true identity of the queen, there is truly nothing to be overly astonished about. Emperor Wuzong of the Zhengde era passed away suddenly, and Emperor Shizong of the Jiajing era has hovered near the brink of death on several occasions. Even my father ascended the throne only to meet an unexpected demise. When even the sovereign meets an untimely end shrouded in mystery and treachery, what significance can be attributed to my affairs within the harem? The imperial palace has long been infiltrated by various factions, riddled with vulnerabilities akin to a sieve. Following the death of Emperor Wuzong, that old man Yang Tinghe promptly ordered the dismantling of the leopard room, erasing every trace of Emperor Wuzong's governance conducted therein. From that moment on, Emperor Wuzong was irrevocably burdened with the reputation of debauchery and hedonism. Even Empress Zhang, his biological mother, is among those who conspired against him. In such a court, what events could possibly be deemed impossible? Jiangning's lips parted slightly, as if to speak, yet his thoughts were in disarray, leaving him uncertain of where to begin. At this moment, his perception of Zhu Youjiao had profoundly transformed. Initially, he believed that Zhu Youjiao's unwavering support for his reforms stemmed from their fraternal bond. However, he now realized that Zhu Youjiao was indeed the most perceptive individual among them. While he fought valiantly on the front lines, Zhu Youjiao quietly distributed the spoils from behind. Although he appeared not to directly engage in the matters at hand, he had, in fact, accomplished many significant tasks, maintaining the balance of power and propelling events forward with an invisible hand. At this moment, Jiangning comprehended the profundity of Zhu Youjiao's lamentations during their previous drinking session at the tavern. A bright future loomed ahead, yet remained unseen. The path was fraught with twists and turns, one he could not traverse alone. Jiangning understood that ruling the Ming dynasty was a formidable task, and the role of the Ming emperor was even more daunting. His eyes grew misty with emotion. With a voice tinged with tremor, he said, Your Majesty, may I address you as Brother Zhu? Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's face broke into a gentle smile as he replied, Of course, it is perfectly acceptable. I have long said that when we find ourselves alone, we shall call each other brothers. Once brothers, we are bound as such for a lifetime. Hearing Zhu Youjiao's words, Jiangning could no longer contain his emotions, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Choking back his sobs, he declared, Brother Zhu, rest assured, as long as I, Jiangning, draw breath, I will not allow anyone to trample upon your dignity. Should they dare to resort to treachery, Eunuch Wei will be the first to stand in defense, sacrificing himself, and I shall follow suit, ensuring that no harm befalls you. Zhu Youjiao raised his hand to wipe his eyes. a smile of gratitude gracing his features as he said, "Brother Jiang, to have a companion like you in this lifetime is truly a treasure. From this day forth, let us unite as brothers and contend against the literati and gentry of the realm. If it comes to it, we shall wager our lives without hesitation." Jiangning, hearing this, wiped away his tears and jestingly replied, "Brother Zhu, your words strike at the very heart of the matter. There is an old saying among the common folk, when a man dies, he ascends to the heavens. If he does not die, he lives on for eternity." The two brothers rallied the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and over 100,000 troops from the capital, ready to engage in a contest against the literati and gentry of the realm. They were eager to witness who would ultimately emerge victorious. Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao clapped his hands in approval and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, your words resonate deeply with me. During the reign of our great ancestor, the Hongwu Emperor, it was proclaimed that the Son of Heaven should share the world with the common people, rather than with the scholars and officials. To this day, I echo that sentiment. Henceforth, the Son of Heaven shall ally with the populace, not with the gentry." The two shared a hearty laugh. After a moment, Jiangning inquired, "Brother Zhu, how do you intend to handle the matter regarding the Empress's identity?" Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment before responding. "In truth, since her entrance into the palace, the Empress and I have maintained a harmonious relationship. Although she has spoken favorably of the Donglin party in my presence, following my previous admonition, she has refrained from any further indiscretions. I have already arranged for close surveillance around her. As long as she remains prudent, I shall not be overly concerned. As for her lineage as the daughter of a bandit, it is of little consequence. After all, did not Empress Dowager Li, the mother of Emperor Shizong, also hail from a humble background? And yet, what of it? In our Ming dynasty, both Empress Xiaozi and the Hongwu Emperor emerged from modest origins, having forged a deep bond during their humble beginnings, celebrated by the people to this day. No one has ever dared to cast aspersions on their backgrounds." Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. With Zhu Youjiao having made up his mind, it was indeed for the best. Zhu Youjiao continued, "Should the Empress prove ungrateful and attempt to advocate for the Donglin party, I shall have no choice but to act in accordance with the ancestral edicts. After all, our great ancestor left a clear mandate. The harem must not interfere in governance. Furthermore, our Ming dynasty has not hesitated to depose empresses in the past. The path forward shall depend on the empress's own choices." Suddenly, Jiangning recalled Empress Dowager Zhang, the mother of Emperor Wuzong, who had been one of the indirect causes of his demise. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "Brother Zhu, while your sense of loyalty and benevolence is commendable, I remain concerned that, when cornered, those individuals might resort to desperate and irrational acts. The situation regarding the Empress must be resolved prudently. After all, the incidents involving Empress Dowager Zhang during the reign of Emperor Wuzong are a stark reminder." At this point, Jiangning fell silent, recognizing that there was no concrete evidence to suggest the Empress harbored intentions against Zhu Youjiao, and he could not advocate for her punishment without clarity. Zhu Youjiao, sensing Jiangning's unease, smiled reassuringly, saying, "Brother Jiang, there is no need for concern. I have discreetly reinstated the Xichang under the command of Fang Zhenghua. Those close to me within the palace are being closely monitored by agents of the Xichang, ensuring that any attempts against me, even through the Empress, are destined to fail. Currently, all personnel surrounding the Empress have been personally arranged by Fang Zhenghua." With Zhu Youjiao's explanation, Jiangning finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, the two individuals rose and slowly made their way towards the entrance of the shop. Upon opening the door, they observed Fang Zhenghua, shivering from the cold, yet dutifully standing guard outside the establishment. Upon seeing them emerge, he hurried forward to carefully adjust Zhu Youjiao's cloak. Zhu Youjiao said nothing and led Fang Zhenghua and Jiangning beyond the Meridian Gate. As they progressed halfway, Jiangning noticed that they were heading in the wrong direction and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Your Majesty, where do you intend to go? Are you planning to leave the palace?" Zhu Youjiao smiled and replied, "Brother Jiang, you have served in the court for quite some time, and I have yet to personally see you off. Today, I shall escort you myself. However, you have reminded me that it has indeed been a long while since I last ventured outside the palace. In a few days, we are to distribute shares of the Ming Merchants Association to our trusted aides. I would like to take a stroll outside when the time comes. So please make the necessary arrangements." Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived outside the Meridian Gate. After bidding farewell to Zhu Youjiao and Feng Zhenghua, Jiangning mounted his horse and rode off in the direction of home alongside the still distracted Li Ruoyan. Not long after setting off, Li Ruoyan leaned closer and, in a hushed tone, asked, "My lord, has everything been taken care of?" Jiangning remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. "Everything has been arranged. Old Li, remember, this matter must remain confidential, even in my presence. It must not be mentioned again." Li Ruoyan nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. Then, with an expression of anxiety, he continued, "My lord, do you think it would be possible to invite the old immortal to personally select a piece of auspicious land for me and conduct some rites for the departed? After all, I have always been deeply respectful and dutiful towards the old immortal." Upon hearing this, Jiangning abruptly pulled on the reins, causing the horse to neigh and come to a halt. He turned to look at the visibly anxious Li Ruoyan and asked, "Old Li, what troubles you? Have you contracted some incurable illness? But that shouldn't be the case. Your health has always been robust. Shall I have my master examine you?" Li Ruoyan shook his head and replied, "My lord, I am in good health. I merely worry that the emperor will suppress this matter." He made a gesture across his throat and cautiously gazed at Jiangning. Seeing Li Ruoyan's demeanor, Jiangning was both amused and exasperated as he said, "Old Li, rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. I have reiterated that everything is arranged. Do you not trust me?" Hearing Jiangning's repeated assurances, Li Ruoyan let out a sigh of relief, his eyes glistening with tears as he said, "My lord, you are truly too kind to me. I shall vow to follow you faithfully from now on." Jiangning, hearing this, could only smile helplessly and urged, "Old Li, let us hurry back." Chapter 182. Commercial development. Upon returning home, Jiangning felt utterly exhausted and retired early to rest. These past few days had left him both mentally and physically drained. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiangning instructed Li Ruoyan to invite Qian Sanwan and his son Qian Jingqiu to his residence for a discussion. Li Ruoyan, upon receiving the order, hurriedly departed. Jiangning seated himself in the hall, deeply contemplating the matter of equity distribution. Although this decision had long been settled, and he had made verbal promises to the officials, he had been so preoccupied over the past year that he scarcely had a moment's respite. Despite knowing that the Daming Chamber of Commerce's operations spanned across the northern provinces, he was still uncertain about the actual profits generated. After roughly an hour, Li Ruoyan returned with the Qian father and son. As they entered the hall, they promptly bowed in respectful greeting. Jiangning, upon seeing this, smiled and said, "Qian Baihu and Zhengqiu, there is no need for such formalities. We are all comrades here. Please, take a seat." He then instructed Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan to serve tea. Once the two young women had presented the tea, they withdrew, leaving only Jiangning, Li Ruoyan, Qian Sanwan, and Qian Jingqiu in the hall. Jiangning turned to Qian Sanwan with a smile and inquired, "Qian Baihu, how has the business of the Daming Chamber of Commerce progressed over this past year?" Upon hearing Jiangning's question, Qian Sanwan's face instantly lit up with a broad smile as he replied, "Thanks to your esteemed patronage, sir. Our Daming Chamber of Commerce has now established a presence throughout several provinces in northern Daming, with the support of the Jinyue and Dongchang. Local officials are wary of troubling our chamber. In this nearly past year, we have truly been reaping fortunes." At this juncture, Qian Sanwan paused momentarily, his expression turning slightly bashful as he continued, "However, sir, as you are aware, our chamber is still in its nascent stage, having only commenced operations for a year. Therefore, the cash flow on the books by years and may not be substantial. Moreover, the acquisitions from the court regarding the 8 notorious merchants of Shaanxi and the various corrupt officials in Tianjin have required a considerable outlay. I hope you can understand our position. Nonetheless, I assure you that by next year, our profits will undoubtedly multiply." Listening to Qian Sanwan, Jiangning smiled faintly. He understood that Qian Sanwan was concerned that the year-end distribution might not meet expectations, fearing that Jiangning might take out his frustrations on him, or, by extension, the entire Qian family. Jiangning reassured him, saying, "There is no need for such anxiety, Qian Baihu. I was merely inquiring casually. As for the specifics of the distribution, does not the palace send someone each month to reconcile the accounts? As long as the records are clear and there are no discrepancies, the exact amounts are of little consequence. What truly matters is ensuring continued profitability in the future." Upon hearing this, Qian Sanwan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "You speak truly, sir." At this moment, Jiangning turned his gaze to Qian Jingqiu, his expression softening into a gentle smile as he said, Jingqiu, over this past year, you have contributed significantly to the Chamber's endeavors. Please elaborate on the current scale and actual condition of the Daming Chamber of Commerce, as well as any plans you may have for the future. While Jiangning had merely exchanged pleasantries with Qian Sanwan, it was Qian Jingqiu who truly held his earnest interest, as Jiangning harbored profound expectations for him. It is noteworthy that when Jiangning initially approached the Qian family, hoping they would take over the properties granted to him by Zhu Youjiao, Qian Sanwan was utterly terrified and continuously declined the offer. Ultimately, it was the young Qian Jingqiu who decisively made the call to accept the proposal. Over the past year, he has been predominantly responsible for the significant decisions within the Chamber of Commerce. Jiangning holds Qian Jingqiu in high regard, perceiving him as astute, capable, and possessing a far-reaching vision, as well as a bold and adventurous spirit. What is even more commendable is Qian's diligence and grounded approach to his work, coupled with a remarkable sense of self-awareness and a lack of greed. Although the accounts of the Ming Chamber of Commerce are audited monthly, overseen by Fang Jinghua from the palace, Jiangning has also discreetly placed spies from the Jinyue within the chamber. Had Qian Jingqiu dared to manipulate the accounts, he would undoubtedly have been exposed to Jiangming's keen eye. However, throughout this past year, Qian Jingqiu has steadfastly maintained his principles, untainted by the allure of wealth, which is precisely what Jiangning admires and values most about him. Qian Jingqiu promptly rose to his feet, respectfully bowing. With a smile, he replied, Respected official, our Ming Chamber of Commerce initially took over the properties under your name, as well as those belonging to Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot, and later, the properties from the palace. With the backing of the Jinyue and the Eastern Depot, our business in the capital has flourished remarkably. Subsequently, the chamber also acquired the properties of numerous corrupt officials in Tianjin. Although this required a substantial outlay of silver, Tianjin's proximity to the canal, coupled with your personal endorsement, has garnered us significant support from Governor Zhu of Tianjin. Now, at the Tianjin Canal Port, our chamber boasts the largest scale and the most lucrative operations. Even many from the Grain Guild find sustenance under our auspices. Recently, we have also taken over the properties of the notorious 8 merchants of Shaanxi. As you are aware, these merchants amassed their wealth not only through treason, but initially through border trade with the Mongols. Presently, the Ming Chamber of Commerce stands as the unassailable leader among all merchant corporations in the north, with an extensive array of ventures. From the daily needs of the common folk to border trade involving grain, textiles, silk, porcelain, tea, and medicinal herbs, all fall under our management. Currently, our Ming Chamber possesses thousands of shops across various provinces in the north, along with hundreds of workshops, maintaining a preeminent position in the business communities of Tianjin and Tongzhou. I plan to expand our business into Jiangnan after the new year, seeking collaboration with prominent silk merchants and salt traders in the region. If this endeavor progresses smoothly, I hope to receive your robust support and assistance. Upon hearing Qian Jingqiu's words, Jiangning nodded in satisfaction. He then smiled and said, Jingqiu, there is another lucrative avenue I am about to reveal to you. You must prepare in advance. At Jiangning's words, Qian Jingqiu's eyes brightened, and he gazed at Jiangning with eager anticipation. Jiangning proceeded to inform him of the upcoming trade initiatives between the court and the eastern countries, such as Korea and Japan, set to take place in Tianjin and Shandong after the new year. Upon hearing this, Qian Jingqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Thank you for your guidance. My lord, I understand and will make preparations without delay, never daring to neglect my duties. With his face alight with enthusiasm, he continued, My lord, as you are aware, the northern provinces of the Ming dynasty have never been particularly affluent, and the variety of business opportunities is rather limited. Currently, all viable trades have been thoroughly explored by our Ming Merchants Association. Even the border trade has seen our involvement, and the prospects for development in the north have reached a bottleneck. Thus, I intend to venture southward after the new year. For the Jiangnan region has always been a vital source of tax revenue for the court. Its wealth is self-evident. However, the merchants of Jiangnan are known for their solidarity, and I am concerned about potential exclusion and suppression from them. Yet, with the opportunity to engage in commerce with the eastern nations, this surpasses any prospects in Jiangnan significantly. For instance, a bolt of silk sells for approximately 4 taels of silver in northern Ming, but can fetch around 6 taels in Jiangnan. and if sold to Japan or Korea, it can reach as high as 15 taels. The profit is indeed remarkable. If our Ming Merchants Association can seize the initiative, coupled with the court's enhanced control in coastal regions such as Zhejiang and Fujian to curtail the exports of Jiangning's wealthy merchants, we can rise in the north and suppress their influence. Observing Qian Jingqiu's fervor, Jiangning nodded affirmatively, saying, Jingqiu, I can endorse this matter and ensure our Ming Merchants Association seizes the opportunity. However, you must also expedite developments in Jiangnan. We cannot place all our hopes in one place and must diversify our risks. Furthermore, I must caution you not to underestimate the power of the gentry in Jiangnan. Do not let your guard down. Avoid direct confrontations with them whenever possible. The court is currently engaged in military operations in Liaodong, and I shall be heading to Sichuan to quell the rebellion after the new year. As a captain of the Jinyue, an official of the court, you must not focus solely on the interests of the Ming Merchants Association. You need to broaden your perspective and consider the larger picture. Moreover, since silk is primarily produced in Jiangnan, you will inevitably have to share the profits with the local gentry. You must navigate this delicately. As for tea and porcelain, these two are highly lucrative. Your family, being descended from Hui merchants, can discuss potential collaborations with them in this regard. At this point, a thought suddenly struck Jiangning. Aside from Jingdezhen and the official kilns in Fujian, Guangdong, and Zhejiang, it appears most official kilns are situated in the south. If we could establish an official kiln in the north, we could directly sell porcelain to Japan and other eastern nations from Tianjin and Shandong, which would indeed be a commendable strategy. Suddenly, Jiangning recalled the Yaoshuo kiln from the Song dynasty. The northern provinces have suffered from natural disasters year after year. Although each instance may be minor, they undoubtedly burden the lives of the populace. It seems imperative to construct a complete commercial chain in the north to stimulate its economy. With this thought, Jiangning was filled with determination. Qian Jingqiu and Qian Sanwan noticed Jiangning suddenly pause in his speech, and they refrained from interrupting, aware that he was deep in thought. After a brief moment, a smile brightened Jiangning's face as he said, Jingqiu, I have just conceived an idea. After the new year, the court plans to establish an official kiln in Yaozhou, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Xianfu in the north. It is worth noting that Yaozhou porcelain was once renowned during the Song dynasty. At that time, I intend to contract all the porcelain produced by the Yaozhou kiln to our Ming Merchant Association, and you shall distribute it through Tianjin, Shandong, and Denglai to the countries of the east. Upon hearing this, Qian Jingqiu hurriedly nodded, exclaiming, Your Excellency is truly a genius. I am in profound admiration. Jiangning chuckled at Jingqiu's words and replied, Enough with the flattery, Jingqiu. The specifics will still rely on you to manage and implement. Jingqiu nodded in agreement with a smile. At this juncture, Jiangning continued, I will also request that the Royal Science Institute of the Ming develop some innovative creations, which will all be entrusted to the Ming Merchant Association for sale. Upon hearing this, Qian Jingqiu's interest was piqued, and curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he eagerly inquired, Might I ask what novel items you are referring to, Your Excellency? Jiangning smiled knowingly and teased, You will find out in due time. This past year, Jiangning had been overwhelmed with work, leaving little time to actualize many of his ideas. While he struggled with more complex inventions, he was still aware of many commonplace items from later eras. It seemed necessary to arrange a time for the Royal Science Institute to bring these concepts to fruition. This endeavor would not only serve the public good, but also provide some financial gain to offset his expenses. Chapter 183. Wealth not to be hoarded alone. Having discussed the development plans for the upcoming year, Jiangning decided to be direct, stating, Qianbaihu, Jingqiu, I have summoned you today for another matter, which you may already suspect. I plan to sell a portion of the shares of the Ming Merchant Association to court officials. I will be offering 3/10 of my 40% stake, and the palace will also sell 4/10 of its shares. As for the 1/10 stake held by your family, I personally suggest that you consider selling a portion as well. After all, the future of the Ming Merchant Association is long, and if we continue to hoard our profits, we may face public outrage in the long run. By selling the shares, we can secure a substantial sum of cash. Moreover, with court officials as shareholders, our business endeavors will likely proceed more smoothly. Though Qian Sanwan had mentally prepared for this announcement, he couldn't help but show a pained expression upon hearing Jiangning's words. However, he dared not voice his concerns, for he felt he lacked the standing to refuse Jiangning. In contrast, Qian Jingqiu remained remarkably composed after hearing Jiangning's statement. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Your Excellency, I have no objections to the sale of shares in the Ming Merchant Association. However, I do have a question, and I hope you can clarify it for me." Jiangning, upon hearing this, nodded with a smile. Qian Jingqiu then inquired, "My lord, you intend to sell a portion of the shares of the Ming Merchants Association to the esteemed officials of the court to bolster the power of the association. This is certainly understandable. However, I harbor a concern. With your esteemed presence, the officials purchasing shares may not dare to voice their objections. Yet, the days ahead are long. And should any of them harbor ulterior motives and directly interfere in the affairs of the association, what shall we do?" Upon hearing Qian Jingqiu's apprehension, Jiangning smiled and replied, "Jingqiu, you need not worry about this matter. The Ming Merchants Association is not solely comprised of shares from myself and your Qian family. The palace also holds a stake, and even the name Ming Merchants was granted by imperial decree. Furthermore, when I sell the shares, I will establish regulations stipulating that the purchasing officials shall not partake in the management of the association. They will possess no decision-making power and will simply await their dividends each year. As for auditing the accounts, we shall designate a representative from each family to collaborate with Gong Fong from the palace, ensuring transparency and peace of mind for all involved." Jiangning continued, "As for your concern regarding officials with nefarious intentions seeking to meddle in the association's business for personal gain, such a scenario would necessitate that these officials hold a substantial number of shares. In this round of share sales, I shall impose purchase limits on each individual to prevent any single person from monopolizing the shares. After all, I will retain only 10% of the shares myself, and the palace will do likewise. I personally recommend that your Qian family consider selling half of your 10% stake. However, it is not imperative to sell solely to court officials. You may also consider offering shares to merchants, such as the Hu merchants you are familiar with, or the Qin merchants who collaborate with the court, thereby expanding our circle. Ultimately, the scale of our association shall only grow, and our business will extend beyond the borders of the Ming dynasty to the eastern and western realms, necessitating an ever-increasing workforce. As long as our association remains profitable each year, even if certain officials were to entertain dishonest intentions, they would find themselves at odds with me, the palace, and the other shareholders. In such a case, we would not need to intervene. The palace and the other officials would take action to resolve the matter." Hearing Jiangning's words, Qian Jingqiu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. His greatest fear had been that Jiangning would indiscriminately sell shares to other court officials, allowing them to partake in the management of the association. If that were the case, within 2 years, the Ming Merchants Association would likely be thoroughly depleted, and he and his son would bear the brunt of the blame. Qian Jingqiu exchanged a glance with his son, Qian Sanwan, and both could not conceal their joy. It is noteworthy that, given the current scale of the Ming Merchants Association, with Jiangning holding 40% of the shares and the palace 50%, the Qian family's 10%, though seemingly modest, is indeed quite significant. However, as the Ming Merchants Association continues to grow, despite the backing of Jiangning and the palace, it is inevitable that other factions may become envious, potentially drawing them into conflicts and suppression. After all, obstructing one's financial prospects is akin to slaying one's parents. Presently, the decision to sell a significant portion of shares to other officials, while it may, to a certain extent, diminish the influence of Jiangning, the palace, and the Qian family's holdings, simultaneously empowers a multitude of court officials who, upon acquiring shares, would coalesce into a formidable faction, providing robust support to the Ming Merchant Association. Consequently, even when venturing into Jiangnan and other regions, they need not fear the threats posed by the local gentry. Qian Jingqiu has served as a captain in the Jinyue for nearly a year now, during which he has transitioned from a merchant's perspective to that of a court official. He understands that Jiangning is deliberately nurturing his growth. With the insights he has gained during this period, he is acutely aware that Jiangning's share sale is aimed at officials from the 6 ministries of the cabinet, as well as those loyal to the emperor. Qian Jingqiu recognizes that should these factions become intertwined due to mutual interests, the resultant power would be immensely formidable. The thought of such a scenario stirs within him an irrepressible excitement. At this juncture, Jiangning remarked with a smile, "I intend to divide my 30% of shares and the palace's 40% into 70,000 shares, with each share priced at 400 taels of silver. Each official may purchase a maximum of 50 shares. As for your Qian family, the quantity and price of your shares are entirely at your discretion." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Qian Jingxiu calculated internally and was momentarily astounded. My goodness, the sale of these 70% of shares could amass a staggering 28 million taels in cash. He understood that the price of 400 taels per share was remarkably low, given the current trajectory of the Ming Merchant Association's development. The annual profits would undoubtedly be measured in tens of millions of taels, making this price exceedingly advantageous. Subsequently, Qian Jingxiu respectfully bowed and stated, "My lord, I intend to offer half of the 10% of shares held by the Qian family for sale alongside your 30% and the palace's 40%. Also at the price of 400 taels per share. I merely hope to partake in this share sale." Jiangning nodded in acknowledgement of Qian Jingxiu's words. This lad is quite astute, understanding the opportunity to forge connections with other court officials, thereby justifying my efforts to cultivate him. Thereafter, Jiangning offered further instructions, advising Qian Jingxiu to proportionately distribute this year's dividends among the families and to expedite the sale of the shares. As the discussions neared conclusion, the Qian father and son rose to take their leave in haste. Observing their departing figures, Li Ruoyan, seated nearby, appeared somewhat exhilarated, on the verge of speaking. Noticing this, Jiangning smiled and inquired, "Old Li, are you also interested in acquiring shares in the Ming Merchant Association?" Li Ruoyan nodded eagerly, responding, "My lord, shares in the Ming Merchant Association are akin to bountiful crops. They are inexhaustible and invaluable. I too plan to purchase 50 shares to secure a future for my descendants. After all, should any of them prove to be unworthy, these shares would ensure they can lead a stable life, preventing them from ultimately ending up destitute on the streets." Jiangning chuckled, assuring him, "Rest easy, Old Li. The shares of our brothers in the Jiangning have been arranged. There is no need for any monetary contribution. You, Old Li, along with Old Tian and Old Su in Nanjing, will each receive 50 shares, with the silver waived, directly distributed from my own shares." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Li Ruoyan's excitement intensified. Although 400 taels of silver per share may not seem excessive, 50 shares amount to 20,000 taels, a sum that Old Li truly cannot afford. Having joined the Jiangning for less than a year, he had already spent his meager salary on filial piety towards the old immortal. As for the wealth of other officials in the court, Li Ruoyan was well aware. Nowadays, there are indeed several households capable of producing 20,000 taels at once, yet these funds are largely of unblemished origin. Any official with a substantial amount of silver of dubious provenance has long been dealt with by Minister Gua of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord One of the Censorate, and Eunuch Wei of the Eastern Depot. Jiangning rose, a sincere smile adorning his face as he addressed Li Ruoyan. "Old Li, you, Old Tian, and Old Su in Nanjing are my earliest companions and brothers. Having worked together for so long, it is said that fortune is meant to be shared. If you encounter any difficulties, with me, Jiangning, around, I shall bear the burden alone. Now that the shares of the Ming Merchants Association represent affluence, I shall not monopolize them, but will naturally share with my brothers." Chapter 184. Sale of shares. Qian Jingxiu's capability was indeed reliable. Merely 2 days had passed, and he arranged for the silver to be delivered to Jiangning's residence, accompanied by account books. Jiangning gazed at the dozens of large chests brimming with silver, feeling a wave of dizziness. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan meticulously checked the incoming account books. After a considerable time, her little face flushed with excitement, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Young master, there are a staggering 850,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Jiangning felt as though the world was spinning. Indeed, he could now be considered a wealthy man. Reflecting on his past, aside from his monthly salary, his earnings had consisted of the 50,000 taels gifted by the Old Wei upon his appointment and the 10,000 taels bestowed by Zhu Youjiao, along with a solitary instance of embezzlement from Duke Cheng of the Zhu family amounting to 50,000 taels. Standing nearby, Li Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and even Tian Ergang from the garrison office rushed over to join in the jubilation, trembling with exhilaration. Though both were court officials, it was indeed their first encounter with such a substantial sum of transparent and legitimate silver. Jiangning quickly turned to Lu Ruoyan, instructing her, "Ruoyan, you and Qingyan should organize the account books." The two young women blushed and nodded. At that moment, Jiangning smiled at Li Ruoyan and Tian Ergang, saying, "Old Tian, Old Li, I understand that both of you are not in a strong financial position. Each of you shall take 100,000 taels, and for old Su in Nanjing. Please have his share of 100,000 taels exchanged for silver notes and sent to him. Upon hearing Jiangning's generous offer of 100,000 taels each, Tian Ergang and Li Ruoyan's faces flushed crimson with excitement. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, both men hastily shook their heads in refusal. Tian Ergang expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your generous kindness, my lord, but I cannot accept this silver. After all, you have already allocated shares to us, and it would be inappropriate to accept further monetary gifts." Li Ruoyan nodded in agreement. Jiangning chuckled and teased, "When did you two become so courteous with me? This silver is legitimately acquired and has already been taxed. You should accept it. It is not as if I embezzled it. For over a year, you have diligently assisted me, providing substantial help, so consider this a token of my appreciation for my brothers." Seeing that they continued to decline, Jiangning feigned displeasure and remarked, "What is this? Do you look down upon this modest sum? Or perhaps you have mountains of gold and silver at home? Should I invite Lord Wei from the Eastern Factory to pay you a visit?" Upon hearing this, the two men coughed awkwardly and reluctantly accepted the silver. As Su Xianshun was still in Nanjing, Tian Ergang took charge of his share of 100,000 taels, which would be converted into silver notes and sent to Nanjing. At that moment, Jiangning inquired, "Old Tian, how much silver do we currently have in the accounts of the Jinyue?" Tian Ergang promptly retrieved a small ledger from his bosom and, after a brief examination, replied, "My lord, we have over 1 million taels in our accounts. This includes not only the fines collected but also profits from the properties owned by the Jinyue." Jiangning nodded in acknowledgement. The intelligence network of the Jinyue spanned the entire realm, necessitating numerous covert locations for operations. Hence, after Jiangning's significant reforms, he utilized the collected fines to acquire various properties for the Jinyue, such as taverns and inns. These establishments served as both intelligence-gathering hubs and sources of income, providing some financial support for his subordinates. Despite the seemingly prestigious title of the Jinyue, the monthly salaries were meager. Even with Zhu Youjiao's tripling of the salaries, it was merely sufficient for a modest meal. To prevent corruption and embezzlement among his subordinates, Jiangning periodically rewarded the Jinyue based on their ranks and contributions. Although the rewards were not substantial, they were adequate to enhance their living conditions, significantly mitigating instances of corruption. Jiangning smiled at Tian Ergang and said, "Old Tian, with the new year approaching, after reserving enough funds, distribute the remaining silver according to rank and merit among our brothers." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Tian Ergang eagerly nodded. Subsequently, Jiangning instructed the Jinyue to transport all the silver to his treasury and rewarded each of the dozens of Jinyue who had been his constant protectors with 500 taels. This thrilled his subordinates, as even attempting to acquire such silver through corruption would not be an easy feat observing the silver being carried into his treasury. Jiangning turned to Lu Ruoyan with a serious expression and admonished, "Ruoyan, you must safeguard our wealth diligently. Ensure that master does not stealthily pilfer from us." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan could not help but stifle their laughter, and they nodded obediently. Subsequently, Jiangning led his entourage to a tavern, where they indulged in a lavish feast. Meanwhile, in the imperial study within the palace, Zhu Youjiao sat upon the dragon throne, his excitement palpable as he perused the ledger presented by Fang Zhenghua. Standing beside him, Fang Zhenghua wore a broad smile, flatteringly remarked, "Your Majesty, Minister Jiang is indeed a remarkable strategist. This time, the dividends from the Ming Merchants Association have amounted to over 11 million taels of silver." Zhu Youjiao nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang is truly a prodigy. I have always felt that his mind brims with innovative and peculiar ideas, which invariably assist me greatly. How should I reward Brother Jiang? I wonder, perhaps with some silver?" Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua's expression faltered slightly, as he replied, "Your Majesty, it appears that Minister Jiang is not lacking in silver at present." Zhu Youjiao chuckled awkwardly and said, "Indeed, having distributed over 11 million taels, Brother Jiang must have received around 8 or 9 million. If I were to reward him with silver, giving too little would seem petty, while giving too much would be inappropriate, considering the large household of the palace that relies on my support." Suddenly, Zhu Youjiao seemed to recall something, saying, "Since I now have silver at hand, it is indeed time to consider the renovation of the 3 great halls." Fang Zhenghua quickly nodded in agreement, adding with a smile, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. The three great halls concerned the dignity of the imperial family, since they were devastated by fire in the 25th year of Wanli. They have remained untouched, which certainly undermines our royal prestige. Zhu Youjiao nodded, continuing, when I first ascended the throne, I contemplated the restoration of the three great halls. However, the Ministry of Works reported that it would cost as much as 850,000 taels. Do they think me so easily deceived? Upon my own calculations, the actual cost would not exceed 300,000 taels to restore the halls. Those members of the Donglin party truly possess a heart of malice, attempting to swindle me out of over 500,000 taels. For this renovation, I plan to allocate 350,000 taels, and I believe there is still room for negotiation. Zhu Youjiao declared confidently. Fang Zhenghua hurriedly praised, Your Majesty is a genius. This 350,000 taels certainly has room for further reduction. Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao replied proudly, As far as dealings with timber go, I could accomplish it splendidly with my eyes closed. Should I take charge personally, I would undoubtedly save a considerable amount of silver. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua quickly interjected, Your Majesty, it would suffice for you to oversee the project. You must absolutely refrain from laboring yourself. You may enlist the palace's young eunuchs and the imperial guards to assist, and reward them with some silver as well. Though I have long resided in the palace, I am well aware that those literati are adept at spreading rumors and slandering. Their methods are quite formidable. Previously, when Your Majesty merely sent some timber for eunuch Wei to do charitable deeds, they dared to spread the outrageous notion of Your Majesty being the carpenter emperor. If Your Majesty were to engage personally, one can only imagine the absurdities they might concoct, and should it tarnish Your Majesty's revered name, it would be quite disastrous. Upon hearing Fang Zhenghua's reminder, Zhu Youjiao reluctantly nodded, relinquishing his intention to personally engage in the endeavor. He hastily instructed Fang Zhenghua to bring forth the blueprints of the three main halls he had previously sketched, eager to examine them closely. 2 days later, the Zhuaxianlu in the capital was thoroughly taken over by the Jinyue and the Dongchang early in the morning. Before long, numerous court officials, clutching invitation letters, hurried toward the establishment with palpable excitement. Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao had arrived early at the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor of Zhuaxianlu, both dressed in casual attire. They opened the window and gazed down, observing a steady stream of officials arriving. A smile illuminated Zhu Youjiao's face as he remarked, Brother Jiang, it seems we have quite the turnout today. We shall be able to gather a substantial amount of silver this time. Jiangning chuckled in response. This is largely thanks to your support, Brother Zhu. After all, with so many officials eager to follow your lead, you have not only elevated their positions, but also paved a path for them to prosper honestly. Naturally, they are keen to invest in shares of the Ming Merchants Association. Fang Zhenghua, standing nearby, was equally exhilarated, recognizing the significance of the day. The shares of the Ming Merchants Association were officially being offered, and all the officials present were allies, having received invitations from Jiangning. Those without invitations were not permitted entry. Shortly thereafter, the Chief Minister Sun Qingzong, his deputy Yuan Kelly, and Shui Guoguan among others arrived in succession, followed by the Minister of Revenue Gui Yunho and Wei Zhongxian from the Dongchang. In no time, the 1st to 3rd floors of Zhuaxianlu were filled to capacity. Sun Qingzong and the others approached the private room where Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao were seated. Upon seeing Zhu Youjiao, the assembly prepared to pay their respects, but Zhu Youjiao, smiling, gestured for them to refrain, saying, My esteemed ministers, there is no need for such formality today. I have come incognito. Let us enjoy a more relaxed atmosphere among us. The 3rd floor was occupied by the cabinet members, 6 ministries, and the 5 military governors alongside prominent nobles, while the 2nd and 1st floors hosted officials of comparatively lower rank. As most of the attendees had gathered, Zhu Youjiao and Jiangning rose to stand at the doorway, looking down. In the center of the 1st floor, a platform had been erected, where Qianjingqiu, clad in a flying fish robe, stood amidst several large boxes filled exclusively with share documents. The officials below were engaged in animated discussions in small groups. Before long, the Duke of Britain, Zhang Weixian, and the Marquis of Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, along with other nobles, arrived, greeted Zhu Youjiao with respect, and awaited the proceedings with anticipation. At that moment, Jiangning noticed Gui Yunho and Wei Zhongxian huddled together, seemingly whispering, and his curiosity piqued. He approached them to extend a greeting. Upon seeing Jiangning, Wei Zhongxian immediately smiled and said, Minister Jiang, You truly are a man of integrity. We are profoundly impressed by your character. Jiangning replied with a smile, Lord Wei, you flatter me. This is all due to the emperor's benevolence. His Majesty, understanding the hardships faced by us ministers, has graciously decreed the sale of shares in the Ming Merchants Association. At this juncture, Gui Yunho quickly produced an abacus and writing materials. Prompting Jiangning to express his confusion, Old Gua, what do you intend to do? Gui Yunho chuckled and replied, Minister Jiang, I have two matters to discuss with you today. The first matter at hand is, naturally, the acquisition of shares in the Ming Merchant Association, to secure a legacy of wealth for my descendants. Secondly, I aspire to seize this opportunity to augment the national treasury. Upon hearing this, Jiangning recognized that Old Gua's occupational proclivity had resurfaced. He swiftly confiscated Old Gua's abacus and writing materials, adopting a grave expression as he admonished, Old Gua, today is a momentous occasion. Do not act recklessly. If you persist in this manner, I shall summon people to carry you out and dispose of you. Witnessing the confiscation of his means of sustenance, Gui Yunho's countenance fell, and he lamented, Minister Jiang, you do not comprehend the value of household expenses. My intentions are solely for the court and the emperor's benefit. Even Wei Zhongxian, standing nearby, joined in the ruckus, exclaiming, Minister Jiang, Old Gua is wholly devoted to the public good. Why not show leniency and make an exception? Jiangning, incensed, retorted with a stern demeanor, Wei Gonggong, and you too. Old Gua, do not entertain any thoughts of causing disturbances today. All present are allies, and should you continue to provoke, the emperor's sale of the Ming Merchant Association shares may falter. Are you not concerned that the emperor's wrath will lead to your demise? Upon hearing this, Old Wei promptly understood the gravity of the situation and fell silent. Though he harbored a deep-seated aversion to injustice, he was not foolish. In his heart, Zhu Youjiao always held the foremost position, followed by his esteemed mentor Jiangning, and then his desire to benefit the common people. Lastly, he yearned to punish corrupt officials and accumulate merit for an ascendant future. As for Gui Yunho, his mind was singularly fixated on the matter of wealth. As the majority of the invitees had arrived, those absent from the capital were represented by family members to purchase shares. Jiangning signaled to the Jianui stationed at the entrance, who promptly understood and secured the tavern's doors, retreating outside. Beyond the tavern, the Jianui and the eastern factory operatives formed a tight perimeter, ensuring not even a fly could enter. Zhu Youjiao and Jiangning quietly observed the bustling scene from the third floor. As the hour approached, Qian Jingqiu clapped his hands, signaling for silence among the attendees. After a brief moment, all fell silent, their gazes fixed intently upon Qian Jingqiu. Qian Jingqiu, noting the gathered silence, clasped his hands in salute and cheerfully addressed them. Esteemed officials, it is with immense joy that I welcome your esteemed presence today. Before we formally commence the sale of shares in the Ming Merchant Association, allow me to outline the regulations. Today, a total of 75,000 shares will be available for purchase at a price of 400 taels of silver per share. Each official present may acquire a maximum of 50 shares, amounting to 20,000 taels of silver. From the day of purchase onward, annual dividends from the Ming Merchant Association will be issued. Do not underestimate the returns from spending 20,000 taels to acquire 50 shares. The Ming Merchant Association, having developed over the past year, now boasts a flourishing business across several provinces in northern Ming and even engages in border trade. In contemporary times, the Daming Merchants Association boasts an impressive portfolio of over 1,000 shops and several hundred workshops, engaging in a myriad of industries including grain, textiles, silk, medicinal herbs, porcelain, spirits, and tea. It is anticipated that by next year, the number of shops will expand to more than 1,500, with workshops reaching 500. Today, each esteemed official is invited to invest 20,000 taels of silver in the purchase of 50 shares. While I do not wish to presume, I confidently assert that a year from now, each of you shall reap no less than 5-fold profits. Upon hearing these words from Qian Jingqiu, the assembly collectively gasped in astonishment. Such a substantial profit, amounting to 100,000 taels of silver, offers a far greater benefit than leaving behind vast tracts of fertile land for one's descendants. A flurry of conversation ensued among the officials, each eager to discuss the proposition. After a brief moment, one official raised a pertinent inquiry. Master Qian, I have a question. Qian Jingqiu turned his gaze toward the inquisitive official and replied with a smile, Please, esteemed sir, do share. With a look of curiosity, the official asked, may I inquire? Should I purchase these 50 shares, would I be permitted to sell or gift them to another? Will the association intervene in such matters? Jiangning, with a knowing smile, responded, a commendable question, esteemed sir. Today, all officials purchasing shares from the Daming Merchants Association may indeed transfer or sell their 50 shares to others. However, this is contingent upon obtaining the association's approval prior to any transaction, though the shares are limited in number. This measure is to prevent unscrupulous individuals from seizing the opportunity to acquire them at inflated prices, thereby undermining the association and jeopardizing everyone's dividends. Concerned that the officials might harbor misconceptions, Jiangning quickly added, rest assured, the shares you acquire today can be passed down through generations, ensuring your descendants receive dividends as long as the Daming Merchants Association endures. Nevertheless, to avert any potential malfeasance, any future transactions involving the transfer or gifting of shares must undergo a thorough investigation by the association, ensuring all parties are verified before proceeding. Furthermore, shareholders will enjoy the privilege of purchasing additional shares from the association first. However, the pricing will no longer be fixed at 400 taels per share. It will be determined based on the association's actual earnings and prevailing market value. Upon hearing Jiangjing's elucidation, many nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom of these regulations. After all, the shares of the Daming Merchants Association are akin to a treasure trove. As long as the Ming dynasty stands, the association will thrive, providing sustenance for generations to come. While the restrictions on transferring and gifting shares may seem numerous, they serve to prevent ungrateful descendants from carelessly relinquishing this invaluable asset. Subsequently, several officials posed further inquiries, to which Jiangning patiently responded. Half an hour later, no further questions arose from the assembly, and all eyes were fixed intently on the large chests on the wooden platform, which housed the share certificates. Sensing that the atmosphere had reached a perfect crescendo, Jiangning suddenly bowed respectfully towards the third floor, where Zhu Youjiao was present. Zhu Youjiao smiled gently and nodded slightly. As the officials present looked on in confusion, Jiangning suddenly raised his voice, proclaiming, Your Majesty, in recognition of the loyalty and patriotism exhibited by all esteemed officials who diligently serve the state. Today a divine decree has been bestowed upon you. The esteemed officials may acquire shares by paying only half the required silver, with the remaining half graciously waived by the emperor. Upon hearing this announcement, many officials were overwhelmed with excitement. For influential figures like Zhu Youjiao and those of considerable wealth in Jiangning, 20,000 taels of silver might seem insignificant. Yet for the majority of officials, this amount could lead them to sell their possessions unless they possessed substantial personal wealth. With the emperor's benevolence alleviating half their financial burden, they suddenly found themselves relieved of 10,000 taels. While this sum might be trivial to the high-ranking nobility, it represented a monumental favor for many mid-ranking officials. In an instant, the officials turned respectfully towards Zhu Youjiao, bowing deeply, and exclaimed, We humbly thank your majesty. Your grace is boundless, and henceforth we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to repay your kindness. Observing the officials' fervent display, Zhu Youjiao nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed them. My loyal ministers, there is no need for such formalities. Your unwavering dedication to the court ensures that I shall not neglect your contributions. This is your rightful reward. I hope you will continue to serve the nation with loyalty and diligence. Upon hearing these words, many officials were moved to tears. Jiangning turned to see Old Wei and Old Gua embracing each other in a fit of weeping, and he furrowed his brow, silently chastising. What nonsense are these two up to now? Especially that Old Gua, corrupting the innocent Old Wei. The sudden outburst of tears from Old Wei and Old Gua quickly drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Jiangning approached them, forcing a smile as he inquired, Lord Wei, Lord Gua, why are you both crying so sorrowfully? Old Wei, choked with emotion, replied tearfully, Your Majesty, this truly is a boundless grace, akin to being reborn to one as parents. We are at a loss for how to repay such kindness. From now on, we can only offer our lives in gratitude for your majesty's great benevolence. Hearing Old Wei's words, Jiangning smiled and comforted him. Lord Wei, your long-standing loyalty and dedication to the state merit this divine grace. You are most deserving. However, this only intensified Old Wei's sorrow. as he reflected on his own inadequacies and resolved to intensify efforts to rectify corrupt officials. He also recognized the imperative to expand charitable endeavors to honor the emperor's profound affection. Jiangning then turned his gaze towards the tearful old Gua, who sobbed, "Lord Jiang, in my lifetime, to encounter such a wise sovereign is indeed a rare fortune." Listening to old Gua's sycophantic flattery, Jiangning felt an urge to have the old man unceremoniously ejected. Yet he managed to maintain a forced smile, saying, "Lord Gua, as long as you earnestly serve the court, you will honor the emperor's gracious gift." Unexpectedly, the old man Gua grasped Jiangning's sleeve with fervor, using it as a handkerchief to wipe away his tears and snot, leaving no room for Jiangning to react. Jiangning's brows furrowed tightly, his expression darkening considerably. Yet he found it inappropriate to express his anger. Gua, still choking on his sobs, lamented, "Master Jiang, I fear I may not be blessed enough to enjoy the emperor's great kindness." Confused, Jiangning inquired, "Lord Gua, what brings you to such a conclusion?" Gua Yunho, with a pitiful demeanor, replied, "Master Jiang, you are unaware. I, Gua, am utterly destitute. I simply lack the funds to purchase shares." With that, his eyes looked longingly at Jiangning. At that moment, Jiangning felt his blood pressure rise, nearly choking on his own indignation. Gritting his teeth, he managed to say, "Lord Gua, fret not. I shall assist you in this matter." Originally, Jiangning intended to offer to lend Gua the money for the shares outright. But at the last moment, he changed his mind. With a grin, he remarked, "What a trivial matter this is. Given our friendship, I shall surely lend you a hand." Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "I knew Master Jiang possessed a heart of gold, akin to Lord Mengchong himself. I am deeply grateful, Master Jiang." Internally, Jiangning cursed the old man for attempting to exploit his generosity, but he feigned a smile and continued, "Since you are presently short on funds, I shall lend you the money to purchase the shares. When you receive your dividends next year, you can simply return the amount to me. However, considering our friendship, I shall only charge a modest interest of 3%. Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho, who had been so excited moments before, was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. Jiangning seized the opportunity to pull his sleeve away forcefully and turned to leave quickly, eager to distance himself from this miserly old man. Chapter 186. The bank. Jiangning no longer paid heed to Wei Zhongxian and Gua Yunho, making his way directly to Zhu Youjiao's side. He looked down to see many officials already queuing to submit their banknotes. Qian Jingxiu was methodically organizing personnel, signing the subsidiary share documents, and meticulously confirming their accuracy before proceeding with the transactions. Many officials, upon receiving their stock certificates, appeared particularly exhilarated and respectfully bowed deeply in the direction of Zhu Youjiao. At that moment, Jiangning, with a smile, said, "Brother Zhu, congratulations. From this day forth, these officials will undoubtedly remain steadfastly loyal to you." Zhu Youjiao, visibly moved, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "This is all thanks to you, Brother Jiang. My ability to reward these officials is indeed limited, aside from promoting their ranks. The treasury has been tight, and my resources are scant. With the shares in the Ming Merchants Association, the officials will have a legitimate source of income, which will surely motivate them to work with greater diligence." The officials queuing to purchase shares primarily comprised those situated on the first and second floors. As for the esteemed gentlemen on the third floor, there was no need for them to descend and queue for shares in person. Jiangning had made meticulous arrangements in advance, and soon, Qian Jingxiu led the accountants of the Daming Chamber of Commerce to the third floor. They approached the distinguished gentleman with utmost respect, presenting the share certificates. The mood among the gathered magnates was exuberant, and without hesitation, they eagerly produced their silver to purchase the shares. Before long, a box brimming with stock certificates was entirely sold out, replaced by a plethora of gleaming silver notes that shimmered enticingly in the candlelight. Even the usually composed and capable Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly held their share certificates, animatedly engaging in conversation. These two officials, known for their integrity and incorruptibility, had never indulged in bribery or corruption, which also meant their lives were not particularly affluent. Compared to their wealthier counterparts, they lived a much simpler existence. Meanwhile, the noble Zhang Weixian and other distinguished lords clutched their share certificates, unable to conceal their excitement. Even the elderly Wei, who was illiterate, was unable to contain his joy upon receiving the share certificate, fully aware of its value. From this point onward, With the annual dividends from the Daming Chamber of Commerce, his charitable endeavors could progress significantly. Looking at the side, Guo Yunho stared at his share certificate with a complex expression torn between exhilaration and pain. Jiangning, noticing Guo's expression, couldn't help but chuckle and raised 3 fingers, playfully shaking them at Guo. Upon seeing Jiangning's gesture, Guo's countenance darkened, and he quickly turned his head away, privately cursing, "You cunning Jiang, how ruthless you are! I, old Guo, have a deep bond with you, and you dare to charge me 3% interest? Those moneylenders are not as ruthless as you." At that moment, Zhu Youjiao gently nudged Jiangning and inquired, "Brother Jiang, do you see some officials downstairs who seem rather unresponsive? Among them are several young generals from the capital." Hearing this, Jiangning promptly turned to look, noticing several officials downstairs displaying slightly awkward expressions, including some young generals from the capital. Understanding instantly, Jiangning smiled and explained, "These gentlemen hail from humble backgrounds and are known for their integrity. They neither embezzle nor accept bribes. Although 10,000 taels of silver may seem modest, it is astronomically significant to them." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao fell into contemplation. After a moment, he leaned towards Fang Zhenghua and whispered a few words. Fang Zhenghua, receiving the directive, hurried downstairs, stepping onto the wooden platform and smiling as he proclaimed, "The Emperor has decreed that all gentlemen may simply stand and receive the edict." At this point, many officials gazed curiously at Fang Zhenghua. He continued, "The Emperor is well aware that many of you come from modest means, serving with integrity and never engaging in corrupt practices. Therefore, the 10,000 taels required for purchasing shares will be initially covered by the Emperor. When the dividends are issued next year, the Chamber of Commerce will deduct the amount from your dividends. You are all invited to come forth and receive your share certificates." Upon hearing Fang Zhenghua's words, the officials who had been troubled by their financial constraints were suddenly filled with excitement. They had assumed they would miss this rare opportunity. But to their astonishment, the Emperor showed such understanding of their plight and was willing to advance them the silver, although it would be deducted from their future dividends. To them, it felt almost like receiving it for free. Many officials were so moved that tears welled in their eyes, and they once again bowed towards Zhu Youjiao, before forming an orderly line to receive their share certificates. Jiangning observed this scene quietly, and could not help but internally commend, "Truly, a person worthy of being emperor knows how to win hearts with clarity and finesse." He turned to Zhu Youjiao, smiled, and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Zhu, this move is indeed brilliant. These ministers would likely worship you as their forebear. With promotion and wealth now assured, and even the initial investment waived, such a good fortune is rare to find." Hearing Jiangning's praise, Zhu Youjiao beamed with pride, but humbly replied, "Brother Jiang, you jest. It is not as extraordinary as you say. A few compliments are sufficient, for if you say too much, I might grow proud." Just as the two were conversing, Guo Yunho hurried over, jogging to Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao's side. He quickly bowed and eagerly inquired, "Your Majesty, this old minister dares to ask, what interest do you require for the 10,000 taels of silver you are advancing to your colleagues for their share purchases?" At Guo Yunho's words, Zhu Youjiao was momentarily taken aback, and with a puzzled expression replied, "I do not charge interest. When the dividends are distributed next year, the 10,000 taels advanced to the ministers will simply be deducted." Upon hearing Zhu Youjiao's response, Guo Yunho's eyes brimmed with tears, his face contorting in pain. He hastily turned to Jiangning and said, "Lord Jiang, may I not borrow that 10,000 taels from you after all? I wish for His Majesty to assist me with the advance." Jiangning smiled slightly and shook his head slowly, saying, "Lord Guo, we had previously agreed upon everything clearly. Now that the moment has come, you wish to backtrack. That seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Seeing Jiangning's refusal, Guo Yunho turned back to Zhu Youjiao with a pitiful gaze, his voice choked, "Your Majesty, though I preside over the Ministry of Revenue, aside from my salary and your gracious rewards, I have never taken an extra coin. Even the 10,000 taels for purchasing shares were borrowed from Lord Jiang. Yet, Lord Jiang insists on charging me 3% interest. Your Majesty, you must judge the fairness of this." Listening to Guo Yunho's lament, Zhu Youjiao finally understood. It turned out that Guo, being financially constrained, had sought Jiangning's assistance for the advance, only to find Jiangning charging him interest. Now, witnessing that he was helping other officials without charging interest, Guo had changed his mind. Observing Gui Yunho's pitiful demeanor, Zhu Youjiao smiled wryly and turned to Jiangning, saying, "Brother Jiang, for my sake, let us waive the 3% interest for Lord Gua." With Zhu Youjiao having spoken, Jiangning nodded and replied, "Since His Majesty has said so, then it shall be done. The 3% interest for Lord Gua shall be waived. He will only need to repay the principal." At that moment, Gui Yunho hurriedly stifled his sobs and remarked, "I knew that Lord Jiang possesses a noble spirit and would never act against his conscience by charging me 3% interest." Observing Gui Yunho's demeanor, Jiangning could not help but shake his head in silence, inwardly chastising. This old Gua is admirable in many respects, yet excessively frugal, seemingly entrapped by the allure of wealth. Just then, Zhu Youjiao suddenly interjected, "Brother Jiang, I have heard that many in the capital engage in lending money at interest. Is this a venture we could undertake? After all, we currently have no shortage of cash on hand." Taken aback by Zhu Youjiao's words, Jiangning paused momentarily before responding, "Your Majesty, I am quite familiar with this matter. There are indeed considerable transactions occurring among merchants involving substantial loans, yielding impressive profits. We can certainly embark on this business, but it is essential to first establish our own bank to facilitate unified management." Upon hearing the term bank, Zhu Youjiao's interest was piqued, prompting him to inquire, "Brother Jiang, what exactly is this bank you speak of?" Even Gui Yunho, who was nearby, became intrigued, knowing that whenever Jiangning mentioned business, it was invariably a surefire profit. After a moment's contemplation, Jiangning smiled and elucidated, "Your Majesty, the bank I refer to is somewhat akin to a money shop. However, there is a distinction. When we deposit silver into a money shop, they charge us fees. Yet, if others deposit their silver in our bank, we can offer them some interest in return." Upon hearing Jiangning's proposal, Gui Yunho became agitated, exclaiming with great dismay, "Lord Jiang, that is truly a misguided notion. Depositing silver in a money shop incurs costs. This has been the norm for many years. How can you suggest that we allow the money shop to pay us instead? It is sheer extravagance." Observing Gui Yunho's reaction, Jiangning patiently elaborated, "Old Lord Gua, if we are to establish a bank, akin to a money shop, our first step must involve having silver available for circulation and exchange. However, we cannot simply invest all of our cash reserves into the bank, can we? Therefore, we must attract depositors, be they common folk, officials, or merchants, so that their surplus silver can be entrusted to our bank, thus providing us with capital. We can then devise both demand deposits and time deposits. Demand deposits allow for withdrawals at will, albeit with significantly lower interest, whereas time deposits would yield much higher interest. Subsequently, we could extend loans to those in need of funds, including commoners, merchants, and officials. Naturally, the interest rates would be determined by market conditions, potentially set slightly lower. We would also need to assess the financial situations of borrowers, confirming their credibility before deciding on the amount of silver to lend and the interest to charge. In any case, the interest we collect from loans will undoubtedly exceed the interest we pay to depositors. Consider this: we do not need to provide all the capital ourselves, and the silver lent out will not all be ours. Thus, we would merely profit from the interest rate differential. With a population exceeding 100 million in the Ming dynasty and countless merchants, just imagine the magnitude of profit." Listening to Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao and Gui Yunho were instantly taken aback, as if Jiangning had revealed to them a mountain of gold. Chapter 187: The Righteous Monarch and the Honest Minister. As Jiangning expounded on the numerous advantages of banking, Zhu Youjiao and Gui Yunho found themselves breathing rapidly. For who could resist a venture that benefits both the nation and its people while also yielding profit? Gui Yunho was the first to voice his discontent, remarking, "Sir Jiang, you truly are lacking in generosity. With such a brilliant strategy, why did you not disclose it sooner? It has cost me my reputation in my quest to procure funds for the court." Zhu Youjiao echoed his sentiments, equally agitated. "Minister Jiang, why did you not share this excellent plan earlier?" In response to their inquiries, Jiangning patiently elucidated, "Your Majesty, esteemed Minister Gua, consider this. The treasury was previously in deficit. Had we hastily established a bank at that time, how could we have gained the trust of the populace? What would the common people have thought? After all, the silver in their households is the result of their frugality and relentless savings. To open a bank amidst a depleted treasury would have instilled fear in the citizens that the court might renege on its promises, jeopardizing their hard-earned savings. However, the situation is different now. the treasury is replenished, and we possess sufficient confidence. Establishing a bank now will significantly alleviate the public's concerns, and they will no longer fear that the court covets their modest savings." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, recognizing the soundness of Jiangning's reasoning. After all, the treasury had once been so barren that even rats would flee, and under such circumstances, the establishment of a bank would have led to widespread skepticism. Even from him as emperor, who might doubt whether the purported interest on savings was merely a ruse to exploit the people's hard work. Gui Yunho, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement and, filled with urgency, inquired, "Sir Jiang, when shall we commence the establishment of the bank?" "The last time the court established the taxation department. The burden of taxation was unified under its authority, clearly undermining my control over the Ministry of Revenue. Therefore, the responsibility of overseeing the bank must belong to the Ministry of Revenue. Otherwise, I might as well leap from this third floor." Witnessing Gui Yunho's antics, Jiangning could only smile helplessly and offered reassurance. "Esteemed Minister Gua, do not be anxious. The matter of the bank can be formally initiated after I return from Sichuan post-rebellion. However, prior to that, you may begin preparations. Shortly, I will outline the specific processes for establishing the bank, at which point you, along with the esteemed cabinet elders and His Majesty, can convene to strategize." Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho chuckled heartily, declaring, "I knew Sir Jiang would not overlook my interests." Zhu Youjiao also nodded enthusiastically. "I understand, Minister Jiang, rest assured. This initiative benefits the nation and the people while enriching the treasury, and I shall offer my utmost support." Just then, officials downstairs had finished receiving their share certificates, their faces aglow with excitement. With a grand flourish, Qian Zhengqiu signaled, and in an instant, the attendants hurried forth, presenting an array of dishes and drinks. The atmosphere among the officials instantly soared, as they raised their cups, toasting and laughing, the scene bustling with life, exuding an exuberance akin to a blazing flame. Zhu Youjiao and Jiangning returned to the elegant chamber. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed dignitaries from the 6 ministries of the cabinet arrived in succession. Jiangning warmly engaged in toasting and exchanging cups with everyone, creating an atmosphere of conviviality, while Zhu Youjiao appeared particularly amiable, shedding any semblance of imperial aloofness as he occasionally joined the conversation. This fostered an increasingly harmonious ambience, akin to a gentle spring breeze brushing against the hearts of all present. In the realm of human affairs, some find joy while others experience sorrow. At that very moment, as Jiangning, Zhu Youjiao, and a multitude of officials reveled in merriment at the drunken immortal pavilion, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, having recuperated significantly from their injuries over the past few days, arrived in a sedan chair at the doorstep of Zhou Yuanbiao's residence, seeking an audience. Simultaneously, numerous other officials from the Donglin party gathered outside Zhou Yuanbiao's door. Upon seeing Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou emerge from the sedan, the crowd felt an immediate sense of reassurance and rushed forward to express their concern. After all, the thrashing they endured just days prior outside the Meridian Gate was indelibly etched in their memories. First, they had been mercilessly whipped by Lu Ruiyu, followed by a brutal beating at the hands of a young general from the imperial army. As mere scholars, they were ill-equipped to withstand such torment. Even now, many bore bandages, leaned on crutches, and had their heads wrapped in gauze. An unknowing observer might have mistaken them for patients seeking medical attention. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanbiao, engrossed in his reading within his study, reacted upon hearing the servant's announcement by slamming his book down onto the desk, his countenance darkening instantaneously. After a prolonged silence, he sighed in resignation and instructed, "Let them in." The servant hurried away to fulfill his command. Zhou Yuanbiao, leaning on his cane, made his way slowly to the parlor. Before long, Yang Lian, Zhuo Guangdou, and the other officials from the Donglin party entered the hall in succession. Observing their disheveled appearance, Zhou Yuanbiao exhibited no intention of inviting them to sit. With a disdainful snort, he inquired, "What brings you to my residence today?" Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou exchanged awkward glances, quickly stepping forward to bow respectfully as they replied, "Master Zhou, we humbly intrude today to implore you to take a stand on our behalf. His Majesty currently favors the treacherous Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, leading to a degradation of court principles and a pervasive atmosphere of corruption. Jiangning has audaciously seized military authority from the Ministry of War, consolidating power within the 5 armies' command. Such actions may embolden him further, leaving us with no sanctuary in the court. The henchman Lu Ruiyu, under Wei Zhongxian, has become exceedingly arrogant, brazenly whipping officials outside the Meridian Gate, while the martial generals under Jiangning have also resorted to violence against us scholars, utterly disgracing the court. We can no longer remain passive spectators in this matter, and earnestly hope our esteemed teacher will take the lead in petitioning the emperor to hold Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, along with their faction, accountable. Listening to Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, their hearts ablaze with righteous indignation, fervently articulating their grievances. The assembly of Donglin party officials echoed their sentiments in unison. Yet, amidst this fervor, Zhou Yuanbiao's countenance darkened, as though it could drip with the weight of his discontent. At that moment, he suddenly bellowed, "Silence, all of you!" This thunderous exclamation startled the impassioned Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, causing them to tremble in fear and promptly close their mouths, their faces reflecting alarm as they turned to regard Zhou Yuanbiao. With eyes wide in fury, Zhou Yuanbiao pointed a finger vehemently at Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, chastising them. "You, De Hong and Gongji, do you still possess the audacity to come to my abode and engage in grandiloquent discourse? Have you forgotten my previous admonitions entirely? You profess loyalty to the monarch and patriotism, yet dare to lead the officials to the woman in a bid for power. When have I ever instructed you to conduct yourselves in such a manner? Is this the conduct befitting loyal subjects? There is a saying that one should govern according to one's station. You ally yourselves against divergent opinions, oblivious to the consequences. Henceforth, do not dare to proclaim yourselves as my disciples. I cannot afford such disgrace. You may leave now, from this day forth. Your affairs will be of no concern to me. Your actions in the court are entirely detached from my influence. However, I must offer you one piece of counsel. The Ming dynasty is on the cusp of rejuvenation. The emperor firmly controls the 6 ministries of the cabinet, commands a formidable army of over 100,000, and has gathered a cadre of talented and capable officials around him. Should you continue to lack self-awareness and self-reflection, you are merely courting your own demise. Take heed. Upon hearing Zhou Yuanbiao's unrelenting remarks, the assembly of Donglin party officials bore expressions of deep embarrassment. They had harbored hopes that their current leader would advocate on their behalf, yet they were met with a scathing reprimand instead. Zhou Yuanbiao ruthlessly stripped away their facade of loyalty and patriotism. Many, feeling their dignity compromised, rose to take their leave, unable to endure the humiliation any longer. Before long, only Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou remained in the hall, their faces pallid with distress. Zhou Yuanbiao trembled with indignation, utterly disillusioned with these officials of the Donglin party. If there had been a flicker of hope in Zhou Yuanbiao's heart for them before, that glimmer had now extinguished entirely. He gazed at Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, standing before him, their expressions steeped in profound disappointment. Zhou Yuanbiao understood that these once favored disciples were beyond redemption. After a prolonged silence, as if summoning immense courage from within, Yang Lian finally spoke, tinged with a hint of reproach. "With all due respect, may I inquire, master, why do you relentlessly bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing your own authority? Since Jiangning entered the court, he has repeatedly implemented reforms, recklessly undermining ancestral laws, and has gathered numerous followers, colluding with Wei Zhongxian in a disgraceful partnership, deceiving the emperor and leading him to indulge in their misdeeds. Are these transgressions not visible to you, master? Today, not only do you fail to support your disciples, but you also lay blame upon us. Yet, dear master, why do you not take a stand to intervene? Where has the spirited resolve you once exhibited when you entered the court to impeach Zhang Juzhen gone? Have you, too, succumbed to fear of the treacherous Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian?" As Yang Lian's probing words resonated, Zhou Yuanbiao's face flushed crimson with indignation. After a considerable pause, he finally sighed deeply and responded, "De Hong, you are remarkable in your lofty ideals. So, it seems that among all the civil and military officials, only you, Yang De Hong, are a loyal minister, a virtuous official, while the rest are mere traitors and sycophants. You incessantly proclaim loyalty to the sovereign and love for the nation. Pray tell, how many achievements have you accomplished since your appointment? What tangible benefits for the country and its people have you wrought? The treasury is severely depleted. Military preparedness is in disarray, and corruption among officials runs rampant. Are you truly oblivious to these circumstances, or do you choose to feign ignorance? Faced with this barrage of inquiries from Zhou Youjiao, Yang Lian clenched his teeth, held his head high, and retorted resolutely. The current chaos in the court ultimately stems from a distortion of the sovereign's principles and a lack of clarity in the roles of ministers. It is precisely for this reason that I persistently advocate for candid counsel, hoping that His Majesty might discern the rightful path of governance and rectify the duties of his ministers. Upon hearing Yang Lian's words, Zhou Youjiao could not contain his scornful laughter, abruptly slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. With eyes wide in fury, he bellowed, "What a master of eloquent words! De Hong, do you truly believe the rhetoric you espouse? I see you have become so accustomed to spouting grandiloquent phrases that you now deceive even yourself. If you continue in this manner, it is not merely the Emperor and Jiangning who may not tolerate you. I fear that other ministers will likewise refuse to accept you in the future." Witnessing his words dismantled by Zhou Youjiao, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou resolved to cast caution to the wind. Yang Lian, with fervor, proclaimed, "Master, the founding principle of the Donglin Academy was to invite talented individuals from across the land to diligently study and serve the emperor in governing the realm. I ask myself, in all that I have done, do I not act with a clear conscience? The court's annual revenues are limited, and the salaries allotted to officials are meager. We must provide for disaster victims while ensuring the border troops are well supplied. I cannot fathom how this budget can be balanced. While it is true that corruption exists among officials, the reality is that the court cannot allocate sufficient salaries. If they do not resort to some form of graft, they may very well starve. And then who will serve the court? As for the laxity among the border troops, once they are adequately funded, they are prone to unrest. Ultimately, as long as they can defend the borders and prevent enemies from breaching our gates, that is sufficient. Regarding the suffering of the common people, the court can assist where possible. If not, we must simply allow them to endure hardship for the time being. After all, the realm of the Great Ming is not merely confined to a single jurisdiction or county, but encompasses the vast expanse of the 9 provinces and myriad nations. We, as officials of the court, must not solely concern ourselves with the welfare of one province or county's populace, but rather attend to the well-being of all the people across the land. Zhuo Guangdou hastily echoed, "Master, every word spoken by De Hong is indeed true. The court faces great difficulties, and so does the emperor. We, as subjects, find ourselves in equal straits. In this dilemma, we must weigh the lesser of 2 evils, and for the time being, we can only endure the grievances of the common folk and the soldiers stationed at the borders." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Youjiao was immediately consumed by rage, extending a trembling finger to point accusingly at Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, exclaiming, "You two are utterly steeped in folly. Such absurd and nonsensical statements could only escape your lips. Have the sage's teachings been devoured by your ignorance? You both possess vast estates of fertile land, enjoying a life devoid of want. How could you ever comprehend the struggles faced by the common people? To dare utter such treasonous words is nothing short of egregious, a sign of your hopeless folly and madness." As Zhou Youjiao's vehement reprimand echoed in the air, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou's faces flushed crimson. Yang Lian, in a fit of defiance, boldly declared, "Master, this shall be the last time I address you as such. As the current leader of the Donglin faction, you fail to counsel the emperor directly and unite the hearts of us, your disciples. In my view, it would be better for you to relinquish your position and allow a more capable individual to assume the mantle." Zhuo Guangdou was taken aback by Yang Lian's audacity. How could he so brazenly demand that Zhou Youjiao vacate his esteemed position? Zhuo Guangdou lacked the courage to utter such words. In terms of both experience and reputation, Zhou Youjiao was in a league far beyond that of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. As Zhuo Guangdou prepared to interject and mediate, Zhou Youjiao scoffed coldly, saying, "The position of Donglin leader? I would gladly part with it. If you, Yang Lian, desire it so fervently, then I shall grant it to you." With that, he produced a folding fan from his sleeve and tossed it forcefully, the fan landing at Yang Lian's feet with a sharp sound. Yang Lian quickly bent down to retrieve it and opened it to reveal the inscription. The sounds of wind, rain, and the reading voice all resonate in the ears. Matters of family, state, and the world all deserve our concern. The signature read Gu Xianqing, the founder of the Donglin Academy and its first leader. Observing this, Zhuo Guangdou swiftly stepped forward, snatching the fan from Yang Lian's hands, disregarding his protests. With deference, he placed the fan on the table beside Zhou Youjiao, wearing a conciliatory smile as he said, "Master, Dahong speaks impulsively at times, and his words may offend. I implore you to overlook his transgressions." However, Yang Lian, now red with indignation, pulled Zhuo Guangdou back, exclaiming loudly, "Do not intercede for me. The master wishes us to assist the emperor in governing the realm, yet also instructs us not to oppose Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian. This task is utterly unfeasible." With that, he fixed his furious gaze upon Zhou Youjiao and shouted, "You must remain in the position of Donglin leader. Do not yield it to me. Even if the master-disciple relationship is severed, even if I am cast out from the ranks of the Donglin disciples, I remain unconcerned. I shall return now and await your decision. I shall demonstrate to you how I honor my teacher, uphold righteousness, and love my country." With that, he stormed away, not looking back. Zhou Youjiao trembled with fury, his complexion turning ashen. Zhuo Guangdou, standing beside him, felt profoundly uncomfortable and hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully and saying, "Esteemed teacher, please do not let your anger consume you. I beg for your understanding. Dahong has been overwhelmed by the provocations from Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, leading to this momentary lapse in judgment." With that, he dared not linger and quickly turned to pursue Yang Lian. Zhou Youjiao watched as the two figures receded into the distance, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. He sank into his chair, involuntarily breaking into a bitter smile. Here he was, the leader of the Donglin, now at odds with his own cherished disciple, isolated and forsaken. Ironically, the one who best understood his plight was none other than Jiangning, whom the Donglin party had always regarded as their arch-nemesis. A strikingly absurd and laughable twist of fate. Meanwhile, Yang Lian, seething with anger, departed from Zhou Youjiao's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed that the Donglin officials had yet to disperse. Addressing the assembled crowd with fervor, he proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, let us convene at my official residence to discuss matters." With that, he ascended his sedan chair and departed. Zhuo Guangdou, having pursued him, learned that Yang Lian had already left and hastily boarded his own sedan chair, heading directly to Yang Lian's abode. Before long, they arrived at Yang Lian's residence. Yang Lian's countenance was dark and his jaw clenched tightly as he declared, "Colleagues, do not expect Mr. Zhou to advocate for us any longer. I fear he has grown quite muddled, foolishly attempting to reconcile with the treacherous Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian." Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged glances, murmuring in dismay, yet remaining silent. Observing their expressions, Yang Lian raised his voice, asserting, "From this day forth, I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you all, in both advance and retreat." The officials, witnessing Yang Lian's bold stance, began to voice their agreement. Zhuo Guangdou, sitting nearby, felt a twinge of awkwardness, wishing to offer a word of caution but unsure of how to start. Yang Lian surveyed the assembly and continued, "Previously, Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian dared to humiliate us outside the Meridian Gate. We must reclaim our dignity. Tomorrow, we shall jointly submit a petition to impeach Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian." At this declaration, the officials stirred with renewed vigor, reminiscent of the Donglin's former glory during the Wanli era. Zhuo Guangdou interjected, "Dahong, we cannot proceed without a solid justification. We must have a compelling reason to impeach Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian." Just then, a dark-skinned, somewhat diminutive official stepped forward and spoke, "Master Yang, Master Zhuo, I have a suggestion." Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou glanced up to find that the speaker was none other than Yuan Chonghuan, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of War, causing both to furrow their brows slightly. Yuan Chonghuan, a favored disciple of the Chief Minister Sun Qingzong, had been closely associated with the officials of the Donglin Party ever since the position of governor of Liaodong was usurped by Jiangning. Today, his emergence clearly indicated an intention to ally with the Donglin members. Yang Lian smiled and said, "Lord Yuan, please proceed." Yuan Chonghuan proclaimed, "Let us begin with Liaodong. The current governor, Hong Qingqiu, was recommended by Jiangning and has been in office for over a year. Aside from the recent victory in repelling the Jinzhou bandits, he has failed to reclaim even a single inch of lost territory, while unnecessarily squandering the court's resources. Furthermore, the current military commander in Liaodong, Xiong Tingbai, merely adopts a defensive posture, retreating without action, which raises suspicions of harboring intentions to nurture the enemy. We could use this as a pretext to impeach both, while simultaneously criticizing Jiangning for his poor judgment in appointing officials." If we can remove Xiong Tingbai and Hong Chengqiu from power, it would undoubtedly sever one of Jiangning's key supports. After hearing Yuan Chenghuan's remarks, Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou pondered for a considerable time before nodding in agreement. Yang Lian stated, "In that case, we shall act as Lord Yuan suggests. Tomorrow, we will collectively submit memorials to impeach Hong Chengqiu and Xiong Tingbai for their ineffectiveness in warfare and their waste of the court's substantial provisions, while also criticizing Jiangning for his lack of discernment in personnel selection." Seeing Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou acquiesce, Yuan Chenghuan felt a surge of clandestine joy. He mused that since his mentor, Sun Qingzong, was unwilling to advocate on his behalf, he must carve a new path for himself. Jiangning had previously appropriated the position of governor of Liaodong, which rightfully belonged to him. Furthermore, during the bitter winter of the last year, he had made a special visit to Sun Qingzong's residence, diligently engaging in labor to cultivate a garden, all in hopes of gaining Jiangning's favor to advance his career. Yet, to his dismay, Jiangning feigned ignorance of his presence, leaving him with a cold shoulder, and ultimately, he faced a stern reprimand from his mentor. This incident solidified Yuan Chenghuan's resolve to seek alternative avenues. Presently, the officials of the Donglin Party, led by Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou, appeared to be an excellent choice. In Yuan's eyes, his mentor had become increasingly senile and timid, merely pandering to Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian without exhibiting the gravitas and responsibility befitting the chief minister. At that moment, the officials were in high spirits, anticipating promotions and wealth. After the banquet concluded, everyone began to take their leave. Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao, both slightly inebriated, rose to depart. Fang Zhenghua hurriedly approached to assist Zhu Youjiao. Subsequently, under the vigilant escort of the Jinyue and the Tengxiang guards, they returned to the palace. Meanwhile, Jiangning, accompanied by Li Ruoyan and Tian Ergang, returned home under the protection of the Jinyue. Upon arriving at his residence, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan promptly brought towels, hot water, and tea, attending to Jiangning's needs. Just as he was about to sip his tea, Li Ruoyan rushed in, her expression grave. Noticing her demeanor, Jiangning felt a twinge of concern and inquired, "Old Li, what troubles you? You appear distressed. Have you lost something valuable?" Upon hearing Jiangning's inquiry, Li Ruoyan's expression turned awkward, and he hurriedly replied, "My lord, I have not lost any silver. Rather, another matter has arisen. Just now, a secret messenger reported that Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou sought assistance from Zhou Youjiao today, intending to persuade him to spearhead the impeachment of you and Grand Eunuch Wei. However, Zhou Youjiao categorically rejected their request. Subsequently, they had an unpleasant altercation with him and parted ways in discord. Thereafter, Yang Lian summoned a group of officials from the Donglin faction at his residence to deliberate on the matter, including Yuan Chenghuan, a favored disciple of the chief minister's son, who also participated. They planned to impeach the Liaodong governor Xiong Tingbai and the Liaodong inspector Hong Chengqiu at tomorrow's court session, using this as a pretext to further accuse you of lacking discernment in your recommendations. Chapter 189. The local specialties of the Jinyue. Upon hearing Li Ruoyan's words, Jiangning felt a surge of anger rise within him, and with a forceful crash, he slammed the teacup onto the table. He exclaimed angrily, "Humph. It seems my usual good temper has emboldened these pedants of the Donglin faction to overstep their bounds, brazenly taking liberties. Even Yuan Chenghuan has foolishly allied himself with them. Humph, it appears his mind is solely fixated on advancement." Having said this, Jiangning turned to Li Ruoyan, his gaze radiating an undeniable resolve, and spoke in a low voice. "Old Li, immediately proceed to the Jinyue archives and procure some of our local specialties. Deliver them respectively to Lord One of the Inspectorate and Grand Eunuch Wei of the Eastern Depot. Tomorrow in the court, I shall decisively strike down the arrogance of these Donglin faction members." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Li Ruoyan felt a tightness in his chest. Having followed Jiangning for so long, it was the first time he had witnessed such fury, and this time, Jiangning showed no inclination to retreat, but rather to confront the Donglin faction head-on. He dared not delay for a moment, promptly nodded in affirmation, and hurriedly left to execute the command. Watching Li Ruoyan's hurried departure, Jiangning was suddenly overcome by a sense of helplessness as he slowly returned to his chair. He had thoroughly discerned the true nature of these Donglin faction members. It was no wonder that in the annals of history, Wei Zhongxian, along with his numerous followers, had engaged in a protracted struggle with the Donglin faction for years, eliminating one batch after another, yet failing to eradicate them completely. Ultimately, Wei found himself cornered and was compelled to confront the Donglin faction directly. However, his dilemma lay in the fact that his subordinates were of mixed quality, and he himself lacked proper education. He even produced a record of Donglin general appointments, foolishly attempting to ensnare the Donglin members all at once. Unfortunately, the list encompassed too broad a range of individuals, including many who were innocently implicated. Consequently, Zhu Youjiao refrained from endorsing this course of action, instead complimenting Wei Zhongxian on the humor of his writing, thus dismissing the matter with a laugh. Jiangning surmised that it was precisely because Wei Zhongxian was left with no choice but to wield the record of Donglin general appointments as his trump card. Yet it failed to serve its intended purpose, that the Donglin faction was roused to vigilance. Not long after, Zhu Youjiao inexplicably fell into the water and ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Soon thereafter, the ascendant Chongzhen set about dealing with Wei Zhongxian. It is evident that the East Forest Party harbors immense power. Although Jiangning previously schemed to expel the prominent members of the East Forest from the court, he did not genuinely undermine their foundation. Now, with no time to indulge in covert machinations, he resolved to confront them head-on. Jiangning harbored no fear in facing the East Forest Party directly. After all, over the course of this time, he had invested significantly in Zhu Youjiao and supported numerous individuals, all for the purpose of utilizing their strength now. Presently, his royalist faction was robust, having already secured critical positions in the cabinet, the war ministry, the 6 ministries, the 9 ministers, and the inspectorate, along with a formidable military force of over 100,000 troops amassed in the capital over the years. Such an impressive force should easily quell the East Forest Party, led by the likes of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. If he could not accomplish this, Jiangning mused that he might as well find a crooked tree to hang himself from and end it all. Li Ruoyan hurried to the local government office and found Tian Ergang to convey Jiangning's orders. Upon hearing the news, Tian Ergang was taken aback. Yet he understood that Jiangning was serious this time. Immediately, he led Li Ruoyan to the archives to retrieve the illegal records of East Forest officials. In a short while, 2 large boxes filled with documents were unearthed. Subsequently, Li Ruoyan, accompanied by the Jinyui, hastily carried the boxes towards the eastern depot, preparing to locate Wei Zhongxian. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian was leisurely seated by the hearth in his office, one hand playing with 2 walnuts while the other held a teapot. He pondered that it had been quite some time since he had engaged in any charitable deeds or accumulated merit. Recently, the Tianqi Times had lavished much praise upon him, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He thought he ought to find something productive to occupy his time. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, Qinhu's son Yunhe rushed in to report, respectfully informing you, adoptive father, Lord Li Ruoyan of the Jinyui requests an audience. Upon hearing Sun Yunhe's words, Wei Zhongxian quickly refocused, instructing him, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and invite Lord Li in. Do you expect me to go fetch him myself? Sun Yunhe promptly acknowledged and hurried away. Before long, Li Ruoyan arrived with several Jinyui officers, carrying the boxes into Wei Zhongxian's office. Wei Zhongxian looked at the boxes with curiosity and inquired, Lord Li, what is the meaning of this? Is there something Lord Jiang wishes to convey? Li Ruoyan quickly replied with a smile, Master Wei, your insight is remarkable. I am indeed here on Lord Jiang's orders. He then recounted the East Forest officials' intentions to impeach the following day in the court, mentioning Jiangning's directive for him to deliver the illegal records of East Forest officials to the Eastern Depot. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian was so exhilarated that he leapt up, kicked open the wooden box, and grasped the documents, nodding in satisfaction as he said, Lord Li, you have done well. Return and inform Lord Jiang that I understand what needs to be done tomorrow. At that time, our family will surely make those sour scholars of the Donglin party aware of their limitations. Upon finishing his words, a seemingly benign smile appeared on his face. However, in Li Ruoyan's eyes, Wei Zhongxian's smile exuded an unsettling aura. Li Ruoyan dared not linger and hastily took his leave, carrying another box of documents directly to the inspectorate. Just after Li Ruoyan departed, Wei Zhongxian quickly summoned a group of subordinates to assist him in reviewing the files. Instantly, a cadre of officials from the Eastern Depot, led by Sun Yunhe and Cui Qingxiu, began to read the documents aloud for Wei Zhongxian. With each name of a Donglin party official mentioned, Wei Zhongxian nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Wei Lianqing, yawning, inquired, Uncle, With so many files of Donglin Party officials delivered by Lord Jiang, do you intend to confront the Donglin members directly in the court tomorrow? Wouldn't that mean being used as a pawn by Lord Jiang? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's expression darkened, and he sharply struck Wei Lianqing, exclaiming, "You fool! Lord Jiang and I share the same aspirations. He is not one to use others as tools. Such good fortune could only be conceived by Lord Jiang. If it were someone else, they would have long since claimed all the credit for themselves." Observing the foolishness and naivety reflected in his nephew's eyes, Wei Zhongxian sighed and patiently began to explain. Lord Jiang possesses unfathomable skills beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. It is entirely due to Lord Jiang's support that our family has attained its current status, position, and reputation. Otherwise, we would have surely been slandered by those Donglin scholars. Now, Lord Jiang merely requests a small favor from us, and yet you dare suggest he wishes to use us as a pawn? You are truly foolish. Such statements should never be uttered again. As for those Donglin scholars, what is there to fear? They dare to impeach us and Lord Jiang. I assure you, tomorrow, we will ensure that they, along with their entire families, meet their end without exception. You all must meticulously verify these documents and, while you are at it, delve into our Eastern Depot's archives to gather further incriminating evidence against these Donglin officials. Upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's words, those present discreetly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, understanding that the officials recorded in the documents would likely face calamity the following day. Meanwhile, Li Ruoyan, leading the Imperial Guards, brought another box of documents directly to the inspectorate and found Wentiren. Upon seeing the documents presented by Li Ruoyan, Wentiren was momentarily taken aback and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Master Li, may I inquire what these are that Lord Jiang has instructed you to deliver?" Li Ruoyan, with a sly smile, replied, "Master Wen, I am here on Lord Jiang's orders to deliver some specialties from the Imperial Guards to the inspectorate." He then proceeded to inform Wentiren of the Donglin Party officials' intentions to impeach Jiangning in the court the following day. Upon hearing this, Wentiren's expression became somewhat agitated, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he responded, "In that case, I appreciate Master Li's efforts. Please convey to Lord Jiang that I will make appropriate arrangements for tomorrow." Li Ruoyan performed a respectful bow and swiftly departed with the Imperial Guards. Wentiren directly opened the box, revealing an array of meticulously documented unlawful activities of the Donglin Party officials, which instantly filled his heart with joy. He mused to himself, "Lord Jiang is indeed a man of integrity. Such a fortunate event has not escaped his thoughts, even considering me, old one. My unwavering loyalty to Lord Jiang, always placing myself at the forefront, is now rewarded." In Wentiren's eyes, this box of files, which might be deemed a hot potato in the hands of others, represents solid political achievements in his own. Many officials of the Donglin Party have already been dealt with by Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, leaving the remaining ones to act with utmost caution. The supervisory court lacks the means of the Imperial Guards and the Eastern Depot, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover the secrets of so many officials. As the year draws to a close, Lord Jiang has graciously bestowed upon him a substantial achievement. Thus, he must perform admirably tomorrow, ensuring he does not disappoint Lord Jiang. As for the Donglin officials who wish to impeach Lord Jiang, they must first inquire whether the other powerful figures in the court, the noble families, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the capital would support such an endeavor. The next day, Jiangning did not attend court, but instead visited the military commandant's office to review military reports sent from Sichuan. He also observed the training of the capital soldiers, paying no heed to the disputes within the court. With Wei Zhongxian and a host of notable figures present, along with Zhu Youjiao, the impartial arbiter, he was confident that the Donglin Party would gain no advantage. Meanwhile, in the court, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou led a group of Donglin officials to initiate an impeachment against Xiong Tingbai and Hong Qingqiu. As soon as they finished speaking, Wei Zhongxian and a group of loyalist officials immediately rose to defend the two. Old Wei shouted at the top of his lungs, "Old Jiao is blameless." Several prominent figures from the military commandant's office joined the fray to exonerate Xiong Tingbai and Hong Qingqiu. Notably, veteran generals Chun Su and Xin Yurong vehemently condemned the Donglin Party officials, accusing them of being misguided scholars who mislead the nation and misinterpret military matters. Wentiren, Gu Bingxian, and other civil officials also chimed in. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, witnessing the multitude supporting Xiong Tingbai, and Hong Qingqiu felt a sense of trepidation. It was only at this moment that they realized Jiangning had quietly amassed a considerable influence within the court. However, with no turning back, the two could only press on with their impeachment. Sun Qingzong looked on in disappointment at Yuan Chonghuan, utterly disillusioned with his disciple. As the debate escalated, Wei Zhongxian became increasingly agitated, repeatedly exclaiming, "Old Jiao is blameless." At that moment, Yuan Chonghuan raised his voice. "I impeach Liao Dong's commander Xiong Tingbai and Liao Dong's governor Hong Qingqiu. The two have amassed troops for their own gain, squandering countless resources of the court, yet have failed to reclaim a single inch of lost territory. I beseech your majesty to investigate these two." Upon hearing Yuan Chonghuan's statement, Sun Qingzong's face turned ashen, ready to speak, but was halted by Yuan Kelly and Shui Guoguan, who gently shook their heads at him. After all, as the chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation by directly involving himself in this dispute. Moreover, given that Yuan Chonghuan is his disciple, regardless of how this matter ultimately unfolds, it is only Sun Qingzong who would suffer embarrassment. Seated upon the dragon throne, Zhu Youjiao was provoked to a cold laugh upon hearing Yuan Chonghuan's words. To maintain a formidable army while squandering vast resources without reclaiming a single inch of lost territory? Is this not tantamount to declaring that I am incapable of discerning talent and employing individuals appropriately, thus branding me an inept sovereign? As Zhu Youjiao spoke, he rose abruptly, his gaze piercing as he interrogated Yuan Chonghuan. "Pray tell, how should Xiong Tingbai and Hong Qingqiu act to avoid the charges of maintaining a heavy military presence and wasting resources? Should they immediately deploy troops to decisively capture Nurhasai?" Upon hearing Zhu Youjiao's inquiry, Yuan Chonghuan felt a surge of delight within, recognizing this as an extraordinary opportunity to showcase his capabilities. If he could impress the emperor, he might well achieve advancement. Thus, he fervently replied, "Your Majesty speaks most accurately. Currently, there are 170,000 troops in Liaodong, with ample supplies. Although Xiong Tingbai and Hong Qingqiu recently won a battle, slaying nearly 10,000 of the enemy, they ultimately failed to reclaim any territory. Had the court chosen wise and capable individuals, Liaodong would have likely been fully restored by now, and Nurhasai would have been escorted back to the capital for trial. There would be no such troubles as we face today." Yuan Chonghuan's audacious proclamation left the Earl of England, Zhang Weixian, utterly astonished, while veteran generals Chen Su and Xin Yurong stood dumbfounded. They could scarcely fathom that Yuan Chonghuan could utter such exaggerated claims. Zhu Youjiao was equally taken aback. Although the strength of the Ming court was not entirely incapable of fully restoring Liaodong and capturing Nurhasai, the current demands on the empire were far too numerous. The coastal regions were unstable, the northern provinces had faced years of natural disasters requiring relief, and the southwestern chieftain, Shi Chongming, had already raised a rebellion. Should the court recklessly launch a large-scale war in Liaodong, expending national resources against the enemy, one could not even speak of success. The burden on the common people would be unbearable. Once resources were depleted, the populace might very well rise against us, shaking the very foundations of the Ming. At that point, internal strife and external threats would loom like dark clouds over the empire. Merely contemplating this filled Zhu Youjiao with dread, intensifying the fury within him. He fixed a furious gaze upon Yuan Chonghuan and sternly demanded, "Explain to me how one might swiftly eradicate the enemy in Liaodong?" Upon hearing Zhu Youjiao's demand, Yuan Chonghuan became even more animated, fervently declaring, "Your Majesty, though I am not worthy, I humbly request your permission to command the troops in Liaodong. If your Majesty entrusts me with all the forces in Liaodong and additionally assigns the newly established 50,000 troops of the Dongjiang garrison to my command, ensuring ample provisions, I dare to pledge to your Majesty that within 5 years, I will completely annihilate the enemy, reclaim the lost territories of Liaodong, and capture Nurhasai alive, bringing him before your Majesty." At this declaration, the entire court was astounded, all eyes fixed in disbelief upon Yuan Chonghuan. Even Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, the lead figures behind the impeachment, were taken aback by Yuan Chonghuan's bold assertion. They could never have anticipated that this new recruit would be so audacious. A wave of trepidation surged within the two, as they contemplated the possibility that this junior might indeed possess greater abilities than themselves. Would they, as the elder brothers, have to relinquish their positions of power? Conversely, if this newcomer were merely a braggart, Could it be that they would have to clean up the mess should he cause a significant blunder and perhaps suffer consequences themselves? At this moment, regret overwhelmed them. They should never have heeded Yuan Chengwan's counsel to impeach Xiong Tingbai and Hong Qingqiu. However, with the situation having reached this point, retreat was no longer an option, and they could only press on with grim determination. Upon hearing Yuan Chengwan's words, Zhu Youjiao was so incensed that he laughed in anger, rebuking Yuan Chengwan. "How audacious you are! How dare you speak so boldly before me? You demand full control over the troops of Liaodong and boldly proclaim that you will pacify the Jurchens and reclaim Liaodong within 5 years. Such grandiose claims you dare to utter. You assert that provisions will be ample. Do you have any notion of how much grain that entails? 10 million taels of silver? Or perhaps 50 million? If I allocate all the resources of the Ming dynasty to you and you fail to pacify Liaodong, I fear you would bring ruin upon the empire. Currently, coastal pirates are incessantly raiding our shores, and the southwestern chieftain Sha Chongming is leading an army of 50,000 in open rebellion. Am I to turn a blind eye to these matters? Moreover, in Hunan, Shaanxi, and Shandong, natural disasters persist. Do the local populace not require relief? If I were to heed your ludicrous strategy, I would be a veritable fool. You are merely a lowly official in the Ministry of War. Yet you speak so grandly in the court. Are not the ministers of the 6 ministries and the commanders of the 5 armies more capable than you, Yuan Chengwan? Or do you believe they pale in comparison? If what you say is true, that a mere sub-official could subdue Liaodong within 5 years, then surely the commanders of the 5 armies and the officials of the 6 ministries should collectively resign. Faced with Zhu Youjiao's stern rebuke, Yuan Chengwan gritted his teeth. He understood that his chances of advancement were now exceedingly slim. Yet he felt compelled to fight with all his might, not for any other reason, but to fulfill the aspirations that stirred within him. As for Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou of the Donglin party, he could no longer afford to concern himself with them. With a determined bite of his teeth, he declared, "Your Majesty, I would never presume to compare myself with the esteemed ministers or the commanders of the 5 armies. However, how can your Majesty assert that I cannot thoroughly eradicate the Jurchen threat in Liaodong within 5 years? Upon hearing Yuan Chengwan's challenging inquiry, Zhu Youjiao felt a surge of blood rush to his head, fury boiling within him, wishing he could rush down and deliver 2 resounding slaps to Yuan Chengwan's face. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed Generals Chun Su and Xun Yurong stepping forward, both with grave expressions. Chun Su spoke first, fixing his gaze upon Yuan Chengwan, asking, "Lord Yuan, since you possess such confidence in your capabilities, allow me to pose a few questions." Confronted by these seasoned generals, Yuan Chengwan revealed no hint of fear, responding calmly, "Esteemed generals, please, inquire as you wish." Chun Su promptly inquired, "The Jurchen have a populace that is universally militarized, with civilians ready to become soldiers at a moment's notice. Their cavalry excels in open field combat. Although our forces in Liaodong comprise over 100,000 troops, the majority are infantry, with a scant few elite cavalry. Furthermore, the range of the Jurchen's bows exceeds that of the weapons wielded by our Ming soldiers. Once a decisive battle ensues, how shall we, the Ming, triumph over the cavalry of the Jurchen?" Yuan Chengwan, almost without hesitation, responded, "Our Ming possesses formidable firearms, which can be employed to counter the Jurchen cavalry. Are we not equipped with matchlocks, luminal guns, and 3-barreled guns? If each soldier is armed with such weaponry, it should suffice to quell the unrest in Liaodong." Upon hearing Yuan Chengwan's assertion, Chun Su's expression darkened immediately. With a disdainful snort, he retorted, "Master Yuan, your audacity is truly remarkable. Allow me to pose another question. The latest matchlocks developed by our Ming have an effective range of merely 100 paces. The Jurchen cavalry is clad in dual armor. While there may be a slight chance of penetrating their armor within that range, it is utterly implausible to breach it entirely. Should a battle truly commence, it is likely that our Ming soldiers' firearms will not inflict a single wound upon the Jurchen cavalry before their arrows have rendered our ranks to mere sieves. Do you intend to transport the large cannons from the city walls? Are you aware that these cannons weigh thousands of pounds and consume a prodigious amount of ammunition? In inclement weather, they become nearly unusable. What then shall we do? Do you possess the foresight of the renowned strategist Liu Bowen to predict suitable weather conditions for a decisive engagement with the Jurchen? Moreover, do you comprehend the immense cost associated with the ammunition for firearms? Can the court truly afford such an expense? In the face of Chun Su's barrage of inquiries, a seasoned general seasoned by countless battles, Yuan Chonghuan felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, provided that His Majesty lends unwavering support and allocates sufficient resources. I am entirely confident that I can pacify the Jurchen threat in Liaodong within 5 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Su and Xin Yorong, both battle-hardened veterans, burst into laughter. Yuan Chonghuan, perplexed by their mirth, inquired, "Pray tell, what causes your laughter?" Struggling to contain his amusement, Xin Yorong pointed at Yuan Chonghuan and exclaimed, "I had thought you possessed considerable ability, only to discover you are but a boastful figure. You speak of pacifying Liaodong in 5 years. Yet the mere logistics of marshalling over 100,000 troops will require the court and the emperor to furnish you with ample resources to squander. You would need mountains of gold to satisfy your ambitions. I wonder if our Ming treasury possesses even a fraction of that wealth for your exploits." At this juncture, Guo Yunho also stepped forward, his tone severe as he questioned, "Master Yuan, your audacity knows no bounds, and your claims are exceedingly grandiose. At this rate, I might as well resign from my position as Minister of Revenue to allow you to take charge of the treasury as well. Though the treasury still possesses some reserves, it cannot withstand your reckless extravagance. Moreover, His Majesty has just mentioned the rampant coastal pirates who repeatedly invade the coastal populace. The rebellion in the southwest led by the traitorous Shachong Ming also necessitates the dispatch of troops to quell the insurrection. With the court's limited annual resources, should you squander them all alone, how shall the other regions survive? Even if the Ministry of Revenue possessed mountains of gold, it would not endure your profligacy, Sir Yuan." With that, Guo Yunho turned and solemnly bowed to Zhu Youjiao, stating, "Your Majesty, Yuan Chonghuan harbors insidious intentions, and his crimes warrant capital punishment. I beseech your Majesty to address his grave disrespect." Following suit, the seasoned generals Shun Yorong and Chun Su echoed his sentiments, urging the emperor to penalize Yuan Chonghuan. Soon, not only the Grand Secretary Sun Qingzong, but also Yuan Kelly and Shui Guoguan joined in, collectively demanding justice against Yuan Chonghuan. This sudden turn of events left Yuan Chonghuan utterly stunned. He had prepared himself for a promotion, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself facing accusations. As he attempted to plead his case, Zhu Youjiao abruptly waved his hand and declared coldly, "Yuan Chonghuan, your hubris and lack of genuine talent are unfathomable. Daring to speak recklessly before me, you are hereby stripped of your official position and shall never be employed again. Where are the Jinyui? Remove this audacious scoundrel." No sooner had he spoken than the Jinyui, fierce as wolves, surged in and, without hesitation, seized Yuan Chonghuan, dragging him away. He struggled and shouted. But one swift Jinyui covered his mouth, swiftly escorting him out. At this moment, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were also taken aback. They had intended to defend Yuan Chonghuan, but his boasts were too extravagant. They were not foolish enough to jeopardize themselves by advocating for him after such grandiose claims about subduing Liaoning in 5 years. Next, Wen Tian presented a memorial, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, I wish to impeach Yuan Huazhong, Wei Dazhong, Zhou Zhiwei, Gu Dazhong, and others for their corruption, accepting bribes, and engaging in malfeasance. I possess ample evidence." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao was instantly filled with fury. Nearby, Fang Zhenghua hastily approached and took the memorial to present it to Zhu Youjiao. The emperor glanced at it briefly before forcefully throwing it to the ground, preparing to unleash his wrath. Just then, Wei Zhongxian stepped forward, bowing deeply, and said, "Your Majesty, I too wish to impeach." He then produced his own memorial. Fang Zhenghua again stepped forward to take it and present it to Zhu Youjiao. As the emperor unfolded it, he found an alarming list detailing various acts of corruption and bribery, meticulously recorded. Enraged, Zhu Youjiao trembled with fury and shouted, "Where is Tian Urging? Where are the Jinyui? Bring me those implicated." Tian Urging, stationed outside the hall, promptly entered, leading a contingent of Jinyui and hurriedly bowed, asking, "Your Majesty, whom shall we apprehend?" Zhu Youjiao directly handed the memorial to Fang Zhenghua, commanding, "Arrest everyone on this list, take them one by one." Tian Urging hurriedly jogged to collect the list and began reading the names aloud. Before long, numerous officials from the Donglin party were apprehended by the Jinyui on the spot. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, This is an injustice. It is a frame-up by Wei Zhongxian and Wen Tiren, a false accusation. However, Tian Urging remained deaf to their pleas and continued to lead the arrests. Wei Zhongxian and Wen Tiren approached Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou with smiles. Wei Zhongxian unabashedly inquired, "Gentlemen Yang and Zhuo, do enlighten us on whom we have wronged?" The misdeeds of these corrupt officials are supported by irrefutable evidence, with clear recollections of time and place. Where, pray tell, lies the injustice you speak of? Wen Tiren chimed in with a smile. What Lord Wei states is indeed correct. All the officials I have impeached are guilty beyond doubt. I invite you to specify which among them has been wronged. At this moment, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou quickly turned to the apprehended officials, urging, "Speak of your grievances to His Majesty." Just as one official was about to speak, Wei Zhongxian stepped forward with a grin. "Zhang Wentu, esteemed official, you are indeed a paragon of virtue. On the 8th of last month, you accepted 2,000 taels of silver from merchants, and last year, in your hometown of Shandong, you unlawfully seized 2,000 acres of land from the commoners, resulting in the deaths of 2 individuals, for which you even wrote to the local magistrate to suppress the matter." Zhang Wentu's face turned ashen, and he ceased his struggles. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were similarly stunned, glancing at the other officials, who all wore grim expressions. Some even knelt, weeping and pleading, "Your Majesty, spare us. We shall never defy again." Observing the disgraceful spectacle of these officials, Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened, as if he could exude water from his face. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Tian Urging, take the Jinyui and immediately drag these individuals away." Obeying the command, Tian Urging swiftly led the Jinyui, mercilessly hauling the officials away. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao slowly turned his gaze, piercingly directed at Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. His countenance ashen with anger, he coldly declared, "Yang Lian, Zhuo Guangdou, your reckless impeachment and slander against the court's ministers is utterly detestable. You shall each receive 30 strokes as a warning to others." No sooner had the words left his mouth than several fierce Jinyui surged forward to drag the 2 away. At that moment, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou dared not utter a word, fully aware that today's battle had ended in their absolute defeat. Jiangning had remained entirely absent, and Wei Zhongxian had only spoken at critical junctures, with the 9th prince remaining unscathed. The submission of a list had utterly dismantled the Donglin party. In that instant, both men regretted their decisions deeply, wishing they had never aligned with the foolish Yuan Chonghuan in their impeachment efforts. Now, with Yuan Chonghuan dismissed from office, they faced not only the punishment, but also a significant loss of manpower for the Donglin party, leaving its influence severely weakened. As the officials of the Donglin party were largely dealt with, even the prominent figures Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were subjected to corporal punishment. The few remaining members of the Donglin party, upon witnessing this, displayed expressions of fear and hastily proclaimed, "We, your humble servants, have erred in our judgment and beseech your Majesty for forgiveness." This was a clear sign of their total capitulation. In their hearts, they had merely aligned themselves with the Donglin party to leverage their numbers for personal gain, hoping to siphon off a few hundred taels of silver each month. It was hardly worth risking their lives for such paltry gains. Seeing that the court had finally settled into tranquility, Zhu Youjiao convened with the officials to deliberate on state affairs. After a thorough discussion between sovereign and ministers, matters proceeded smoothly, leaving everyone in high spirits, and they prepared to announce the adjournment of court. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian stepped forward, bowing deeply with utmost respect, and inquired, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with these corrupt officials?" Today, Wei had been preoccupied with this matter, eager not to let such an opportunity slip away. Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, could not suppress a smile, as he had nearly forgotten this issue. In the past, debates in the court had often devolved into chaos, leaving him no choice but to adjourn without resolution. However, to his surprise, the Donglin officials had been swiftly subdued by their fellow ministers. Initially, Zhu Youjiao had considered leniency for the errant officials, but reflecting on the countless times these Donglin officials had impeded governance and instigated discord, his indignation grew. He turned to Wei Zhongxian and declared, "Let one representative from the Ministry of Justice, one from the Supervisory Court, and one each from the Jinyui and the Eastern Depot be appointed to oversee this matter under your command. Once the evidence of their crimes is irrefutably established, they shall all be brought to the Shiji Paifang for execution." Zhu Youjiao then added thoughtfully, This must be conducted swiftly. The new year approaches, and we do not wish to alarm the populace." Upon hearing these words, Wei Zhongxian was filled with elation, eagerly nodding in agreement, affirming the command. Subsequently, Fang Zhenghua announced the adjournment of court, and the officials turned to return to their respective offices. Wei Zhongxian wasted no time, immediately summoning 2 officials from the supervisory court and the Ministry of Justice, swiftly executing the necessary procedures and arranging for the matter to be settled the same day. Those already convicted were taken to the Shiji Paifang, and for those whose crimes were particularly egregious, their entire households faced execution, leaving no survivor, not even the household pets. Zhang Wenhe of the Jinyue received word of this development and accompanied Wei Zhongxian, providing live coverage of the proceedings. The onlooking populace, upon learning that these officials were executed for corruption and bribery, erupted in applause and approval. Wei Zhongxian, though brimming with pride internally, maintained a solemn facade, addressing the crowd with grandiose rhetoric, extolling the emperor's wisdom and the punishment of treachery, before contentedly returning to his residence. Chapter 192. The treasure ship blueprint. At this moment, Jiangning was within the military governor's office, unaware of the events unfolding in the court. He summoned He Kegong, who was still in the capital. Upon his arrival, Jiangning began conversing with him, stating, "Old He, you have been in Tianjin for over 6 months now. During this time, you have trained 32,000 troops and assisted Governor Shun in training another 30,000 naval forces. Most of these recruits were gathered from the Tsang Gang. However, given that the Tsang Gang is an underworld faction, it is inadvisable to allow their presence to linger in the area. Therefore, I intend for you to take all these troops to Shandong and hand them over to General Yang Guozhu. Yang Guozhu has already trained 50,000 troops in Shandong, originally intended for Mao Wanglong, and will be dispatching them to Pai Island after the new year. You will select 30,000 soldiers from these 50,000 to bring back to Tianjin. As for the naval personnel, they shall set out after the new year, dispersing to garrison in Zhejiang, Fujian, and Guangdong." Upon hearing this, He Kegong nodded lightly, expressing no dissent towards Jiangning's orders. He understood the intentions behind Jiangning's arrangements. Although the Tsang Gang was currently cooperating with the court, it remained an underworld faction, and the court would naturally seek to curtail its growing power. The 32,000 troops, along with the 30,000 naval forces, primarily recruited from the Tsang Gang, would inevitably cause disturbances if stationed for an extended period in the area, which would be detrimental to the court's stability. Now, with the 30,000 naval forces being dispatched southward and stationed in various locations, while the 32,000 troops are directly sent to Shandong to later be led by Mao Wanglong to garrison Pai Island, and subsequently exchanging for another 30,000 soldiers from Yang Guozhu, this arrangement proved to be quite advantageous. Suddenly, He Kegong realized that if all 30,000 naval forces were to head south, the naval presence in Tianjin would become virtually non-existent. He quickly inquired, "My lord, with all 30,000 naval forces moving south, does that mean the Tianjin naval forces will be disbanded?" Jiangning smiled slightly and replied, "The Tianjin naval forces will certainly be retained. They will not be disbanded. As for manpower, you are going to Shandong to exchange troops with General Yang Guozhu, correct? You can conveniently recruit naval personnel along the coastal areas of Shandong, and I will arrange for Admiral Yu Zigao of the Danglai naval forces to provide assistance. At that time, I will issue an official document from the 5 armies governor's office to facilitate your operations." Hearing Jiangning's reassurances, He Kegong felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he had been learning naval combat strategies from Shen Yurong for over half a year and had yet to put them into practice. Jiangning continued, "Old He, now that Shen Yurong has been transferred to the 5 armies governor's office, the 30,000 troops and 30,000 naval personnel in Tianjin will be entrusted entirely to you. Shortly, I will petition His Majesty to promote you to right governor, to command these 30,000 troops and 30,000 naval forces. The responsibility you bear is indeed significant." Though He Kegong had suspected this promotion, hearing Jiangning convey the news directly filled him with excitement. It is worth noting that he had previously held the position of a deputy general in Liaodong, with only 2,000 to 3,000 troops under his command. Since being summoned back to the capital and assigned to Tianjin, he had first taken charge of 30,000 troops. Subsequently, the naval forces were established in Tianjin, with Shen Yurong appointed as the commander. He and He Kegong spent much of their time shadowing Shun, absorbing invaluable lessons in naval warfare. Now that Shun had been reassigned to the capital and the court had yet to appoint a new naval commander, He Kegong was filled with anticipation, overcome with excitement. He patted his chest vigorously and exclaimed, "Rest assured, my lord, he, shall not betray your immense trust. For the past 6 months, I have diligently studied naval strategies under Commander Shun, and after the new year, I shall lead our naval officers in rigorous training and venture out to sea for practical experience." Upon hearing He Kegong's words, Jiangning nodded in satisfaction. He Kegong was a man of loyalty and bravery, possessing a steadfast spirit, and was among those Jiangning intended to cultivate for significant responsibilities. The strategic importance of Tianjin necessitated the appointment of a trusted individual for its defense. Otherwise, considering He Kegong's capabilities, his position in the capital would undoubtedly rival that of Man Gui, Zhou Youjiao, and Chao Wenjiao. Presently, with He Kegong bestowed the title of Right Deputy Commander, overseeing 30,000 troops and an equal number of naval forces, he stood on equal footing with Man Gui, Zhou Youjiao, and Chao Wenjiao, ensuring he would not lose face in future encounters. At this moment, He Kegong's expression shifted to one of shyness as he spoke. "My lord, there is one matter I wish to request your assistance with." Observing He Kegong's demeanor, Jiangning smiled gently and replied, "Old He, you have never presented yourself in such a manner before me. Speak freely. I shall assist you to the best of my ability." He Kegong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he continued, "My lord, during my time studying under Commander Shun, I heard him mention that during the reign of our founder, Zheng he commanded the mighty treasure ships of the Ming dynasty on voyages across the seas, which were exceedingly grand. If we could equip the Tianjin naval forces with ships of such magnitude, complemented by powerful cannons, their might would be formidable." I previously broached this subject with Commander Shun, but he informed me that during the Hongji era, the schematics of the treasure ships were completely destroyed by the then Minister of War, Lu Daxiao, and thus, no one knows how to construct them today. The warships produced at the Tianjin shipyard fall far short of the treasure ships of yore. Therefore, I dare to ask my lord for assistance in locating the original schematics so that we may reconstruct the treasure ships. With such vessels, the naval forces of our Ming dynasty would render the eastern and western nations as defenseless as mere children. Listening to He Kegong's proposal, Jiangning suddenly recalled the historical records of Zheng He's treasure ships, which could be likened to the aircraft carriers of the Ming era. Although the court documented that the blueprints were burned during the Hongji period by Lu Daxia, Jiangning held reservations regarding the veracity of this account. The true circumstances remained to be investigated. He too hoped to uncover the blueprints and restore the glory of the invincible Ming fleet. Thus he nodded in agreement. He Kegong's face flushed with excitement. Jiangning then offered a few more brief instructions to He Kegong before rising to depart. He Kegong accompanied Jiangning out of the Grand Military Commander's office, where they fortuitously encountered Zhang Weixian, Deng Wenming, Xin Su, and Xin Yurong returning from court. Upon their initial encounter, Zhang Weixian promptly recounted to Jiangning the events that transpired during today's court assembly. After listening, Jiangning was internally startled. It was indeed astonishing that Governor Yuan had boldly proclaimed the slogan of 5 years to pacify Liaodong in the imperial court. However, Jiangning felt little concern. For according to historical accounts, this very Governor Yuan had uttered the same slogan during his first audience with Zhu Youjiao, only to be met with a severe reprimand from the emperor. This time, however, Governor Yuan faced immediate dismissal and was stripped of his position, never to serve again. Yet, Jiangning felt a semblance of relief for Governor Yuan. Despite losing his official rank, he had preserved his life and could live as an ordinary citizen, which was not without its merits. Listening to Zhang Weixian's narrative, Jiangning learned of the Eastern Lin party's significant defeat, as they were also impeached by Wei Zhongxian and Wen Tiren, resulting in considerable repercussions for many. A slight smile graced Jiangning's lips, as he felt no surprise at this outcome. After all, Wei Zhongxian had always been quite diligent regarding such matters. Curiosity piqued, Jiangning inquired, "Might I ask how Wei Gonggong handled the situation?" Zhang Weixian burst into laughter, replying, Jiang Darren, you are unaware that after leaving the palace, Wei Gonggong casually summoned a couple of officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Inspectorate. After a brief inquiry into the situation, he had the Eastern Lin Party officials brought to the West Ji Pailu for immediate execution. For those guilty of grievous offenses, Wei Gonggong showed no mercy, ordering the execution of their entire households. It is said that even the cats and dogs of their residences were dragged out to face the sword. I have heard that Zhang Wenhe of the Jiangning accompanied throughout the proceedings, meticulously documenting the relevant details. Jiangning could not help but nod, internally acknowledging that Old Wei was indeed reliable in his undertakings. As for Zhang Wenhe's meticulous chronicling, Jiangning was already acquainted with it, knowing that those Eastern Lin Party officials who were executed today would undoubtedly be remembered with infamy for eternity. At that moment, He Kegong hastily approached with respect, bowing towards Shen Yurong, and said, "Disciple pays respects to the esteemed master." Shen Yurong laughed heartily, patting He Kegong on the shoulder. "You must strive diligently upon your return to Tianjin, lest you bring shame upon me. I have imparted to you the art of naval warfare. Should you disgrace me, I shall not hesitate to come to Tianjin with a whip to discipline you." The assembly erupted in laughter, and He Kegong's face flushed with embarrassment. Jiangning joined in the laughter, but was suddenly reminded of the matter concerning the treasure ship blueprints. He turned to Zhang Weixian and inquired, "Lord, I have a question to pose." Zhang Weixian smiled and replied, "Please, Jiang Darren, speak freely. I shall share all that I know." Jiangning continued, "Might you be aware of the incident during the Hongzhi era, when Minister Lu Daxiao purportedly burned the blueprints of Zhang He's treasure ships? I wish to ascertain the truth of this matter and whether these blueprints might still exist." Upon hearing Jiangning's query, Shen Yurong understood and glanced at He Kegong, evidently surmising that his disciple had sought Jiangning's assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Weixian stated, "Jiang Darren, according to the oral traditions passed down through my ancestors, it is indeed true that Lu Daxiao burned the blueprints of Zhang He's treasure ships. He resorted to this drastic measure to prevent the court from embarking on further maritime expeditions, ultimately leaving Emperor Shizong with no choice but to acquiesce. However, I still recall another narrative suggesting that Lu Daxiao, that old scoundrel, did not truly destroy the blueprints of the treasure ships, but merely proclaimed their destruction to the public. The actual blueprints were interred with him after he returned to his homeland in retirement." Upon hearing this, Jiangning's expression grew somewhat animated as he inquired, "Your Grace, is this information credible?" Zhang Weixian's visage reflected a hint of embarrassment as he replied, "Master Jiang, more than a century has elapsed since the Hongzhi era. The true circumstances remain a mystery to us all. I have merely gleaned these details from the ancestral records of the British Duke's lineage." The eyes of those present turned to Jiangning, who fell into contemplation for a moment before speaking with solemnity. "In the days of our forefather Chengzu's reign, Zhang He led the magnificent treasure ships of the Ming dynasty on voyages to the west, a fleet of unparalleled might. Yet, that rascal Lu Daxiao dared to incinerate the blueprints. Such an act is indeed heinous beyond measure. I shall petition the emperor to exhume Lu Daxiao's remains and administer punishment upon his corpse to relieve my pent-up resentment." Upon hearing Jiangning's declaration, the assembly could not stifle their coughs. Zhang Weixian coughed so vehemently that his face turned crimson, and he awkwardly interjected, "Master Jiang, let us not be hasty. The veracity of this matter remains uncertain. Might such actions be rather inappropriate?" Jiangning, with a grave countenance, responded, "Your Grace, do not misconstrue my intentions. My resolve is not solely driven by the potential recovery of the blueprints, but rather by the egregious crimes committed by Lu Daxiao, for which he deserves such retribution." Observing Jiangning's earnest yet absurd pronouncements, the onlookers felt a wave of embarrassment and could only nod in awkward agreement. Master Jiang speaks wisely, indeed. Lu Daxiao is guilty of grave offenses and deserves punishment. Should we fortuitously recover the treasure ship blueprints, it would be a splendid outcome. Jiangning nodded in acknowledgement, stroking his chin as he mused. "However, it would be rather inconvenient for me to personally intervene in this matter. We must find a suitable individual to undertake this task." As he surveyed the assembly, the attendees instinctively took several steps back, wary of Jiangning's gaze. At that moment, a figure clad in a purple robe, accompanied by a retinue of Dongchang officials, approached Jiangning. Instantly, Jiangning's face lit up with delight, his smile stretching to his ears as he warmly greeted, "Master Wei, your arrival is most timely. I happen to have an excellent opportunity reserved just for you." Chapter 193. The departure of Lord Wu. Jiangning and his companions stood at the entrance of the Wujuan Dudu mansion, catching sight of Wei Zhongxian approaching from a distance. Upon seeing the old Wei, Jiangning's smile blossomed instantaneously, nearly reaching his ears. In contrast, the expressions of Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Deng Wenming were tinged with discomfort. Observing their demeanor, Wei Zhongxian hurriedly trotted over to Jiangning, grinning as he queried, Master Jiang, what delightful news prompts you to think of me? Pray, share it, so that I may partake in the joy. In response to Wei's excitement, Jiangning eagerly relayed the urgent need for Zheng He's treasure ship blueprints and the daunting challenges currently faced by the naval forces. Upon hearing the words of Jiangning, Old Wei furrowed his brows, expressing his difficulties as he said, Master Jiang, it is not that we are unwilling to assist. You must understand that many years ago, that old scoundrel Lu Daxiao burned the blueprints of the treasure ship. Moreover, we lack any expertise in shipbuilding. Our intentions are sincere. Yet we are utterly powerless to aid you in this matter. Jiangning promptly smiled and clarified, Lord Wei, I do not request you to assist in drafting the blueprints of the treasure ship. I have recently received credible news that the old scoundrel Lu Daxia did not truly burn the blueprints, but rather secretly took them home for his own burial. Upon hearing this, Old Wei's face turned red with fury, and he exclaimed, the audacity of that old fool is astounding. How dare he take the imperial property for himself in death? Such a disgraceful act he could commit. We, on the other hand, do not even covet a single copper coin from the court. After venting his anger, Old Wei cast a puzzled glance at Jiangning. Jiangning, with a glint in his eye, chuckled, You are absolutely right, Lord Wei. Lu Daxia's act of appropriating state property for his own burial is indeed a clear abuse of power for personal gain. This matter must be addressed, otherwise, if everyone emulates him, the court will surely be hollowed out. Upon hearing this, Old Wei nodded earnestly and replied, Rest assured, Master Jiang. I am fully aware of what must be done. Upon my return to the palace to pay my respects, I shall request the Emperor's decree to excavate Lu Daxia's grave, open the coffin, and punish his remains, thereby upholding the law of the court. Listening to Old Wei's words, Zhang Weixian and the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Jiangning hastily interjected, Lord Wei, while you are at it, do see if you can find the blueprints for the treasure ship. If they are there, be sure to bring them back as well. Old Wei nodded vigorously, thumping his chest in assurance. Do not worry, Master Jiang. I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably. Observing Old Wei's earnest demeanor, Jiangning felt confident in trusting this task to him. He then smiled and inquired, Pray tell, Lord Wei, what are your plans next? Old Wei responded with a grin. I have just received orders to execute a significant number of corrupt officials from the Donglin faction. I intend to gather my men and head to the Ministry of Revenue to collaborate with Lord Gua in seizing the ill-gotten wealth of these officials. Jiangning nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, In that case, you must hasten your departure, Lord Wei. Old Wei affirmed with a nod, cheerfully bidding farewell to the gathered company before leading the Dongchang guards hurriedly toward the Ministry of Revenue. As Jiangning watched Old Wei's retreating figure, he could not help but reflect, even at his age, Lord Wei's vigor rivals that of the youth. He is truly filled with energy, tirelessly devoted to his duties. The others present could not suppress their coughs upon hearing this. Zhang Weixian inwardly scoffed. Ah, you crafty Master Jiang, always managing to deceive honest men like Lord Wei. After exchanging greetings with everyone present, Jiangning led the entourage of Jinyui back to the residence. As soon as I stepped through the gates, before I could even catch my breath, I saw Li Ruoyan hastily arriving in the hall with Qian Jingqiu. Qian Jingqiu promptly bowed respectfully, a smile adorning his face as he said, My lord, the silver from the sale of shares has been meticulously arranged. The portion for the palace has already been delivered to Master Fong. Yours has also been brought here. Jiangning nodded with a smile and replied, Jingqiu, you have worked hard. Qian Jingqiu quickly responded with a grin, My lord, you flatter me. I have merely fulfilled my duties. However, there is one matter I must inform you of. We did not sell all the shares we had prepared. There are still some remaining. As it stands, the palace retains 30% of the shares, while you hold 20%. As for the 10% originally belonging to my humble self, half has been sold. I am uncertain how to proceed next, and seek your guidance. Upon hearing Qian Jingqiu's words, Jiangning smiled gently and said, Jingqiu, there is no need to rush. The unsold shares can remain under our names for the time being. We can sell them when the opportunity arises. Qian Jingqiu nodded in agreement, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He had been worried that Jiangning would reproach him for not selling all the shares, which would have made it difficult for him to explain. Jiangning understood that he had indeed gathered quite a few allies around himself and Zhu Youjiao. However, the invitations sent out for purchasing shares were limited to the cabinet, the 5 armies command, the 6 ministries, the supervisory court, and various capable officials. While those fence-sitters were not invited at all, Qian Jingxiu quickly instructed someone to bring a wooden box, which he gently placed on the table beside Jiangning. Upon opening the box, Jiangning found neatly stacked banknotes inside. He nodded in satisfaction and then smiled at Qian Jingxiu, saying, "Jingxiu, our Ming Merchants Association is currently unparalleled in its business in Tianjin. However, the association has expanded too rapidly. Many of the individuals we previously employed were recruited from the Chao gang. While we can utilize their services, they cannot be entirely trusted. Therefore, after the new year, ensure that all those from the Chao gang working at our docks in Tianjin are reassigned. We must not allow them to take root there for an extended period, as it would be detrimental to the future growth of our association." Qian Jingxiu, with a serious demeanor, nodded and said, "I understand your intent, my lord, and I will arrange this appropriately." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qian Jingxiu took his leave. Jiangning instructed Li Ruoyan to escort him out. Upon returning to the hall, Li Ruoyan beamed with delight and jested, "Congratulations, my lord, on receiving a substantial sum of silver." Jiangning, recognizing the jest in Li Ruoyan's tone, chuckled and replied, "Old Li, spare me your humor. Even if I were to amass a mountain of gold, a person still requires only 3 meals a day and a place to sleep. How much could I possibly spend?" Li Ruoyan nodded earnestly, affirming, "My lord speaks wisely." At this moment, Jiangning's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Old Li, you have been with the Jinyui for nearly a year now, and during this time, you have assisted me immensely. I have arranged for someone to purchase the house next door. Later, you can collect the deed from Ruan. After the new year, bring your family over to live with you. It will be beneficial for us to be neighbors." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Li Ruoyan was instantly moved, his eyes glistening with emotion. Not only had Jiangning granted him shares, but he had also bestowed a reward of 100,000 taels of silver. And now he had even taken care of the housing issue for him. Just as Li Ruoyan was about to express his gratitude, Jiangning quickly raised his hand to interrupt. "Old Li, there is no need for us to exchange pleasantries between brothers. There is much to accomplish in the future, and I will require your assistance." Li Ruoyan nodded fervently, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall remain by your side through thick and thin." Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan approached, inviting them to dine together, and Jiangning and Li Ruoyan followed her to the dining hall. Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan also took their seats at the table. Jiangning, glancing around with curiosity, inquired, "Ruoyan, where is my master? Surely he hasn't gone off gallivanting again." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan gently raised her hand to cover her mouth, chuckling softly, "My lord, the old immortal is not as unreliable as you suggest. The divine Su Guan, granted by the emperor, is nearing completion, and the old immortal has been supervising the construction daily. He even mentioned plans to move there once it is finished." Hearing this, Jiangning suddenly slapped his forehead in exasperation. "Oh dear, I completely forgot about that." He hastily turned to instruct, "Ruoyan, once my master's Su Guan is completed, take 50,000 taels of silver there as a donation, treating it as an offering." Lu Ruoyan smiled at his words and nodded gently. The following morning, as Jiangning rose, he was greeted by Lu Ruoyan, who reported, "My lord, Lord Zhongwu requests an audience." Jiangning was taken aback. Lord Zhongwu typically spent his days in the prison, administering punishment to prisoners and dedicating his spare time to studying penal law. What could have prompted his unexpected visit to Jiangning's residence? Nonetheless, Jiangning instructed Lu Ruoyan to invite Lord Zhongwu inside. He held great respect for this senior figure of the Jinyui and hurried to the hall. He observed that Lord Zhongwu was not clad in the customary flying fish robe, but wore a cotton gown, with a cloak draped over it. A young man stood behind Lord Zhongwu, resembling him somewhat, dressed as a scholar with a stern countenance. What piqued Jiangning's curiosity was that, despite the chilly weather, the young scholar held a fan, leaving Jiangning to wonder whether it was merely for show or if there was something extraordinary about him. Jiangning promptly instructed Lu Ruoyan to serve tea, and then invited Lord Zhongwu to sit down, while the scholarly young man remained quietly standing behind him. Jiangning smiled and inquired, "Lord Wu, what brings you to my residence today? Is there a matter of importance?" Lord Zhongwu cleared his throat twice and replied, "My lord, I have come today to submit my resignation." Upon hearing those words, Jiangning was genuinely taken aback and, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Fifth Master, having served in our esteemed Jiangning for so many years, why would you suddenly wish to resign?" Zhang Wuya offered a faint smile and replied, "Sir, I have devoted my life to the Jiangning, considering it my home. I have no children or heirs, and with my health declining, I have resolved to retire early to enjoy my remaining years in peace." Upon hearing this, Jiangning felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although Zhang Wuya held the position of a 100-house official, his experience and skills were on par with Li Ruoyan and Tian Erjing, particularly in matters of punishment, where he excelled beyond comparison. Jiangning quickly urged, "Fifth Master, if you are unwell, I can summon a renowned physician from the capital to attend to you, or even have my master personally provide treatment. There is no need for you to resign. Furthermore, where do you intend to go after your resignation?" Zhang Wuya sighed at Jiangning's words and said, "I appreciate your concern, sir. However, I have firmly decided to resign. As for my health, it is merely a collection of old ailments. After stepping down, I plan to find a place to quietly enjoy my twilight years." Seeing Zhang Wuya's determination, Jiangning felt it futile to press further and nodded in agreement, saying, "Since your mind is set, I shall not impose upon you. Nonetheless, you have devoted your life to the Jiangning, and we shall not neglect your well-being in retirement. I will instruct old Tian to allocate a sum of silver from the accounts to support you in your later years." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Zhang Wuya did not refuse and respectfully replied, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, sir. However, before I resign, I have one matter I wish to request your assistance with." Though Jiangning felt a twinge of curiosity, he replied, "Please, Fifth Master, do not hesitate to speak. As long as it is within my power, I shall not shirk my duty." At that moment, Zhang Wuya pointed to the young man standing beside him and said, "Sir, this is my disciple, Gao Wenkai. He has been by my side since childhood, learning martial arts. As for case investigation and the principles of punishment, he has mastered my teachings. A few years ago, I sent him out into the world to broaden his horizons, and he has now returned. I intend to recommend him to you, hoping he can serve you and provide assistance in the future." Upon hearing that the young scholar beside him was named Gao Wenkai, Jiangning's mind was suddenly jolted. He never imagined that this scholar would be Gao Wenkai. It is well known that during the late Ming dynasty, many loyal patriots within the Jiangning met their demise in service to their country, with Li Ruoyan being one such representative. Both in loyalty and capability, Li Ruoyan was exceptional. Gao Wenkai, it is said, is not inferior to Li Ruoyan, and some even claim him to be the foremost expert within the Jiangning of that era. To think that after all this time, he would turn out to be Zhang Wuya's disciple, it was truly a serendipitous discovery. Jiangning hastily replied, "Rest assured, Fifth Master. Since he is your apprentice, I shall certainly value him highly in the future. How about this? Let your disciple take over your position, and as he achieves merits in the days to come, I will ensure he receives due promotion." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Master Zhang quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Standing beside him, Gao Wenkai, with a fan in hand and a stern expression, also bowed to Jiangning and remarked, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, my lord. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to repay your nurturing grace." Though Jiangning was not particularly skilled in martial arts, he possessed a discerning eye, thanks to the presence of skilled individuals like Shen Shuzi and Li Ruoyan. He immediately recognized that Gao Wenkai was no ordinary person. An appreciation for talent began to blossom within him, and he silently resolved to cultivate and promote Gao Wenkai should he prove himself outstanding in the future. At that moment, Shen Shuzi burst in with great fervor. Snow still clung to his attire, and without a word, he strode directly to Jiangning, seized the teacup, and drank it down in one gulp. Then, he exclaimed, "What a dreadful weather! It's freezing enough to kill a deity." Afterward, he looked at Jiangning and inquired, "Disciple, is there any ginger tea left? Quickly pour me another cup." Jiangning, feeling somewhat awkward at Shen Shuzi's sudden intrusion, promptly handed him another cup of ginger tea. Shen Shuzi accepted it and drank again, finally revealing a satisfied expression as he nonchalantly sat in a chair. Only then did he notice Master Zhang and Gao Wenkai beside him, smiling as he said, "Young Zhang, what brings you here today?" Having resided in the town protector's office for over half a year, Shen Shuzi had naturally become acquainted with Master Zhang. Zhang smiled in response, "Old immortal, I have come today to resign from my post. I am getting on in years, and my health is failing. So I wish to relinquish this duty and enjoy my retirement." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi became animated, leaning in eagerly. "Young Zhang, you have no children or family. Now that you've resigned, have you thought about where you'll go?" Master Zhang smiled slightly and replied, "I haven't decided yet. However, my lord has shown great consideration and allocated some silver for my retirement, which should suffice." At that moment, Shen Shuzi hastily approached with a smile. "Young Zhang, the Shinshu temple outside the city is about to be completed. If you have nowhere else to go, why not move to the temple and live with me? We can train together and discuss the art of medicine in our free time." Surprised by Shen Shuzi's suggestion, Master Zhang paused for a moment before nodding and saying, "In that case, I must express my gratitude to the old immortal. I was indeed troubled about where to retire, so I shall impose upon you from now on." Hearing this, Shen Shuzi let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Young Zhang, you are still quite young, though your body may have some ailments. They are merely the lingering effects of your training in your youth. I'll prepare some remedies for you, and rest assured, you will be restored to health." Master Zhang quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, old immortal." Jiangning sat nearby, watching in disbelief as the inexpensive master brazenly solicited followers for the Taoist temple right before his eyes. Infuriated, he bit his teeth in frustration, wishing he could have this old fellow unceremoniously thrown out. At that moment, Shen Shuzi turned his gaze towards the young Gao Wenkai and inquired, "Old Zhang, who is this young man? Is he also from the Genie Way? How come I have not encountered him before?" Zhang Wuya chuckled and explained, "Old immortal, this is my disciple Gao Wenkai, who is taking on my responsibilities." He then hastily introduced Shen Shuzi to Gao Wenkai, maintaining a calm demeanor. Gao Wenkai simply performed a respectful bow. Shen Shuzi, undeterred, nodded and remarked, "Little Zhang, your disciple's skills are not at all inferior to yours. He is indeed a promising talent." He then sighed, adding, "Alas, such a fine talent has not been encountered by me. I have only met those who cannot even be propped up." Jiangning's temper flared at this, feeling as though the old man was insulting him directly. He wished to learn martial arts, yet he was simply not cut out for it, and it certainly was not his fault. Choking back his anger, he coughed in frustration. After some idle chatter, Jiangning instructed Li Ruoyan to escort Zhang Wuya and Gao Wenkai to the town magistrate's office to handle the transfer of duties. Once they departed, Jiangning shot a disapproving glare at Shen Shuzi and said, "Master, could you not exhibit a bit of perceptiveness? You are of considerable age. Did you not see that I was in the midst of a discussion? You barged in so boldly, even trying to recruit for your Shun Su temple right before me. Do you have no shame? You are a grand immortal appointed by His Majesty, and with your disciple, why would your temple lack followers?" Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Shen Shuzi snorted disdainfully and retorted, "I cannot place my hopes on you. If I were to rely on you for everything, my Shen Su temple would have long since lost its incense offerings, and I would surely starve on the streets." Jiangning, upon hearing this, became immediately agitated and hurriedly defended himself. "Master, your words are utterly unreasonable. Since I became your disciple, I have never skimped on your sustenance. It's simply that I have been a bit strict regarding finances, as I worry you might not be able to control your own desires. If you were to go out and bring back a younger disciple, it would be quite embarrassing when word gets out." Shen Shuzi was incensed by this remark, coughing violently. His face flushed with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Jiangning, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not that kind of person." Seeing his master so furious, Jiangning felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that one wrong word might cause the old man to ascend right on the spot, which would indeed spell trouble. He quickly put on a conciliatory smile and said, "Master, please calm down and do not be agitated. I have already instructed Ruoyan that once the Shinsu temple is officially established, I will donate a generous sum for incense offerings, as a testament to my filial piety towards you." Upon hearing that Jiangning intended to donate money to his temple, Shen Shuzi's spirits lifted, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "I knew you were a dutiful child. Quickly, tell me, how much do you plan to contribute?" Jiangning extended one hand, gesturing to indicate the amount. Shen Shuzi, taken aback, inquired, 500 taels? Jiangning shook his head and replied, "Master, please guess higher." Shen Shuzi, utterly astonished, asked tentatively, "Could it possibly be 5,000 taels?" Jiangning nearly choked on his own indignation, realizing how miserly he must appear in his master's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Master, please consider an even larger sum. Shen Shuzi gasped audibly, his voice trembling. Disciple, have you perhaps donated 15,000 taels? Jiangning felt his blood pressure surge dramatically. He suppressed his fury and declared, Disciple has contributed 50,000 taels to the incense funds of the Shinshu Temple. Upon hearing the sum of 50,000 taels, Shen Shuzi leapt from his chair and hurried out to the courtyard. Jiangning, puzzled, hurriedly asked, Master, what are you doing? Shen Shuzi, his voice now pitchy with excitement, exclaimed, I must see if a green sun has risen in the west today. How could you possibly part with 50,000 taels in one go? This must surely indicate something extraordinary. Jiangning was left speechless, exasperatedly shouting, Master, please return quickly. The wind and snow outside are so severe that not even a ghost could be seen. At this, Shen Shuzi hastily dashed back inside, unable to contain his praise. Disciple, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a considerate child, truly devoted to filial piety. My diligent guidance over this time has not been in vain. Just as Jiangning took a sip of ginger tea, he was caught off guard by Shen Shuzi's words, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Internally, he lamented, You old rascal, how can you say such things? I've only been your disciple for a year, and you're already reminiscing about my childhood. As for your guidance, you haven't taught me a single thing of substance this past year. Chapter 195. Understanding the people's sentiment. As the year-end approached, the entire capital, from common folk to court officials, became bustling with activity, immersed in the festive spirit of the upcoming new year. Yet, uniquely, Jiangning found himself with ample leisure, idling about without a care. With Tian urging stationed at the Jin Yi-Wei's pacification office, Jiangning seldom visited unless necessary. At the Wujuan Dudu mansion, the likes of Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Zhang Weixian, seasoned generals and nobles, maintained a steady hand on affairs, ensuring stability. As for the capital garrison, formidable generals Cao Wenjiao, Man Gui, and Zhao Shuai controlled the situation firmly, freeing Jiangning from concern. Recent military reports from the southwest indicated that events unfolded precisely as anticipated. Shi Chongming found himself in a dire predicament, utterly beleaguered, unable to secure victory in his prolonged siege of Chongqing. Meanwhile, Qin Liangyu's White Banner Army frequently launched surprise assaults, leaving Shi Chongming in utter disarray. Jiangning, however, relished his tranquility, choosing instead to spend his days at home, indulging in the rare leisure alongside the sisters Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan. One morning, just as Jiangning awoke, Lu Ruoyan entered with warm water and a towel, attentively assisting him with his morning routine. At that moment, a sudden and urgent knocking resounded from outside the door. Jiangning, puzzled, looked up to see a member of the Jinyui hastily entering to report, My lord, the esteemed Lord Wei from the Eastern Depot has come to pay a visit. Jiangning sighed in resignation, compelled to summon the old Wei inside, secretly irked that he had come to intrude so early in the morning, devoid of any sense of time. To his surprise, a young man followed closely behind Wei. Upon stepping outside, Jiangning was taken aback to find it was Zhu Youjiao, dressed in casual attire. He quickly bowed and greeted, Your Majesty, what brings you out of the palace today? With a smile, Zhu Youjiao responded, Brother Jiang, I noticed you haven't attended court in several days, so I came to see you. Were you planning to host me here in this courtyard? Upon hearing this, Jiangning promptly ushered Wei Zhongxian and Zhu Youjiao into the parlor, instructing Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan to serve hot tea. As the two sisters presented the tea, Zhu Youjiao took the opportunity to scrutinize them and couldn't help but nod in approval. Once the sisters had withdrawn, he teased, Brother Jiang, you truly are oblivious to the fortune you possess. Jiangning, taken aback, inquired, Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? I am at a loss. Zhu Youjiao chuckled. Brother Jiang, you constantly pester me about finding you a wife, yet you overlook these two exquisite ladies in your residence. Have your eyes grown to the top of your head? At this, Jiangning coughed repeatedly, somewhat displeased, and replied, Your Majesty, please spare yourself the trouble of finding me a wife. On my wedding day, your generous rewards will suffice. Zhu Youjiao promptly agreed, Certainly, certainly. Then, Jiangning hastily changed the subject and asked, Your Majesty, is there an important matter that brings you out of the palace today? Or is it merely a casual visit to my residence? Before Zhu Youjiao could respond, Wei Zhongxian, brimming with excitement, interjected, Lord Jiang, His Majesty has ventured out in disguise today to observe the people's conditions, and he has specifically invited you to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Jiangning understood. It seemed Zhu Youjiao was simply bored within the confines of the palace and sought some fresh air. He smiled and nodded, saying, "In that case, I shall change into suitable attire to join your majesty in this endeavor." As Zhu Youjiao sipped ginger tea, he waved his hand. "Hurry along. We are awaiting you." Jiangning, upon hearing this, rose to take his leave and returned to his chamber to change his attire. He donned a round-collared, cloud-patterned brocade robe, secured a golden leather belt around his waist, slipped into black boots, and draped a fox fur cloak over his shoulders before making his way to the hall. Upon seeing Jiangning's ensemble, Zhu Youjiao spat out his ginger tea in surprise, and even the usually composed Wei Zhongxian was taken aback. Jiangning, bewildered by their reactions, asked, "Your Majesty, what is the matter? Is the tea too hot?" Zhu Youjiao quickly wiped his mouth, chuckling helplessly. "Brother Jiang, I summoned you to accompany me in disguise to observe the people's conditions, yet look at your attire. It is more elaborate than my own. If we step outside like this, I would appear as your attendant." Hearing this, Jiangning lowered his head and surveyed himself, then glanced at Zhu Youjiao and Wei Zhongxian, noting their rather simple attire. However, he was too lazy to return and change clothes, so he confidently proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am, after all, a high-ranking official of the court. I have dedicated myself tirelessly to the service of the state. Surely I am entitled to some enjoyment?" Listening to Jiangning's flawed reasoning, Zhu Youjiao, momentarily at a loss, resignedly replied, "Very well, let it be as you say. Let us set forth." With that, the group prepared to leave. At that moment, Li Ruoyan, accompanied by Gao Wenkai, both dressed in casual attire and carrying wine and meat, arrived at Jiangning's residence. Upon seeing Jiangning, Zhu Youjiao, and Wei Zhongxian similarly attired, Li Ruoyan felt a twinge of confusion but quickly bowed in greeting. Noticing this, Zhu Youjiao smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. Today, I am incognito, so I shall not adhere strictly to the usual protocols. Are you here to discuss official matters with Jiang?" Li Ruoyan promptly replied, "Your Majesty, I merely wish to pay a visit to Master Jiang and have no official business at hand." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao said, "In that case, come along with us for a stroll." Thus, Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai joined Jiangning and the others, acting as their entourage. Subsequently, the group meandered leisurely through the capital. The Eastern Depot operatives disguised as guards, while the elite of the Jianyi, arranged by Li Ruoyan, concealed themselves in the shadows, ever vigilant of their surroundings. As they ambled about, Zhu Youjiao exhibited a keen interest in the common folk. He listened intently to the merchants' calls, occasionally approaching to curiously inquire about the prices of various goods. Whenever he encountered something intriguing, he would purchase it outright, with Wei always footing the bill. Observing this, Jiangning thought, one should seize opportunities when they arise, and thus occasionally took advantage of Wei's generosity. Meanwhile, Wei remained unfazed, wearing a constant smile on his face. As they continued their leisurely stroll, it was evident that Zhu Youjiao was not merely indulging in frivolity. He frequently inquired about the living conditions of the street vendors. "How are you faring? Can you support your family through your trade? Have you faced any harassment or extortion?" Jiangning listened attentively, relieved to hear that the responses were generally favorable. Nowadays, the Jianyi and the Eastern Depot were tasked with maintaining order in the Ming capital. Having thoroughly cleared out the ruffians, the government even implemented a tax exemption policy for ordinary street vendors. Those who dared to extort money had already been dealt with by the Jianyi and the Eastern Depot. As they walked, Zhu Youjiao suddenly spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Instantly intrigued, he hurried over and cheerfully asked the vendor, "Good sir, how much for your candied hawthorn?" The vendor, an elderly man in his 60s, donned a worn yet clean coarse cotton robe. Upon seeing a customer, he quickly smiled and replied, "Young master, my candied hawthorn is 2-1 for a skewer. Made from the finest hawthorn, I assure you, you will be satisfied." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's interest was instantly piqued. "Bring me 5 skewers." The old man, seeing he had a significant customer, beamed with delight and hurriedly began to select the best for him. Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian approached as well, joining in the selection process. Before long, each of them had a skewer of candied hawthorn. Zhu Youjiao, unable to contain his eagerness, took a bite, and an expression of sheer enjoyment blossomed on his face as he exclaimed, "Delicious." He then turned to Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, cheerfully beckoning, "Brother Jiang, Steward Wei, do indulge yourselves." Following his suggestion, Jiangning took a taste and indeed found it quite delightful. However, upon observing Wei Zhongxian, he noticed a peculiar expression after he took a bite. Curious, Zhu Youjiao asked, "Steward Wei, is something amiss?" Wei, feeling a bit shy, replied, "In response to your grace, my teeth are not in the best condition, and the hawthorn is rather tart." At this, Zhu Youjiao burst into hearty laughter, unabashedly snatching the candied hawthorn from Wei Zhongxian's hand, declaring, "If you cannot eat it, then I shall take it. We must not waste it." Alarmed, old Wei hurriedly protested, "That cannot be, for it has already been sampled by me." Undeterred, Zhu Youjiao insisted, pulling off 2 unbitten pieces from the skewer he had taken from Wei, saying, "I shall consume the untouched ones." He then enthusiastically stuffed them into his mouth, finishing them in no time, licking his lips in sheer satisfaction. Observing this, old Wei quickly stepped forward, producing a small ingot of silver and handing it to the old man, saying, "My good fellow, let us strike a deal. Take this silver, and I shall have the rest of the candied hawthorn." The old man, taken aback, stammered, "Esteemed sir, this is quite excessive." The old hawthorn skewers were worth merely a handful of coins. Yet, old Wei paid no heed, grabbing the skewers from the old man's hands, hoisting them onto his shoulder, and cheerfully remarked, "Take this as a gift. Consider it a reward for your kindness. It is the festive season, so go procure some provisions and enjoy a splendid new year." The old man, overwhelmed, bowed repeatedly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thus, Zhu Youjiao and Jiangning led the way, each savoring their candied hawthorn as they strolled along. Old Wei trailed behind, laden with a hefty skewer of candied hawthorn, while Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai flanked them closely for protection. Not long after, as they walked, Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao looked ahead to see a young boy of about 11 or 12 years, clad in a brocade robe and draped in a sable cloak, accompanied by a middle-aged man burdened with various items. Zhu Youjiao, his face alight with joy, remarked, "What a surprise to encounter fifth brother outside the palace. Brother Jiang, let us go see what fifth brother is up to." Jiangning also recognized the boy as Prince Zhu Youjian, the current left minister of the imperial clan court, and the middle-aged man beside him was undoubtedly Wang Qingyan, the eldest disciple of old Wei. Thus, the two made their way towards Zhu Youjian. Chapter 196. Soaring grain prices. Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao approached slowly, drawn closer by curiosity. They beheld Zhu Youjian haggling with a street vendor over several books. Beside him, Wang Qingyan, burdened with a pile of items, wore an exceedingly awkward expression, yet dared not utter a word. Zhu Youjian spoke earnestly, "My dear sir, your books are rather old. Aside from my willingness to purchase them, I fear no one else would be interested. Please, reduce the price, and I shall select a few more." The small vendor shook his head helplessly, replying, "Young master, I am but a humble trader, and I truly cannot lower the price any further. How about this? If you choose 5 books, I will generously include an additional one for you. What do you think?" Zhu Youjian insisted, "I will take them if you can add 2 more." The vendor's face displayed clear hesitation. Just then, Zhu Youjiao, smiling, interjected, "Fifth brother, what brings you here?" Zhu Youjian turned, his expression brightening with joy. He almost exclaimed, "Your Majesty," but quickly corrected himself, saying, "Elder brother, what a surprise to see you." Zhu Youjiao replied with a smile, "I had some free time today and decided to take a stroll. I did not expect to encounter you here." Zhu Youjian appeared quite excited and began rummaging through the pile of items in Wang Qingyan's arms, exclaiming, "Elder brother, I have just bought a gift for you." Observing his younger brother's enthusiasm, Zhu Youjiao nodded with a smile. Moments later, Zhu Youjian presented a book to him, saying, "Elder brother, this is specially chosen for you." Upon receiving it, Zhu Youjiao's face flushed slightly, and he quickly tucked the book into his embrace, clearing his throat as he said, "Fifth brother, the gift is indeed wonderful. But you are still quite young. It will be a few years before you can appreciate it. Allow me to keep it safe for you." Standing nearby, Jiangning immediately grasped the situation, wearing a knowing expression. Noticing this, Zhu Youjiao's face grew increasingly awkward. Yet, Zhu Youjian remained unfazed, saying, "As long as you like it." Elder brother. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, ever astute, promptly stepped forward to collect the few books Zhu Youjian had selected earlier. He handed a silver coin to the vendor, saying, "Sir, please wrap these books for my young master." The vendor, seeing this, nodded enthusiastically and quickly packaged the books, handing them over. Wei Zhongxian eagerly presented them to Zhu Youjian, saying, "Fifth young master, your books." Zhu Youjiao accepted them without hesitation, replying, "Thank you, Steward Wei." He then tossed them directly to Wang Qingyan. Wei Zhongxian turned to his foremost disciple, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. He thought to himself, "Oh Wang, how could you lack such awareness? When out and about, how can you allow your master to spend money, even if you are short on funds? You should be able to spare a few coins. Why do you only grow taller without growing wiser? It seems I must take some time to properly educate this disciple, lest he falter and be cast down." Thus, the group continued their cheerful wanderings. Before Zhu Youjiao could speak, Wei Zhongxian hurriedly pulled a skewer of candied hawthorn from the string he carried over his shoulder and offered it to Wang Qingyan with a discreet gesture. Wang Qingyan understood immediately and graciously accepted the candied fruit, beaming as he presented it to Zhu Youjiao, saying, "Master, do try this." Zhu Youjiao, still possessing the innocence of youth, took it and exclaimed, "It is truly delicious." Subsequently, he turned to Zhu Youjiao, presenting the candied hawthorn, and said, "Elder brother, do take a taste." Zhu Youjiao, smiling, reached out to ruffle Zhu Youjian's hair and replied, "Fifth brother, indulge yourself. I have just partaken." He added, "If you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to request more from Steward Wei." Zhu Youjiao, feeling no hesitation, nodded and began to savor the treat. After a brief while, they encountered a gathering of people ahead, seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute. Zhu Youjiao's brow furrowed slightly, prompting Jiangning to exchange a knowing glance with Li Ruoyan. Li Ruoyan promptly understood and hurried off to ascertain the situation. Soon, he returned in haste, reporting, "Esteemed young master, it is as I have learned. Several rice shops ahead have raised their prices to double within mere days, inciting unrest among the populace." At this revelation, Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened instantly, while Jiangning's demeanor grew grave. As those in power, they understood the critical significance of grain to the common folk. The alarming surge in prices within such a short span was truly astonishing. The group advanced, finding a crowd amassed before Suji rice shop, where citizens were vocally expressing their outrage. "You unscrupulous merchants! Just days ago, rice was 7 coins per stone, and now you dare to demand 1 tael and 5 coins. When has the capital ever witnessed such absurdity?" The shopkeeper, a portly man in his 40s, impatiently shouted at the crowd, "This is the price at Suji rice shop. Buy if you wish. If not, no one compels you. Those wanting rice should line up swiftly. Those unwilling should leave at once." Although many were filled with indignation, a portion of the populace begrudgingly began to queue, for with the year's end approaching, every household awaited rice for their pots, leaving them with little choice. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Zhu Youjiao was about to speak when Wei Zhongxian approached an elderly man accompanied by a young boy, carrying candied hawthorn. Cheerfully, he inquired, "Old brother, what is the situation here?" He then offered a skewer of candied hawthorn to the little boy, who appeared timid and hesitated to accept. Wei Zhongxian continued with a warm smile, "Child, this is a gift from your grandfather. Do enjoy it." The elderly man, witnessing the exchange, quickly explained with a smile, "This young brother is unaware. The rice shops in the capital have been wildly inflating their prices these past few days. What once cost 6 or 7 coins per stone has now surged to 1 tael and 5 coins, with some even reaching 1 tael and 8 coins. We had hoped to treat our families during the upcoming new year, but with these prices, it seems we shall only be able to subsist on porridge this year." He then attempted to return the candied hawthorn. Seeing this, Wei Zhongxian firmly placed the treat into the child's hands, leaving no room for refusal, and proceeded to ask, "Old brother, what is the background of this Suji rice shop?" The elder sighed in resignation and replied, "It is said that Suji rice shop is an enterprise of the Su family from Songjiang Prefecture, having operated in the capital for many years. They never raised prices so recklessly before. It is truly perplexing what has transpired this time." With that, he let out another deep sigh. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian nodded and hurried to Zhu Youjiao's side, recounting the information he had just gathered in detail. Zhu Youjiao's face turned ashen with rage as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "The Su family of Songjiang, how audacious they are! Right beneath the feet of the emperor in the capital of the Ming dynasty, they dare to recklessly inflate prices." Jiangning, upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's words, could not help but feel a pang of astonishment. He understood well that in the capital, those who operated grain shops invariably had powerful backing. Little did he expect that this Su family grain shop was owned by the descendants of Su Jie, causing his expression to darken. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian began to mutter under his breath, "The descendants of this Su elder are utterly outrageous, driven mad by their greed for silver. They have inflated the rice price to 1 tael and 5 cash per stone. How can ordinary people possibly bear such a burden?" Zhu Youjiao snorted coldly, his tone frostier than ice as he declared, "I believe the Su family is not mad, but rather paving their own path to destruction. Su Jia was no virtuous individual, and it is shocking to discover that his descendants are equally avaricious." Meanwhile, Zhu Yujian, who was savoring a candied hawthorn skewer, looked perplexed and said, "Elder brother, Su Jia seems to have a decent reputation. It cannot be as dire as you portray. After all, he managed to overthrow the Yin family, which earned him a commendable standing in court." Zhu Youjiao gazed at his naive younger brother and sighed. "Fifth brother, you are unaware of the full story. The Yin family wielded immense power, yet they were merely pawns used by His Majesty to balance the court's officials. Ultimately, it was the Yin family's insatiable greed that incited public outrage, prompting His Majesty to reluctantly order the execution of Yin Shifan. However, when compared to Su Jia, the Yin family was far less detestable. For over a decade, despite their corruption, the Yin family managed to maintain the essential functions of the court. Out of 10 taels they embezzled, 2 were paid to His Majesty, 4 went to the treasury, and the remaining 4 were divided among their followers. Although their corruption led to some depletion of the treasury, official salaries were never compromised, and the treasury still retained sufficient funds for emergencies caused by natural disasters or local uprisings, allowing the court to function normally. In stark contrast, the old rascal Su Jia, after toppling the Yin family, indulged in corruption surpassing theirs. He transformed rice fields into cotton and aggressively consolidated land. Even Yin Shifan would have had to address him as elder brother in his presence. Su Jia and his faction embezzled 10 taels, remitting only 3 to the treasury while pocketing 6 for themselves, leaving a mere 1 tael for the common folk. Moreover, they never offered any silver to His Majesty. Consequently, when the court required funds, the treasury was severely depleted, and His Majesty had no extra silver to supplement it. The 2 taels initially acquired from the Yin family were eventually absorbed into the treasury. Yet, this old rogue Su Jia and his cohorts left only 1 tael for the people, all the while boasting about their loyalty to the emperor, their patriotism, and their compassion for the suffering of the populace, truly shameless in the extreme. Jiangning had managed to discern the intricacies of the situation. For over a decade, Yin Song and his son Yin Shifan acted as the enforcers for Emperor Jiajing, bearing the brunt of public scorn. The silver they embezzled and extorted was divided among their allies, with a portion indeed bolstering the state treasury and another enriching the emperor himself. Thus, they managed to maintain the facade of court operations. However, little did anyone anticipate that under Su Jia, the situation would deteriorate even further. This old man was as voracious in his greed, if not more so, than the Yin duo. He not only amassed vast wealth for his own benefit, but also displayed a blatant disregard for Emperor Jiajing. His lack of reverence for the treasury led to a depletion of funds, resulting in delayed salaries for officials and jeopardizing the normal functioning of the court. Emperor Jiajing, too, found himself deprived of additional funds to support the treasury due to the actions of Su Jia and his ilk. They left the common people with just enough sustenance to survive, while paradoxically maintaining a commendable reputation in the eyes of the public, which was infuriating. Upon hearing his elder brother's account, Zhu Youjian's face flushed with anger, and he could not help but exclaim, "That scoundrel Su Jia is utterly despicable. These scholars are truly worthless. Brother, what should we do now? Should we not mobilize troops to seize the grain stores? And I shall personally travel to Songjiang Prefecture to eradicate Su Jia's entire clan, and then exhume that old wretch's grave to scatter his ashes." Hearing Zhu Youjian's extreme sentiments, Zhu Youjiao quickly stepped forward, covering his mouth, and said, "Fifth brother, do not act impulsively. Leave this matter to me." He then turned to Jiangning with a smile, saying, "Brother Jiang, the weight of the Ming dynasty's 2 capitals and 13 provinces rests upon your shoulders. Now, what do you propose we do? I shall lend you my full support." Jiangning was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting, "How did this situation become my responsibility?" Chapter 197. Law enforcement on the streets. Jiangning's expression turned to one of disbelief. He gazed at Zhu Youjiao, feeling an urge to confront him, questioning, "My dear brother Zhu, does the Ming dynasty belong to the Zhu family or the Jiang family?" Am I to bear the burdens of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces alone? Is it mere air that you, as emperor, carry upon your shoulders each day? Despite his exasperation, Jiangning understood that Zhu Youjiao was both his superior and a good brother, and thus he held his tongue. Observing the eager faces around him, he gritted his teeth and declared, "These issues arise from indulgence. Old Li, gather our people and make a trip to Shuntian Prefecture to invite Lord Huang Daozhong," bringing along his subordinates. Li Ruoyan, upon hearing this, promptly accepted the order and left in haste. Zhu Youjiao, sensing something amiss, could not help but inquire, "Brother Jiang, do you intend to confront this problem head-on, without employing any strategy?" Jiangning sighed in resignation, replying, "Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, what need is there for strategy? A direct confrontation is the only recourse. Beneath the majestic reign of the great Ming dynasty, it is utterly audacious for anyone to dare inflate the grain prices. A blatant affront to your Majesty. I must ensure they comprehend who truly governs this vast empire." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao nodded with satisfaction, inwardly reflecting on the reliability of his brother Jiang. Zhu Yujian, standing nearby, was equally captivated, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, contemplating the opportunity to showcase his own capabilities. After all, as a scion of the Zhu family, he believed that he was not merely a figure of leisure. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian was trembling with excitement, never anticipating that this covert visit would yield such an advantageous outcome. He was calculating how to seize the moment to enhance his reputation further by the year's end. Intending to have Zhang Wenhe of the Tianqi Times extol the virtues of the emperor's incognito visit and his concern for the populace, while subtly highlighting his own contributions to alleviating public grievances. As the group awaited developments, Zhu Youjiao suddenly spoke, "Minister Jiang, I have devised a strategy for you. Yet I see you are intent on a direct confrontation." Upon hearing this, Jiangning's interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, "Might I know your Majesty's brilliant plan?" A proud smile adorned Zhu Youjiao's face as he elaborated, "My strategy is to emulate Fan Zhongyan's disaster relief in Hangzhou. This is undoubtedly a grand scheme. Alas, you have not afforded me the opportunity to implement it." Jiangning, momentarily speechless, then asserted earnestly, "Your Majesty, cunning schemes do not foster great achievements. It is easy to indulge in displays of power and bravado. True strength lies in the ability to endure, to show forbearance, and to practice tolerance. We must demonstrate to the citizens of the capital that the court is earnest in resolving their issues." His words left the others around him in stunned silence. After a brief pause, Zhu Youjiao's expression shifted to one of remorse as he acknowledged, "Brother Jiang, your counsel is wise, and I understand now." Zhu Youjian's gaze towards Jiangning was filled with admiration, while Wei silently commended Jiangning in his heart. Before long, Li Ruoyan arrived at a gallop, leading a formidable contingent of the Jinyue. Concurrently, Huang Daozhou, the magistrate of Shuntian Prefecture, hurried in with a group of constables. Upon his arrival, Huang Daozhou quickly approached Zhu Youjiao, intending to pay his respects, but Zhu Youjiao raised his hand and said, "Today, I am incognito to observe the people's sentiments. There is no need for formalities. I have summoned you to address the rampant inflation in the grain trade. From now on, you shall heed Minister Zhang's directives." Huang Daozhou respectfully bowed and then turned his attention to Jiangning, saying, "I implore you, Minister Jiang, to guide us." With a stern demeanor, Jiangning replied, "Execute according to the laws of the Ming dynasty." He recalled that the laws explicitly state that the prices of grains and their vendors are to be uniformly set by the court, with no individual permitted to artificially inflate prices. In the days of the Wanli Emperor, there were merchants who attempted to artificially inflate grain prices, only to be punished by having their hands chopped off in public, with their shops immediately sealed and the grain distributed to the populace. Is this not a vivid lesson from history? We could simply emulate that approach. Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Huang Daozhou nodded thoughtfully, issuing orders without hesitation. A cadre of officers from the Shuntian Prefecture surged into the crowd like tigers descending from the mountains. Jiangning turned to Li Ruoyan, advising, "Old Li, you should also assist, but be mindful not to frighten the common folk. It is crucial that they understand this is the court acting on their behalf." Li Ruoyan nodded in agreement and promptly led a contingent of the Jinyue, following in an orderly manner. Zhu Youjiao, listening to Jiangning's plan, looked on with incredulity, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, Did you not just counsel me against displaying arrogance and engaging in reckless bravado? You spoke of understanding tolerance and learning patience. How is it that in the blink of an eye, you intend to execute such extreme measures in public and seal shops to distribute grain to the people? Jiangning, hearing the emperor's incredulity, raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, explaining, Your Majesty, I did indeed say that. However, I did not have the opportunity to convey the latter part of my thought, which is, when someone seeks their own demise, we must facilitate their wishes. If they wish to hang themselves, we shall provide the rope. If they desire to take their own life, we shall hand them the knife. It can be seen as an act of benevolence. Upon hearing Jiangning's unique rationale, Zhu Youjiao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a fit of coughs. He pointed at Jiangning and then gave a thumbs up, chuckling, Brother Jiang, I am not easily impressed by others, but I am by you. Seeing the emperor's approval, Jiangning quickly adopted a humble demeanor, replying, Your Majesty, I am truly unworthy of such praise. If we are to speak of admiration, it is Huang Daozhou whom I hold in the highest regard. Observe how decisively he acts. His manner is refreshingly straightforward, devoid of the indecision often displayed by civil officials. Truly not resembling a scholar at all. At this, Zhu Youjian's face lit up with pride as he chimed in. What you say is entirely true. Master Huang is incomparable to those pedantic scholars who merely quibble over words. He possesses genuine talent and knowledge, capable of securing the nation through both literary and martial prowess. Not only would he not hesitate to execute such measures, but I believe he would wield a knife without a moment's doubt, should the occasion arise. Zhu Youjiao, hearing his brother's remarks, was momentarily speechless, inwardly scolding. When did my usually naive brother become so extreme? Who has influenced him so? I hope he does not stray down a misguided path. Huang Daozhou, undeniably a favored disciple of Yuan Kelly, stood tall and issued commands. The officers from Shuntian Prefecture charged into the crowd like ferocious tigers. With a stern demeanor, he swiftly ordered his subordinates to rush into the grain shop. And in the blink of an eye, they apprehended the shopkeeper and his staff. Initially, the surrounding populace, witnessing this commotion, felt a sense of panic as they beheld the ferocious officials, confused by the unfolding events. At that moment, Li Ruoyan promptly stepped forward, revealing his identity and confidently reassuring the crowd. Dear citizens, do not be alarmed. Lord Huang Daozhou, the magistrate of Shuntian Prefecture, has come to uphold justice and rectify the actions of these unscrupulous merchants. I am Li Ruoyan, the deputy commander of the Jiangning, tasked with supervising this operation. So there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, the populace erupted in applause, calling Huang Daozhou a righteous lord. And Li Ruoyan received his fair share of praise as well. Before long, several proprietors and employees of grain shops on this street were apprehended, tightly bound. Huang Daozhou, a man of decisive action, exuded an authoritative demeanor as he proclaimed, The laws of the Ming dynasty clearly stipulate that prices for grain shops and markets are to be uniformly set by the court, and no establishment is permitted to arbitrarily inflate prices. Today, in accordance with the law, I decree that your hands shall be severed in public, your shops confiscated, and the grain distributed to the people. Without allowing the shopkeepers a chance to defend themselves, he waved his hand decisively, and the constables, understanding his intent, swiftly drew their blades, forcefully subduing the shopkeepers to the ground. As the blades fell, blood flowed freely. Some fainted from the pain, while the others cried out in agony. A scene both harrowing and poignant. Witnessing this, Li Ruoyan gestured, and the Jiangning, in coordination with the constables of Shuntian Prefecture, surged into the grain shops like a tidal wave, removing all the grain and commencing distribution in the streets. The citizens cheered jubilantly, their applause thunderous. At that moment, Zhang Wenchong, a captain of the Jiangning, emerged from the crowd. He first conducted an on-site interview with Li Ruoyan and Huang Daozhou, then, with a beaming smile, approached the citizens to inquire about their views on the matter. Skillfully shifting his narrative, he employed a literary style reminiscent of the spring and autumn annals, emphasizing the significance of the event. Jiangning, observing this, couldn't help but smile and remarked, It seems the headline for the Tianqi Times at year-end is already secured. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, saying, Brother Jiang, remember to bring me a copy once it is published. It will surely be far more engaging than those dry memorials. Jiangning nodded in acknowledgement. Nearby, Zhu Youjian expressed his enthusiasm and turned to Wang Qingyan, stating, My good companion Wang, once the Tianqi Times is released. Ensure that you procure a copy for me every issue. Wang Qingyan quickly agreed. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian's expression darkened as he glanced at his somewhat reckless apprentice. Feeling a mix of disappointment and exasperation, wishing he could deliver a reprimanding slap, he hurried to Zhang Wenhui's side and whispered a few words. Subsequently, he approached Zhu Youjiao with a beaming smile, assuring him, "Your Highness, rest assured. I have already instructed that every issue of the Tianqi Times will be delivered to the royal residence promptly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded with satisfaction. Wang Qingyan stood there in shock, having thought he had performed admirably, only to realize he had lagged behind yet again, relying on his master Wei for on-the-spot instruction. Leaving him flushed with embarrassment, Huang Daozhou, exhibiting remarkable capability, swiftly gained control of the scene and methodically began distributing grain to the citizens. Once arrangements were duly made, he approached Zhu Youjiao to report back. Upon seeing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian interjected, "Lord Huang, there are more than just a few grain shops in the capital inflating their prices. I specifically inquired earlier and found that quite a number of grain shops are also unscrupulously hiking their prices. You must quickly gather more personnel to conduct a thorough investigation and apprehend the shopkeepers and managers of those shops that are exploiting the situation and similarly punish them publicly. Otherwise, it may lead to perceptions of injustice in the enforcement of the law by the court." Upon hearing this, Huang Daozhou instinctively glanced at Zhu Youjiao, who slightly nodded in approval. Huang Daozhou promptly accepted the order and hurriedly led his subordinates to inspect the situation at other grain shops. Observing this, Jiangning quickly relayed a few instructions to Li Ruoyan, who understood immediately and arranged for the Jin Yiwei to assist Huang Daozhou. In the meantime, Prince Zhu Youjiao, witnessing the flurry of activity, hurriedly approached, his expression tinged with urgency, and inquired, "Lord Jiang, how may I be of assistance? If there is anything I can do, please do not hesitate to command." Old Wei stood beside him, his face alight with excitement, eager to contribute. Jiangning observed their enthusiasm with a mix of helplessness and bemusement, pondering, what is the matter? How can a dignified prince, the brother of the current emperor, be so keen on the public punishment of criminals? No wonder this prince, once ascending the throne, would indiscriminately execute ministers on a whim, regardless of friend or foe. Glancing at Old Wei, Jiangning felt a headache coming on. It seemed he was always eager to rush into the fray, truly embodying the saying that while the emperor may not be in a hurry, the eunuch is. Looking at Zhu Youjiao, who wore a smile while savoring candied hawthorn, Jiangning gently cleared his throat and remarked, "Your Highness, let Lord Huang handle these matters. We must trust in his ability to manage them well." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjian's expression momentarily shifted to one of melancholy, softly acknowledging with an "oh." Meanwhile, Old Wei's face fell, making it appear as though he had lost 2 taels of silver. Noticing their disheartened demeanor, Jiangning chose not to dwell on it further, beckoning Zhu Youjiao and the others to continue their leisurely stroll through the city. As they meandered along, they happily watched street performances, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Before they realized it, afternoon had slipped away, and they decided to return. It became apparent that the string of candied hawthorn that Old Wei had originally carried had been completely consumed by brothers Zhu Youjiao and Zhu Youjiao. Jiangning, witnessing this, felt exasperated and muttered to himself, "Oh, Zhu brother, the weight of the Ming dynasty's 13 provinces rests solely on my shoulders. Yet you are content to indulge in candied hawthorn, with Old Wei bearing the burden for you. What sort of affair is this?" Due to the proximity of this location to Zhu Youjian's new royal residence, Zhu Youjiao decided to escort his brother back to the palace first, bidding farewell to Jiangning afterward. Observing this scene, Jiangning could not help but be filled with emotion. The history of imperial families has always been brutally cold, with chronicles rife with tales of fratricide and familial discord, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Even the illustrious sovereigns such as Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, Tang Zong, and Song Zhu were not immune to the corrosive effects of power struggles on familial bonds. Yet, amidst such cruelty, glimmers of humanity can still be found. This is gently reflected in the relationship between the brothers Zhu Youjiao and Zhu Youjiao. Perhaps due to their childhood experiences, Zhu Youjiao places a high value on familial ties. Zhu Youjiao, for his part, showers his brother, who has been his companion and confidant since childhood, with utmost care and trust. He generously bestows lavish gifts upon Zhu Youjiao, And even during his own wedding, when the royal treasury was not abundant and his resources were limited, he never neglected his brother's needs. This bond is truly exceptional among the Ming royal family. Reflecting on the past, one might note that Emperor Wanli did not treat his younger brother, the Prince of Lu, with the same level of affection as Zhu Youjiao shows to Zhu Youjiao. It is said that after the Prince of Lu was granted his title, Emperor Wanli contemplated sending him to his fief several times, but was repeatedly thwarted by Empress Dowager Li, who kept him close until he reached adulthood. In contrast, Zhu Youjiao seems eager for Zhu Youjian to reside in the palace with him, even personally overseeing the construction of Zhu Youjian's residence. Previously, some officials had advised against Zhu Youjian wandering around the capital and mingling frequently with officials, yet Zhu Youjiao paid little heed to these admonitions. It is no wonder that, during his final moments, Zhu Youjiao called Zhu Youjian to his side and remarked with concern, "Brother, you have grown thin. You must take care of your health." Ultimately, he left behind the widely quoted historical saying, "My brother should be as wise as Yao and Shan." Regrettably, Zhu Youjian possessed a fatal flaw in his character. His temperament was capricious, obstinate, and prone to selective hearing, leading to inappropriate actions in the face of complex situations, ultimately causing the downfall of the Ming dynasty and resulting in his own tragic end. The group engaged in lively conversation, and before they knew it, they arrived near the Prince of Xian's residence. Zhu Youjiao, smiling, told Zhu Youjian, "Fifth brother, after a long day of wandering, you should return to rest early. Come to the palace in a few days to dine with your elder brother." Upon saying this, he seemed to recall something and turned to smile at Jiangning. Noticing this, Jiangning scanned the surroundings with a puzzled expression and inquired curiously, "Your Majesty, what are you looking for?" Zhu Youjiao replied with a smile, "Brother Jiang, you should join us as well. Let us enjoy the festivities together." Jiangning nodded in agreement, and Zhu Youjian did the same, leading Wang Qingyan and several guards toward the palace. As he watched his brother's receding figure, Zhu Youjiao's eyes were filled with brotherly affection. At that moment, Gao Wenkai, who had been silently following them, suddenly stepped forward. He swiftly bent down to pick up 2 stones from the ground, exerting force as he hurled them forth. The stones shot out like meteors, accurately striking 2 pedestrians laden with goods, not far from Zhu Youjiao. The suddenness of the scene startled everyone present. In an instant, Gao Wenkai dashed over to the 2 individuals. One among them, quick to react, drew a short knife from his bosom and charged aggressively towards Zhu Youjiao. However, Gao Wenkai was swifter, intercepting the assailant in the blink of an eye. He extended his finger, swiftly tapping the man on both shoulders, and followed with a powerful kick to the knee. With a thud, the man knelt on the ground. Without hesitation, Gao Wenkai seized the man's chin and with a forceful twist, dislocated it with a resounding crack. He then swiftly turned to pursue the other individual attempting to flee. Li Ruolin and Wei Zhongxian, witnessing the unfolding drama, promptly called out, summoning the hidden Jin Yiwei and Dongchang officers, who quickly surrounded the scene, shielding everyone in the center. Observing the commotion, Zhu Youjiao urgently beckoned Wei Zhongxian to bring Zhu Youjian to his side for protection. Jiangning, equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, was filled with confusion. What was happening? In the capital of the Ming dynasty, beneath the emperor's very feet. How could someone dare to attempt an assassination? Moreover, it was evident that the target was Zhu Youjian. Leaving Jiangning perplexed, had His Highness the Prince of Faith recently made an enemy? While Jiangning pondered these questions, Gao Wenkai had already subdued the other assailant in a flash. The 2 assailants lay on the ground, motionless, groaning in pain. Gao Wenkai approached Zhu Youjiao, cupping his hands in salute, and reported, "Your Majesty, these 2 assassins have been apprehended by your humble servant." Zhu Youjiao, his expression grave, nodded and instructed, "Interrogate them thoroughly to ascertain their origins." Gao Wenkai complied and turned away, with Li Ruolin and several skilled Jin Yiwei following suit. Zhu Youjiao and Jiangning simultaneously directed their gaze towards Zhu Youjian, who appeared greatly alarmed and, with confusion etched across his face, inquired, "Brother, what on earth is happening?" Zhu Youjiao comforted him, gently patting his head. "Fear not, dear brother, for I am here." He then turned to Jiangning, asking, "What are your thoughts on this matter, Brother Jiang?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiangning raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty and replied, "Your Majesty, it is evident that these 2 assassins aimed for His Highness the Prince of Faith, seemingly lying in wait at the gates of the palace for quite some time. I am curious, has His Highness recently incurred any enmity? Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao looked back at Zhu Youjiao and asked, Brother, think carefully. Have you provoked anyone or made an enemy recently? Zhu Youjiao shook his head, an innocent expression on his face as he replied, Brother, I have been studying in the palace lately, attending to matters of the royal family at the Zhongren office. I occasionally stroll through the streets, but I have never engaged in any wrongdoing or seized the belongings of the common folk. Upon hearing Zhu Youjian's response, Zhu Youjiao could not help but furrow his brow slightly. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian beside him hurriedly interjected, Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best for you to return to the palace. Allow this old servant to handle these matters. However, Zhu Youjiao shook his head resolutely and declared, I shall enter the Prince of Xian's residence with my brother and interrogate these two assassins on the spot. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to attempt the assassination of a prince in the very heart of the Ming capital under the emperor's nose. Should I uncover the identity of the perpetrator, I shall ensure the obliteration of their entire lineage. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao, accompanied by Zhu Youjiao and Jiangning, made their way into the Prince of Xian's residence, where the two would-be assassins were also brought in. Upon arriving at the Qingyan Hall, the atmosphere was tense, and Zhu Youjiao's expression was grave. Jiangning, too, wore a furrowed brow, lost in contemplation. It was then that Zhu Youjiao, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, felt his face flush with rage and could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Damn it! Which scoundrel dares to act so brazenly before the gates of my residence? Should I discover their identity, I shall see them meet a swift and brutal end, ensuring their entire clan is executed. At that moment, Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai rushed into the Qingyan Hall, promptly bowing to the assembly. Li Ruoyan exchanged a glance with Gao Wenkai, who understood the unspoken cue and began to report, Your Majesty, I have conducted a thorough interrogation. These two individuals are assassins from the underworld organization known as Moonshadow, who have deliberately concealed themselves at the palace gates with the intent to assassinate His Highness, the Prince of Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao abruptly smashed the teacup in his hand onto the floor in a fit of rage, bellowing, This is an affront to the heavens. In broad daylight, a mere underworld organization dares to strike against a prince? This is a blatant provocation against me. The assembled guests trembled at the manifestation of the emperor's wrath. At this juncture, Jiangning slowly rose, his expression grave, and remarked, Your Majesty, I possess some knowledge regarding this Moonshadow assassin organization. As far as I am aware, they traditionally do not accept contracts to assassinate members of the royal family or court officials. Thus, there may be deeper implications behind this incident. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Jiangning then turned to Gao Wenkai and instructed, Gao Baihu, please disclose all that you have gathered from the interrogation. Gao Wenkai acknowledged and proceeded. From the interrogation, we have learned that the two assassins are named Han Yiming and Han Ilyang. Their master is Han Wushuang, who ranks third on the Moonshadow assassin list. A month ago, Han Wushuang received a staggering bounty of 200,000 taels for the assassination of His Highness, the Prince of Xian. Initially, this task was presented to the members of the Moonshadow organization, but no one dared to accept it, as they have a long-standing principle of not provoking the royal family or court officials, a fundamental tenet for their survival in the underworld. Yet, in the end, Han Wushuang took on the task himself. Thereafter, he dispatched the two brothers, Han Yiming and Han Ilyang, to the capital, where they have been lying in wait before the prince's residence for 10 days. On this day, as Prince Xian ventured out, the bustling city posed a challenge for any covert actions. After careful deliberation, they ultimately resolved to execute the assassination attempt right at the gates of the royal residence. Chapter 199, the first on the assassins list. Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded and inquired, Captain Gao, you mentioned earlier your extensive experience from your youthful escapades in the martial world. What is your perspective on this matter? Gao Wenkai pondered for a moment before responding. Your Excellency, I had the opportunity to be associated with the Moonshadow organization during my early years, and I have encountered Han Wushuang on several occasions. However, this situation is undeniably peculiar. The Moonshadow assassins, being part of the underworld, usually accept any job as long as the price is right. The fact that someone in Jiangnan has offered a staggering bounty of 200,000 taels for Prince Xian suggests a deeper intrigue, likely involving numerous parties. I dare not make any rash assumptions regarding the specifics. Listening to Gao Wencai's words, Jiangning's brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao spoke coolly. Someone in Jiangning has employed assassins to target my fifth brother. It is clear this must be connected to the Eastern Forest faction. Jiangning contemplated this for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, the Eastern Forest faction had recently faced severe crackdowns, and it appeared they were now resorting to desperate measures. Zhu Youjiao was momentarily taken aback, and the others present were left in stunned silence. With a soft sigh, Zhu Youjiao slowly articulated, "Recently, the Eastern Forest faction has suffered significant losses, and their influence in the court has waned considerably. Now, with the treasury full and resources abundant, we need no longer bow to the whims of the gentry in Jiangnan regarding provisions. I have remained within the confines of the palace for years. Even if they wished to commit assassination, they would find no opportunity. Thus, they have turned their attention to those closest to me. This is clearly a desperate act, a demonstration against the court, and a challenge to my authority." Jiangning nodded in agreement, stating, "Your Majesty speaks the truth." Looking around, I can hardly conceive of anyone other than those from Jiangning capable of such reckless acts. Zhu Youjiao then instructed Wei Zhongxian, Wei Dabin, "Please dispatch 500 soldiers from the 4th Guard of Tianqi to bolster the protection of Prince Xian's residence. In the future, we must increase personnel whenever my fifth brother ventures out, ensuring absolute safety." Wei Zhongxian promptly acknowledged the command with respect. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiangning and remarked, "Brother Jiang, it seems the people of Jiangnan are indeed cornered. The policies enacted by the court have undeniably infringed upon the interests of the Eastern Forest gentry, yet I did not anticipate their reaction would be so vehement." Jiangning maintained a calm demeanor and replied slowly, "Your Majesty, with the treasury ample and military supplies robust, even if the taxes and provisions from Jiangnan were entirely severed, the court would continue to function normally. While the new policies have certainly touched upon the interests of the Eastern Forest gentry, they lack the audacity to openly confront the court. They are merely resorting to underhanded tactics at this stage. However, now is not the time to sever ties with them completely. Currently, the situation in several northern provinces remains precarious, with the Liaodong bandits lurking menacingly beyond the borders, and the turmoil among the southwestern chieftains presenting a grave concern. Only upon the resolution of these matters can the court mobilize its forces. At that time, a grand army will be dispatched southward to Jiangnan, and any who dare defy orders shall be dealt with accordingly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and remarked, "What Brother Jiang says is indeed true and aligns perfectly with my intentions." He then turned to the still somewhat bewildered Zhu Youjiao and, with a hint of apology, stated, "This time, it is rather unfair to my fifth brother." Zhu Youjiao promptly replied, "Your Majesty, I do not feel wronged. As long as I am made aware of my enemies, that is sufficient. Master Huang once taught me that a gentleman's revenge is never late, even if it takes 10 years. When the court gathers its forces to march southward to Jiangnan, I respectfully request permission to accompany you. At that time, I shall ensure that the kin of those who hired assassins against me are annihilated to quench my deep-seated hatred." Hearing Zhu Youjian's words, Zhu Youjiao smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, my fifth brother, when the time comes, I shall grant you permission to go south to exact your revenge." He then turned his gaze toward Jiangning and added, "Brother Jiang, during this period, the Jianui must enhance their vigilance to guard against those desperate individuals in Jiangnan who may resort to violence against others." Jiangning immediately nodded in agreement. Nearby, Wei Zhongxian also hurriedly nodded and respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, rest assured, upon my return, I will arrange for the Dongchang to collaborate with the Jianui to conduct a thorough and discreet investigation. Any suspicious individuals entering the capital shall be meticulously interrogated." Jiangning then turned to Gao Wenkai and inquired, "How did you discern the identities of those two assassins?" Gao Wenkai quickly responded, replying to Your Excellency. "Those two appeared to be casually loitering before the Wang residence, yet they maintained a stance ready to strike at any moment, their movements betraying their rigorous training. I have dabbled in such matters before, which allowed me to identify them as assassins at first glance." Jiangning nodded, silently admiring, "Truly impressive. No wonder he is a distinguished apprentice of Master Zhang." At that moment, Gao Wenkai spoke up, "If I may, esteemed sir, I had a sudden suspicion, though I am uncertain whether I should voice it." Jiangning nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Gao Wenkai said, "Sir, 2 years ago, I had the fortune of meeting Han Wushuang. At that time, He was gravely ill and had long ceased to take on assassination tasks. From my inquiries, I learned that the two brothers, Han Yiming and Han Ilyang, received a mere 1,000 taels in reward, 500 taels each, despite the Jiangning offer being 200,000 taels. Therefore, I boldly speculate that these brothers were deceived. According to my questioning, they executed the task merely by following instructions in a letter and had never met Han Wushuang in person. Thus, I suspect that Han Wushuang may no longer be among the living. However, the allure of the reward was too enticing, leading someone to exploit Han Wushuang's name to dupe these brothers. Ultimately, even if they succeeded in the assassination, the court's wrath would lead to an investigation that would only uncover a dead man's name, rendering the matter an unresolved mystery. Upon hearing Gao Wensai's words, Jiangning couldn't help but be slightly taken aback and remarked, "Has the assassin industry become so intensely competitive? The deceased can still accept assignments?" Gao Wenkai replied, "My lord, those in the underworld tend to act contrary to common sense. As long as the remuneration is sufficiently generous, there is no task they will shy away from. Moreover, the Moon Shadow Assassin organization is no longer as strictly regulated as it once was." Jiangning nodded, his expression turning grave as he declared, "In that case, I shall promptly issue a sea capture order to comprehensively apprehend the members of the Moon Shadow organization. Such a rogue faction must not be allowed to grow unchecked, especially for daring to openly challenge the authority of the court. This trend cannot be permitted to flourish. The roots must be severed." At this point, Jiangning suddenly recalled Gao Wenkai mentioning that he had once spent some time within the Moon Shadow organization. He then inquired, "Gao Baihu, during your time in the Moon Shadow organization, what specific duties did you undertake? Were you, perchance, also an assassin?" Gao Wensai's expression turned slightly awkward as he clasped his fists and responded, "Reporting to you, my lord. I indeed served as an assassin for a year within the Moon Shadow organization a few years ago." He hastily added, "I was ranked first on the assassin leaderboard, known in the martial world as the White Paper Fan." Upon hearing this, Jiangning was genuinely stunned. He had not anticipated that Gao Wenkai possessed such formidable prowess, being the top-ranked assassin. However, upon reflection, considering the few moves he had just executed, it was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps only his master, Shen Shuzi, could rival him. While Li Ruoyan clearly paled in comparison. Noticing Jiangning's expression, Gao Wenkai felt a twinge of concern and quickly assured him, "My lord, during my year as an assassin, I only targeted unscrupulous merchants and malevolent gentry, never harming any innocent lives. I hope my lord can discern this." Jiangning smiled slightly and replied, "Gao Baihu, you are a disciple of Fifth Master, thus you are one of us. I naturally place my trust in you. Please relay the detailed information about the Moon Shadow organization to Old Li, and together you shall carry out a thorough eradication of the organization." Hearing this, both Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai clasped their fists in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao, sitting nearby, suddenly became agitated, his face a picture of disbelief as he turned to Zhu Youjiao and exclaimed, "Brother, after all this commotion, my life is worth merely 1,000 taels. And that's to be split between two people. Am I, your own brother, and a prince of the realm, truly so undervalued?" Zhu Youjiao cleared his throat twice, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone as he replied, "Fifth brother, please do not take this matter too much to heart." Jiangning, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, while simultaneously lamenting the plight of the two assassins. It was astonishing that a bounty of 200,000 taels had been reduced to a mere 500 taels each in their hands. Yet they were still willing to undertake the task with such fervor. Was it truly worth risking their lives for that paltry sum? It was utterly bewildering. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao offered words of comfort to Jiangning, which helped to ease Zhu Youjian's emotions, and the two finally rose to take their leave. As they parted, Wei Zhongxian earnestly cautioned his cherished disciple, Wang Qingyan, with numerous reminders, deeply concerned that this foolish apprentice might inadvertently create further troubles. After the crowd exited the royal palace, Jiangning promptly led his men to escort Zhu Youjiao back to the imperial palace. Given the recent assassination attempt that had unfolded at the palace gates, Jiangning felt it was imperative, both in duty and personal regard, to ensure Zhu Youjiao's safe return. Upon reaching the Meridian Gate, Zhu Youjiao bid farewell to Jiangning and turned to enter the palace, while Jiangning prepared to return to the town pacification office. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian grasped Jiangning's sleeve, his expression fraught with urgency, and implored, "Master Jiang, it is essential for you to take the lead on this matter. Although we are adept at dealing with corrupt officials and ruffians, we have had little experience with the underworld organizations. After all, in my younger days, I was merely a petty thug and never truly mingled in the criminal circles." Observing Wei Zhongxin's concern, Jiangning smiled reassuringly. "Do not fret, Lord Wei. With the assistance of Officer Gao, we can entrust this matter to him, and Old Li." As he spoke, Jiangning gestured toward the standing Gao Wenkai. Following Jiangning's gaze, Wei Zhongxin nodded and replied with a grin, "Master Jiang, your subordinates are indeed remarkable, which makes me envious. Perhaps we should consider appointing Officer Gao to the Eastern Depot?" Jiangning quickly shook his head in refusal. "Lord Wei, please do not covet Officer Gao. He is a treasured disciple of Lord Wu, specifically entrusted to me." Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian let out a faint sigh, feeling a sense of regret. Ultimately, he took his leave from Jiangning, and the two parted ways. Upon returning to the town pacification office, Jiangning immediately summoned Tian Urging and personally ordered the Jinyui to collaborate with the Eastern Depot in issuing a warrant to embark on a thorough eradication campaign against the assassin organization. Moonshadow. The specifics of the operation were to be overseen by Li Ruoyan, with Gao Wenkai providing assistance. The incident of Zhu Youjiao's assassination at the palace gates was kept under wraps, with those privy to the information remaining tight-lipped. Utilizing intelligence provided by Gao Wenkai, Jiangning arranged for Li Ruoyan to lead a team, in collaboration with the Eastern Depot, to dispatch a contingent of skilled fighters to Jiangnan, determined to launch a comprehensive assault on the Moonshadow assassin organization. Concurrently, Jiangning issued a formal decree to Su Xianshun, commanding him to fully support this operation. Given that Su Xianshun had been in Nanjing for over half a year, his involvement would ensure greater safety and reliability. Meanwhile, a rigorous and thorough scrutiny of individuals with suspicious backgrounds was underway within the capital. Fortunately, the populace remained largely unfazed, interpreting the actions of the Jinyui and Eastern Depot as routine measures against local thugs and ruffians. As the end of the year approached, the various offices within the court became increasingly busy, bustling with a tense yet orderly atmosphere. In contrast, Jiangning found himself particularly idle, bored in his residence. And with Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai already leading the Jinyui and Eastern Depot's elite southward for their mission, Jiangning called upon Tian Urging. The two changed into plain clothes and, under the covert protection of a group of Jinyui experts, began to leisurely wander through the capital. The streets were bustling with activity. As the townsfolk busily prepared for the upcoming festivities, their faces radiating joy, the thoroughfares were adorned with a splendid array of goods, and the harmonious cacophony of vendors calling out and haggling created an atmosphere of unparalleled exuberance. Throughout the capital, a sense of peace and tranquility permeated the air, subtly hinting at the prosperity of a flourishing era. Observing this scene, Jiangning felt a profound sense of contentment and could not help but exclaim, "The warmth of human existence is the most comforting to the soul." The common folk toiled tirelessly from the dawn of the year to its end, laboring diligently for a meager amount of silver, all for the simple desire to reunite with their families and celebrate a joyful new year. Beside him, Tian Urging eagerly echoed, "Your Excellency, your eloquence is remarkable. The warmth of human existence indeed touches the hearts of ordinary people. Your words encapsulate the essence of their lives." Jiangning merely smiled at Tian Urging's flattery. Choosing not to elaborate, he understood that this seemingly serene scene was but a calm before the storm. In the annals of history, the late Ming dynasty's Little Ice Age was nothing short of a nightmare, with relentless natural disasters leading to the plight of the populace who labored in vain. The collusion of officials and gentry subjected the commoners to harsh exploitation, as the wealthy indulged in excess, while the streets bore witness to the frozen remains of the destitute. The tragedies of families selling their children for survival became all too common, with even the horrific practice of cannibalism arising in desperate times. Meanwhile, in the court, corrupt officials thrived unchecked, burdening the people with an overwhelming array of taxes, ultimately leading to insurrection. This series of upheavals unfolded over several years, and under the dual pressures of internal rebellion and external threats, the once mighty Ming dynasty ultimately crumbled. Jiangning was acutely aware that the trials ahead would be the most formidable yet. He had exerted himself to make every possible preparation. Now, It remained to be seen whether human effort could triumph over fate. The two men strolled along, and before they knew it, they arrived at the entrance of the censorate. Jiangning looked up and noticed that, in addition to the usual constables, two officials clad in blue robes were stationed there. Intrigued, he turned to Tian urging and inquired, "Old Tian, why are there two officials standing guard at the censorate alongside the constables?" Tian urging, equally curious, replied, "Your Excellency, the censorate is currently under the purview of Lord One. Shall we go in and inquire with him?" Jiangning nodded in agreement, thinking it a splendid opportunity to pay a visit to his younger brother, Wen Tian. As they approached the entrance, a few constables reached out to bar their passage. At that moment, a guard stepped forward, revealing his badge as a captain of the Jiangning. Upon seeing this, the constables bowed and stepped aside. Jiangning and Tian urging strode confidently forward, ready to enter. Just then, the two officials in blue robes advanced, once again blocking their way. The captain, left with no choice, displayed his badge once more. However, the two officials regarded him with disdain, snorting dismissively, "What business do you court lackeys have at the censorate? This is not a place for you to wander freely. Depart at once." Witnessing the impudent behavior of these two individuals, the magistrate was immediately incensed. Jiangning swiftly stepped forward, extending his hand to obstruct him, maintaining a smile upon his face as he spoke. "Esteemed sirs, we have come to pay our respects to the left minister of the censorate, Lord One. We kindly request you to announce our arrival." To Jiangning's dismay, the two officials responded with even greater arrogance, their nostrils flaring in disdain as they replied in a mocking tone, "Lord One is occupied with a multitude of affairs. He has no time to meet with you mere lackeys. If you wish to see Lord One, you may seek him at his residence after court hours." Upon hearing their words, Jiangning felt a surge of irritation. Despite his courteous demeanor, these two men showed him no respect. He inwardly cursed. How does Lord One manage his subordinates? Are these two rogues so brazen that he is entirely unaware? In a fit of indignation, Jiangning resolved to force his way inside. At that moment, the two officials yelled, prompting the guards nearby to rush forward and block the path of the group. One guard, clasping his fists in salute, spoke with a rather awkward expression, "Esteemed gentlemen of the Jiangning, please forgive us. Do not make this difficult for us." The two officials, their faces alight with smugness and mockery, arrogantly declared, "Humph! You dare to attempt to breach the censorate in broad daylight. Li Si, swiftly apprehend these individuals and deliver them to the Yingtian prefecture for punishment." Upon hearing this, the guard named Li Si's expression darkened considerably. As he muttered to himself, "You two fools have no idea of the Jiang's standing in the capital. To suggest sending us to Yingtian prefecture is to court death." Nevertheless, Li Si dared not act. Noticing Li Si's lack of response, the two officials were about to speak again when Jiangning quickly intervened. Restraining the furious Tian gang with a stern expression, "Esteemed sirs, such a display of authority. You dare to attempt to apprehend the Jiangning and send them to Yingtian prefecture? If you were to remain in power for a few more years, you might even disregard the emperor himself." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, one of the officials became irate, stepping forward with a face flushed with anger, bellowing, "You, a mere lackey, dare to speak of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism? You Jiangning are notorious for framing loyal subjects and persecuting the innocent. What evil deed are you not capable of committing? Today, not only will I apprehend you, but I would not hesitate to execute you right here at the gates of the censorate." Hearing the official's tirade, a cold smile crept onto Jiangning's lips, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "How amusing, truly amusing. You two presume to discuss loyalty and patriotism with me?" The two officials glared at Jiangning, their eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, Jiangning seemed unfazed, merely smiling nonchalantly, his demeanor haughty. "I am of the highest rank. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Who could possibly do so?" With that, Jiangning no longer concealed his identity, producing a badge from his bosom and tossing it towards them. Instinctively, the two officials caught the badge, their gazes falling upon its inscription. Instantaneously, they were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in horror as they trembled uncontrollably. The Governor-General of Jiangning, the Left Commander of the Military Governor's Office, the Prince's Lesser Guardian, the General of Dragons and Tigers, the Grand Minister of Rights, and the Chief Commander of the Imperial Clothing Guards. As the two men slowly raised their heads to gaze at Jiangning's still smiling countenance, it was as if they beheld their great-grandmother beckoning to them from the road to the underworld, and a wave of terror instantly enveloped them. The two officials, frightened, promptly collapsed to the ground. The surrounding attendants quickly followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Jiangning, casting not a glance at them, withdrew his waist token and tucked it into his bosom before leading Tian urging straight inside. Upon their arrival at the censorate, as they approached the outer office, Jiangning noticed when Tian addressing a group of censors within. He tiptoed to the window, peering through the crack, and discovered that most of those inside were officials from the Donglin party, including Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, both of whom appeared quite unwell, leaning heavily on their canes. Wen Tian and Ruan Dachin occupied the seats of honor, with Wen Tian bearing a serious expression as he spoke. Jiangning strained to listen, catching Wen Tian's remarks directed at the assembled censors. Gentlemen, your negligence of public duty and idle consumption of the court's stipend is tantamount to eating the nation's rations without merit. To speak bluntly, each of you present here is a mere remnant in our censorate. Having you serve in the court is a calamity for the common people. At this declaration, many officials lowered their heads in shame, yet Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou held their necks high, their faces flushed with indignation. Following this, when Tian rose, his voice filled with heartfelt sorrow as he continued, I do not intend to target my esteemed colleagues here, but the current situation is indeed disheartening. As we approach the year's end, the censorate has compiled reports, and while you have submitted numerous accusations, most are based on hearsay and lack foundation. Our censorate bears the grave responsibility of scrutinizing officials and overseeing court affairs, while we may act on rumors. It is by no means an excuse to arbitrarily accuse others without evidence. He turned to address Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou directly. For instance, Lord Yang has submitted a staggering 851 accusations this year, while Lord Zhuo has presented 795. However, upon verification, only 13 of Lord Yang's accusations were substantiated, and Lord Zhuo fared slightly better with only 18 confirmed. I urge you to reflect upon whether you are deserving of the salaries bestowed upon you by the court. Bear in mind that our remuneration as court officials is derived from the taxes paid by the people. Yet here you are, serving in the court with no thought to assist the emperor or soothe the populace, instead indulging in baseless accusations. This is truly despicable. With that, when Tian approached Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he announced, the censorate has recently welcomed several new colleagues. Allow me to introduce them. This is Lord Yang Lian and Lord Zhuo Guangdou. Take a moment to observe these two gentlemen, for their greatest expertise lies in the art of fabricating accusations without substance, and they have a remarkable talent for making a grand spectacle of their unfounded claims. Let us speak of this year, when our esteemed officials, Lord Yang and Lord Zhuo, submitted nearly 700 petitions for the impeachment of Lord Jiang of the Jiangning and Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot. It seems to me that both Lord Yang and Lord Zhuo might consider taking positions within the Jiangning and Eastern Depot, thus utilizing their talents effectively. After all, merely relying on hearsay to submit impeachment petitions at the supervisory court, without concrete evidence, pales in comparison to conducting thorough investigations within the Jiangning and Eastern Depot, and presenting substantiated evidence before petitioning for impeachment. However, to my knowledge, the recruitment standards for the Jiangning and Eastern Depot are exceedingly stringent. Those who merely possess the gift of gab are often dismissed lightly, or in severe cases, subjected to immediate physical reprimand and taken to the imperial prison. As colleagues, should Lord Yang and Lord Zhuo wish to serve in the Jiangning and Eastern Depot, I would gladly write a letter of recommendation. However, this would necessitate their resignation from the supervisory court. Upon hearing this, Jiangning realized that the venerable Wen Tian was evidently attempting to send a pointed message to the Donglin party. It was no wonder that Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, who were recuperating at home, had been summoned here. At this moment, Yang Lian was seething with rage, his body trembling as he slammed his palm onto the table, rising abruptly to confront Wen Tian with an accusatory finger and a voice full of indignation. Lord Wen, do enlighten us on how we ought to proceed. Following this, he glared fiercely at Wen Tian and shouted, do not feign concern for our resignations, Lord Wen. I await the moment you petition His Majesty for our dismissal. With that, he dramatically flicked his sleeves and stormed out, leaning on his cane, his steps unsteady yet resolute. Zhuo Guangdou, witnessing this, wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth and casting a fierce glare at Wen Tian before silently trailing behind Yang Lian as they departed the supervisory court. Meanwhile, Wen Tian leisurely applauded, a mocking smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, "Such spirit displayed by both of you, yet you are reluctant to relinquish your positions. It seems you are not as devoted to the crown and the country as your words suggest." Chapter 201. The Pot of Reasoning. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, leaning on their canes, stepped out of the room only to spot Jiangning standing by the window. With a disdainful huff, they ambled away from the supervisory court, limping as they went. At that moment, Wen Tiren also sauntered out, and upon seeing Jiangning, his face immediately brightened with a smile as he jested, "What brings you to the supervisory court today, esteemed Jiang? What wind has blown you here?" Jiangning smiled faintly in return, saying, "Today, with time to spare, I thought I would drop by the supervisory court. Little did I expect to find you reprimanding officials upon my arrival. Your recent remarks resonated quite clearly, striking at the very heart of the matter." Wen Tiren, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. His intention had been to seize the opportunity to address the Donglin party censors. Suddenly, Jiangning recalled the two officials he had seen standing guard outside and inquired, "Lord Wen, I noticed two officials stationed outside when I entered. What is the reason for their presence? Could it be that the personnel of the Grand Court have become so abundant as to allow for such a situation? If the Minister of Personnel, Lord Yang He, were to learn of this, he would surely be heartbroken. It is said that Lord Yang is currently in despair, his days filled with worry as he strives to fill the vacancies of court officials. Yet you have assigned two officials to guard the entrance of the Grand Court. If word of this were to spread, Lord Yang would undoubtedly take serious issue with you." Upon hearing this, Wen Tiren coughed awkwardly and quickly stepped forward, lowering his voice, "Lord Jiang, you may not be aware, but those two are members of the Donglin faction, who fervently follow Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. Thus, I deemed it fitting to assign them to guard the entrance, as a means to subtly admonish them." Jiangning understood at once. No wonder those two displayed such fury upon seeing the insignia of the Jinyui, as they were members of the Donglin faction, fundamentally opposed to him. At that moment, Tian Urging interjected, "Minister Wen, regardless of their factional affiliations, they must answer to you within the Grand Court. You cannot indulge them so. You may not know, but when we entered just now, those two Donglin members were so arrogant that they threatened to bind both me and Lord Jiang and send us to the Yingtian prefecture for punishment. They even brazenly spoke of punishing Lord Jiang." Upon hearing Tian Urging's words, Wen Tiren's face turned ashen, unable to suppress an expletive. "Damn it. These Donglin members are truly a source of trouble wherever they go." He then turned to an official beside him, instructing, "You, hurry and summon those two from outside. I have matters to discuss with them." The official complied and hurried away. At this time, Tian Urging chuckled and remarked, "Minister Wen, I fear they may not come willingly. We may need to carry them in." Confused, Wen Tiren asked for clarification, to which Tian Urging explained, "Just now, when Lord Jiang revealed his identity out of anger, those two fainted on the spot." Wen Tiren's embarrassment deepened, wishing he could disappear into the ground. His elder brother had come to his territory only to be humiliated by two foolish youths. If this were to get out, his reputation in court would be irreparably damaged. Before long, several attendants brought in the two limp officials, their faces as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring from their brows. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, Wen Tiren preempted them. "Zhang Mingli and Lu Pingzhong, I now assign you a task. You have 2 days to transcribe a complete copy of the Great Ming Code and deliver it to me. I shall personally inspect it. And not a single character is to be erroneous." The two officials were left dumbfounded by this command. Zhang Mingli attempted to protest, but Wen Tiren cut him off. "I am aware this task may pose some difficulty, yet I have faith in your abilities. After all, you have both endured 10 years of rigorous study. This task should be a mere trifle for you. Now be swift." With that, he signaled to the attendants, who promptly escorted the two out. After this, Wen Tiren turned to Jiangning with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, Lord Jiang, such ungratefulness from these two shall not go unchecked." Upon hearing this, Jiangning could not help but give a thumbs up, silently marveling at Wen's ruthlessness. A complete transcription of the Great Ming Code. What an immense undertaking that would be. Moreover, to grant merely 2 days is nothing short of a jest. Even if these two individuals were to labor tirelessly for 48 hours, it is improbable they could complete the task at hand. Furthermore, Lord Wen has declared his intent to personally oversee the proceedings. With a memory akin to that of a human calculator, perhaps even reminiscent of a cloud-connected database, He would easily discern any subterfuge attempted by the duo. At this juncture, when Tian, with a smile, suggested, "Lord Jiang, since you have graced the Grand Court today, why not share a few words with the officials here?" Upon hearing this, Jiangning felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had merely intended to pay a casual visit, never anticipating he would be called upon to speak. Yet, observing Wen Tian's eager demeanor, he found it difficult to decline, fearing he might discourage his junior. Thus, he acquiesced with a nod. Under Wen Tian's guidance, Jiangning, accompanied by Tian urging, entered the office. The presence of Jiangning unsettled many officials from the Donglan faction, for his reputation as a troublemaker was well known both within the capital and beyond. His unexpected arrival at the Grand Court naturally instilled fear among the assembly. Unaware of the trepidation swirling among the officials, Jiangning merely smiled and remarked, "I happened to pass by the Grand Court today, and, thanks to the kind invitation from Lord One, I have come to share a few thoughts with my esteemed colleagues." With that, he approached the podium. Yuan Deshang promptly rose to personally brew tea for Jiangning. When Tian stood nearby, grinning as he remarked, "Lord Jiang, being a man of numerous responsibilities, seldom finds time for leisure. I seize this opportunity to invite you to enlighten your fellow officials." The officials, upon hearing this, wore expressions that reflected discomfort more akin to sorrow than joy. Jiangning then stood, raised his hand, and signaled for silence. He continued, "Esteemed officials, your role within the Grand Court is to oversee the conduct of all officials and to monitor the affairs of the state. You hold significant authority. While our Ming dynasty traditionally upholds the principle of not punishing individuals for their words, this does not grant license to fabricate accusations or malign others. Take, for instance, the two gentlemen, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. In just 1 year, they have submitted over 700 memorials accusing me and Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot, yet upon investigation, none were substantiated. Consider how much good could be accomplished if that energy were directed elsewhere, potentially exposing countless corrupt officials and sparing countless commoners from their tyranny. Instead, these two, narrow-minded and envious, dedicate themselves solely to creating turmoil for me and Lord Wei. However, as the old adage states, those with integrity need not fear distorted shadows. True gold is unafraid of the fire. I conduct myself with propriety and stand firm in my convictions, thus I am not daunted by their accusations. Yet, this does not mean they should persist in their vexatious antics. When I first entered the court, I served in the Imperial Guards, and now, in addition to overseeing the Imperial Guards, I also hold the position of commander of the capital garrison and the left commander of the military governor's office. Thus I may be regarded as a military official. Yet, whether one is a military or civil servant, as officials of the Ming dynasty, we are all tasked with aiding the emperor, pacifying the populace, and seeking the welfare of the people. Let it be known, your salaries are drawn from the people's hard-earned resources. The common folk are easily oppressed, and the heavens are not blind to injustice. If one does not act in the interests of the people, it would be better to return to the fields. At this moment, Wen Tian and Yuan Deshang began to applaud enthusiastically. Wen Tian began with a commendation, saying, "Lord Jiang, your words are truly profound. All colleagues should engrave this in their hearts and remain vigilant at all times." Upon hearing Wen Tian's praise, Jiangning couldn't help but cough slightly. He was acutely aware that he was far from being a learned scholar, well-versed in classical texts. His earlier remarks had merely been a spontaneous outburst, and he felt no inclination to elaborate further. Consequently, Jiangning hastily concocted an excuse and made his swift exit. Soon after, Jiangning and Tian urging arrived outside the gates of the Wujuan Duda mansion. This time, Jiangning did not present his badge, and no one attempted to stop him, allowing him to enter directly. Inside, he found Duke Zhang Weixian meticulously reviewing a stack of thick ledgers, while Chunsu was fervently scribbling away, the content of which remained a mystery, and Xin Yurong was diligently recording documents. Upon seeing them, Jiangning greeted the trio with a smile. The three men, upon spotting Jiangning, rushed forward and clasped him, exclaiming, "Lord Jiang, you have finally arrived. We have nearly collapsed from exhaustion in this office. Your presence today is a much-needed relief." Feeling a twinge of unease, Jiangning asked, "Duke, generals, please speak slowly. What troubles you?" Zhang Weixian was the first to speak, saying, "Lord Jiang, you may not be aware, but after I meticulously calculated the expenditures for the capital garrison and the 9 border armies and reported them to the Ministry of Revenue, That miserly Gua insisted on imposing discounts, fabricating a plethora of baseless excuses. I have been arguing with him for several days. As you know, one cannot cook rice without a fire. The 9 border armies are crucial for the safety of the entire northern region of the Ming dynasty. Should we face food shortages, the morale would inevitably wane, severely impacting combat capability. Jiangning, upon hearing this, was momentarily rendered speechless, reflecting on how Gua had truly taken miserly behavior to the extreme. He then turned to Zhang Weixian and said, "Duke, issue an official document under the name of the Wujuan Duda Mansion to the Ministry of Revenue. I will affix my signature. If that stingy Gua intends to impose discounts on the supplies for the 9 border armies, I shall personally pay him a visit to discuss the matter." Upon hearing Jiangning's offer of assistance, Zhang Weixian's face broke into a wide grin as he promptly began drafting the official document. At this moment, Chun Su interjected, his expression one of urgency. "Lord Jiang, recently, Old Shen and I have selected numerous promising young generals from the 9 border armies. However, we find ourselves at a loss regarding personnel arrangements. Currently, apart from Liaodong, Xianzhou, and Datong, which have been reformed and are adequately staffed, the remaining border garrisons are facing significant personnel shortages. We must select capable leaders to take charge at each border garrison while also intensifying the integration of the 9 border armies. Otherwise, this situation will prove unsustainable in the long run." Jiangning nodded in agreement and replied, "In that case, let us initiate reforms in the other military garrisons after the new year. Simultaneously, we shall select outstanding young leaders to oversee the 9 borders." At this juncture, Xin Yurong approached and inquired, "Lord Jiang, to what extent do you intend to reform the other border garrisons? Please provide a clear directive, so that I may understand how to proceed," the elder inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangning replied, "After the new year, I shall lead the capital garrison to the southwest to quell the rebellion. At that time, the 2 esteemed generals may petition His Majesty for permission to inspect the 9 borders, thereby seizing the opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation of the military formations there. The foremost task is to ascertain the true strength of the forces at the 9 borders. Subsequently, based on the actual circumstances, we shall dismiss the aged, infirm, and unfit. Simultaneously, arrangements can be made to resettle these individuals and their families in Shaanxi. Following my review with Lord Wei from the Eastern Depot, the original military leaders in Shaanxi have largely been dealt with, and the encroached military lands have been returned to the imperial treasury, now officially under the jurisdiction of the 5 armies command. At that time, we shall allocate plots of land to the wounded and elderly veterans, ensuring their livelihoods are secured. Chun Su and Xin Yurong nodded in agreement. They had initially feared that Jiangning might simply dismiss the unfit soldiers without further consideration, potentially disheartening the troops. However, Jiangning's arrangement appeared exceedingly reasonable. This approach would alleviate the treasury's burden, ensure that the military lands in Shaanxi were cultivated, and provide the veterans with a stable existence, thus enhancing the state's revenue. Chapter 202. Strategizing in Shaanxi. Chun Su guided Jiangning to his writing desk, smiling as he said, "Lord Jiang, I would appreciate your insight on this list I have compiled of promising young leaders from the border garrisons. Please take a look and see if there are any talents worthy of consideration." Upon hearing this, Jiangning felt a twinge of uncertainty. He turned to Chun Su and replied, "Governor Chun, you are a seasoned general of the battlefield, and in your presence, I am but a novice. How could I possibly advise you on such matters?" Chun Su chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, and said, "In the court, who does not recognize your discerning eye for talent? Lord Jiang, those you select are invariably endowed with both virtue and capability. While I have my own inclinations, I would still like to leverage your keen insight to identify any oversights." Reluctantly, Jiangning picked up the list and began to read. To his astonishment, he discovered names of formidable warriors, Yu Shiwei, Yu Shilu, and Ma Shilong. He glanced over the other names, but did not continue, as he was unfamiliar with them and did not wish to speak out of turn. Turning back to Chun Su with a smile, Jiangning remarked, "Governor Chun, I believe that Yu Shiwei, Yu Shilu, and Ma Shilong are all individuals of considerable merit deserving of significant roles." Chun Su was momentarily taken aback, his surprise deepening. This list contained dozens of names, yet he and Xin Yurong had thoroughly evaluated the candidates, ultimately favoring Yu Shiwei, Yu Shilu, and Ma Shilong. He had not anticipated that Jiangning could so accurately pinpoint these 3 names with just a cursory glance. Observing Chun Su's astonishment, Jiangning inquired with a smile. What seems to be the matter, Governor Chun? Chun Su quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, Lord Jiang. How do you propose we arrange for these three individuals? After a moment's reflection, Jiangning responded. I believe that any one of these three possesses the capability to serve as the commanding officer of one of the garrisons at the Nine Borders. However, as they are still in the bloom of youth, it would be prudent to initially place them in the position of deputy general to gain experience. Given time, they will undoubtedly be able to stand on their own. Upon hearing this, Chun Su instinctively glanced at Shen Yurong, and both nodded in agreement. For Jiangning's words resonated with their sentiments. At this moment, Chun Su's expression shifted to one of concern as he remarked, Lord Jiang, there remains a challenging issue. The commander and deputy commander of the Nine Borders Army hold significant positions. Should we replace them haphazardly, it may incite discontent among the border troops. Jiangning, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter and replied, Governor Chun, you are overthinking this. After the new year, you and Governor Shun will inspect the Nine Borders, using the pretext of a severe shortage of troops to facilitate the replacements of the commander and deputy commander, thereby promoting these three individuals. In this manner, it will be entirely justifiable. Who could possibly raise objections? Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Chun Su suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, It is indeed the wisdom of Lord Jiang. Old Shun and I are mere warriors, skilled in swordplay and leading troops into battle. The intricate maneuvers of the court are truly beyond our comprehension. Jiangning, in response, chose not to elaborate further. After all, given the ages of these two seasoned generals, they ought to be enjoying their twilight years at home. Yet here they were, summoned to assist him at the Five Armies command. It is true that he felt somewhat indebted to them. At that moment, Zhang Weixian approached and inquired, Lord Jiang, how should we arrange the military lands reclaimed from the Wei Suo in Shaanxi? It has been several months, and there is still no word from you. Jiangning replied, Lord Ing, those military lands have now been fully returned to the court, registered under the Five Armies command. Originally, I intended to use these lands as bait to catch fish, but to my surprise, so much time has passed without even a hint of fish. Zhang Weixian, puzzled, asked, What kind of fish are you hoping to catch, Lord Jiang? Jiangning chuckled and said, The military lands in Shaanxi have been left unattended for several months, and no one has dared to encroach upon them. I was hoping that once the gentry could no longer resist the temptation to seize the military lands, I could use that as leverage to rectify their behavior. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weixian shuddered involuntarily. He understood all too well what Jiangning meant by rectification, a harsh measure of confiscation and extermination. Simultaneously, he privately mused, Lord Jiang, you underestimate the gentry of Shaanxi. Though they are greedy, they can still discern the gravity of wealth versus life. With your and Lord Wei's formidable reputations in Shaanxi, you are indeed seen as the fearsome arbiters of confiscation, who would dare to covet the court's military lands, unless they seek to endanger their own lives and those of their kin. With a resigned sigh, Jiangning remarked, Since no fish have taken the bait, I shall cease fishing. According to the original plan, the Five Armies Command will issue a notice and also dispatch officials to Shaanxi to lease the military lands to the landless populace, as well as to the elderly, weak, and disabled who were dismissed from the Wei Suo. Did not Elder Yuan recently petition His Majesty to reduce the taxes for the entire province of Shaanxi for 3 years? The military lands are included in this reduction, providing some relief to the common folk. Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Zhang Weixian nodded and replied, Rest assured, Lord Jiang, I shall personally oversee this matter. Jiangning, in turn, nodded and said, Your Grace, you may proceed without concern. I will dispatch the Jinyui to supervise the entire process, to prevent any opportunistic encroachment on military lands. I trust that Lord Wei from the Eastern Depot will also send personnel for oversight, given his sentimental ties to Shaanxi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weixian could not suppress a cough, inwardly scoffing. Wei Zhongxian has affection for Shaanxi? Perhaps his sentiments lie more deeply with the corrupt officials he has dealt with. Zhang Weixian continued, Lord Jiang, following the recent purge of Shaanxi's bureaucratic ranks, the military leaders of the Shaanxi garrison have nearly all been eradicated. Therefore, I plan to recruit 30,000 soldiers directly under the auspices of the Five Armies Command. These recruits will not require agricultural land and will be trained to the standards of the frontier troops. As for provisions, I have assessed that the annual allocation previously granted by the court for the Tianqi garrison is more than sufficient to support this force, and we can ensure full disbursement. What are your thoughts, Lord Jiang? After listening to Zhang Weixian, Jiangning nodded in agreement. Your Grace's proposal is excellent. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Zhang Weixian acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, Chen Su and Xin Yurong approached, saying, Lord Jiang, with the imperial examinations set to be held again next year, should not our 5 armies command also petition His Majesty to hold a martial examination to replenish our ranks? Hearing their words, Jiangning nodded. Certainly, it must be done. Henceforth, every time the court conducts examinations, there should be both literary and martial tests. Neither can be neglected. Chen Su, with a grin and a hint of shyness, remarked, Lord Jiang, by then you will likely still be pacifying the Southwest Rebellion. Perhaps I could take on the role of chief examiner for the martial examination? Understanding the implication, Jiangning realized that Chen Su was eyeing the position of chief examiner. It is worth noting that candidates selected by the chief examiner would henceforth owe him a formal respect as a mentor. Although Jiangning did not place much weight on such traditions, the young leaders in the capital's military had established that connection with him. At this juncture, Xin Yurong quickly chimed in, Lord Jiang, although I am nearing 70, I believe I can still contribute to the court. Might you recommend me to His Majesty for the position of Deputy Chief Examiner? Zhang Weixian, seated nearby, could no longer contain his excitement and looked at Jiangning with eager anticipation. Noticing this, Jiangning cleared his throat and said, I can certainly advocate for you. However, you 3 must personally present this matter to His Majesty. The 3 men responded with laughter. Lord Jiang, do not worry. We 3 old fellows will go to the palace together to meet the Emperor shortly. At that moment, Jiangning suddenly recalled the 2,000 acres of land he owned on which corn and sweet potatoes were cultivated. He turned to Zhang Weixian and said, Your Grace, I possess 2,000 acres of fertile land outside the capital, which has been managed by Chen Zilong from the Royal Academy of Sciences. In the fields, 2 innovative crops are cultivated, both drought-resistant and flood-tolerant, yielding impressive harvests. Presently, these crops are entirely stored in a manner outside the capital. Although the quantity of seeds is currently limited and insufficient for widespread promotion, it is imperative to attempt dissemination. I shall communicate with Chen Zilong regarding the trial promotion of these new crops in the military fields of Shaanxi. However, it is essential to clearly explain the situation to the common folk, ensuring that there is no forced promotion to avoid inciting resistance among the populace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weixian promptly nodded and assured, Rest assured, Lord Jiang, this matter will be entrusted to me. Based on the quantity of seeds available, we shall distribute them evenly among the households renting military fields. In this manner, each family will not cultivate an excessive amount. Furthermore, we will select suitable individuals to provide guidance, teaching the citizens how to cultivate these 2 new crops. This way, witnessing the government's sincerity, the people will naturally refrain from harboring any rebellious sentiments. Jiangning, upon listening, nodded in agreement, secretly marveling at Zhang Weixian's adeptness in political affairs. Despite his noble lineage, rivaling that of any scholar official. As arrangements neared completion, Jiangning excused himself, eager to depart, for he feared that lingering with these 3 elderly gentlemen might lead to a conversation that stretched into the early hours of the next day. Subsequently, Jiangning, accompanied by Tian Urging, strolled leisurely under the protection of the imperial guards. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves at the Honglu Temple, where a bustling scene unfolded. Emissaries from various vassal states had arrived in the capital, and the officials of Honglu Temple were busily attending to the reception arrangements. Upon closer inspection, Jiangning recognized an old acquaintance, Lu Wenming, the current minister of the Board of Rights. He was engaged in an animated discussion with several officials. Jiangning approached him, greeting him warmly. Upon noticing Jiangning's presence, Lu Wenming hurried over, bowing respectfully, and said, Your Excellency has graced us with your presence. I apologize for not welcoming you appropriately upon your arrival. Jiangning, smiling, helped Lu Wenming to his feet, saying, I understand you are busy, which is why I have not seen you since your arrival in the capital. How is the Board of Rights functioning? Is there anything I can assist you with? Upon hearing Jiangning's words, warmth surged within Lu Wenming, realizing that this esteemed superior had not forgotten him. When he was reassigned to the capital as the minister of the Board of Rights, he had attempted to visit Jiangning twice, but unfortunately, Jiangning was not at home, preoccupied with the intense struggles against Wei Zhongxian and the Donglin faction, leaving Lu Wanming to act discreetly. Little did he expect to encounter Jiangning on this day. As they conversed, Jiangning's gaze wandered towards the interior of Honglu Temple, where numerous emissaries from vassal states were seen kneeling and bowing, tears streaming down their faces. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Old Lu, what are these emissaries doing? Kneeling and weeping in broad daylight. Have they lost their senses?" Lu Wanming, with a slight smile, replied, "My lord, you may not be aware. The envoys from the vassal states presented themselves before the illustrious emperor of the Ming dynasty, and according to custom, they were required to perform the ceremonial 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. However, due to the discrepancies in etiquette between these vassal states and our great Ming, they could only practice in advance. During the reign of the esteemed Emperor Jiajing, Western envoys, reluctant to perform the kneeling rites, boldly declared their allegiance solely to their deity. Enraged, the emperor expelled them from Ming territory and confiscated their merchant vessels for 3 months. Ultimately, these Western envoys had no choice but to endure a month of strenuous practice at the Honglu Temple before they were finally able to respectfully execute the 3 kneels and 9 prostrations in the Grand Hall. Only then did the emperor's anger subside, and he released their detained ships. Upon hearing this, Jiangning was taken aback, exclaiming, "How unfortunate for these vassal envoys." Lu Wanming, smiling, replied, "My lord, this is not even the most absurd case. The most ludicrous involves the envoys from Japan and Korea. After the 3 great campaigns of Emperor Wanli, Japan was utterly subdued by our Ming, compelled to send emissaries annually for tribute. However, their first envoy, unfamiliar with our customs, was promptly expelled from the hall due to a breach of etiquette. Consequently, these Japanese envoys had to laboriously rehearse our ceremonial protocols. Ultimately, they prostrated themselves 27 times in the Grand Hall to regain their trading privileges with our Ming. At that moment, the Japanese envoy wept profusely, declaring a willingness to serve perpetually as our loyal watchdog." Jiangning reflected, "Indeed, truth lies within reach, and dignity is upheld only at the edge of a sword. Japan, having been terrified into submission, is willing to debase itself to become a mere watchdog of the Ming." Yet Jiangning understood that this seemingly submissive watchdog harbored hidden ambitions, and it would be prudent to keep them in check to prevent future troubles. Turning to Lu Wanming, Jiangning inquired, "Old Lu, what of the situation with the Korean envoys? They have long emulated our Ming culture. One would presume they would not err in etiquette." Lu Wanming chuckled and replied, "My lord, the Korean envoys are not at fault regarding etiquette. Rather, during the 3 campaigns of Emperor Wanli, Japan nearly extinguished Korea. Subsequently, Emperor Shizong issued a decree to the King of Korea, urging them to exhibit some fortitude and not to rely perpetually on our Ming for assistance. Since then, every time the Korean envoys arrive, they bemoan their poverty and misfortunes, hoping to receive greater rewards and trading rights from the Ming." Upon hearing this, Jiangning scoffed, "These fellows are truly filled with ulterior motives." Observing the increasing number of vassal envoys, Jiangning couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The once mighty Ming dynasty, now akin to an aging elder, had lost its former glory. Yet numerous vassal states still rushed to pay respects and present gifts to their elder brother before the new year. Jiangning recognized that these envoys brought forth nothing of value, mere trifles, while hoping for generous rewards from the Ming. However, with Jiangning in the mix, these vassal envoys would do well to abandon their fanciful dreams. Contemplating, Jiangning turned and lowered his voice to Lu Wanming, saying, "Old Lu, the Ministry of Rights is now wholly responsible for receiving envoys from the vassal states and negotiating trade matters. You are well aware of the intricacies these envoys harbor in their hearts. Although the treasury claims to have some silver, it is hardly abundant. Henceforth, the rewards bestowed upon these envoys must be more judiciously allocated than in the past. Extravagance is no longer tenable. Nonetheless, we must still offer them some form of reward. Please arrange this thoughtfully. As the ancients said, a goose feather sent 1,000 miles, though light in gift, carries heavy sentiment. Do you not agree, Old Lu?" Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Lu Wanming's eyes sparkled, and he immediately praised, "Your Excellency speaks with profound insight. The essence of these rewards lies not in their material value, but in the graciousness of the Ming court. Even if we were to present them with a bundle of straw, it would still be a precious gift from our celestial empire, far more valuable than their own gold." Seeing Lu Wunming's astuteness, Jiangning could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "Old Lu, you truly are remarkable." Simultaneously, Jiangning did not forget to address the matter at hand, continuing, "Old Lu, you must strive to secure ample benefits for our Ming dynasty in the upcoming trade dealings with the Eastern nations, particularly with Japan, whether through cunning, inducements, or even intimidation. We must ensure they willingly part with their silver to purchase our goods." Lu Wunming promptly nodded, exuding confidence as he replied, "Your Excellency, rest assured. These matters have already been meticulously arranged. They shall surely be compelled to part with their wealth." Jiangning had great faith in Lu Wunming's capabilities. Lu Wunming had proven himself to be a master strategist, having once served as a secret agent for the Jiangning, who successfully infiltrated Tianjin for many years, ultimately exposing the local officials. With such skills, it was utterly preposterous for those vassal states to think they could take advantage of the Ming. They might well be sold out by Lu Wunming, all the while joyfully counting their silver and praising the Ming court for its generosity. At that moment, just as Jiangning intended to take his leave, he was suddenly startled by a commotion within the Ministry of Rites, accompanied by the sounds of barking dogs and some utterances in the Japanese language. Perplexed, Jiangning strode in, with Lu Wunming and Tian urging hastily following behind. They arrived at a courtyard where several individuals clad in Japanese attire were seen mercilessly beating a dog to the ground. Jiangning observed closely, noticing that the dog's leg appeared broken, and it lay there, emitting pitiful cries. Just then, one of the Japanese men drew a long knife, preparing to strike the dog down. Witnessing this, Jiangning shouted, "How dare you? In the Honglu Temple, you audaciously draw a blade? Have you a death wish?" Upon hearing Jiangning's furious reprimand, the Japanese men halted abruptly and turned to look. Clad in plain attire and accompanied by Lu Wunming in a resplendent red official robe, Jiangning commanded attention. The Japanese, bewildered, rushed to kneel before Lu Wunming, bowing deeply, and implored, "We meant no offense to the Celestial Empire. We beseech your Excellency's forgiveness." Lu Wunming looked at the several kneeling Japanese envoys before him with a face full of disdain, then turned to Jiangning, with a countenance as cold as frost. Jiangning spoke icily. "How dare these minor envoys from the small nation of Japan act so recklessly? In the Grand Ming's capital, within the Honglu Temple, you have injured our official dog and even attempted to take its life. According to the laws of the Ming, the killing of an official dog is tantamount to a conspiracy to rebel. Do you truly believe your lives are of such great value?" Upon hearing Jiangning's words, the Japanese envoys raised their heads to Lu Wunming. The leader, struggling with his Mandarin, asked, "Might I inquire, sir, who is this esteemed gentleman beside you?" Lu Wunming cleared his throat and replied, "Perhaps you are not yet aware. Allow me to introduce this individual. He is the governor of the capital garrison of our great Ming, the left general of the central command of the 5 armies, the prince's protector, an esteemed grand minister, a general of the Dragon and Tiger, the chief commander of the embroidered uniform guard, and has been bestowed with a robe of dragon and a jade belt. This is the esteemed Jiangning." The Japanese envoys were rendered speechless by the long list of titles Lu Wunming proclaimed. Although their understanding of Ming titles was limited, they could discern from Lu Wunming's introduction that the man before them was undoubtedly a significant figure in the great Ming dynasty. Consequently, they knelt even more respectfully and said, "We did not intend to offend the great Ming dynasty. We beseech your forgiveness for our impudence." Upon hearing this, Jiangning snorted coldly and stepped forward to inspect. He saw the large yellow dog lying on the ground with a broken leg. Turning back, he stated coldly, "Do you Japanese envoys understand that the dogs raised within the Honglu Temple are all registered and receive salaries from the court? You not only broke its leg, but also attempted to kill it in my presence. Do you know what this crime entails? In the great Ming, such an act warrants the execution of your entire family and the extermination of 9 generations." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, the Japanese envoys were struck with terror, hastily bowing their heads in rapid succession. Soon, their foreheads were bruised. The leader, Kozo Ichiro, looked extremely distressed and stammered, "Esteemed sir, it was not my intention to offend the official dog. It suddenly bit me, and in a moment of panic, I acted in self-defense and accidentally injured it. I am willing to offer compensation. I hope you can be magnanimous." Jiangning coldly retorted, "You claim that this official dog bit you. Yet I saw no signs of injury on you. All I witnessed was you breaking its leg and raising your blade to kill it. At this moment, Lu Wanming and Tian Urging chimed in. Indeed, we all witnessed you injuring this official dog and attempting to slay it. Hearing the collective accusations, the Japanese envoy regretted his actions, wishing he could slap himself in remorse. Yet, gritting his teeth, he desperately pleaded. I truly did not mean to offend the official dog of the great Ming dynasty. I ask for your magnanimity and understanding. I am willing to compensate with 1,000 taels of gold as recompense for the official dog. Jiangning, upon hearing this, snorted again and said, Our great Ming dynasty is wealthy beyond measure. We have no need for your paltry sum of 1,000 taels of gold. Today, regarding this matter, the envoy from your nation must provide a satisfactory explanation to the glorious Ming dynasty. Otherwise, I shall perceive it as a blatant provocation against us. After expressing this, he turned to Lu Wanming and said, Master Lu, it appears that the envoy from your nation displays a complete lack of respect towards the Celestial Empire. As for trade negotiations, I believe it would be prudent to postpone them for the time being. Lu Wanming promptly nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the envoy, Ichiro Okazaki, nearly burst into tears. He knelt beside Jiangning, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, Esteemed official, I implore you to show mercy. Our nation has always been loyal to the Ming and bears no intentions of disrespect. At this, Jiangning let out a cold snort and remarked, Our Ming dynasty has long been a nation of propriety. Fortunately, you have not yet committed a grave error. Had you truly harmed this official dog, I would have had no choice but to execute all of you envoys from your nation to compensate for its life. Upon hearing these words, Ichiro Okazaki sighed with relief. Realizing that there was still room for negotiation, he nodded vigorously and said, Your Excellency does not hold my offenses against me. I am deeply grateful. He bowed his head several more times in gratitude. Jiangning observed this with a slight furrow of his brow, internally cursing, These Japanese seem utterly deranged. Bowing their heads at every turn, perhaps their heads are too heavy to bear. He thought to himself that if he ever found an opportunity, he would sever their heads altogether, thus eliminating the need for such bowing. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor and continued, Since you have proposed a compensation plan, I am not entirely opposed. However, it must adhere to the regulations of our Ming dynasty. He then looked at Lu Wanming and instructed, Master Lu, please calculate the salary and rations of this official dog for our envoy here. Understanding the implication, Lu Wanming cleared his throat and began, Ichiro Okazaki. The official dog before you is a grand scholar of our Ming dynasty, belonging to the highest rank within the official dog hierarchy. It feasts on wild ginseng from Liaodong, deer antler, and sea cucumbers sent from Shandong, and it receives an annual salary of 5,000 taels of silver from the court. Now that its leg has been broken by you, you must compensate 50,000 taels. What do you think of this? Upon hearing Lu Wanming's words, Ichiro Okazaki's eyes brimmed with tears as he quickly responded, What Master Lu states is true. I am willing to compensate. Yet, a surge of resentment welled up within him, for he was well aware that Lu Wanming and Jiangning were seizing this opportunity to extort him, and they showed no inclination to disguise their intentions. However, being on the territory of the Ming, he had no choice but to bow his head and acquiesce to their demands. At that moment, Jiangning interjected, Ichiro Okazaki. Master Lu mentioned 50,000 taels of gold, not silver. Do you comprehend this? Upon hearing this, Ichiro Okazaki was instantly rendered speechless. 50,000 taels of gold. What a staggering sum. In Japan, it represented an astronomical figure. Chapter 204. Arranging the marriage. Ichiro Okazaki's expression turned pained, his eyes glistening with tears as he spoke in a choked voice. I beseech you, esteemed official and Master Lu, to show understanding. We envoys from Japan did not bring such an immense amount of gold. Even if he were to sell himself, he could not possibly gather such a sum. As he spoke, a series of sharp sounds echoed. Jiangning's countenance darkened upon hearing this, and he declared, Shaotsang Ichiro, I have already granted you your opportunity. It is your unwillingness to provide compensation that has led us to this point. Do not blame me for being unreasonable, given the circumstances. All may return to Japan except for you, Shaotsang Ichiro. As for the matter of trade between Japan and the Ming dynasty, let us set it aside for now. However, your attack on the esteemed scholar of the Ming dynasty, by Maoga, is tantamount to assaulting a government official. According to the laws of the Ming, the punishment is death for your entire family. Yet, Considering your solitary status in the Ming, I shall petition the emperor to impose the punishment of lynching upon you. Do you have any objections? Faced with Jiangning's menacing threat, Xiaocang Ichiro could only think one thing. This is too cruel. The officials of the Ming are utterly heartless, intending to drag him out for lynching, making him a scapegoat. But he dared not voice this thought. He could only choke back his words and plead, "My lord, I truly do not possess such a vast sum of gold. Might you consider alternative solutions?" Upon hearing this, Jiangning displayed a conflicted expression and replied, "In that case, you may write an IOU. When trade between our nations resumes, your country shall fully repay the remaining gold with silver and copper mines." Xiaocang Ichiro nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. He had hoped Jiangning would offer a discount, but instead, he was left with no choice but to write an IOU. However, the circumstances were beyond his control, and he could only grit his teeth and have those around him gather funds. In the end, they managed to scrape together just over 2,000 taels of gold, while the remaining 48,000 taels were documented in an IOU, safeguarded by Lu Wunming. Seeing that matters were nearly resolved, Jiangning instructed Tian Ergang to carry the yellow dog outside. At that moment, other envoys from various nations in the Honglu Temple rushed over to observe. Upon witnessing the scene, they were left in stunned silence. The envoys quickly reminded their attendants, not a blade of grass nor a soul, human or canine, should be touched within the territory of the Ming. The Japanese envoy had merely injured a government dog in the Honglu Temple, yet he was compelled to pay 50,000 taels of gold and ultimately had to write an IOU. The other envoys gazed at Jiangning and his companions with a mixture of envy and trepidation. They envied the fact that they understood Jiangning was extorting the Japanese envoy, yet the latter did not dare to utter a word in protest, merely complying with the IOU. They feared that if Jiangning were to turn his attention to any one of them, they would be unable to produce 50,000 taels of gold, and even if they wrote an IOU, repayment would be uncertain. Fortunately, Jiangning paid them no mind and strode out with the yellow dog in his arms. He exchanged greetings with Lu Wunming and instructed the nearby Jinyue to take the dog to his residence. Tian Ergang, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "My lord, now that everything is settled, why do you wish to bring this dog to your home?" Jiangning, upon hearing this, cleared his throat and replied, "Old Tian, do you remember what I said on my first day in the Jinyue?" Tian Ergang pondered for a moment before nodding and responding, "Of course, my lord. You said that in the future, we would share wealth and honor with our brothers." Jiangning nodded in agreement, saying, "The loyal dog of my household has been with me for many years, and he is still a solitary companion. Just moments ago, I scrutinized this yellow dog, which happens to be a female, and I decided to bring her home, hoping to foster a bond with my loyal companion, Wankai. Who knows? They might even end up together in matrimony." Hearing Jiangning's words, Tian Ergang stood momentarily frozen, his mind seemingly adrift in a tempest. After a brief pause, tears welled in his eyes, and he marveled at Zhang's benevolence. Not only does he care for his subordinates, but he also takes the time to find a mate for Wankai, the guardian of his home. Subsequently, Jiangning, accompanied by Tian Ergang and carrying the large yellow dog, returned to the estate under the watchful protection of the imperial guards. To his surprise, upon arriving at the entrance, they encountered a number of Eastern Depot agents and soldiers from the Tingshiang Four Guards. Jiangning instinctively understood that Zhu Youjiao had once again stealthily slipped out of the palace. Thus, he and Tian Ergang, with the yellow dog in their arms, entered the residence. Upon stepping inside, Jiangning immediately sensed the vibrant atmosphere within. He beheld Zhu Youjiao, Prince Xian Zhu Yujian, Wei Zhongxian, Fang Zhenghua, along with his esteemed mentor, Shun Shuzi, and members of the cabinet, such as Sun Chengzong and Yuan Kelly. At that moment, the gathering turned their attention to Jiangning and the large yellow dog cradled by Tian Ergang. Zhu Yujian chuckled and remarked, "Minister Jiang, why have you returned so late?" Jiangning, upon hearing this, glanced around with a puzzled expression and replied, "Your Majesty, I hope I haven't taken a wrong turn. This is indeed my residence, yet it feels as if I have intruded upon another's home. What brings everyone here today?" Zhu Yujian responded with a smile, "Minister Jiang, tomorrow marks the day of the construction of the Shinshu Temple, dedicated to the venerable Shun Shuzi. As I have numerous matters to attend to, I regrettably cannot be present in person. Thus, I brought Elder Sun, Elder Yuan, and my fifth brother to pay respects at the temple today. And then we decided to visit your estate. To my surprise, you were away. In that instant, Jiangning recalled that tomorrow was indeed the day of his mentor Shun Shuzi's temple inauguration. Zhu Youjiao, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, gazed at the yellow dog held by Tian urging and inquired, "Brother Jiang, what is the story behind this dog? It appears to be injured." Jiangning coughed a few times and explained, "Indeed, it has sustained injuries, which is why I brought it back to care for it. Coincidentally, it is a female, which will serve as a mate for Wankai." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, several individuals present began to cough awkwardly, yet only the ever-joyful Wei Zhongxian remarked, "Minister Jiang, your noble heart truly knows no bounds. We are in awe." Jiangning felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, internally lamenting, "Old Wei. That phrase is not meant to be used in this context." At that moment, Prince Xi and Zhu Youjiao approached, examining the yellow dog closely, and asked, "Minister Jiang, who has inflicted these injuries upon this dog? It appears to have a broken leg." Jiangning, upon hearing this, reached out to feel the dog's leg and responded, "It was injured by the Japanese envoy at the Honglu Temple." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao and Sun Qingzong remained relatively calm, but unexpectedly, Wei Zhongxian and Prince Xi and Zhu Youjiao were incensed. Zhu Youjian's face darkened with fury as he exclaimed, "How dare those mere Japanese envoys injure a creature of the Ming dynasty? They must be tired of living. I shall personally ensure they meet their end." Beside them, Old Wei hurriedly expressed, "Your Highness, such trifles do not require your esteemed presence. Allow me to personally deal with those Japanese envoys and ensure that not a trace remains." Upon hearing his brother and Wei Zhongxian, Zhu Youjiao cleared his throat and interjected, "Fifth brother, Wei Dabin, let us not be hasty. I trust that Minister Jiang has handled the matter appropriately." Jiangning, with a smile, replied, "Your Majesty, you are indeed astute. I have managed the situation well. The Japanese envoy has compensated us with 50,000 taels." At the mention of 50,000 taels, Zhu Youjiao was left astounded, incredulously stating, "Minister Jiang, you jest, do you not? For a mere dog with a broken leg, the Japanese envoy has compensated us 50,000 taels." Even Wei Zhongxian and Zhu Youjiao, standing nearby, were incredulous. Old Wei then asked mysteriously, "Minister Jiang, did you perhaps seize the Japanese envoy?" Jiangning, taken aback, responded earnestly, "Master Wei, what are you insinuating? I am, after all, a first-rank official of the court. I would never stoop to such acts." Old Wei, upon hearing this, coughed apologetically and said, "I misspoke. Minister Jiang, please forgive me." At that moment, Sun Qingzong and a few others approached with keen interest, inquiring, "Minister Jiang, how did you manage to extract 50,000 taels from the Japanese envoy?" Jiangning chuckled and clarified, "The envoy did not pay 50,000 taels in silver, but rather in gold." Upon hearing 50,000 taels of gold, everyone present questioned their own hearing. However, seeing Jiangning's earnest demeanor, they were rendered speechless for a moment. Jiangning then recounted the events at the Honglu Temple in detail. The others, upon hearing the tale, blushed in disbelief, unable to articulate their astonishment at such an outrageous occurrence, and that the Japanese envoy had indeed compensated 50,000 taels of gold. Though a significant portion was in the form of promissory notes, as long as Japan desired trade with the Ming dynasty, they could not evade this debt. Zhu Youjiao gazed at Jiangning, speechless for a while, before finally suggesting, "Brother Jiang, perhaps I should issue a decree to appoint you as a Grand Scholar of the White Hair Pavilion." Jiangning, smiling, replied, "Your Majesty, let us reserve that title for Wankai instead, or perhaps grant this great yellow dog a noble title akin to a first-rank lady." Zhu Youjiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Shenzi, sitting nearby, observed his disciple's frivolity and wished he could sink into the ground. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "You spend your days idly, wandering aimlessly, yet are preoccupied with finding a mate for Wankai. You have yet to start a family yourself. Why fret over such matters? If Wankai wishes for a partner, it can free itself from its leash and seek one out. Unlike you, who fails to recognize a good match right before your eyes. I truly wonder if your vision is impaired." Faced with Shenzi's comments directed at him, Jiangning awkwardly stepped forward and said, "Master, Wankai has been with me for many years, and it is akin to a brother. Now that its mate has suffered injury, it is only fair to consider it as your half-disciple's spouse as well. I implore you to assist in its healing." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi was enraged, his hair standing on end as he scolded, "You wretched creature, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever taken a dog as my disciple? Are you intent on tarnishing my reputation? Jiangning appeared exceedingly embarrassed, yet Shuzi ultimately accepted the large yellow dog and began his examination. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao approached with keen interest to observe. Old Wei also joined, praising, "The old immortal is indeed well-versed. Who would have thought he was so adept even in veterinary care?" Unexpectedly, Shuzi overheard this and turned his head, glaring fiercely at Old Wei. Feeling slightly unsettled, Old Wei hastily lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Just then, Zhu Youjiao came to Jiangning's side and said, "Brother Jiang, I have already discussed your matters with the old immortal. Once the new year passes, we shall arrange your marriage. After the wedding, you will lead troops to Sichuan to quell the rebellion." Jiangning, looking perplexed, inquired, "Your Majesty, what have you arranged on my behalf?" At this moment, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and laughed heartily, stepping forward to explain, "Master Jiang, earlier, the Emperor and the old immortal conferred with us. It has been decided that I and elder son will take your 2 daughters as our goddaughters. This way, they will have a proper status and not be subject to criticism in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao smiled and remarked, "My dear Jiang, what do you think? Am I not reliable? I have even arranged this matter for you." Jiangning, with a mournful expression, lamented, "So it turns out that after this outing, I have inexplicably become part of the younger generation." Chapter 205. The truth behind the closure of the tavern. Zhu Youjiao, visibly moved, stated, "Brother Jiang, your affairs are my concerns. I have now arranged the identities of your 2 daughters, and today they shall return home with elder son and elder Yuan. After the new year, you may simply go to marry them. I shall bestow generous gifts and personally officiate at your wedding." Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian appeared equally excited, his face beaming with joy. Jiangning inwardly cursed, "You old Wei, the Emperor is arranging for me to wed, not for you. Why are you so overly excited?" He then awkwardly replied, "Your Majesty, may I have a moment?" Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, Shuzi, who had been preoccupied with treating the large yellow dog, approached with a face full of fury, pointing a finger at Jiangning and scolding, "You wretched creature. What ridiculous things are you saying? Do you not realize how old you are, still daydreaming? Do you believe I won't break your legs right now and then reattach them?" Jiangning, feeling embarrassed, cleared his throat. Zhu Youjiao, curious, asked, "Brother Jiang, I have arranged everything perfectly for you. What further concerns do you have?" Jiangning, his face slightly flushed, replied, "Your Majesty, I simply am not yet mentally prepared." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, after all this, you are merely shy? Rest assured, when the time comes, you need only focus on being the groom. I will handle everything else, ensuring you become the brightest star in all of the capital." After listening, Jiangning nodded and said, "Very well, since it is so, I shall accept the decree with gratitude." Meanwhile, he could not help but reflect on the merits of arranged marriages, as they spared him from the burdens of personal concern. At that moment, Sun Xingzong stepped forward, stroking his beard, and chuckled, "Master Jiang, no, you should now be addressed as son-in-law. You are of age now. But do you not yet have a courtesy name?" Jiangning, taken aback by Sun Xingzong's designation, replied, "Elder son, I indeed have not yet chosen a courtesy name. I have been preoccupied with numerous court affairs, leaving me no time to consider such matters." Beside them, Zhu Youjiao could not suppress his inner musings, thinking, "Ah, dear brother Jiang, how swiftly you shift the responsibility onto me. It is plainly your own lack of diligence that has delayed your courtesy name. How can you lay the blame at my feet?" At that moment, Yuan Kelly promptly interjected with a smile, "Zhisheng, we are both elders to Master Jiang now. Allow me to take on the task of choosing a courtesy name." Upon hearing Yuan Kelly's words, Sun Xingzong smiled slightly and said, "In that case, it would be a favor to have you, brotherly, bestow a courtesy name upon our son-in-law." Yuan Kelly nodded with a smile and began to pace thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "As Master Jiang is a disciple of the old immortal, he naturally belongs to the Taoist lineage. I shall derive a courtesy name from the Book of Changes. It states, 'The way of heaven is to descend and illuminate, while the way of earth is to be humble and ascend.' Therefore, I propose the name Ji Ming for Master Jiang. I wonder if it meets your satisfaction?" Jiangning mused aloud. Jiang Ji Ming, Jiang Ji Ming. It does indeed sound quite pleasing. With that, he respectfully bowed to Yuan Kelly, saying, "Thank you, Elder Yuan, for bestowing this name." Yuan Kelly, upon witnessing this, stroked his beard and could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Master Jiang, it feels rather distant to address you by your title now. You should refer to me as your father-in-law." Jiangning, feeling slightly awkward, smiled and replied, "Jiangning thanks you, esteemed father-in-law, for the name." Yuan Kelly laughed heartily once more and reached out to assist Jiangning to his feet. Subsequently, Jiangning turned to Sun Xingzong, bowing respectfully again, and said, "Jiangning pays his respects to esteemed father-in-law." Sun Xingzong, displaying a look of satisfaction, nodded and also helped Jiangning up. Finally, everyone present erupted in laughter, while Jiangning felt somewhat bashful, as they had once been equal colleagues. Now, with two esteemed fathers-in-law, he found himself demoted to the status of a grandson. Just at that moment, Zhu Youjiao, cradling the large yellow dog that Shen Shuzi had bandaged, dashed over to Zhu Youjiao, bursting with excitement. "Brother Emperor, you have arranged for Master Jiang to marry. When will you help me find a wife as well?" "I wish to marry too." Zhu Youjiao laughed heartily in response, saying, "Do not fret, my younger brother. You are still quite young. In a few years, I shall certainly select the finest for you. Not just one, but even 10 or 8 shall be no trouble at all." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao shook his head vigorously and said, "Your Majesty, I only require one. If you insist on giving more, then I could manage 2 or 3 at most. Anything beyond that would be excessive. After all, I am currently in charge of the imperial clan affairs, and as the years progress, my responsibilities will undoubtedly become more demanding. With too many individuals to oversee, I fear I may struggle to distinguish one from another, leading to possible misunderstandings." Hearing these words, Zhu Youjiao laughed even more heartily. He reached out to pat Zhu Youjian's head and said with a smile, "Rest assured, fifth brother, if you find a suitable young lady, just tell your elder brother. I shall certainly advocate for you." At this moment, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiangning and remarked, "Brother Jiang, we have been waiting for you for most of the day. We are now so hungry that our stomachs are almost touching our backs. It has been quite a while since you last cooked, and I find myself longing for your culinary creations. Given the splendid occasion today, why not showcase your skills for us?" Jiangning nodded in agreement and promptly arranged for everyone to take their seats before heading to the kitchen, calling upon the two sisters, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, for assistance. The two young ladies, already aware of their impending marriage to Jiangning, were blushing furiously and dared not meet his gaze. However, Jiangning paid little mind to their shyness, as the sisters had been living in the residence for nearly half a year, and opportunities for intimate conversation had been scarce. Subsequently, Jiangning employed all his culinary expertise, and before long, a dozen exquisitely prepared dishes were served at the table. When Jiangning finally finished his tasks in the kitchen and arrived, he was taken aback to see that all the dishes had been devoured. Zhu Youjiao, Wei Zhongxian, and Shen Shuzi were all gazing longingly at Jiangning, their bowls in hand. Zhu Youjiao chuckled and said, "Brother Jiang, I have yet to satiate my appetite. Surely, we haven't run out of dishes? Could you prepare a few more?" Jiangning, upon hearing this, was nearly exasperated, his nose crinkling in annoyance. "Your Majesty, this is my home. After all this effort, I haven't even had a bite myself. Do you truly treat this place like a tavern? You wish for more dishes when you have nearly consumed everything." At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao interjected with a smile, "Brother Jiang, just add 5 more dishes. Only the last 5. Seeing this, Jiangning, with no other option, nodded reluctantly and turned back to the kitchen. Observing Jiangning's departing figure, Sun Xingzong stroked his beard and said with a grin, "I never expected that Master Jiang's culinary skills were so remarkable." Zhu Youjiao replied with a smile, "What you may not know, Master Sun, is that when Brother Jiang first opened his tavern, he did not hire a chef. He personally prepared all the dishes. His skill renders each dish not only delectable, but also fragrant and visually appealing." At this point, Wei Zhongxian eagerly chimed in, "What His Majesty says is absolutely right. Master Jiang's culinary talent is indeed unparalleled. Were it not for our intention to invite Master Jiang to serve in court and assist the Emperor, we would have truly been reluctant to completely close off the entire street, which we did for 3 whole months, ultimately leading to the decline of Master Jiang's tavern. At last, it was His Majesty who, through flattery and deceit, managed to place Lord Jiang in an official position within the court." The words of Old Wei left the assembled crowd in a state of astonishment. Seated nearby, Prince Zhu Youjiao gazed at Old Wei with a bewildered expression and remarked, elder brother. It appears that Lord Zhang's once thriving tavern business ultimately faltered, leading to its unfortunate closure. Was it you two who orchestrated this behind the scenes? Upon hearing his younger brother's blunt inquiry, Zhu Youjiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly cleared his throat and replied, "Fifth brother, you are still young and do not grasp the complexities of the situation. I shall explain it to you later. For now, let us focus on our meal. This matter should not be mentioned again, especially in front of brother Jiang." Zhu Yujian responded with an understanding "oh" and returned to his meal. As for Old Wei, he felt so uncomfortable that he wished to bury his head beneath the table. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao, noticing Old Wei's discomfort, scolded him gently. "Wei Dabin, simply enjoy your meal. Are you not aware that one should not speak while eating? Refrain from uttering inappropriate comments." Realizing his misstep, Old Wei lowered his head and resumed eating in silence. Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and addressed the others. "In my desperation to have brother Jiang serve in the court, I resorted to such measures. However, I cannot disclose this to him yet. When the time is right, I will personally seek his forgiveness." The others responded respectfully, "As you command." Shuzi, taken aback, mused internally, "I never anticipated that my foolish disciple would have endured such hardships." Shortly thereafter, Jiangning approached with a platter of sweet potato cakes, corn soup, several exquisite side dishes, and a portion of braised pork with potatoes. These potatoes had been cultivated by Chun Zilong alongside sweet potatoes and corn, and upon discovering them, Jiangning took some home to prepare. Once all the dishes were arranged on the table, Zhu Youjiao eagerly served Jiangning a bowl of rice, while Old Wei and the others busily offered him side dishes. Witnessing their warmth, Jiangning felt a deep sense of gratitude, realizing that family truly cares for him. However, he noticed that their gazes held an odd mixture of pity, compassion, and concern. When he glanced at his master Shuzi, he found him gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Jiangning was perplexed. Is it merely a meal? Why is this old fellow so moved that he is crying? After taking his seat, Jiangning observed the enthusiasm surrounding him. Though he did not fully understand the situation, he decided to simply enjoy the meal. Shortly after, Prince Zhu Yujian tasted a piece of braised pork with potatoes and was immediately astonished. He picked up another piece of potato, curiosity etched on his face, and asked, "Lord Jiang, what is this ingredient? Its flavor is truly delightful." Jiangning smiled and explained, "Your Highness, this is a new crop I had cultivated at the estate. It is drought-resistant and flood-tolerant, with a substantial yield. It can serve both as a dish and a staple food. The current scale of cultivation is modest. I took some home to prepare a meal, and coincidentally, today I had some excellent pork belly, which I used to create this dish of braised pork." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian couldn't help but exclaim, "Minister Jiang, you truly are a man of vast knowledge and talent." With that, he eagerly began to fill his bowl with vegetables and meat, devoting himself to the meal. The others, upon hearing this, also picked up their chopsticks to savor the dishes. Sweet potato pancakes and corn porridge were enjoyed with great delight. Zhu Youjiao, curious, inquired, "Brother Jiang, are these the new crops you had Chun Zilong assist you in planting?" Jiangning nodded and smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, these crops are not only drought-resistant, but also thrive in various soil types. They can simply be sown in any patch of land and yield abundant harvests. In years of famine, this provides an extra lifeline for the common people." As the emperor, Zhu Youjiao understood the significance of sustenance for the populace and promptly asked, "Brother Jiang, what is the yield per mu?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiangning replied, "The 2,000 mu outside the city are of superior quality, yielding nearly 1,000 jin per mu. If the land is of lesser quality or mountainous, the yield may decrease, but it will not fall below 700 or 800 jin." Zhu Youjiao, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, this is indeed a remarkable boon. If widely promoted, the common folk of the Ming need not suffer from hunger any longer." Jiangning responded, "Your Majesty, I have already begun arrangements for its promotion. Once spring arrives, the military governor's office will initiate its introduction from the military fields, allowing the populace to gradually adapt to these new crops. However, the current seed supply is limited, so widespread promotion will have to wait a few years until we have sufficient seeds for large-scale distribution. Nevertheless, this will allow the people time to adjust." Zhu Youjiao nodded in approval, while Yuan Kelly and Sun Qingzong, nearby, could hardly contain their excitement. Turning to them, Zhu Youjiao remarked, Master Sun, Minister Yuan. You both must pay close attention to the promotion of these new crops after the new year. This matter is crucial for the future sustenance of our people. They both nodded in response, saying, We shall obey your command. After enjoying a hearty meal, everyone began to take their leave. The sisters Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qinyan also departed with Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly, leaving Jiangning, Tian urging, and the gluttonous Shen Shuzi alone in the vast residence. Jiangning looked around the empty halls and chose not to speak further. After a long day of activities, he felt quite fatigued and decided to retire to his room for rest. Tian urging returned to the town protector's office to handle official business, while Shen Shuzi hurried to the Shenshi temple outside the city, for tomorrow marked the temple's grand inauguration, and as its master, his presence was essential. Early the next morning, Jiangning accompanied Tian urging to the Shenshi temple, intending to support his master, Shen Shuzi. Numerous court officials arrived, including Wei Zhongxian, who brought along a contingent of Eastern Depot subordinates. Additionally, many citizens came to pay their respects and offer incense. Jiangning greeted Wei Zhongxian with a smile, to which Wei Zhongxian responded with a beaming expression, saying, Master Jiang, we are aware of the completion of the old immortals Taoist temple today, and thus we have informed the populace to come and offer incense for blessings. Observing the throng of citizens behind him, Jiangning could not help but marvel at Wei Zhongxian's considerable influence. A mere word from him in the capital could summon such a multitude, many of whom were indeed admirers of the old master. At that moment, Shen Shuzi emerged, adorned in a royal purple robe adorned with auspicious clouds. Accompanied by several young acolytes, he greeted everyone present, exuding an ethereal grace, entirely shedding his previous disheveled appearance reminiscent of a beggar, to the point where Jiangning almost failed to recognize his own master. Jiangning hurried forward and cheerfully exclaimed, Master, congratulations. Your disciple wishes you prosperous endeavors. Before Jiangning could finish his words, Shen Shuzi shot him a stern glance and retorted, What nonsense are you spouting, you wayward disciple? This is a Taoist temple, not an inn or tea house. What need is there for prosperous business? Every citizen of the capital who comes to offer incense will receive the blessings of the three pure ones. Jiangning quickly forced a smile, saying, Master, it was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me for my thoughtlessness. Today is a momentous occasion for you. You mustn't be upset. Hearing this, Shen Shuzi snorted and moved forward to engage in light conversation with Wei Zhongxian. Under the protection of the Jinyue, Jiangning entered the Taoist temple and began to scrutinize his surroundings. He could not help but reflect on the grandeur of this temple, constructed through the collaboration of Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wanming, Wei Zhongxian, and Su Laolu. After wandering through the temple, Jiangning arrived at the main hall. He reverently offered incense to the three pure ones and, after completing his rites, sought a pretext to discreetly slip away. Upon returning home, Jiangning felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. Once, he could have engaged in conversation with the Lu sisters, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qinyan, but now that they had departed, he felt as though he had become utterly isolated. In the courtyard, only the faithful dog, Wang Kai, and the large yellow dog he had brought back were engaged in their own affections, and Jiangning felt it inappropriate to intrude upon their intimacy. As the new year approached day by day, the vast estate was left with only Jiangning and a handful of Jinyue guards assigned to ensure security. Jiangning spent his days idly at home, wholly relaxed. During this time, Su Guangqi, Gui Yunho, Wen Tiran, and Shui Guoguan had all come to visit, and Jiangning had received them warmly. One morning, as he gazed at the thick blanket of snow covering the courtyard, he suddenly felt inspired and set about building a snowman. Before long, a figure taller than himself took shape. In a playful mood, Jiangning meticulously crafted the snowman's features and even removed his own black gauze hat to adorn it. Satisfied with his creation, he nodded in approval. At that moment, a Jinyue hurriedly approached to report, Master, the Eastern Factory's Lord Wei has come to pay a visit. Upon hearing that the old master had arrived, Jiangning promptly ran out to greet him. Opening the door, he was taken aback to see Wei Zhongxian accompanied by a large entourage, all bearing a variety of gifts and red silk. With a perplexed expression, Jiangning inquired, Master Wei, what is it that you intend to do? Upon their meeting, Wei Zhongxian greeted him with a broad smile, saying, Esteemed Jiang, the Astronomical Bureau has already calculated the auspicious date for you. The 10th day after the new year is destined to be a momentous occasion for you. The emperor has just dispatched a messenger to inform me to come and assist you with the preparations. Shortly, someone from the palace will arrive to tailor your wedding attire. Seeing the warmth from Zhu Youjiao and Wei Zhongxian, Jiangning promptly invited Wei into his residence. Once inside, Wei Zhongxian issued a command, and his entourage began to efficiently organize the arrangements for Jiangning's home. Jiangning brewed a pot of tea and invited Wei Zhongxian to sit down, whereupon they engaged in light conversation. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian noticed a snowman beneath the plum tree in the courtyard and became intrigued, stepping forward to examine it closely. Jiangning, seeing this, chuckled and explained, "I built that during a moment of boredom. Forgive me for my foolishness, Master Wei." Unexpectedly, Wei, caught up in the spirit of play, decided to make a snowman resembling himself. However, after much effort, the result was rather dismal. Ultimately, Jiangning could no longer bear to watch and took it upon himself to refine the creation. Wei Zhongxian gazed at the snowman, which bore a striking resemblance to him, and nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "I still possess the same charm and grace as in my youth." Upon hearing such unabashed flattery from Wei, Jiangning couldn't help but cough lightly and quickly agreed, "Indeed, Master Wei, you remain as handsome and dashing as ever." Just then, a member of the Jinyui hurried in to report, "Your Excellency, His Highness Prince Xian has come to pay his respects." Jiangning felt a twinge of confusion at Zhu Youjian's visit, but nevertheless went out to welcome him. He saw Zhu Youjian accompanied by Wang Qingyan, with a retinue of royal guards carrying an array of gifts. Jiangning quickly realized, much like Wei, these were also intended for his wedding. He promptly invited Zhu Youjian into the residence. Upon entering, Zhu Youjian noticed the bustling preparations led by Wei Zhongxian and furrowed his brow. Jiangning, noticing this, asked with curiosity, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Zhu Youjian responded, visibly displeased, "Master Wei, Jiang Daren's wedding is a grand affair. How could you be so careless? Look over there, at least 10 zhang of red silk must be hung, yet you have only draped 3. An uninformed person might think Jiang Daren cannot afford to marry. And those large red lanterns should be at least 3 feet tall, yet you have only used 1-foot lanterns. What kind of decorum is this?" Upon receiving Zhu Youjian's reprimand, Wei Zhongxian felt a wave of shame wash over him, saying, "Your Highness, your admonishment is well taken. I shall immediately arrange for a redecoration." Zhu Youjian shook his head and replied, "No need. I have brought everything needed. I shall oversee the arrangements myself." Thereafter, Zhu Youjian personally directed the royal guards and the Dongchang operatives in decorating Jiangning's residence. Turning his gaze towards the snowman, he expressed interest and approached, asking, "Jiang Daren, did you create this?" Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded. At that moment, Zhu Youjian pointed at the snowman nearby and inquired, "Lord Jiang, who crafted this? It looks rather unappealing." Jiangning's face flushed with embarrassment, while the elderly Wei, coughing repeatedly, awkwardly replied, "Your Highness, this humble servant shaped it to resemble myself." Zhu Youjian chuckled and said, "Master Wei, I find this snowman to be quite unique. Its lack of charm is not your fault, so do not take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Wei felt utterly mortified, standing frozen in place. Initially, Jiangning thought Zhu Youjian might want to build a snowman himself, but to his surprise, Zhu merely glanced at it before turning to direct the arrangements. Wei and Wang Qingyan hurriedly followed at his side. Jiangning looked around and sensed his presence was somewhat superfluous. He observed Zhu Youjian directing efforts here and there, his eagerness palpable, as if he wished to ascend a ladder himself to hang lanterns. This nearly gave Wei a cold sweat, and after much persuasion, he managed to dissuade Zhu from climbing. Reluctantly, Wei had to take to the ladder himself. After considerable exertion, Wei was drenched in sweat, prompting Wang Qingyan to quickly take over the task. Nevertheless, Zhu Youjian still appeared unsatisfied. He approached Jiangning and remarked, "Lord Jiang, I find your residence rather small. If we proceed with these arrangements, it will ultimately lack grandeur. In my opinion, it may be best to demolish this residence and rebuild it on a larger scale. That way, the final display will undoubtedly be magnificent." At this moment, Jiangning truly grasped the extreme disposition of the future Emperor Chongzhen. What began as a simple decoration of his residence had suddenly morphed into a proposal for demolition. Jiangning hastily smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but I believe this residence is quite satisfactory as it stands. There is no need for complete demolition and reconstruction." I find this residence very agreeable and quite to my liking." Hearing Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao helplessly nodded and said, "Then let us proceed as you wish, Lord Jiang." Chapter 207. The Vast Heavens, Why Do They Weigh Upon Me? After Zhu Youjiao, along with Wei and Wang Qingyan, labored for most of the day, Jiangning's residence was finally arranged. Standing in the courtyard, Zhu Youjiao surveyed the setup and could not help but comment, "Indeed, this residence is too small. Despite our efforts, it still lacks a certain grandeur." He then turned to Wei and remarked, "Master Wei, the furnishings in Lord Jiang's residence ought to be replaced. You must personally make a trip to select a new set for him." As Wei wiped the sweat from his brow, he quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiangning hastily had servants bring forth several cups of hot tea and expressed, "Thank you, Your Highness and Master Wei, for your diligent efforts." Zhu Youjiao smiled and replied, "Lord Jiang, you need not say such things. I see this as an opportunity to hone my skills. When the time comes for my wedding, it must be far more impressive." Hearing this, Jiangning inwardly scoffed, "So, Zhu Youjiao, all this time you were merely using my place as practice." Old Wei also suffered greatly, exhausted from climbing up and down at his age, his face pale from fatigue. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao spoke again, saying, "Lord Jiang, now that everything is arranged, I must return. However, I intend to take Wang Kai and his wife, who guard your door, to the palace for a couple of days for some amusement. I wonder how you feel about this." He looked eagerly at Jiangning. Seeing this, Jiangning smiled and replied, "Of course, Your Highness. It is indeed a blessing for Wang Kai to be taken to the palace for a while. On behalf of Wang Kai, I express my gratitude to Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's face flushed with joy as he said, "Rest assured, Lord Jiang, I will take good care of Wang Kai and his wife." With that, he grabbed Wang Qingyan and dashed towards the doghouse, scooping up Wang Kai and Da Huang before sprinting off, followed closely by a group of palace guards. Jiangning stood there in astonishment, realizing that Zhu Youjiao had come today with a purpose, to practice arranging a wedding and, unexpectedly, to steal a dog. Meanwhile, Old Wei, utterly worn out, collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, his chest heaving heavily. Jiangning, noticing this, hurried over to assist Old Wei into the house. Once seated, he promptly handed him a steaming cup of tea, his face filled with remorse, saying, "Master Wei, you have truly worked hard today. I did not anticipate that Prince Xian would be so demanding, making you run around. I feel quite guilty about it." Hearing Jiangning's words, Old Wei waved his hand, accepting the tea and taking a hearty sip. After catching his breath, he replied, "Lord Jiang, speaking like this between us feels distant. It is only natural for Prince Xian to have high standards. We can only blame our oversight for not considering every detail." Listening to Old Wei, Jiangning couldn't help but reflect, as historically, these two had been irreconcilable enemies. Yet, at this moment, their rapport was unexpectedly harmonious, leaving one astounded. Subsequently, Jiangning glanced at the sky, realizing that it was indeed getting late. Old Wei, too, sensed the time and slowly rose, bidding farewell to his subordinates from the Eastern Depot before departing. With the arrival of the new year, the entire Ming capital was immersed in a festive atmosphere. The city was bustling with activity, showcasing the peace and prosperity of the era. Early in the morning, Jiangning was summoned by Wei Zhongxian, Zhang Weixian, Wentian, and Guo Yinho to enter the palace and pay respects to Zhu Youjiao. Upon entering the palace, they found officials gathered together, with many officials' wives donning ceremonial attire, engaged in lively conversation, creating a vibrant scene. Zhu Youjiao, accompanied by Empress Zhangyan, received the officials' greetings in the Fengtian Hall. The civil officials, led by the Chief Minister Sun Qingzong, presented congratulatory messages. These messages detailed significant events from the past year in the Ming dynasty, along with the various measures the court had taken in response. However, most of these messages reported good news while glossing over any troubling matters, minimizing serious issues to mere footnotes. Jiangning sat quietly, his heart filled with poignant reflections. The annals of history only document the emperor's smiles. They scarcely record the sufferings of the common folk. Soon, it was the turn of the military generals. The distinguished representative, the Duke of England, Zhang Weixian, presented his congratulatory message to Zhu Youjiao, recounting the military affairs along the borders of the Ming dynasty over the past year. He painted a vivid picture of various victories, to the point where Jiangning felt a tinge of embarrassment. To his surprise, Zhang Weixian's boasts rivaled those of the civil officials. Listening to the accolades presented by both scholars and warriors, Zhu Youjiao's face beamed with satisfaction as he nodded appreciatively. Following this, Empress Zhang Yin led a group of noble women to another area to partake in a royal banquet. Zhu Youjiao then hosted a feast for the officials, creating a lively atmosphere of camaraderie between the sovereign and his ministers. Jiangning was drawn aside by Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong, and the four began to indulge in cups of wine. Unlike the civil servants, military men were less concerned with formalities, acting with a more carefree and robust spirit. And Jiangning himself was not one to overly adhere to ceremonial niceties. As the evening progressed and the cups passed around, a gentle intoxication began to take hold of the group. Fortunately, Zhang Weixian remained relatively sober and tactfully curtailed further drinking to prevent any loss of decorum. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao descended from his throne, a jovial smile adorning his face as he approached the center of the hall, raising his cup and proclaiming, "This past year has brought both joys and sorrows to the Ming dynasty. Fortunately, with the unwavering unity of my beloved ministers and I, we have surmounted many challenges to achieve our current standing. This cup is dedicated to all of you." With that, he tilted his head back and drained his cup in one swift motion. Instantly, the hall erupted in a chorus of officials raising their cups and following suit, loudly exclaiming, "We wish your majesty well." As the ceremonial greetings concluded, numerous officials rose to take their leave. Just as Jiangning intended to return home, Fang Xiaozhong, the adopted son of Fang Zhenghua, intercepted him with a smile, saying, "Master Jiang, please hold on a moment. His Majesty has summoned you to the imperial study for a discussion." Upon hearing this, Jiangning could not help but internally scoff. Even during the new year, there is no respite. While others return home for family reunions, I am left to work overtime. Reluctantly, he followed Fang Xiaozhong along with the members of the cabinet and the 6 ministries, as well as the 5 armies command, to the imperial study. Upon arriving, they found Zhu Youjiao seated upon the dragon throne, cheerfully instructing Fang Zhenghua to provide seating and tea for the guests. Jiangning and Sun Qingzong took their seats at the head of the table, with the other officials seated in order of rank, distinctly divided between civil and military officials. Zhu Youjiao surveyed the assembly and remarked, "The Ming dynasty is showing signs of revival, and you, my esteemed ministers, have played an indispensable role in this." With a gentle clap of his hands, Fang Zhenghua and Fang Xiaozhong entered, each carrying a wooden tray adorned with red silk pouches. The sight elicited expressions of curiosity among the officials. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao continued, "Esteemed ministers, this is a modest token from me. The quantity is not excessive. Within these pouches, the majority contain slips of paper indicating sums of silver, up to 50,000 taels, with a minimum of 1,000 taels. As for who shall draw the highest reward, that rests upon your fortune." As his words fell, Fang Zhenghua and Fang Xiaozhong moved to the sides, inviting the officials to make their selections. Jiangning rubbed his hands together, meticulously selecting one, after which the others eagerly followed suit, including Wei Zhongxian and Fang Zhenghua. When it was the turn of the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yinho, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He first brought the silk pouch to his nose to inhale its scent, then weighed it thoughtfully in his hands. After careful consideration, he chose one with a triumphant smile, declaring, "My vision is akin to that of the legendary fire-eyed golden-eyed, and my nose can surely detect the fragrance of silver. This time, I am destined to claim the top prize." The crowd erupted in laughter at his declaration. Jiangning, unable to contain his curiosity, opened the silk pouch, revealing a slip of paper inscribed with the sum of 10,000 taels. At that moment, the other officials also glimpsed the amounts written on their own slips and joined in the laughter. Only Guo Yinho remained composed, clutching his silk pouch tightly and gesturing for the others to check their own. Seeing this, Jiangning rose, a look of confusion etched on his face as he inquired, "Your Majesty, I have drawn 10,000 taels." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao quickly smiled and congratulated him. "Minister Jiang, your luck is indeed remarkable." Jiangning smiled back, replying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, but it is merely a stroke of fortune. However, I have a question that I wish to pose to Your Majesty." Zhu Youjiao kindly encouraged, "Minister Jiang, please feel free to ask." Jiangning continued, "Your Majesty, where ought I to claim this 10,000 taels?" At this, the assembled officials turned their attention toward him, for the silk pouch contained merely a slip indicating a sum, not a banknote that could be readily utilized. Zhu Youjiao chuckled and explained, "Naturally, you shall collect it from the Minister of Revenue, Gua." The officials, burdened with the responsibilities of the state, rightfully deserved this reward. Upon hearing Zhu Youjiao's words, the crowd cast peculiar glances at Gua Yunho, who sat nearby. Gua Yunho, sensing the scrutiny, felt a wave of panic wash over him. He hastily rose and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, how can this silver be dispensed from the Ministry of Revenue?" Zhu Youjiao countered with a smile, "Minister Gua, your argument lacks merit. All of you serve the great Ming, drawing a salary from the state. As the sovereign, I have always upheld the principles of reward and punishment. It is only fitting that this silver be drawn from the Ministry of Revenue. As the steward of the Ming, you must ensure that no official is left wanting." Just as Gua Yunho was about to retort, Wei Zhongxian burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! My luck is extraordinary. I have drawn 50,000 taels." He then turned respectfully to Zhu Youjiao and said, "I am grateful for your generosity, Your Majesty." Following this, Wei Zhongxian inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed official has drawn the 1,000 taels?" The crowd glanced at their slips, all shaking their heads in response. Meanwhile, Gua Yunho's face flushed crimson with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he tremulously opened his silk pouch. Upon seeing the amount, he slumped back into his chair, murmuring, "Oh heavens, why have you forsaken me?" Tears streamed down his cheeks as he lamented. The others erupted into laughter, with Jiangning doubling over in mirth, unable to contain himself, recalling how Gua had boasted of his keen vision and ability to sense silver, confident he would emerge victorious. Unexpectedly, it was old Wei who struck the jackpot, winning a grand prize of 50,000 taels, while he himself only drew the meager sum of 1,000 taels. A situation that elicited a hearty laugh from all present. Even Zhu Youjiao could not help but chuckle at the scene. In Chapter 208, The Fall of Chongqing, there were both those rejoicing and those lamenting. As the crowd examined their slips of paper, most displayed smiles, save for Gua Yunho, who, upon glancing at his slip inscribed with 1,000 taels, burst into tears, his eyes brimming with sorrow as he looked towards Zhu Youjiao. Observing this, Zhu Youjiao let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "Minister Gua, I have just stated that this is entirely a matter of luck. Your fortune is lacking. Yet I cannot make an exception for you alone. What would the other ministers think of me?" Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho's sobs grew more pronounced. Jiangning, witnessing the scene, stepped forward to offer consolation, saying, "Old Gua, do not weep. Let us exchange. You give me your 1,000 taels, and I shall give you my 10,000. Surely this will suffice?" Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho immediately clutched Jiangning's sleeve tightly, choking back tears as he replied, "Ah, it is indeed Master Jiang who looks after me. Old Gua shall remember this favor for a lifetime. As for repaying it, perhaps I must wait for the next life." Hearing Gua Yunho's words, Jiangning displayed a look of disdain, forcefully yanking his sleeve away and returning to his seat with a countenance of disgust. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao addressed the assembly, stating, "Esteemed ministers, although our great Ming dynasty's 2 capitals and 13 provinces have encountered natural disasters and warfare, the overall situation remains relatively stable. The congratulatory messages from each province have been received, save for that from Sichuan. Currently, with the likes of Shichongming causing turmoil, I trust that the congratulatory message will arrive today. Once it does, I shall personally proceed to the Grand Ancestral Temple to pay tribute to our forebears." Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement. In their eyes, the rebellion of the Sichuan chieftain Shi Chongming was not a matter of great concern, as recent military reports indicated his repeated failures. Just then, a hurried eunuch appeared at the door with urgent news. Fang Zhenghua promptly greeted him and shortly returned, his expression fraught with alarm, reporting, "Your Majesty, the commander of the Jinyui, Lord Tian Urging, requests an audience." The assembly turned their gaze towards Jiangning, who shrugged helplessly and said, "Esteemed colleagues, do not look to me. I have not visited the Zhenfu division in recent days and am unaware of the circumstances." Zhu Youjiao, recognizing the situation, signaled to Fang Xiaozhong, who understood and hastily departed. The crowd began to murmur, speculating on the purpose of Lord Tian Urging's visit. Jiangning also fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a loud proclamation was heard from outside. "The congratulatory message has arrived. The congratulatory message has arrived." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua rushed towards the door. However, before he could reach it, the palace doors were flung open, revealing Li Ruyu, the chief eunuch of the imperial rites court. Despite being a distance of 2 zhang from Zhu Youjiao, he knelt down, then slid forward on his knees until he reached Zhu Youjiao's table. Raising his hands high above his head, his face alight with excitement as he announced, "Your Majesty, the congratulatory message from Sichuan has arrived." Upon hearing the news, Zhu Youjiao rose and took the congratulatory letter, unfolding it to scrutinize its contents. The onlookers exhibited expressions of astonishment, and Jiangning felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, pondering whether there had been upheaval in Sichuan. After a moment, having finished reading the letter, Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, that buffoon Sha Chongming is now like a grasshopper after autumn, with only a few days left to leap. Once spring arrives, let Minister Jiang personally lead the troops to Sichuan to quell the rebellion and ensure the complete eradication of this bandit." Nearby, Li Ruyu hastily echoed, "Your Majesty speaks truly." Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao tossed a brocade pouch to Li Ruyu, saying, "This is a reward for you. Seek out Minister Gua in the Ministry of Revenue for your silver later." Upon hearing this, Wei Yunho's face turned crimson with indignation. Li Ruyu accepted the pouch, quickly opened it, and knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "This servant gratefully thanks your Majesty for the generous gift." He then rose and stepped aside. At that moment, Fang Xiaozhong hurriedly entered the study, accompanied by Tian Urging, who appeared anxious and promptly saluted. Zhu Youjiao inquired, "Minister Tian, what urgent matter brings you to me today?" Without delay, Tian Urging retrieved a confidential report from his bosom and raised it above his head, declaring, "Your Majesty, grave news. Just 5 days ago, that scoundrel Sha Chongming seized Chongqing." The revelation struck the assembly like a bolt of lightning, leaving even Jiangning momentarily stunned, while Zhu Youjiao froze in disbelief. He glanced at the congratulatory letter from Sichuan, unable to fathom the situation. Just recently, the circumstances had seemed favorable. Why had Zhu Shiyuan suddenly departed for Chengdu? How could Chongqing have fallen to the rebels so swiftly? After a brief pause, Zhu Youjiao regained his composure and fixed an earnest gaze upon Tian Urging, commanding, "Read it." Tian Urging promptly opened the report and began to read. The governor of Sichuan, Zhu Shiyuan, was summoned to Chengdu by the king of Shu some time ago, the purpose of which remains unclear. 5 days ago, Sha Chongming sent a letter of surrender, claiming he wished to capitulate to the imperial forces. The deputy governors, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi, were overjoyed, yet General Du Wenhui suspected it to be a ruse and advised caution. However, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi dismissed his concerns, insisting on opening the city gates to negotiate surrender with Sha Chongming. Unexpectedly, as they returned, Sha Chongming's men launched a surprise attack. Upon hearing of this, General Du Wenhui rushed to their aid, but Sha Chongming had cunningly arranged for his forces to deceive the guards and seize Chongqing. After rescuing Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi, General Du Wenhui learned that Chengdu had already been captured, leaving him no choice but to retreat. General Qin Lianyu of Sichuan led his troops to harass the rebels, but Sha Chongming had somehow acquired firearms and managed to repel his forces. Zhu Youjiao once again opened the congratulatory letter from Sichuan, noticing the signatures of Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi. At this sight, he erupted in fury, his anger flaring as he slammed his palm upon the imperial desk and bellowed, "This is an affront to heaven. Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi, those wretched individuals, dared to obliterate such a promising situation in an instant. I shall ensure they meet a fate most gruesome." At this moment, Wei Zhongxian, visibly alarmed, hastened to offer his counsel. "Your Majesty, I implore you to temper your wrath. Safeguarding your health is of utmost importance. As for these scoundrels, I shall personally see to their punishment, ensuring they suffer for your grievances." Meanwhile, Jiangning furrowed his brow, pondering the unexpected upheavals that had befallen their meticulously devised plans. He turned to Tian Urging and inquired, "Old Tian, how could Shi Chongming possess firearms? Have you determined their origin? Furthermore, how could Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi be so foolish as to be deceived outside the city by a mere letter of surrender? It is tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao cast a frigid glance toward Tian Urging, his eyes ablaze with an intensity that could solidify into malice. Tian Urging, swallowing hard, spoke with great difficulty, according to confidential reports from the Jinyue. During Shi Chongming's recent rebellion, the Sichuan provincial government, under the pretext of preventing supplies from falling into the hands of the rebels, reduced the rations allocated to General Du Wenhuan and General Qin Lianyu. This was done in staggered shipments, and even the Sichuan governor, Zhu Youjiao, had consented to this decision. As for the firearms, they were never employed by the rebels while Zhu Youjiao was stationed in Chongqing. However, upon his departure to Chengdu, the firearms mysteriously appeared in the rebels' possession. Thus, I dare to speculate that someone must have covertly supplied them with these weapons. Jiangning's countenance darkened, as if laden with the weight of water. He could not help but lament internally. After expending a year purging the officials in the capital, northern Jili, and regions such as Tianjin and Shaanxi, he had envisioned a seamless flow of governance, simultaneously deterring those with ulterior motives. Yet, it appears that the adage "the mountains are high and the emperor is far" rings true. The meticulously crafted situation he had orchestrated was effortlessly dismantled. It seems that this campaign to quell the rebellion in Sichuan necessitates a thorough cleansing of the provincial officials. Otherwise, these duplicitous sycophants will undoubtedly hinder progress in the future. Zhu Youjiao, consumed by fury, forcefully cast the congratulatory scroll from Sichuan to the ground, exclaiming, "These imbeciles have ruined the splendid situation painstakingly arranged by the court." He then turned to Jiangning, his expression softening with regret. "Minister Jiang, I had intended to dispatch you to quell the rebellion in Sichuan after the spring. But given the current circumstances, it appears we must expedite the timeline. Is the Imperial Guard prepared for this task?" Jiangning promptly rose, bowing respectfully, and replied, "Your Majesty, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard are already well prepared and ready to heed your command at a moment's notice." Satisfied with Jiangning's response, Zhu Youjiao nodded approvingly. "In that case, once Minister Jiang is wed, you shall lead the troops to Sichuan to suppress the rebellion." The assembled officials stood in solemn accord, pledging their unwavering support for this endeavor. Observing the unwavering resolve and shared animosity among the ministers within the imperial study, Zhu Youjiao felt a modicum of comfort. Realizing that in these trying times, he was not devoid of steadfast support from so many loyal subjects. At that moment, Jiangning spoke up, saying, "Your Majesty, as I embark on the mission to quell the rebellion in Sichuan, I humbly request that you select a few individuals to accompany me, in addition to the commanders from the capital." Hearing Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao smiled faintly and inquired, "My dear Jiang, whom do you intend to select to accompany you to Sichuan?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiangning replied, "I beseech your Majesty to decree that Prince Xian lead the Ming Guard alongside me, and I also request that Lord Wei from the Eastern Depot accompany us." At this juncture, Gua Yunho, seated nearby, hastily rose and gestured fervently at Jiangning, as if to shout, "Lord Jiang, do not forget about me, old Gua." Jiangning, noticing Gua Yunho's eager demeanor, feigned ignorance, inwardly chastising, "Ah, old Gua, what schemes do you harbor? Surely, I am not oblivious to your intentions. However, the situation in Sichuan is far more complex than in Shaanxi. Bringing you along may only exacerbate the chaos." Upon hearing Jiangning mention Prince Zhu Youjiao and Wei Zhongxian for the Sichuan mission, Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment before asking, "My dear Jiang, does this relate to the fall of Chongqing?" Jiangning nodded in affirmation, stating, "Your Majesty, while I suspect a connection, I cannot ascertain it with certainty at this time. Therefore, to be prudent, I hope that both Prince Xian and Lord Wei can accompany me." Zhu Youjiao, after hearing this, nodded and remarked, "Certainly. My fifth brother has been clamoring for opportunities to serve, eagerly awaiting my permission to leave the capital for practical experience. This occasion is indeed fortuitous for him to gain insight in Sichuan." The assembly felt a palpable tension upon hearing the exchange between Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao. What had begun as a mere rebellion now demanded the involvement of a royal prince, specifically, the emperor's own younger brother, the Zongjing of the imperial clan, alongside the most powerful figure within the inner court, Wei Zhongxian. It was evident that the matters surrounding Sichuan were entangled with numerous individuals and affairs. Otherwise, Jiangning would not have sought such substantial aid. Chapter 209. A fool emerges. Zhu Youjiao surveyed the assembled ministers and sighed in resignation. "Gentlemen, given the current circumstances, it appears that this year may not bring us joy." The ministers responded collectively, "It is our duty to serve the Ming with unwavering devotion." Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao offered a few brief instructions, urging them to begin preparations for the forthcoming military deployment, after which they all rose to take their leave. Once the ministers had departed, only Jiangning remained seated in silence, while Tian Ergang stood respectfully beside him. Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened as he queried, "Brother Jiang, does the fall of Chongqing truly implicate the Shu royal household?" Jiangning sighed in response, "Your Majesty, I suspect it is indeed intertwined. Otherwise, with Zhu Shiyuan's composed nature, he would not have so readily retreated to Chengdu in the face of imminent danger. It is likely that only the Shu prince could command his loyalty. Few others in Sichuan could influence this regional governor." Immediately following, Jiangning remarked, "As far as I know, the Sichuan deputy governor, Song Shixiang, and the state affairs minister, Lian Guoshi, share a profound connection with the Donglin party." Shortly after Zhu Shiyuan was summoned by the king of Shu, these two disregarded the objections of General Du Wenhuan and ventured out of the city to accept the surrender of Shi Chongming, ultimately leading to the fall of Chongqing. There are numerous suspicions surrounding these two individuals. Furthermore, the supplies allocated to Du Wenhuan and Qin Liangyu were distributed in batches. While this may appear reasonable at first glance, it conceals deeper intrigues. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao slowly nodded, his expression darkening further, and coldly stated, "If that is the case, let my fifth brother undertake this mission on my behalf. Should the king of Shu indeed be involved in this affair, I shall show no mercy, if necessary. I shall abolish the lineage of the king of Shu. Shangxi has already disposed of a prince of the Dai clan. We need not concern ourselves with an additional king of Shu." At this moment, Jiangning spoke again, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent to follow the customary protocol and kindly inform the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, to prepare alternative officials in advance. I suspect that the entire officialdom in Sichuan is likely as rotten as that of Shangxi. This presents an opportune moment for a thorough cleansing." Hearing Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao sighed and replied, "I shall make the arrangements. You need not worry, Brother Jiang." Then, with a hint of curiosity, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "Jiangqing, I noticed that old Guo was incessantly signaling you. It was evident he wished to accompany you to Sichuan. Why did you not mention this matter?" Jiangning, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Zhu Youjiao's question, chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Your Majesty, old Guo is exceedingly fond of wealth. But the situation in Sichuan is markedly different from that in Shangxi. With numerous local chieftains and a complex scenario, bringing old Guo along may only exacerbate the chaos, as he is solely driven by monetary gain. However, eunuch Wei is another matter entirely. He is always precise in his actions and receptive to counsel." Listening to Jiangning's assessment of Wei Zhongxian, Zhu Youjiao couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Wei Zhongxian indeed possesses remarkable abilities. He is capable and eager to take action. He is audacious, which is why I have always placed my trust in him. It is merely unfortunate that he lacks education. Fortunately, with you, Brother Jiang, by his side. Otherwise, with his reckless temperament, I shudder to think of the troubles he might stir up, leaving me to clean up the mess afterward." Jiangning, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty treats me as kin. Such matters are of little consequence." The two exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously began to rummage through their garments. Jiangning, puzzled, suddenly found both of them extracting a red envelope. As their eyes met, they were momentarily taken aback. Jiangning, with a visage full of confusion, asked, "Your Majesty, is this prepared for me?" Zhu Youjiao, equally stirred, retorted, "Brother Jiang, is this intended for me?" They both almost spoke in unison. "Of course." Subsequently, each presented their red envelopes, uttering simultaneously, "Happy New Year." Observing this comical scene, both erupted into hearty laughter. Jiangning hastily opened his envelope and, upon inspection, was astonished to find a banknote of 50,000 taels. Zhu Youjiao, upon opening his envelope as well, discovered the same amount. At this sight, both laughed until tears nearly streamed down their faces. At last, Jiangning rose to take his leave. Little did he expect that as he stepped outside, he would encounter a figure curled up in the corner. Upon seeing Jiangning emerge, the individual rushed over without uttering a word and seized him with a firm grip. Jiangning, startled, was about to retaliate, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was Guo Yunho. He inquired, "Old Guo, what brings you here? Are you planning to ambush me?" Guo Yunho, with an anxious expression, replied, "Lord Jiang, how could you be so ungrateful? You ventured to Sichuan to quell the rebellion without bringing me along. If you had included me, the national treasury would have surely seen a significant increase in revenue, and you would not have to worry about the military funds for this expedition." After listening to Guo, Jiangning patiently attempted to explain the situation. However, Gui Yunho remained insistent. Seeing this, Jiangning, feeling utterly helpless, turned to the imperial guards beside him and instructed, "You fellows, assist in escorting Lord Gui back to the Ministry of Revenue." Upon hearing this, they promptly moved forward to lift Gui Yunho and began to escort him in the direction of the ministry. Gui Yunho continued to shout, "Lord Jiang, this is truly heartless. I, old Gui, have been wholeheartedly devoted to you." Listening to Gui's words, Jiangning felt a shiver run down his spine and could not help but mutter, "Good heavens. That sounds rather peculiar." He then dismissed the thought and, amidst the company of the imperial guards, returned home. Originally intent on enjoying a peaceful new year, he could not have anticipated the sudden interruption caused by Shi Chongming, which sent the officials in the court into a flurry of activity. Jiangning, meanwhile, stayed at home, receiving the latest military intelligence from the imperial guards daily while preparing for his role as a groom. Time slipped by quietly in this bustling atmosphere. On the morning of his wedding day, Wei Zhongxian, Prince Xian Zhu Youjiao, Shui Guoguan from the cabinet, Gui Yunho, Wen Tiran, Su Guanqi, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, Xin Yurong from the Five Armies Command, along with prominent figures from the cabinet, the Five Armies Command, and the six ministries, all arrived at Jiangning's residence. Witnessing such a gathering of supporters, Jiangning felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Fortunately, with the assistance of Old Wei and his foremost disciple Wang Cheng'en in attending to the guests, Jiangning was able to manage the situation, albeit with some difficulty. Old Wei, sweating profusely, noticed Jiangning sitting leisurely and exclaimed anxiously, "Lord Jiang, why have you not changed your clothes yet? We must depart soon to fetch the bride." Upon hearing this, Jiangning quickly nodded and, with the collective help of the guests, donned his ceremonial garb, adorned with a bright red flower. Mounted on horseback and escorted by a throng of imperial guards, he made his way to Sun Qingzong's residence. The streets were soon filled with onlookers, and the crowd erupted in applause, with some bold citizens daring to request wedding sweets from Jiangning. Generously, Jiangning waved his hand, instructing the imperial guards, who were also adorned with red flowers, to distribute the baskets filled with pre-packaged sweets and a mix of coins into the crowd. The people witnessing this offered their blessings. "May Lord Jiang be blessed with a noble son. May Lord Jiang and his wife enjoy a long and happy life together." Suddenly, at that moment, an unknown fool among the crowd shouted, "May Lord Jiang and eunuch Wei be united in matrimony." Upon hearing these words, Jiangning was momentarily taken aback, nearly toppling from his horse, while Old Wei stood frozen in place, subsequently coughing incessantly. With an awkward expression, he looked at the man and said, "You imbecile. If you cannot articulate yourself properly, refrain from speaking nonsense. Do you believe our family would invite you to the East Factory?" The man, terrified, bowed repeatedly, and it was only then that Old Wei reluctantly forgave him. Hastily, he and Jiangning quickened their pace, arriving at the entrance of Sun Qingzong's residence. There, the sound of firecrackers erupted, and the melody of drums resounded continuously. Shortly after, Sun Qingzong, adorned in festive attire, personally handed Lu Ruoyan over to Jiangning, having also prepared a generous dowry for her. With a hand on his beard, Sun Qingzong smiled and said, "Son-in-law, I entrust my precious granddaughter into your care. You must not mistreat her, otherwise I shall not spare you." Jiangning replied with a smile, "Rest assured, elder son, I shall treat Ruoyan with utmost respect." Sun Qingzong's expression turned serious as he stated, "Minister Jiang, I have reminded you countless times. Outside the court, we address each other by our familial titles. You should call me father-in-law, not elder son." Jiangning awkwardly chuckled and replied, "I shall heed your instruction, father-in-law." He then lifted Lu Ruoyan into the bridal sedan chair. Amidst the lively atmosphere of gongs and drums, Jiangning prepared to turn the horse around to return to the residence. At that moment, Old Wei hurriedly grasped the reins and inquired, "Minister Jiang, what are you doing? The matter is not yet concluded. Are you not planning to visit the residence of Elder Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Jiangning slapped his forehead, realizing in his flurry that he had completely forgotten about another bride at Yuan Kelly's residence. Consequently, he promptly led the group toward Yuan Kelly's abode. At that juncture, Yuan Kelly, accompanied by a throng of female relatives, blocked the entrance, refusing to allow entry unless Jiangning presented a red envelope. Jiangning immediately searched himself, only to discover he had come unprepared. Just as he was at a loss, Old Wei chuckled and pulled out a thick stack of pre-prepared red envelopes from his pocket. handing them to Jiangning, saying, "Minister Jiang, we have long prepared these for you." With Old Wei's financial prowess aiding him, they successfully retrieved Lu Qingyan. Clad in festive garments, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and said to Jiangning, "Jimming, Qingyan is a good child. I entrust her into your hands. You must treat her well." Jiangning responded with a smile, "Father-in-law, you need not worry. I shall cherish my own wife." Yuan Kelly laughed heartily and said, "The hour is late. Let us depart swiftly." Jiangning nodded in agreement and lifted Lu Qingyan into the bridal sedan chair once more. Following another round of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, the crowd made their way back to Jiangning's residence. Upon their return, Jiangning carried both brides into the house, feeling exhausted and breathless from the day's endeavors. Just then, Prince Zhu Youjiao, clad in a resplendent dragon robe and cradling a fortune cat, approached Jiangning and whispered, "Minister Jiang, you aren't feeling faint, are you? How can you break a sweat after just 2 trips?" Jiangning straightened his expression and replied, "Your Highness, this is merely the sweat of excitement, not of weakness. I am in robust health, not at all fatigued." After listening, Zhu Youjiao nodded and remarked, "As long as all is well, it is for the best. Otherwise, I would have to send the court physicians to prescribe some tonics for you." Jiangning, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I am grateful for your Highness's kind intentions, but I am still young and do not require such remedies at this time." Just then, a commotion arose outside, and Zhu Youjiao, adorned in a dragon robe, accompanied by Fang Zhenghua in a resplendent red robe, arrived at Jiangning's residence, surrounded by an entourage of imperial guards and officials from the Eastern Depot. Behind them, a group of eunuchs carried numerous large chests, all bound with red silk. Upon their meeting, Jiangning was about to pay his respects when Zhu Youjiao swiftly supported him, smiling as he said, "Brother Jiang, today marks your joyous occasion. There is no need for such formalities. Let us proceed with the main event." Subsequently, Jiangning ushered Zhu Youjiao and Fang Zhenghua into the residence. Due to the early demise of Jiangning's parents, leaving him alone, Zhu Youjiao and his esteemed mentor, Shen Shuzi, took on the role of elder figures for him. Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly naturally attended as representatives of the bride's family. As for Old Wei, he eagerly assumed the role of the MC. As the auspicious moment approached, Old Wei, brimming with excitement, boomed, "First, bow to heaven and earth." Jiangning, along with Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan, solemnly bowed in the direction of the heavens. Next, Old Wei, raising his voice, proclaimed, "Second, bow to your parents." Jiangning promptly led the 2 brides to respectfully turn and deeply bow to the esteemed Zhu Youjiao, Shen Shuzi, Sun Qingzong, and Yuan Kelly, who were seated in the honored positions. Finally, Old Wei, with a flushed face, shouted, "Now, the couple shall bow to each other." Jiangning and Lu Ruoyan, Lu Qingshan faced each other, performing the ceremonial bow with gravity. At that moment, Old Wei, exhilarated and with a bright complexion, declared, "The rites are complete." Following this, everyone offered their heartfelt congratulations. After escorting Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan back to the bridal chamber, Jiangning hurriedly emerged to warmly greet the guests. Jiangning's residence was alive with festivity as he navigated through the crowd, toasting each guest in turn. Unbeknownst to him, he was pulled into numerous rounds of drinking, one cup after another. Fortunately, he had the antidote prepared by Shen Shuzi beforehand. Otherwise, given the current drinking pace, he would surely have ended up under the table. Observing Jiangning's bustling figure, Zhu Youjiao couldn't help but reflect. Brother Jiang has now established a family and settled a significant matter. I too have accomplished a task. Shen Shuzi stroked his beard and chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, your majesty. This lad, once so carefree and aimless, wandering about without a care, has kept me worried about his matrimonial prospects day and night. I even dreamed of helping him find a wife." Hearing Shen Shuzi's words, Zhu Youjiao cleared his throat and smiled. "Oh, venerable sage, you are truly thoughtful." As the banquet drew to a close, guests began to rise and take their leave. Shui Guoguan, Su Guangqi, and Guo Yunho, these 3 elderly gentlemen, became thoroughly intoxicated and had to be carried away. Afterward, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly also stood to bid farewell, and Jiangning escorted each of them to the door. Upon returning to the residence, Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei, along with Wang Qingyan, directed the staff as they commenced tidying up for Jiangning. Jiangning initially felt somewhat guilty and intended to lend a hand personally. but was promptly halted by Old Wei. With a look of helplessness, Old Wei remarked, "My Lord Jiang, today you are the groom. How can we allow you to lift a finger? Hurry along to see your bride. Leave the arrangements to us and young Wang." Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded with a smile and turned to the bridal chamber. There, he beheld the two brides still adorned with their red veils, patiently awaiting his arrival. Jiangning swallowed hard, grasped a jade rui, and slowly approached, lifting the veils one by one. In that instant, the blushing faces of the Lu sisters, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan, appeared before him, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears as they gazed at Jiangning. Captivated by the beauty of his brides, Jiangning could not help but smile foolishly. Noticing his expression, Lu Ruoyan gently scolded, "Husband, why do you smile so foolishly?" Realizing himself, Jiangning quickly replied, "It is nothing. I was momentarily lost in thought at your exquisite beauty." Upon hearing his words, the sisters covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. At that moment, Jiangning picked up 2 cups tied with red ribbons, cheerfully announcing, "It is time for us to partake in the cup of union." He then drank with both Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan. After finishing the wine, Jiangning hurriedly retrieved a package of pastries from his robe, smiling as he said, "After a long day, you must be famished. These are a little treat I have secretly saved for you." He offered the pastries, and the sisters accepted them with bright smiles, eagerly indulging. Just then, Old Wei's voice boomed from outside, "My Lord Jiang, everything outside has been taken care of. You may rest easy in your bridal chamber. We shall take our leave. So no need to see us off." With that, silence fell. Jiangning chuckled to himself. Old Wei is quite a good fellow. At this moment, the sisters, their cheeks flushed, turned to Jiangning and softly said, "Husband, it is getting late. We should retire." Understanding their implication, Jiangning gently carried them to the edge of the bed. Lu Qingshan then cheerfully suggested, "Husband, after such a busy day, you must be weary. Tonight, please stay with my sister. I shall attend to you tomorrow." In response to the young maiden's words, Jiangning, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Nonsense. I am not tired at all. Do you not believe in my capabilities?" Lu Qingshan giggled, covering her mouth. "I certainly believe in your strength, but I am rather fatigued today." As she spoke, she playfully tugged at Jiangning's hand. Seeing this, Jiangning smiled and nodded, carrying Lu Qingshan to another room, offering a few words of reassurance before returning to Lu Ruoyan's chamber. He found Lu Ruoyan sitting at the bedside, her face flushed, tightly gripping the hem of her garment. With a smile, Jiangning approached her. Lu Ruoyan whispered, "Husband, the candles have yet to be blown out." Jiangning turned to the half-burned red candle and chuckled. "No need to blow them out. They will extinguish themselves by morning." With that, he walked to the bed, lifted Lu Ruoyan into his arms, and drew the bed curtains closed. At that moment, Jiangning suddenly heard a commotion from outside, feeling a flicker of curiosity. What was happening? Could it be that someone had infiltrated the estate? That seemed improbable, given the presence of dozens of elite imperial guards and his master stationed there. Cautiously, he tiptoed to the window and listened intently, confirming that there was indeed some noise outside. Jiangning abruptly stood up and pushed open the window, only to be astonished to see Zhu Youjiao, cradling Zhu Youjian, along with Old Wei, Wang Qingyan, and his own master, Shen Shuzi, all crouched down eavesdropping against the wall. Upon noticing Jiangning's sudden appearance, the group was instantly filled with awkwardness. Seeing the situation, Zhu Youjiao grabbed Zhu Youjian by the ear and remarked, "Fifth brother, why are you so overwhelmed with curiosity? The emperor has already stated that Lord Jiang is to consummate his marriage, and yet you still insist on eavesdropping. What kind of decorum is this?" With that, he tugged Zhu Youjian away. Tears welled in Zhu Youjian's eyes, his expression one of profound indignation. Jiangning squinted at Old Wei, Wang Qingyan, and Shen Shuzi, inquiring, "Master, what brings you gentlemen here?" Upon hearing this, Old Wei seized Wang Qingyan by the ear, awkwardly stating, "Little Wang, why do you share such a strong curiosity as well? Lord Jiang is consummating his marriage, and you come to eavesdrop?" After this, he pulled Wang Qingyan away, then turned to Jiangning with a smile, saying, "Lord Jiang, it is getting late. You should rest early. We shall take our leave now." Jiangning then turned to Shen Shuzi and asked, "Master, you aren't here to eavesdrop as well, are you?" Shen Shuzi's face flushed as he awkwardly replied, "Well, I was merely feeling a bit overstuffed and came out for some fresh air. Who would have thought I would encounter the Emperor, Prince Xian, and Little Wei and Little Wang here eavesdropping? I had intended to stop them, but it seems my disciple appeared just in time. With that, he hurriedly made his exit, disappearing in a flurry. Witnessing the hasty retreat of the group, Jiangning couldn't help but reflect. It seems the habit of eavesdropping has existed since ancient times. After closing the window, he did not leave immediately. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he pushed open the window once more, only to find the group once again crouched down in their previous position. Upon seeing Jiangning open the window, everyone exchanged awkward smiles. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao quickly stood up and explained, "Brother Jiang, we had merely overeaten and needed to stretch our legs." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly grabbed Zhu Youjiao and dashed away. Shen Shuzi, noticing this, grabbed Old Wei with his left hand and Wang Qingyin with his right, sprinting away without a trace. Watching their frantic escape, Jiangning felt a sense of helplessness and shut the window once more before slowly walking over to the bedside. At this juncture, Lu Ruan gracefully rose, her face adorned with a smile as she softly said, "I shall attend to you, my lord, for your change of clothes." Jiangning smiled and shook his head, replying, "Today, allow me to assist you with your change of clothes." At this, Lu Ruan gently scolded playfully, "You rogue." Jiangning, unfazed, affectionately lifted Lu Ruan and gently placed her on the bed. The following day, the sun rose high in the sky, casting its golden rays as Jiangning slowly awakened. Lu Ruan had already risen. Not only had she completed her morning rituals, but her hair was also elegantly arranged into a lady's bun. Seeing Jiangning wake up, she smiled and said, "My dear husband, you are awake. I have prepared breakfast and shall assist you in dressing." Gazing at Lu Ruoyan, Jiangning couldn't help but reflect on the four great joys of life: encountering sweet rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and achieving success in one's endeavors. He felt that he had already experienced the first two joys. As for meeting an old acquaintance, he feared opportunities for that were scarce, and competing with the youth for success was unnecessary for someone of his esteemed rank. Following Lu Ruoyan's assistance, Jiangning dressed, and they proceeded to the dining room. There, Shen Shuzi was accompanied by Lu Qingyin, waiting for Jiangning's arrival. Upon seeing them approach, Shen Shuzi smiled broadly, stroking his beard, and remarked, "Disciple, you are up quite early." Jiangning rolled his eyes at this comment and replied, "Master, it is hardly early. The sun is well above the horizon." Curiously, he asked, "Master, why haven't you started eating yet? At this hour, you would typically have finished your meal." With a chuckle, Shen Shuzi explained, "Now that you are married, I naturally must wait for you to dine together." Jiangning felt a swell of pride at his master's growth, sitting down to eat and thoughtfully serving dishes to both Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan. Watching this, Shen Shuzi felt a twinge of envy as he observed Jiangning's attentiveness. Jiangning, however, pretended not to notice, internally muttering, "You old fellow, at your age. Still expecting me to serve you." The atmosphere was filled with laughter and camaraderie as the group enjoyed their meal. Shen Shuzi occasionally interjected remarks, mostly urging Jiangning to consider starting a family soon. In Shen Shuzi's view, Jiangning could only serve as a long-term source of sustenance, lacking in martial prowess. Instead of pressing him further, he thought it wiser to focus on nurturing a promising disciple. Just as they finished their meal, a Jiangning Wei officer entered and reported, "Your Excellency, Eunuch Fong from the Imperial Ceremonial Office has come to deliver a decree." Jiangning was puzzled. As hadn't Zhu Youjiao already bestowed numerous rewards upon him the previous day? What new decree could this be? Was he being summoned to the battlefield? Nevertheless, he opened the central door to welcome Fong Zhenghua. Fong Zhenghua entered with a beaming smile, holding the imperial edict with both hands, and said, "Lord Jiang, I am here to congratulate you." Jiangning responded with a smile, "Eunuch Fong, you are too kind. We are all on the same side." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Zhenghua produced a stack of silver notes from his robes and offered, "Lord Jiang, a small token of my esteem. Please accept it." Seeing Fong's sincerity, Jiangning had no choice but to accept it with gratitude. Fong Zhenghua continued with a smile, "Now, let us commence." Jiangning nodded in agreement, quickly arranging the incense table, kneeling in reverence to receive the decree. Fong Zhenghua unfolded the imperial edict and proclaimed aloud, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Jiangning, the left commander of the Central Army at the Five Armies Command, has shown unwavering loyalty to the throne and diligence in duty. Thus, I bestow upon him a dragon robe. His two wives, the Jianglu clan, are virtuous and noble. I hereby confer upon them the title of first-rank lady. I hope you will henceforth devote yourself to state affairs and live up to my profound expectations." Thus decreed. Jiangning hastily exclaimed, "I, Jiangning, humbly accept the decree and express my gratitude. May your majesty enjoy enduring health." He then rose respectfully to receive the edict. With a wave of his hand, Fang Zhenghua summoned a group of young eunuchs who brought forth the dragon robe and the attire of a first-rank lady. With a hint of confusion, Jiangning inquired, "Master Fang, did His Majesty not already bestow a dragon robe upon me previously? Why grant another?" Fang Zhenghua smiled and clarified, "My lord Jiang, including this occasion, you now possess 2 dragon robes, both of the highest quality. Such a reward is indeed unparalleled in the court. As for your 2 wives, His Majesty remarked that both Elder Sun and Elder Yuan are esteemed ministers of the realm. As their granddaughter, they naturally deserve ample recognition." Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, this is a tremendous imperial favor." Finally, he graciously invited, "Master Fang, since you have taken the time to deliver the edict today, might you stay a while longer? I would be delighted to host a banquet in your honor." Fang Zhenghua shook his head and replied, "My lord Jiang, perhaps on another day. I am currently overwhelmed with responsibilities and have too many matters to attend to." Jiangning, understanding the situation, could only acquiesce. He was well aware that Fang Zhenghua had become more than just a close aide to the emperor. As the director of the Imperial Ceremonial Office and a supervisor of the Western Bureau, he was now among the busiest officials in the palace, second only to Old Wei. Chapter 211. Heroes of the realm like fish crossing the river. Jiangning personally escorted Fang Zhenghua to the door before turning back to his residence. He gazed at the dragon robe and the attire of the first-rank lady displayed on the table, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude for the kindness shown to him by Brother Zhu. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan gently lifted the blue dragon robe and began to measure it against Jiangning. Observing this, Jiangning chuckled, "Then I shall try it on." After which, with Lu Ruoyan's assistance, Jiangning donned the dragon robe. Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan were instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming as they exclaimed in unison, "My lord looks exceedingly fitting in this attire, exuding unparalleled gallantry." Listening to the praise from his 2 wives, Jiangning couldn't help but break into a hearty laugh, proudly responding, "Indeed, even without this dragon robe, I am handsome and distinguished, with an extraordinary demeanor." In the following days, Jiangning contentedly remained at home, accompanying his 2 wives and also honoring his master. In stark contrast, the entire 5 armies command was bustling with activity. Chun Su and Shun Yorong frequently summoned the generals of the capital forces, meticulously discussing various matters regarding the military expedition. They generously shared their invaluable experiences accumulated over years of leading troops in battle, imparting their knowledge with great patience. Meanwhile, the 6 ministries were operating at full throttle, diligently preparing for all necessary affairs related to the expedition. However, as the principal commander of this campaign, Jiangning appeared remarkably at ease. It is often said that some rejoice while others lament. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, having endured a recent caning and a subsequent reprimand from Tianqi, now feign illness to remain at home. In the study of Yang Lian's estate, he paces restlessly, his expression fraught with anxiety, while Zhuo Guangdou sits nearby, his demeanor reflecting a complex mix of emotions. After a moment's silence, Yang Lian speaks, with the recent fall of the Chongqing prefecture to rebel forces, Jiangning, as the left commander of the Central Army at the 5 Armies Command, cannot absolve himself of responsibility. I intend to submit a formal petition for his impeachment. Would you be willing to join me in this endeavor? Zhuo Guangdou, upon hearing Yang Lian's words, lets out a resigned sigh and replies, Dahong. How can we hold Jiangning accountable for the fall of Chongqing? After all, he is not even in Sichuan. Yang Lian scoffs at this, retorting, 6 months ago, Jiangning began making arrangements, expending vast sums of resources in the process. How can he possibly evade responsibility for this situation? Zhuo Guangdou shakes his head in resignation and responds, Dahong, we ought to refrain from further petitions against Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian for the time being. Reflect on our repeated attempts to impeach him since he took office. What have we achieved? The Donglin faction has suffered considerable losses and is now weaker than ever. We have gained nothing from opposing Jiangning. Yang Lian's face reddens with indignation as he declares, Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, these 2 calamities, thrive on slander and deceit. manipulating the emperor to their advantage. How can I stand idly by while they continue their schemes? Zhuo Guangdou gazes at Yang Lian with a conflicted expression and states, "Ah, the Hong. Initially, I shared your sentiments. I too aspired to leverage my efforts to overthrow Jiangning and assist the emperor in achieving greatness. However, I later realized my grave error. I was mistaken in not recognizing my own position. In literary terms, it is called aiming too high. In simpler terms, it is akin to being lost without direction. I fear that the entire court may look down upon me, preoccupied with impractical aspirations." He pauses, then continues with a sense of nostalgia. Looking back at Jiangning, in the year since he entered the court, he has accomplished significant deeds. Our treasury is now well-stocked. Victories have emerged from Liaodong, and reforms in the capital's military have begun to bear fruit, yielding a capable force. The common folk praise the emperor's wisdom, and the court is filled with loyal and virtuous officials. We cannot simply overlook these tangible achievements. Yang Lian, incredulous, responds, "Gongji, do you not remember our original intentions upon entering the court? How is it that you now sound like Mr. Zhou, speaking in defense of Jiangning?" Zhuo Guangdou offers a wry smile, saying, "Initially, I dismissed Mr. Zhou's words, but in hindsight, he perceives the situation with far greater clarity than we do. We have erred profoundly, and we must not continue down this misguided path. Fortunately, it is not too late to mend our ways. Let us cease our impeachment efforts against Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian." Hearing this, Yang Lian trembles with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhuo Guangdou, exclaiming, "Gongji, I never imagined you to be such a person." Zhuo Guangdou gazed at the fervently agitated Yang Lian and let out a resigned sigh, articulating, "De Hong. Ponder this carefully. What benefits do we truly gain from impeaching Jiangning? What advantages does the Ming dynasty derive from it?" Having spoken, he rose to take his leave, departing with a determined stride. Watching Zhuo Guangdou's retreating figure, Yang Lian, consumed by rage, leaned back against the desk. At that moment, a servant hurried in to report, "Esteemed sir, Lord Wen from the censorate has sent someone to convey a message requesting your presence at the censorate." Yang Lian's anger surged, and he seized the inkstone, hurling it to the ground while cursing, "I shall see no one. Tell him to leave at once. A mere Tiran dares to intimidate me." The servant, taken aback, replied awkwardly, "My lord, might your words be a tad harsh?" Yang Lian's fury intensified, and he kicked the desk over, exclaiming, "Curse your mother." The servant, frightened by the scene, hastily fled. After departing from Yang Lian's residence, Zhuo Guangdou wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of the capital, observing the lively throngs of people. He noted families visiting friends with children in tow, all of whom held candies, candied hawthorns, and sugar figurines, their faces alight with joyous smiles. Witnessing this scene, Zhuo Guangdou felt a long-lost tranquility wash over him, murmuring to himself, "How long has it been since I encountered such a harmonious era?" With a newfound enthusiasm, he approached a vendor and requested, "A skewer of candied hawthorns, please." The vendor, casting a curious glance, inquired, "You are a government official, are you not?" Realizing he had let slip a revelation, Zhuo Guangdou smiled and replied, "I am Zhuo Guangdou, censorate inspector. I kindly ask you to fetch me a skewer of candied hawthorns." As he produced silver coins, the vendor, however, coldly snorted, stating, "I shall not sell you my candied hawthorns. Be on your way." Confused, Zhuo Guangdou asked, "Why will you not sell to me? I am not asking for it for free. I intend to pay." Another disdainful snort escaped the vendor, who retorted, "You officials are forever entangled in schemes and intrigues. When have you ever truly considered the plight of us common folk?" In the capital, it was well known that Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were notorious for their treachery, repeatedly petitioning the emperor to impeach Lord Wei and Lord Jiang. Both Lord Wei and Lord Jiang are remarkable individuals. The vendor continued, "They show great compassion towards us commoners. Lord Jiang administers justice fairly, never oppressing the populace. While Lord Wei is renowned for his benevolence and charity, aiding the needy, his reputation extending far and wide. Yet you persist in your petitions against them. How can that not be deemed treachery?" With that, the vendor turned his back, denying Zhuo Guangdou any chance for explanation. In a moment of desperation, Zhuo Guangdou grasped the vendor's sleeve, about to speak. The vendor, noticing this, recoiled several steps, his face contorted with anger as he declared, "What now? Do you intend to exert pressure through your status? Do you believe I won't report you to the Shuntian prefecture?" Even if Lord Huang cannot manage you, there are still Lord Jiang of the Jiangning and Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot who will advocate for us commoners. As Zhuo Guangdou beheld the unabashed animosity in the merchant's eyes, a chill enveloped his heart, prompting him to hastily release his grip, offer an apology, and silently depart. The merchant, watching Zhuo Guangdou's retreating figure, spat vehemently onto the ground, cursing, "Dog official." Zhuo Guangdou, hearing the insult distinctly, found himself outside the residence of Zhou Yuanbiao. Since the last occasion when Yang Lian had confronted Zhou Yuanbiao directly, Zhuo Guangdou had not visited his mentor for quite some time. The mere thought of his esteemed teacher stirred a pang of bitterness within him, yet he resolutely approached to announce his presence. After a brief moment, he was escorted into the mansion and led to Zhou Yuanbiao's study. Upon entering, Zhuo Guangdou discovered that Li Banghua, the Minister of War, was seated nearby, engaged in light-hearted banter with Zhou Yuanbiao. The countenances of both men instantly hardened upon noticing Zhuo Guangdou's arrival. Just as Zhou Yuanbiao was about to speak, Li Banghua interjected. "Master Zhuo, what brings you here today? Surely, your previous encounter with the esteemed Lord Zhou was not sufficiently vexing, and you wish to repeat the experience to render him utterly unwell?" Perceiving the sarcasm in Li Banghua's words, Zhuo Guangdou promptly replied, "Minister Li, that was not my intention. I merely came to pay my respects to Mr. Zhou." He then turned to Zhou Yuanbiao, sincerely stating, "I, your humble disciple, have been foolish and repeatedly failed to heed your teachings. I hope for your forgiveness." Zhou Yuanbiao regarded Zhuo Guangdou with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Pray tell, what is your purpose in visiting my humble abode today? If you seek my assistance, I must advise against it. The current leader of the Donglin faction is Da Hong. You should address any matters with him." Upon hearing Zhou Yuanbiao's words, a bitter smile graced Zhuo Guangdou's lips as he replied, "Master, I have come today expressly to seek your pardon. Only now do I realize the extent of my errors. In comparison to Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, I feel utterly unworthy of the salary bestowed upon me by the court. I have failed to support the emperor above and to pacify the common people below. My actions in the court have been nothing but factionalism and self-interest, entirely blinded by personal gain. I am deeply ashamed of having betrayed your teachings over the years." With that, he knelt before Zhou Yuanbiao. Surprised by Zhuo Guangdou's confession, Zhou Yuanbiao furrowed his brow, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he asked, "What do you mean by this?" Zhuo Guangdou lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes, and said, "Master, it is only today that I truly comprehend your earlier counsel. I have always prided myself on being a part of the clean stream in the court, frequently denouncing Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, viewing them as treacherous foes. Yet in truth, I am the one who embodies the very treachery I condemned. Since entering the court, I have not accomplished a single beneficial deed for the people. I fall woefully short compared to Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian. I have grievously let down the diligent teachings you have imparted over the years, and I am here today to seek your forgiveness." At this moment, Li Banghua, seated nearby, wore an expression of astonishment, scarcely believing his ears. It is well known that Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou have always been inseparable, renowned within the Donglin party as stalwart men of integrity, persistently opposing Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian. However, today, Zhuo Guangdou astonishingly chose to admit fault. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuanbiao's profound gaze seemed to contemplate something. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Gongji, rise. Your ability to speak thus today indicates that you have come to a timely realization. As the saying goes, it is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost." Listening to Zhou Yuanbiao, Zhuo Guangdou slowly stood, his face still marked by a deep sense of guilt. Zhou Yuanbiao then inquired, "Where is Da Hong?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Guangdou's expression grew complex as he sighed helplessly and replied, "Master, Da Hong has succumbed entirely to madness, determined to confront Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian to the bitter end. I have implored him repeatedly, yet his mind is resolute, and he refuses to listen." After hearing this, Zhou Yuanbiao calmly remarked, "If that is the case, then let him be." Zhuo Guangdou continued, "I have resolved today that I shall no longer impeach Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian, focusing solely on my own duties to atone for my past errors." Zhou Yuanbiao replied, "Gongji, you and Da Hong may impeach as you see fit. There is no need for hesitation." Zhuo Guangdou was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment as he questioned, "Master, Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian have always served the country loyally, working earnestly. If I were to indiscriminately impeach them, and they were indeed brought down. How would we resolve the aftermath? In response, Zhou Yuanbiao gently stroked his beard, smiling slightly as he said, Gongji, you underestimate Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian. Heroes in this world are as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Those who emerge from the tempest do not rely on umbrellas. Listening to Zhou Yuanbiao's words, Zhuo Guangdou stood in stunned silence, lost in thought. Even Li Banghua, seated nearby, fell into contemplation. After a moment, Zhuo Guangdou seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Unable to suppress a wry smile, self-mocking for his excessive worry, setting aside the question of whether he could actually bring Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian down. It was clear that as long as they nodded, countless individuals would rush to confront him and Yang Lian. Given the current influence of the Donglin party in the court, he and Yang Lian would likely face dire consequences. Still harboring doubts, Zhuo Guangdou asked, Master, why then do you permit me to continue impeaching Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian alongside Dao? Li Banghua, too, turned his gaze to Zhou Yuanbiao, eagerly awaiting an answer. Zhou Yuanbiao regarded Zhuo Guangdou with solemnity and asked, Gongji, do you remember the original intention of the Donglin Academy? Zhuo Guangdou, upon hearing this, nodded earnestly, his expression grave as he recited, to assist the sovereign in securing the state and to repay the common people with peace. Zhou Yuanbiao nodded in acknowledgement and continued, Gongji, are you willing to stake your life for this ideal? Upon hearing this question from Zhou Yuanbiao, Zhuo Guangdou was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. Observing the demeanor of Zhuo Guangdou, Zhou Yuanbiao smiled faintly and remarked, this original intention has been etched in my heart since my youth. Later, upon entering the court as an official, I repeatedly impeached Zhang Jiajing. Initially, I shared your ambitious spirit, believing that through my own capabilities, I could assist the sovereign in securing the realm above and providing peace to the people below. However, upon reflection, those actions were merely the arrogance of self-importance, a factional struggle for personal gain, having long lost sight of my true intentions. I have erred for decades, yet now, for the sake of that initial ideal, I have resolved to stake my life to lend a helping hand to Jiangning, hoping to see the resurgence of our Ming dynasty. Upon hearing Zhou Yuanbiao's words, Zhuo Guangdou gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, Disciple is willing to accompany my esteemed master in sacrificing himself for this cause. Pleased with Zhuo Guangdou's response, Zhou Yuanbiao nodded in approval and continued, In Jiangning, I see the reflection of Zhang Jiajing from years past. How fortunate is the Ming dynasty to have produced a Zhang Jiajing, yet how unfortunate that there is only one. Fortunately, heaven has favored us, for another Jiangning has emerged. I am confident that, given time, Jiangning's achievements will far surpass those of Zhang Jiajing. With Jiangning's assistance, the Ming dynasty shall undoubtedly thrive and prosper, exceeding even the glory of the Han and Tang dynasties. Listening to Zhou Yuanbiao's words, Zhuo Guangdou was filled with disbelief and questioned, Master, why do you hold Jiangning in such high regard, even stating that he surpasses Zhang Jiajing of yore? Zhou Yuanbiao's expression remained calm as he slowly replied, Zhang Jiajing was a disciple of Confucianism, yet during his reforms, he enacted legalist measures, resulting in the revitalization of the Wanli era. Unfortunately, fate played its hand, leading to a rift between Emperor Shizong and Zhang Jiajing, ultimately causing them to part ways. The grand endeavor of Zhang Jiajing's reforms withered away, and he himself ultimately faced disgrace. Do you know why this occurred? After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Guangdou responded, It must be that Zhang Jiajing's reform methods were overly forceful, offending too many, and he developed a rift with Emperor Shizong, which led to his eventual failure. Zhou Yuanbiao gently shook his head, his tone serene yet profound. A person who solely adheres to Confucianism finds it difficult to succeed, for such naivety is a hindrance. Conversely, one who exclusively follows legalism is prone to failure due to excessive radicalism. A follower of Taoism might retreat from the world, defining success on their own terms. Yet, the true stronghold of power is one who embodies the principles of Confucianism while executing the actions of legalism and possesses the spirit of Taoism, harmoniously integrating the thoughts of Confucianism, legalism, and Taoism. Zhang Jiajing embodied only the shadows of Confucianism and legalism, lacking the Taoist essence of adapting to circumstances with a balance of rigor and relaxation. In contrast, Jiangning possesses all three attributes. Moreover, what is paramount is that Jiangning is sincere and trustworthy, sharing a brotherly bond with His Majesty. a camaraderie that rivals that of Emperor Zhao Li of Han and Zhuge Liang. Such a sovereign-subject relationship will surely yield fruitful beginnings and enduring ends. Zhuo Guangdou stood there, momentarily speechless, while even Li Banghua, who was present, was equally astonished by Zhou Yuanbiao's insights. Calming his mind and reflecting deeply, Jiangning, since entering the court as an official, though originating from the Jinyue and having followed the path of a military officer, is more often respectfully referred to as Lord Jiang by the public. When it comes to his colleagues, Jiangning readily recommends those who exhibit talent. In response to the treasury's deficits, he tirelessly reformed the commercial tax system to replenish the national coffers. He did not shy away from bloodshed in Tianjin and the bureaucratic circles of Shaanxi, employing resolute and decisive measures. Furthermore, Jiangning is known for his unwavering commitment to keep his promises. He conducts his affairs with both initiation and conclusion. His methods are as diverse as they are unpredictable, defying conventional logic, leaving others both perplexed yet compelled to admire the tangible results he achieves. At this moment, Zhou Yuanbiao inquired, "Do you know why Li Sansai's 3 clans were executed and the 9 clans exiled, while Yi Xianggao was forced to resign and return home? The Donglin faction is left with you and Dahong bearing the burden, yet you both frequently confront Jiangning. How is it that Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian have never managed to bring you two down? Even the emperor seems to only issue minor reprimands to you and Dahong without resorting to extreme measures." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Guangdou smiled wryly and replied, "Perhaps in the eyes of the emperor and Jiangning, we, the disciples, have never warranted their full attention." Zhou Yuanbiao shook his head slowly and responded, "You and Dahong lead the Donglin members in persistent opposition to Jiangning, and it is hardly plausible that Jiangning, Wei Zhongxian, and even the emperor have never regarded you. The emperor retains you both because he sees further and higher than we do. The ancients referred to the Yangtze River as Jiang and the Yellow River as He. The water of the Yangtze is clear, while the Yellow River's water is murky. Both rivers flow continuously. An ancient saying states that when the Yellow River runs clear, a sage will emerge. Yet, has the Yellow River ever run clear? The waters of the Yangtze irrigate the fields of numerous provinces along its banks, just as the waters of the Yellow River nourish the lands on either side. One cannot favor the clear waters of the Yangtze simply for their clarity, nor can one dismiss the Yellow River's waters due to their turbidity. The emperor and Jiangning allow you and Dahong to persist in your opposition, leading to repeated losses for the Donglin faction and a weakening of their power. Meanwhile, the number of officials congregating around Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian continues to grow, all of whom are loyal to the emperor. The emperor aims to retain you and Dahong to stabilize the hearts of the Jiang and Donglin scholars while gradually diminishing the Donglin's influence within the court. Otherwise, without the emperor's command or Jiangning's indication, a mere nod from Wei Zhongxian would be enough to ensure your demise. Yet both the emperor and Jiangning are aware that even if the Donglin were entirely eradicated today, other factions would inevitably arise in the future. Thus, they keep you two, akin to fishing, gradually weakening the Donglin faction step by step. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Guangdou felt an uncontrollable tremor coursing through him. Realizing that the true jester was none other than himself, he couldn't help but silently chuckle, thinking it was no injustice to be defeated by Jiangning. Initially, he believed the emperor was indifferent to state affairs, delegating all matters to the cabinet and figures like Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian. Yet now it appears that the emperor is, in fact, the one with the clearest and most profound understanding of the situation. At this moment, Zhou Yuanbiao, with measured steps, slowly approached Zhuo Guangdou, his expression grave as he began to speak. "Zhuo, as one of the founders and elders of the Donglin party, I must express that the Donglin has now metamorphosed into a malignant tumor afflicting the Ming dynasty, progressively eroding its vitality. If this continues, it shall inevitably drag the Ming into an abyss of irretrievable ruin. Thus, I have resolved to stake my very life to eliminate the hidden dangers posed by the Donglin. This is why I have urged you to continue your collaboration with Dahong in impeaching Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian. Although the Donglin's influence in the court has waned considerably, its foundation remains robust in regions like Jiangnan. Should you and Dahong falter, the Donglin will undoubtedly present new figures to replace you. Rather than passively awaiting the re-emergence of Donglin representatives, we ought to seize the initiative and plunge the Donglin into the depths ourselves. I am prepared to sacrifice my life for the complete eradication of this malignant growth from the Ming, should it be necessary." Upon hearing Zhou Yuanbiao's words, Zhou Guangdou nodded solemnly, declaring, "I vow to follow my esteemed master and do everything in my power to atone for the mistakes of these past years." At that moment, Li Banghua also rose, his demeanor serious as he stated, "I too wish to follow my esteemed master." Zhou Guangdou, taken aback by Li Banghua's declaration, looked at him incredulously and asked, "Master Li, are you also a disciple of our esteemed teacher?" Li Banghua nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone, "In my early years, I was a student under our master. Few know of this, and I have never made it public." With this revelation, Zhou Guangdou comprehended the situation fully. He realized that Jiangning's acquisition of military authority through the Five Armies Governor's office was not merely due to Li Banghua sharing the same faction as Jiangning, but that his esteemed master must have played a significant role behind the scenes. Zhou Guangdou couldn't help but feel like a novice among these seasoned individuals. Subsequently, Zhou Yuanbiao carefully instructed Zhou Guangdou, saying, "Now, while Jiangning has yet to lead his troops into battle, you should find some pretext with De Hong to impeach Jiangning once more. This will serve to draw out those restless members of the Donglin party within the court, creating an opportunity for Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian to deal with them." Zhou Guangdou nodded earnestly in response. He then rose to take his leave. Watching Zhou Guangdou's retreating figure, Zhou Yuanbiao gently stroked his beard, his gaze profound as he murmured, "To hear the way in the morning is to be ready to die by evening." He then turned to Li Banghua, his expression serious as he remarked, "Meng Jian, I surmise that the fall of Chongqing must be closely tied to the Donglin gentry in Jiangnan. Furthermore, the situation in Sichuan is exceedingly complex. With the southwestern chieftains poised to act, this matter is interconnected and could trigger widespread upheaval. You must collaborate fully with Jiangning should the southwestern conflict become stalemated. The promising resurgence we currently enjoy shall be utterly obliterated." Li Banghua, upon hearing this, nodded with a resolute expression, assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed master. I will communicate in advance with Lord Jiang and fully support his endeavors." Zhou Yuanbiao, satisfied with this response, nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Li Banghua also rose to bid farewell. Zhou Yuanbiao stood alone in the study, slowly reciting, "Amidst the turbulent world, one finds the way of forbearance and gentleness, for the taut bowstring often snaps first, and the sharp blade easily inflicts wounds. Greed leads men to their demise, while the quest for sustenance brings birds to an early end. No matter how cunning or shrewd you may be, you cannot escape the hidden dangers of the wilderness." Chapter 213. Unrestricted combat in the Ming Dynasty in recent days. Jiangning had been preoccupied with his two lovely wives, neglecting even the morning court sessions. It is essential to note that in the Ming Dynasty, officials were permitted only one day off each month, totaling merely 12 days of leave each year. Should one be absent without cause for more than 3 days, they would face a penalty of 2 months' salary and a beating. Yet for Jiangning, unless there was an urgent matter of utmost importance, he would extend his absence as long as possible. Unless summoned by Zhu Youjiao, he would avoid court at all costs. At present, the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and various offices of the court were wholly engrossed in the tasks of the new year. Jiangning, on the other hand, would merely stroll around the military governor's office. As for the local garrison office, it was situated directly across from Jiangning's residence, allowing Tian urging to report any matters directly at his doorstep. An official like Jiangning was truly a rarity in the entire Ming Dynasty. One day, while Jiangning was personally preparing a meal for his 2 beloved wives, a guard hurriedly entered to report, "My lord, Lord Wei from the Eastern Depot has come to visit." Upon hearing of Old Wei's arrival, Jiangning promptly instructed them to invite him in. As soon as they met, Jiangning smiled and welcomed Old Wei to take a seat and share the meal. Jiangning had always felt indebted to Old Wei, who had busied himself during Jiangning's wedding, overseeing everything from the decoration of the residence to the arrangements for the ceremony, even handling the duties of the chief steward. Jiangning had yet to find an appropriate moment to express his gratitude. After Old Wei sat down, his expression appeared somewhat complex. Observing this, Jiangning couldn't help but inquire, "Lord Wei, what troubles you?" Old Wei, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled awkwardly, "Nothing, nothing. We are simply fortunate today to partake in a meal prepared by Lord Jiang himself." However, Jiangning was troubled. Old Wei was known for his honesty, incapable of deceit, and capable of resolute actions. The expression he wore indicated that he was concealing something. After the meal, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan served them hot tea before stepping out. Only then did Jiangning speak up. Lord Wei, please do not hide anything from me. Old Wei sighed in resignation and said, My lord, we have just received news from the Minister of War, Li Banghua, that Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, those rash youths, intend to impeach you. Jiangning was taken aback, scarcely able to believe his ears. Lord Wei, you mean they wish to impeach me? Surely there must be some mistake. Old Wei replied earnestly, My lord, there is no mistake. The news is absolutely true. The impeachment concerns you, and the reason is the fall of Chongqing. Upon hearing this, Jiangning rolled his eyes, unable to contain his frustration as he exclaimed, These two foolish young men. What does the fall of Chongqing have to do with me? I am not the one commanding from Sichuan. Why should this blame be cast upon my head? Old Wei, equally exasperated, smacked his thigh and chimed in, Indeed, my lord. It's utterly preposterous. Yet these two naive youths have entangled dozens of Donglin party officials, attempting to shift this burden onto you. Is it not infuriating? At Old Wei's words, Jiangning rose, his brow furrowed. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou had been dealt with multiple times in the past, and he never anticipated their continued defiance. It was high time to stop indulging them. A glint of mischief crossed Jiangning's eyes, and a smile crept onto his face as he said, Wei Gonggong, I shall prepare some local specialties from the Jinyui to present to Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, for it would be uncouth to visit without a gift. Might I inquire if the Eastern Depot possesses any specialties? Upon hearing this, Old Wei immediately grasped that Jiangning referred to the official's dark secrets. Excitedly, he sprang to his feet, declaring, My lord, while the Eastern Depot may lack other goods, we have an abundance of these specialties. If necessary, we can hastily prepare some fresh ones to ensure they arrive piping hot, thus presenting a grand gift to those two simpletons. Listening to Old Wei, Jiangning nodded in satisfaction. The current Old Wei was a far cry from his former self. As for the art of framing and scheming, he had long since abandoned it, embodying a man of principles who sought to persuade through virtue and reason. After a brief discussion, Old Wei took his leave. A cold smile played on Jiangning's lips as he mused, These two persistent nuisances truly have latched onto me. Had I uncovered their dark secrets earlier, I would have dealt with them long ago. At that moment, a voice rang out from the courtyard, My lord, I, Old Li, have returned. Jiangning's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this, and he hastily made his way outside, exclaiming, Old Li, you've returned so soon. I expected you to be gone for at least a month. Before him stood Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai, both looking travel-worn. As they moved to bow in greeting, Jiangning quickly assisted them up, inviting them inside with curiosity etched on his face. Old Li, Xiao Gao, what has transpired? You returned in less than a month, and yet matters have been resolved? Li Ruoyan smiled and replied, My lord, you would scarcely believe it. With Xiao Gao's assistance, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Moonshadow organization have been apprehended. As for their most heinous subordinates, I dispatched them to Nanjing to present them to Old Su. The remaining individuals, I took the liberty of integrating into the Jinyui. Jiangning, puzzled, pressed for details. Old Li, please elaborate on how this unfolded. Li Ruoyan chuckled and continued, My lord, you may not be aware, but the Moonshadow Assassin organization is utterly nefarious. They undertake high-paying contracts. Yet the actual funds that end up in their pockets are pitifully scarce, akin to having but a single hair left. The layers of deductions are far more severe than the corruption rampant in the bureaucracy. Take Xiao Gao, for instance. He once held the esteemed position of the top assassin on the leaderboard, with each mission earning him a starting reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Ordinarily, as per the established rules, the organization and the assassin would split the bounty, allowing the assassin to retain 5,000 taels. However, in the current scenario, from a reward of 10,000 taels, the assassin is fortunate to receive a mere 1,000 taels. This is already considered a generous concession from the organization. Consequently, the assassins within the Moonshadow organization are living in dire straits, risking their lives for paltry earnings akin to selling cabbages. Their loyalty to the organization has eroded long ago. When I and Xiao Gao, accompanied by personnel from the Eastern Depot, arrived in Jiangnan, we made a direct assault on the lair of the Moonshadow organization. To our surprise, over half of them surrendered on the spot, while the remaining core members fought fiercely. Some were slain immediately, while others ultimately capitulated. Jiangning, upon hearing this, was astounded, exclaiming, Goodness, who would have thought the assassin industry had devolved to such a state? This method of incessant deductions mirrors the capitalist practices quite closely. At that moment, Gao Wenkai stood up, his demeanor serious as he reported, "I respectfully inform you, my lord, that I have conducted a thorough investigation and found that Wei Wuxiang passed away a year ago. The prior bounty to assassinate His Highness, Prince Xie, was accepted by the high-ranking officials of the organization under Wei Wuxiang's name, who subsequently instructed his 2 disciples to carry it out. Those 2 disciples were merely pawns in someone else's game." After absorbing this information, Jiangning nodded in agreement, as it aligned almost perfectly with their earlier conjectures. With a smile, he addressed Xiao Gao, saying, "You performed admirably this time. I hereby promote you to the position of Qianhu in the Jinyue. From now on, you shall assist Old Li in his duties." Upon hearing this promise, Gao Wenkai immediately replied with utmost sincerity, "I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." Jiangning, pleased, nodded in acknowledgement, and then meticulously instructed the 2 men to have Li Ruoyan assist Gao Wenkai in obtaining the official seals and insignias, and to prepare the necessary documents to deal with Yang Lian, Zhuo Guangdou, and others. After receiving their orders, they hurriedly departed. The following day, before dawn, Jiangning rose early. Under the care of Li Ruoyan, he donned his official robes and stepped outside. There, he found Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai waiting patiently. Together, they proceeded towards the Meridian Gate. As the time for the court assembly approached, Jiangning entered the Grand Hall, reflecting on the arduous routine of daily court attendance, longing for the comfort of home. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua shouted at the top of his lungs, "The emperor has arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to see Zhu Youjiao steadily ascending the dragon throne. As Jiangning's thoughts wandered, he noticed Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou exchanging glances, stepping forward to announce, "We respectfully inform your majesty, we have a memorial to present." Seeing these 2 brash young men, Zhu Youjiao felt a surge of irritation but managed to suppress his displeasure. Inquiring, "What is the matter you wish to address?" Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou raised the memorial high above their heads, proclaiming loudly, "Today, I must impeach the left military governor Jiangning of the 5 armies command, for his improper selection of personnel has led to the fall of Chongqing." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao was momentarily amused and turned his gaze toward Jiangning, who stood at the forefront of the military officials, his interest piqued. "Minister Jiang, do you have any defense to offer?" At that moment, Zhang Weixian, standing nearby, hastily nudged Jiangning, snapping him back to reality. He immediately cried out, "This is unjust. Your Majesty, I am more wrong than Doi. How can the fall of Chongqing be attributed to me? I have yet to even lead my troops to Sichuan. If the fall of Chengdu can be laid at my feet, then that would be an unparalleled injustice." Hearing Jiangning's protest, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou quickly engaged in a heated debate with him. Yang Lian asserted loudly, as the left military governor of the 5 armies command, Jiangning began making arrangements for this 6 months ago. Now that Chongqing has fallen, he cannot escape culpability. We believe Jiangning is unfit to lead troops. We propose Wang Huazhen, the former governor of Liaodong, to lead the expedition. He has extensive experience in commanding troops against the Jurchens in Liaodong. Jiangning, uninterested in prolonging the argument, shot a knowing glance at his younger brother, Wen Tiren. Wen Tiren instantly understood and stepped forward, declaring, "The rebel Shi Chongming has staged a rebellion and captured Sichuan. How is this related to Lord Jiang? With the expedition imminent, you, officials in court, should assist His Majesty in alleviating his burdens and ensuring the safety of the people, yet you would replace capable leaders with the inept. Are you not conspiring against His Majesty?" Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou scoffed at this. Yang Lian replied, "Matters of state are for loyal subjects like us to handle. What is wrong with us recommending talents for the country?" Wen Tiren retorted with a cold snort, "Affairs of the court belong to His Majesty and his loyal ministers. You two are but treacherous sycophants. What do you expect?" Yang Lian, infuriated by Wen Tiren's words, felt his face flush crimson. He placed the tablet at his waist and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "Minister Wen, do not use clever words to deceive. Do you wish to test the strength of my fist?" To his surprise, Wen Tiren was undeterred, sneering, "My fist is hardly weak." He too rolled up his sleeves, preparing to engage in a physical confrontation with Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. Jiangning watched in stunned disbelief, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness! Is the unrestricted combat of the Ming dynasty about to commence again?" Chapter 214. Turning to engage Wen Tiren, with sleeves rolled up and fists clenched. charged fiercely toward Yang Lian, meeting his aggression head-on. Yang Lian stood his ground, stepping forward to match Wen Tian's intensity. Meanwhile, officials supporting the royalist faction quickly gathered around, encircling the Eastland Party officials who followed Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou. The tension between the two factions was palpable, ready to erupt. Jiangning, observing the scene, nearly clapped in approval. Had he not been a high-ranking official of the court, he would have relished the opportunity to join the fray. Yet, at this tense moment, Zhu Youjiao suddenly rose to his feet and thundered, "You are outrageous. In the court, we ought to deliberate on matters of state, yet you behave like ruffians. Eager to brawl. Should this become known, would it not cause the common folk to ridicule us? You may not feel ashamed, but I am mortified on your behalf." Upon hearing Zhu Youjiao's roar, those present were struck with fear and promptly knelt, collectively exclaiming, "We are guilty. We beseech your majesty to impose punishment." Zhu Youjiao scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "Punishment? What punishment? Is it the crime of disrespecting the monarch or the disturbance of the court session?" With a frigid gaze, he turned to the still fuming Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou, stating, "You too, as inspectors, should present matters based on truth. Yet, you recklessly accuse without evidence, disrupting the court and openly defying your superiors. Guards, take them away and give each 30 lashes as a warning to others. Should there be a next time, the punishment will be severe." As his words fell, Wei Zhongxian hastily stepped forward, raising his sharp voice, "Where is the general of the Han? Remove these two." The general outside the hall immediately responded, entering to seize Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou and drag them away. Yang Lian was bewildered, having not yet completed his accusations against Jiangning. Wen Tian had just stepped forward, demanding a physical confrontation, and before any real fight could ensue, the emperor had ordered their removal for punishment. Frustrated, he inwardly cursed, "This is utterly absurd. The court of the Ming dynasty is so corrupt." Observing the two troublemakers being taken away for lashes, Jiangning lost interest in the spectacle. He then retrieved a memorial from his sleeve, raised it high, and proclaimed, "I, Jiangning, the chief commander of the Jiangning, have matters to report." Through meticulous investigation by the Jiangning, it has come to light that numerous officials, including Ma Mengliang of the Ministry of Revenue, Chao Xingguang of the Supervisory Court, and Yang Guangmei of the Ministry of Rights, have openly engaged in embezzlement, accepting bribes, and forming cabals for personal gain. The evidence is irrefutable. With that, he held the memorial aloft. Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, snorted coldly. Meanwhile, Fang Zhenghua hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully accepting the memorial and presenting it to Zhu Youjiao. At this juncture, the members of the Donglin party in the court were rendered speechless. All the officials Jiangning had mentioned were, without exception, members of the Donglin faction. After perusing the memorial, Zhu Youjiao sneered, "Indeed. What fine ministers we have in the Ming dynasty. They excel in bullying the weak and engaging in corrupt practices without fail." The officials named in the document turned pale, collapsing to their knees, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, and lacking even the courage to protest their innocence. They understood that Jiangning seldom directly challenged anyone in court. But when he did, it was always backed by undeniable evidence. At this moment, anyone daring to plead for mercy would only meet a more dismal fate. Thus, they could only cry in unison, "We know our crimes. We beseech your majesty for mercy." Just then, Wei Zhongxian also stepped forward, producing a memorial of his own, stating, "This old servant also has matters to report to your majesty." In a secret report from the Eastern Depot, it was revealed that Zheng Xinhua, the Minister of Works, He Guangbua, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, and Wu Weimin, an official from the Ministry of Revenue, had audaciously deceived the emperor, engaged in corruption, and accepted bribes. Upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's accusations, Zhu Youjiao, filled with fury, stood up, his face as cold as frost, and exclaimed, "Year after year, we hunt the rats. Yet they never seem to be eradicated. Corrupt officials abound day after day. Where are the Jiangning? Seize these shameless scoundrels who deceive both the throne and the people, and take them to the Ministry of Justice's prison to await their fate." Immediately, the Jiangning stormed into the hall, subduing the officials named on the list one by one and forcibly escorting them out. Zhu Youjiao turned to Yuan Kelly and commanded, as the Minister of Justice, "It is your duty to investigate these individuals. Wei Zhongxian will assist you. Ensure that the truth is uncovered and that they are severely punished." Yuan Kelly, with a solemn expression, stepped forward and bowed, saying, This humble servant accepts the decree. Wei Zhongxian, equally elated, responded loudly, this old servant accepts the decree. Subsequently, the court session concluded, and the officials began to exit the palace. Jiangning, stepping out, was filled with vigor and could not help but reflect. To wield power over the world, to indulge in the company of beautiful women. Could this be the true allure of authority? Just then, Old Wei hurried over, his face beaming, and said, Master Jiang, today we have finally relieved ourselves of our grievances. Look at those Eastern Lin scholars. They speak more sweetly than songbirds, yet behind closed doors. They engage in the most unscrupulous deeds. Jiangning nodded in agreement, replying, indeed. At that moment, Yuan Kelly approached, stroking his beard with an air of gravity. Upon seeing him, Old Wei quickly paid his respects, stating, we pay our respects to Lord Yuan. Yuan Kelly returned the gesture with a smile and said, Lord Wei, the affairs of the cabinet are complex. As for the punishment of these corrupt officials, I trust you will take great care in this matter. Hearing this, Old Wei's smile widened, and he confidently assured, rest assured, Lord Yuan, handling such matters is second nature to me. I will ensure that we act justly and with clear evidence. At this juncture, Jiangning stepped forward to bow, saying, I pay my respects to my esteemed father-in-law. However, the previously jovial Yuan Kelly immediately adopted a serious demeanor and sternly admonished, Jiangning, what do you mean by esteemed father-in-law? How many times must I remind you to address each other by our official titles in the court? Taken aback, Jiangning's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, Lord Yuan, you are absolutely correct. It was my oversight. Yuan Kelly then departed with measured steps, leaving Jiangning to ponder, although we had been on amicable terms privately. Ever since I became part of the younger generation, everything I say seems to be wrong. Just as Jiangning and Old Wei had taken a few steps. When Tiran hurried over, smiling as he said, Master Jiang, Lord Wei, today we have thoroughly discredited those Eastern Lin party members. Jiangning smiled and nodded, preparing to commend his capable younger brother. Beside him, the somber-faced elder Wei, embodying a sense of frustration akin to iron not turning to steel, remarked, Lord One, what were you rambling about with those two rash youths in the court just now? Why didn't you dare to confront them? With me by your side. Are you truly afraid of handling those two fools? Upon hearing Elder Wei's words, when Tiran was momentarily taken aback, after careful contemplation, he found a semblance of truth in Elder Wei's assertions, leaving him momentarily speechless. Jiangning, perceiving the tension, promptly intervened to smooth things over, leading the two men outside. However, upon arriving at the Meridian Gate, they encountered several imperial guards forcibly restraining Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou as they received punishment. Yang Lian, gritting his teeth, remained silent, his eyes ablaze with fury, while Zhu Guangdou grimaced in pain. Observing this scene, Wei Zhongxian's lips curled into a cold smile as he strolled over, addressing the supervising officer. Fang Xiaozhong, my dear Fang, how many strokes have they received? Fang Xiaozhong, eager to appease, replied, in response to Master Wei, they have already received 20 strokes. With a chuckle, Wei Zhongxian remarked, in this frigid weather, it would be rather inappropriate to harm our esteemed lords by striking their backsides. Let us turn them over and administer the remaining 10 strokes to their fronts. At those words, Fang Xiaozhong felt as though struck by lightning, and even the guards executing the punishment were left stunned. Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou were equally astonished and enraged. Yang Lian, extending his finger in outrage, shouted, Wei Zhongxian, you treacherous scoundrel, how dare you? Jiangning, taken aback by the turn of events, thought to himself, Elder Wei is indeed a remarkable talent. Traditionally, strokes are delivered to the backside, yet he now intends to strike their fronts. Is he planning to send them to the Eastern Depot? Just then, the Minister of War, Li Banghua, hurriedly arrived, interjecting, Master Wei, do not escalate matters. The Emperor has already issued a decree. Should you persist in this commotion, it would be most inappropriate. Jiangning quickly stepped forward to offer his counsel. After much persuasion, they managed to quell Elder Wei's ire. Subsequently, the guards completed the remaining 10 strokes. Jiangning thoughtfully requested the guards to assist in carrying the two men home. Afterward, the group bid farewell and dispersed. Upon returning to his residence, Jiangning found Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan had meticulously prepared a sumptuous meal, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As soon as he entered, he hastened toward them, taking each by the hand with a beaming smile, exclaiming, You two ladies are simply too considerate. To have you as my wives is truly a blessing from my previous life." The two ladies, upon hearing this, instantly felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Nearby, Shen Shuzi interjected with irritation, "You little rascal, who knows how much mischief you must have sown in your past life to marry such exceptional wives? You must have exhausted the fortune accumulated by your ancestors." Jiangning, displeased, retorted, "Master, how can you speak of your disciple in such a manner? After all, I am your foremost disciple." Shen Shuzi snorted, saying, "In the future, do not flaunt your status as my disciple to others. I cannot afford to lose face." Jiangning was momentarily taken aback. A look of helplessness etched across his face. Was he truly regarded so poorly in his master's eyes? Ultimately, it was Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan who hurriedly beckoned Jiangning to take a seat. Around the dining table, laughter and conversation flowed freely as everyone began to eat. However, the fortune teller occasionally chided Jiangning, leaving him unable to retort, while he inwardly mused, "Could it be that this old fellow is experiencing a midlife crisis?" Ever since his marriage, it seemed there had been an incessant barrage of complaints, with the old man nitpicking at everything. Meanwhile, Old Wei, brimming with excitement, hastened back to the Eastern Depot, urgently retrieving relevant documents and dispatching someone to the embroidered uniform guard to collect the records of the corrupt officials. He then made his way directly to the Ministry of Justice, where he began the interrogation without delay. Once the interrogations were concluded, Old Wei wasted no time in escorting these corrupt officials to the archway of the Western Market. There, he produced his specially crafted bamboo tube and, based on each official's crimes, drew a lot for each of them. In the end, all of the corrupt officials were sent on their way by Old Wei. As the date for the military expedition drew ever closer, Jiangning found himself increasingly shuttling between the military governor's office and the local garrison. On this particular day, just as he was preparing to leave, he noticed Tian Ergang, Li Ruoyan, and Gao Wenkai approaching his residence, their expressions grave. Sensing that something was amiss, Jiangning promptly invited the three into his study. Upon entering, Tian Ergang immediately produced a document, his face pale with concern. "My lord, this is an urgent report that just arrived today. Shi Chongming has proclaimed himself emperor in Chongqing 10 days ago, taking the title of Deliang." Upon hearing this, Jiangning's brow furrowed tightly as he coldly inquired, "Why is it that news from 10 days ago only reaches us today? What on earth is Chao Gang doing?" Tian Ergang's complexion darkened further as he replied, "My lord, ever since Chongqing fell, the intelligence sent by Chao Gang has not only been increasingly delayed, but also vague and unclear. I dare to speculate that there may be issues with him." At this, Jiangning snorted disdainfully, cursing, "It seems that the scoundrel Luo Sigong's remaining subordinates are indeed unreliable." He then instructed Tian Ergang, "Old Tian, immediately activate another team to ensure the flow of information is uninterrupted." Tian Ergang quickly complied. Jiangning then turned to Gao Wenkai, saying, "Young Gao, having roamed the rivers and lakes for many years, you possess exceptional martial skills and rich experience. I hereby command you to take the elite of the embroidered uniform guard, along with the assassins returned from Jiangnan, to disguise yourselves and investigate the situation in Sichuan while discreetly looking into Chao Gang. Remember to report to me daily." Gao Wenkai, upon hearing this, straightened his demeanor and respectfully accepted the order before hastily departing. After Tian Ergang and Gao Wenkai had left, Li Ruoyan spoke up, "My lord, it appears the situation in Sichuan is exceedingly complex." Jiangning nodded slowly, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "That region is remote and mountainous, with feudal lords, the Donglin faction, and local officials' powers intertwined, compounded by the chaos of rebellious forces and the indecisive tribal chiefs. Alas, it seems this expedition to Sichuan may cost many lives." With that, he slammed his palm on the table. Li Ruoyan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Her master's words suggested that this situation was far graver than merely losing a few thousand lives. It could very well lead to a major purge akin to the one that had transpired in the Shaanxi political landscape. Shortly thereafter, Jiangning, accompanied by Li Ruoyan and a throng of imperial guards, made his way to the military governor's office. Upon entering, Jiangning wasted no time and directly inquired, "Lord Duke, how prepared are we with provisions and armaments for the army's expedition?" Zhang Weixian promptly replied, "Master Jiang, everything has been meticulously arranged." Jiangning nodded and then turned to Chen Su and Xin Yurong, asking, "Gentlemen, Are the troops of the capital ready for deployment? Both Chen Su and Xin Yurong responded affirmatively. Master Jiang, our soldiers are ready to march at any moment. However, with the current harsh winter and treacherous roads, it may cause some delays during the journey. Jiangning shook his head, stating, we cannot afford to wait. That rogue Shi Chongming proclaimed himself emperor 10 days ago in Chongqing and has already begun his assault on Chengdu. The news struck everyone present with astonishment. They had anticipated a period of calm following Shi Chongming's conquest of Chongqing, but never imagined he would audaciously declare himself emperor and attempt an attack on Chengdu. Jiangning then declared, I shall proceed to the palace to seek an audience. The army will depart in 3 days. I trust you three will ensure all preparations are thoroughly made. The three men, bowing in unison, assured him, rest assured, Master Jiang. Without delay, Jiangning and Li Ruoyan headed straight for the imperial palace. After presenting his token at the Meridian Gate, they made their way to the imperial study. Upon arriving, as soon as Zhu Youjiao laid eyes on Jiangning, he instructed Fang Zhenghua to offer him a seat and tea. Before Jiangning could speak, Zhu Youjiao picked up a confidential report from the desk, remarking, Brother Jiang, it seems that this rogue Shi Chongming harbors considerable ambition to audaciously usurp the throne. Jiangning responded, Your Majesty, Shi Chongming's rebellious intent has been evident for some time. His declaration of himself as emperor after seizing Chongqing is, regrettably, within the realm of expectation. However, I did not foresee him dispatching troops to attack Chengdu so swiftly. Should Chengdu fall, the entire southwestern region will undoubtedly be thrown into upheaval. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiangning said, I have come to the palace today to seek your Majesty's decree. The army must set forth towards Sichuan in 3 days. Delaying any longer could lead to unforeseen complications from Shi Chongming. Zhu Youjiao responded, Brother Jiang, given the harsh winter and difficult roads, should we not consider waiting a bit longer? Jiangning, with a serious expression, shook his head, Your Majesty, we cannot wait. The situation in Sichuan is far more intricate than we imagined. Although the roads are challenging, they are not impassable. I shall lead our soldiers to overcome these obstacles. Seeing Jiangning's resolute stance, Zhu Youjiao nodded. In that case, I shall issue a decree. In 3 days, I will personally escort you, Brother Jiang. Jiangning quickly bowed in gratitude. Zhu Youjiao then added, I shall soon issue a decree appointing my 5th brother as the envoy extraordinary and Wei Zhongxian as the deputy envoy, accompanying the army to Sichuan. Jiangning acknowledged with a nod. Zhu Youjian is currently the foremost figure in the Ming dynasty, serving as the left minister of the imperial clan court, which facilitates his actions. Meanwhile, Old Wei is reputed to be the most ruthless man in the capital, known for his unwavering execution of orders. With the assistance of these two, Jiangning's expedition to Sichuan is bolstered significantly. Suddenly, Zhu Youjiao inquired, Brother Jiang, you previously mentioned that in Bangyan, the Tusi of Shuishi in Guizhou harbors rebellious intentions. I have already issued orders to General Lu Qin in Guizhou to prepare accordingly. Furthermore, I have commanded the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Works to discreetly allocate sufficient funds and military supplies to Guizhou. Now that Sha Chongming has risen in rebellion, I fear in Bangyan may seize the opportunity to incite chaos. Thus, I intend to appoint you as the Governor-General of the 4 provinces, overseeing military and administrative affairs in Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and Huguang, which will facilitate your endeavors. Upon hearing this, Jiangning promptly rose and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your Majesty's immense favor. I shall engage the rebels swiftly and decisively, restoring order to the Tusi's turmoil at the earliest. Seeing Jiangning's resolute stance, Zhu Youjiao smiled with satisfaction, saying, Brother Jiang, while quelling the rebellion is indeed paramount, you must also prioritize your own safety. I am aware that you lack prior experience in leading troops into battle. However, there are few capable generals in the court. Although Chen Su and Xin Yurong are seasoned warriors, they are advanced in years, and Zhang Weixian, despite his noble lineage, has never commanded troops. In these trying times, your willingness to shoulder this burden for me brings me great comfort. With a serious expression, Zhu Youjiao continued, Brother Jiang, for this expedition, I bestow upon you the imperial sword, granting you the authority to act at your discretion. In matters of urgency, you may decide independently, possessing the right to report after the fact. When you return victorious, I shall personally confer upon you a noble title. At these words, Jiangning felt a profound tremor within him. A noble title is the highest honor that countless warriors aspire to achieve throughout their lives. It is well known that in the Ming dynasty, such titles are not bestowed lightly, save for exceptional circumstances involving imperial relatives. The tradition has always upheld that only military merit warrants noble titles. Now, having reached the pinnacle of his official position, any further advancement would lead to nobility. It is evident that Zhu Youjiao intends to provide Jiangning with an opportunity to earn military accolades and thus facilitate his ennoblement, showing him great favor and deep affection. Jiangning quickly rose, about to express his gratitude with a bow, but Zhu Youjiao waved his hand, saying, "Brother Jiang, let us dispense with such formalities between us. If you have any other requests, feel free to voice them. Whatever I am able to grant, I shall do so without hesitation." Gazing into Zhu Youjiao's earnest eyes, warmth surged within Jiangning, and he smiled, shaking his head. "With your Majesty's thorough arrangements, I shall devote myself entirely to this mission, confident in my ability to quell the rebellion." Zhu Youjiao nodded appreciatively. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he brightened and remarked, "By the way, Brother Jiang, although you serve as the left commander of the Central Army in the Five Armies Command, I presume you have yet to acquire your own armor? Today, I shall bestow upon you a set of armor to enhance your presence." With that, he lightly clapped his hands. Fang Zhenghua, understanding the cue, hurriedly retreated to fulfill the command. Before long, he led Fang Xiaozhong, who was carrying a wooden frame, into the hall. As the crowd focused their gaze, they were taken aback to see a silver-white mountain-patterned armor displayed upon the frame, complemented by a helmet adorned with phoenix wings. The armor, illuminated by the flickering candlelight within the hall, exuded an air of majesty and solemnity. Jiangning was momentarily startled, his eyes brimming with astonishment and emotion. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao smiled and explained, "Brother Jiang, this armor has been meticulously crafted for you, modeled after the armor of the late Prince Qiang. Would you like to try it on?" Jiangning, deeply moved by the thoughtful gift from Zhu, nodded in agreement. Following Fang Zhenghua's guidance, Jiangning proceeded to the side hall. Fang Zhenghua and Fang Xiaozhong assisted him with great care as he donned the armor. With their help, Jiangning successfully adorned himself in the armor. Standing before the bronze mirror, he gazed at his transformed reflection and could not help but smile. The armor bestowed upon him an extraordinary presence, truly embodying the adage that one is defined by their attire. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua exclaimed with admiration, "Master Jiang, you now appear even more imposing and dignified." Subsequently, Jiangning returned to the main hall clad in armor. Zhu Youjiao's eyes lit up at the sight of Jiangning in the armor, and he clapped his hands in delight, saying, "Brother Jiang, this armor suits you splendidly." Jiangning humbly smiled in response, saying, "Your Majesty is too kind." At that moment, Zhu Youjiao seemed to recall something significant and turned to Fang Zhenghua, saying, "Fang Dabin, please fetch Brother Jiang's dragon robe." Although Fang Zhenghua was puzzled, he complied and hastily departed. Shortly thereafter, Jiangning's resplendent red dragon robe was brought forth. As Jiangning beheld the robe, a wave of confusion swept over him regarding Zhu Youjiao's intentions. Zhu Youjiao, smiling, remarked, "In the early days of our great Ming dynasty, we had the likes of Suda, praised by the founding emperor as the Great Wall of 10,000 miles, and Chang Yuchen, who was said to command an army of 100,000. Yet, the one I admire most is Li Wenzhong, the Prince of Qiang, a true Confucian general who governed the military with wisdom and brought peace to the people." Upon hearing this, Jiangning could not help but wonder, does Zhu wish to mold him into a second Li Wenzhong? Zhu Youjiao took the dragon robe and draped it over Jiangning's armor after adjusting it to fit. He then stepped back, appraising Jiangning with satisfaction. Jiangning, now adorned with the robe over his armor, indeed resembled a scholar general. Zhu Youjiao gave a thumbs up and cheerfully praised, "Now you truly embody the demeanor of a scholar general." From now on, wear the armor and dragon robe in this manner. Jiangning, caught between laughter and tears, was aware of his own limitations. After all, Li Wenzhong was a peerless warrior on par with Chang Yuchen, and how could he ever compare? Zhu Youjiao gazed at Jiangning and could not help but reflect, "I imagine the charisma of Prince Qiang Li Wenzhong was much like yours today." Upon hearing this, Jiangning quickly cleared his throat and humbly replied, "The Prince of Qiang commanded the military with skill and brought peace to the people, having also swept through the northern deserts with remarkable achievements. I truly do not dare to compare myself to him." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao burst into hearty laughter and remarked, "Brother Jiang, continue to excel. I firmly believe your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of Prince Qiang. After a century has passed, I shall posthumously elevate you to the rank of king, allowing you to receive honors alongside the ancestral temple and granting you a resting place beside my royal mausoleum." Jiangning, upon hearing these words, coughed lightly several times and replied, "I am deeply grateful for your majesty's generous affection. However, I am still quite young. As for the honors of sharing the ancestral temple and resting alongside the imperial tomb, it is a privilege I shall defer until the day I truly merit it." Zhu Youjiao, slightly embarrassed by his response, chuckled awkwardly. Subsequently, Jiangning stood to take his leave as a multitude of affairs awaited his attention. Zhu Youjiao stood at the entrance of the imperial study, watching Jiangning, clad in armor and a ceremonial robe, stride towards the palace exit, and began to recite, "A valiant general is born with audacious spirit, his waist adorned with the autumn waters and the wild goose-feathered blade. As the wind stirs the drums, mountains and rivers tremble, and the banners flash with lightning as the sun and moon rise high. In the heavens, the Qilin is born of noble stock. How can the ants in their burrows hope to escape? When the day of peace arrives, I shall return, and together with Brother Jiang, we shall shed our battle attire." Chapter 216. The might of the Ming army. Finally, Jiangning, clad in armor, strode purposefully out of the palace. Not far from the gates, he began to feel the weight of the armor pressing down upon him, a burden he found rather challenging to bear. Upon exiting, Li Ruoyan, spotting Jiangning in full armor, hastily approached and inquired, "My lord, has this armor been bestowed upon you by His Majesty?" Jiangning nodded and replied, "Indeed. It was specifically crafted for me in the style of Prince Qiang's armor at the emperor's behest." Li Ruoyan's face lit up with envy as he exclaimed, "Since the time of the grand ancestor Han Wu and the Qingzu Emperor Yongle, a century has passed in the Ming dynasty without an instance of the sovereign bestowing armor upon a subject. Your lordship, this favor is truly unparalleled." He continued, "And my lord, your ceremonial robe paired with the armor, what a splendid combination of literary and martial elegance." Jiangning, with a hint of resignation, raised his hands and said, "This is the emperor's directive. We must adhere to such attire henceforth." Thereafter, Jiangning, accompanied by Li Ruoyan and a retinue of imperial guards, returned to his residence. Upon arrival, the sisters Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan, upon seeing Jiangning in his armor, were immediately captivated. With eyes gleaming with admiration, they praised, "Husband, in this armor paired with the ceremonial robe, you truly embody the essence of both literary and martial prowess, looking exceptionally handsome." Jiangning, brimming with pride, replied, "Even without this armor and ceremonial robe, your husband is naturally distinguished." The two women, hearing this, felt their cheeks flush with bashfulness. Soon after, Jiangning beckoned them to enter the house. Although Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan were somewhat puzzled, they obediently followed him inside. Jiangning then said, "Ladies, please assist me in removing this armor." Lu Ruoyan, slightly perplexed, remarked, "Husband, you look so gallant in this armor. Why not wear it a while longer?" Jiangning, slightly irked, replied, "My dear wife, this armor weighs several dozen pounds. I am not a true warrior, and wearing it all day is simply unbearable." Lu Qingshan, covering her mouth with her hand, playfully laughed, "My lord, have you been overexerting yourself at night and not resting well?" Upon hearing this, Jiangning's face flushed slightly as he remarked, "Do not speak so recklessly. I am young and vigorous. How could I possibly be weary? You two should promptly assist me in removing my armor, or else I may have to remove yours instead." The two maidens, upon hearing this, immediately blushed deeply, their shyness evident, and hurriedly approached to help Jiangning with his armor. Once the armor was removed, Jiangning felt a wave of relief wash over him and could not help but exclaim, "It seems I must indeed exercise some restraint. I should retire early tonight to conserve my energy." Lu Qingyan playfully winked and mischievously suggested, "Then, my lord, why not sleep in the study tonight?" Jiangning, taken aback, inquired, "What is the reason for that? Is there truly no place for me at home?" Lu Ruoyan covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with laughter, and softly replied, "If my lord were to stay with me and my sister, and we were to serve you in the evening, I fear you may find it difficult to resist." Jiangning, upon hearing this, felt his cheeks flush and, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, from tonight onwards. I shall sleep in the study." In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed. Jiangning rose early to wash and groom himself. Under the attentive care of Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, he donned his armor, draped a python robe over it, and secured a royal sword at his waist. After bidding farewell to the two ladies, Jiangning set forth with Li Ruoyan and a host of Jinyui towards the military camp. Upon his arrival, he spotted Chao Wenzhao and Zhao Shuijiao, clad in armor and radiating vitality, fully prepared for the day's endeavors. The soldiers accompanying them were also lined up uniformly on the training ground. Ascending the command platform, Jiangning gazed over the meticulously arranged troops, their armor gleaming, and felt a surge of pride. This is the spirit that should characterize the sons of the Ming. Before long, a cacophony arose from outside the camp. Soon after, a squadron of cavalry soldiers entered the main camp, accompanied by Jinyui bearing the bright yellow dragon flag. Jiangning understood that Zhu Youjiao had come to bid them farewell. He quickly led Chao Wenzhao and Zhao Shuijiao outside to greet him. There stood Zhu Youjiao in his dragon robe, followed closely by the ministers of the 6 ministries, along with Prince Zhu Yujian and Wei Zhongxian. Jiangning, Chao Wenzhao, and Zhao Shuijiao approached and performed a standard military salute, which Zhu Youjiao solemnly returned. Subsequently, accompanied by Jiangning, Zhu Youjiao ascended the command platform. The soldiers assembled were electrified to witness the emperor, clad in the bright yellow dragon robe, personally come to send them off. Zhu Youjiao raised his voice, proclaiming, "Sons of the Ming, today, you shall embark on your journey to quell the rebellion. I have come to see you off personally. You are the elite warriors of our great Ming. You must ensure that those rebels understand the might of our dynasty cannot be trifled with. Let it be known to all that any who dare oppose the Ming shall be met with swift retribution, leaving them in ashes." The soldiers present felt their faces flush with fervor, their spirits ignited. Zhu Youjiao then clenched his right fist firmly against his chest and shouted, "Long live the might of the Ming army." In an instant, the soldiers present were invigorated, uniformly raising their right fists to their chests and collectively shouting, "Long live the Ming army! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Jiangning and others were equally stirred, joining in the chorus of support for the Ming army and the emperor. The fervor soared to the heavens, moving all those in attendance. At that moment, the Prime Minister Sun Qingzong and his deputy Yuan Kelly, who stood closely beside Zhu Youjiao, exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Both were well versed in military strategy and understood that the army before them was indeed a formidable elite force, destined to become a battle-hardened troop with just a bit of experience on the battlefield. Zhu Youjiao then raised his hand high, and the soldiers below fell silent, their gazes fervently fixed upon the platform. He proclaimed, "Our Ming dynasty now faces internal strife and external threats. In Liaodong, the Jianzhou bandits wreak havoc, while coastal pirates frequently disturb the peace of our people. Additionally, the southwestern chieftains have rebelled, and there are even absurd rumors suggesting that our esteemed soldiers are incapable of withstanding a blow." Upon hearing this, I am filled with righteous indignation. Remember, our Ming dynasty, since the days of our founder, the Hongwu Emperor, has driven out the Mongols and restored our nation, establishing the foundations of the Ming. After 253 years, every son of the Ming stands resolute, never yielding in the face of the enemy. Even when Emperor Yingzong was unfortunately captured, our Ming would never bow or compromise with the foe. Now, I demand that you demonstrate our valor and fearlessness to the world once more. I originally intended to lead you into battle myself, but the ministers advised me that, as the Son of Heaven, I must prioritize the welfare of the people and refrain from recklessness. Thus, though I regret not being able to accompany you, my heart remains forever intertwined with yours. When you return victorious, I shall personally host a banquet to celebrate your achievements and bestow rewards. Should you fall in battle, I vow to care for your families with utmost diligence. Your spirits will be eternally honored at the Ming Martyrs' Shrine, and each year, I will lead my ministers in solemn remembrance, as will future generations of rulers. As long as the Ming dynasty endures, none shall forget the brave sons who shed their blood for our cause." Listening to Zhu Youjiao's impassioned words, the soldiers were deeply moved. Many felt their eyes welling with tears. Jiangning wore a solemn expression. At this moment, the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, discreetly approached Jiangning and whispered, Sir Jiang. The exemption from taxes for the families of fallen soldiers for 20 years, as you and the Emperor proposed, seems rather excessive, does it not? In my view, 10 years would suffice. Upon hearing this, Jiangning snorted coldly and replied, Old Gua, you are quite bold. Why not speak on the Emperor's behalf and discuss this matter with the soldiers below? You might find your head on the chopping block for the army's sacrifice. And look at those passionate soldiers. Perhaps they would turn you into mincemeat. Gua Yunho, upon surveying the fervent elite soldiers below, shivered involuntarily and quickly murmured, I believe 20 years is quite reasonable. It is not excessive at all. Jiangning let out a cold snort, inwardly cursing. This old miser. Always fixated on wealth no matter the occasion. Doesn't he realize the gravity of the situation? Isn't he just inviting trouble? At that moment, Zhu Youjiao raised his voice once more. Warriors, one day, I shall fight alongside you. Together, we shall trample the enemy's camp and engage in fierce battles, ensuring that the descendants of the Ming dynasty enjoy lasting peace and are spared the ravages of war. With that, Zhu Youjiao suddenly turned, drew his treasured sword from Jiangning's waist, raised it high towards the heavens, and proclaimed, The sun, moon, and mountains shall endure. The Ming dynasty shall endure. The might of the Ming army, long live the Ming. The soldiers below, seeing this, raised their long spears, waist sabers, and firearms, pointing them towards the sky, and shouted in unison, Kill, kill, kill. After 3 powerful cries, a palpable aura of bloodlust filled the air. Jiangning observed, knowing that at Zhu Youjiao's command, these soldiers would unhesitatingly obliterate any adversary. As Zhu Youjiao's arms slowly descended, the soldiers immediately adopted a serious demeanor, standing at the ready. Soon after, Fang Zhenghua stepped forward to announce the imperial decree. Jiangning was appointed as the governor-general of the 4 provinces, overseeing the military and political powers of Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and Huguang, and was bestowed with a ceremonial sword. Meanwhile, Prince Jin, Zhu Youjian, was appointed as the imperial envoy, with the director of ceremonies overseeing the documents, and Wei Zhongxian, the superintendent of the Eastern Depot, as the deputy envoy accompanying the expedition. After Jiangning and others knelt to express their gratitude, Zhu Youjiao led the ministers of the 6 ministries away. At this juncture, Jiangning turned to Chao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao, inquiring, Old Zhao, what are the customary practices for the army's expedition? Chao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao replied in unison, Your Excellency, it is customary for the army to execute death row inmates as a sacrifice to the banner before setting out. Jiangning nodded, asking, Are the inmates prepared? Chao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao exchanged puzzled glances, responding, Your Excellency, shouldn't you be the one to prepare the inmates? Jiangning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly turned to Li Ruoyan. Old Li, go fetch a death row inmate from the prison for the sacrifice. Just as Li Ruoyan was about to leave, Chao Wenjiao interrupted, Your Excellency, one will not suffice. Jiangning looked on in confusion, prompting Zhao Shuijiao to clarify, Your Excellency, given the large number of soldiers this time, including the Divine Machine Camp, the left and right guards, and the 5 armies, we will need to execute multiple inmates for the sacrifice. Jiangning quickly turned back to Li Ruoyan. Old Li, fetch several. If there are any left over, we shall return them. With the order given, Li Ruoyan hastily departed. At that moment, Zhu Youjian approached Jiangning with a smile. Your Excellency, I have brought 2,000 imperial Ming guards with me. If you require any assistance, simply ask, and I shall not hesitate. Jiangning, hearing this, smiled in return. In that case, I thank your highness. Old Wei also chimed in with a grin. Your Excellency, we have brought along 2,000 Eastern Depot agents this time, primarily to ensure the safety of his highness, but also with the hope of uncovering any corrupt officials along the way. As Jiangning was about to respond to Old Wei, Zhu Youjian interjected, saying, Wei Dabin, upon our arrival in Sichuan, instruct your subordinates to investigate. Once completed, inform this prince, and I shall personally apprehend the culprits. Upon hearing this, Old Wei's expression shifted dramatically. As he inwardly pondered, if Prince Xin captures these individuals, will the credit not be stripped from me? However, Zhu Youjian continued, when the time comes, I shall leave their disposition to you. Hearing this, Old Wei's face brightened with a smile, declaring, Your Highness, rest assured, I shall ensure none escape. Observing the 2 men before him, Jiangning felt a wave of incredulity, reflecting on how these 2, who were historically at odds, now appeared so amicable. Before long, Li Ruoyan arrived, escorting dozens of death row inmates. Upon entering the camp, the commanders promptly took their respective prisoners. Subsequently, Li Ruoyan brought a particular inmate before Jiangning, who, accompanied by Zhao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao, approached. Suddenly, Jiangning felt a sense of familiarity with the man, turning to Li Ruoyan and asking, "Old Li, who is this? He seems somewhat recognizable." After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoyan replied, "My lord, this is Tianqi." Jiangning was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this old fellow was still alive. Li Ruoyan, clearly sensing Jiangning's doubts, clarified, "My lord, do you not recall? After the elder Shui and his associates returned from Jiangnan, you petitioned His Majesty to spare Tianqi's life, stating the need to further investigate the Jiangnan case. However, after extensive interrogation, both I and Old Tian found that Tianqi had divulged little of value. I thought it prudent to bring him forth for the army's flag-raising ceremony." Chapter 217. The army sets out. Jiangning gazed upon the filthy, battered figure of Tianqi, nearly unrecognizable, and could not suppress a cold laugh. He mused to himself that this old man, who historically surrendered to the Manchus over a mere complaint about the cold water, might yet serve a purpose, albeit as an offering for the army's flag-raising. He then commanded, "Take him down and behead him for the ceremony." Several soldiers responded immediately, seizing Tianqi's garments and dragging him towards the grand standard, forcefully pinning him to the ground. With a swift motion, a soldier drew his blade, its cold gleam flashing as the execution was carried out. In an instant, blood splattered across the ground. Once the execution was completed, the flag-raising was deemed accomplished. Shortly thereafter, Jiangning issued the command, "The army shall set forth." With that proclamation, 100,000 troops marched forth in grand procession. Along the way, the citizens of the capital gathered to bid farewell. Jiangning, mounted upon his steed, observed the well-wishers and turned to Old Wei, asking, "Wei Gonggong, surely these people are not a result of your deliberate arrangements?" Old Wei, upon hearing this, expressed his displeasure, indignantly replying, "What are you suggesting, Lord Jiang? Am I that sort of person? It is likely that these citizens, grateful for the emperor's wisdom, understand that the army fights for the Ming and have come of their own accord to see us off. It is truly not orchestrated by me." After listening to Wei Zhongxian's words, Jiangning couldn't help but smile slightly, realizing that he had indeed overthought the matter, and quickly responded, "Wei Gonggong, my sincerest apologies. It was my misunderstanding." Wei Zhongxian's demeanor shifted from gloom to joy, a smile illuminating his face. Given the urgency of military affairs, Jiangning, along with Zhao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao, deliberated on the route of their march. After careful consideration, they resolved to traverse Shaanxi, then proceed through Shaanxi, and finally enter Sichuan. This path promised significant time savings. However, the biting cold and icy roads impeded the army's progress. Observing this, Jiangning pondered that it was imperative to properly maintain the official roads in the future. The adage, "To become prosperous, one must first repair the roads," rang true. Reflecting on Emperor Qin Shi Huang's construction of expressways after unifying the 6 states, which served as crucial military routes ensuring swift troop deployment, Jiangning lamented the current state of the Ming's official roads. Eroded by time and lacking funds for maintenance, they had devolved into little more than slightly wider dirt paths. After several arduous days, the army finally entered Shaanxi. The current governor of Shaanxi was none other than Xiao Yunsheng, who had once defected from the shadows to the light. His exposure of the East Forest Party's transgressions had severed ties with them, leading to his recommendation by Yuan Kelly as the governor of Shaanxi. Upon meeting Jiangning, Xiao Yunsheng promptly led the local magistrates to deliver a substantial supply of provisions. Jiangning accepted without hesitation, prompting a sigh of relief from Xiao Yunsheng, who understood the formidable reputation Jiangning held in Shaanxi. At that moment, Prince Xian, Zhu Youjiao, and Wei Zhongxian approached with evident enthusiasm. Zhu Youjiao, glancing at Xiao Yunsheng, inquired, "Lord Xiao, have you not prepared anything else for this prince?" Taken aback by this unexpected query, Xiao Yunsheng momentarily faltered. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and ordered several tens of thousands of taels of silver to be brought forth. Zhu Youjiao, upon seeing this, snorted disdainfully, retorting, "What does this prince need with silver? I am not lacking in trifles. Surely, as a notable figure in Shaanxi, you must have some corrupt officials to report to me?" At this juncture, The ever-enthusiastic Wei Zhongxian chimed in, Lord Xiao, if there are any corrupt officials, do not hesitate to report them to His Highness the Prince. We can personally apprehend them, killing two birds with one stone. Listening to their remarks, Xiao Yunsheng felt a wave of despair. It appeared that these two gentlemen had developed a taste for hunting down corrupt officials. They seemed oblivious to the current state of Shangxi, which, following the intense purging of corruption, had become remarkably upright. No official dared to embezzle even a copper coin. For the grim reminders of the mass graves outside Datong and Taiyuan served as constant warnings. Noticing Xiao Yunsheng's hesitant and sheepish demeanor, Zhu Youjiao grew impatient, demanding that Wei Zhongxian send someone to investigate. Faced with this, Xiao Yunsheng turned pale, hastily pleading for mercy. Your Highness, spare me. Following the recent thorough reform of Shangxi's bureaucracy, I assure you, there is not a single official who dares to engage in corruption, he boldly declared. I would stake my head as a guarantee. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Youjiao remained skeptical, remarking, Lord Xiao, there is nothing novel under the sun. The situation of ignorance in familiar places is commonplace. I cannot help but feel a sense of unease. Old Wei, standing nearby, earnestly supported him, saying, Lord Xiao, as the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. Whether there is an issue or not, we shall ascertain it ourselves. Upon hearing their relentless questioning, Xiao Yunsheng was overwhelmed with emotion and shed tears. Jiangning, witnessing this scene, quickly intervened. Your Highness, Master Wei, our military situation is urgent, and we must hasten our journey to Sichuan to quell the rebellion. Even if there are indeed a few corrupt officials in Shangxi, with Lord Xiao's capabilities, he can manage it adequately on his own. We must not delay for such trivial matters. Listening to Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao displayed evident reluctance, but eventually nodded in agreement. He then turned to Xiao Yunsheng and advised, Lord Xiao, given the pressing military circumstances, I shall refrain from an investigation this time. Please conduct thorough inquiries in your own time. If there are indeed corrupt officials, you may report directly to me when I, along with Zhengde, return triumphantly through Shangxi. Xiao Yunsheng cast a grateful glance at Jiangning and promptly replied to Zhu Youjiao, Your Highness, rest assured. I shall commence my investigations immediately upon my return. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian was relentless, repeatedly cautioning Xiao Yunsheng, even stating that it was better to mistakenly accuse than to let a guilty party escape. Finally, after Jiangning's persistent urging, the army set forth once more. Watching the troops gradually recede into the distance, Xiao Yunsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was filled with trepidation, fearing that Zhu Youjiao and Wei Zhongxian, these harbingers of chaos, would linger in Shangxi, leading to a repeat of the previous bloodshed. Should that occur, Xiao Yunsheng would find himself utterly forsaken, with nowhere to express his despair. 10 days later, the army entered the territory of Shangxi. The Shangxi governor Lu Su and the Yangshui governor Li Nan hurried to deliver provisions. Given that Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian were renowned for their ruthless methods, and Prince Zhu Youjiao was no ordinary figure, the local officials trembled in fear at their presence. Observing the meager supplies brought by Lu Su and Li Nan, Jiangning could only shake his head with a wry smile, fully aware that the region had suffered from natural disasters in recent years and had little to offer. However, Zhu Youjiao was displeased and approached the two men, demanding, Lord Lu, Lord Li, are there any corrupt officials in your Shangxi Yangshui territory? If so, do not hesitate to report them to me. I and Master Wei will personally investigate and apprehend them. Lu Su and Li Nan were momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Wei Zhongxian quickly stepped forward with a beaming smile, saying, Gentlemen, do you face any difficulties? Speak freely, with His Highness present. He can surely assist you. The two responded hastily. We thank Your Highness for your concern. There are no corrupt officials within the territory of Shangxi Yangshui. However, due to the frequent natural disasters, the harvest has significantly diminished, which accounts for the meager supplies we could provide. We hope Your Highness will not hold this against us. Zhu Youjiao let out a cold snort, responding with irritation. I have come to discuss the matter of corrupt officials with you, yet you divert the conversation to provisions. Do you truly believe I traveled all this way from the capital merely for this trivial matter? His words left the two men feeling utterly embarrassed. Before long, Li Ruolian hastily returned on horseback, presenting a secret letter to Jiangning. Upon reading it, Jiangning's brow furrowed in concern. It turned out that Lu Su was indeed a member of the Donglin party, who not only engaged in embezzlement and bribery, but also formed factions for personal gain, causing immense suffering among the people of Tianqi. In contrast, Li Nan was known for his integrity and uprightness, albeit with limited jurisdiction and advanced age. As a crucial military stronghold in the northwest, Yulinwei had considerable military strength, and Li Nan had contributed significantly here. Moreover, Lu Su colluded with the Qin prince's residents to artificially inflate grain prices, selling food at exorbitant prices after transporting it from Jiangnan. Jiangning carefully tucked away the letter, still wearing a smile. I appreciate the provisions you have provided, gentlemen. My lord and I, along with Lord Wei, are under imperial orders and cannot linger here. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Old Wei. Understanding the cue, Old Wei stepped forward and, after much persuasion, finally convinced Zhu Youjiao to cease his inquiries. The army then continued its march. Watching the troops depart, Lu Su quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. Li Nan coldly remarked, Lord Lu, you must exercise greater caution in your dealings from now on. You are undoubtedly aware of the actions of Jiang and Wei, as well as His Highness in Tianqi. You ought to be wary. You may evade the initial threat, but the subsequent ones are unavoidable. In response to Li Nan's mockery, Lu Su scoffed, There is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs, Lord Li. You are not a young man anymore. I wonder how much longer you can hold the position of governor of Yanshui. With that, both men exchanged disdainful snorts and parted ways. Not long after the army had advanced, Jiangning retrieved the secret letter from his bosom and handed it to Zhu Youjiao. Upon receiving the letter and reading its contents, Zhu Youjian's anger flared, his face turning a deep shade of fury. He immediately inquired, Jiang, why did you not present this letter to me earlier? I could have apprehended Lu Su on the spot and executed him with the imperial sword. Hearing his lord's question, Jiangning let out a resigned smile, replying, Your Highness, the military situation in Sichuan is dire, and we cannot afford to waste any time. I have already arranged for the Jinyui to secretly investigate and gather evidence against Lu Su and his ilk in Shaanxi. It would be more prudent for you to act personally upon our victorious return to capture this band of corrupt officials altogether. Zhu Youjiao, after a moment of reflection, slowly nodded. If that is the case, I shall heed your advice. However, this will undoubtedly bring suffering to the people of Shaanxi. He then ground his teeth, adding, The Qin prince's residence truly dares to engage in such nefarious deeds in secret. That Qin prince and the despicable Zhu Dingwei are nothing but a den of thieves. They are all usurpers, had it not been for the fact that King Qin has no heirs. How could this position of Qin prince have fallen to such a lesser branch? By a stroke of fortune, he has inherited the throne of the Qin king. Yet he fails to properly discipline the royal offspring within the princess residence, daringly leading them to contravene the law. Furthermore, he colludes with local officials to oppress the common folk, a veritable disgrace to the Ming royal family. With a countenance full of indignation, Zhu Youjiao declared. Upon hearing his words, Jiangning could only shake his head in resignation, sighing as he replied, Your Highness, the disgrace of the Ming royal family extends far beyond this. What we currently witness is merely the tip of the iceberg. I fear that such occurrences will only proliferate in the future. I can only hope that you may one day shoulder this heavy responsibility and withstand the immense pressure. Chapter 218. A Cry for Justice. Understanding the gravity of Jiangning's words, Zhu Youjiao realized that they were not mere hyperbole. Having experienced the events in Shaanxi, he had gained a visceral understanding of the various misdeeds of the Ming royal family. Yet, as the left minister of the imperial clan court, ostensibly the patriarch of the Zhu family, he could not falter under the weight of this responsibility. Resolutely, Zhu Youjiao grasped a whip hanging beside the saddle and, with a serious expression, proclaimed, Rest assured, Master Jiang, whenever I encounter those who oppress the common people and flout the law, I shall deal with each one decisively, without hesitation. Behold this whip in my hand. It was specially retrieved from the Shaoling of Nanjing, once wielded by our esteemed founder, Emperor Hongwu. Henceforth, I shall employ this whip to deliver just lessons to these unfilial descendants. Jiangning, upon hearing this, was taken aback, realizing that Zhu Youjiao had indeed produced the whip of the great ancestor, Zhu Yuanzhang. At that moment, he inadvertently noticed a peculiar wooden stick hanging beside the saddle. This stick, about 3 feet in length, piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire, Your Highness, what purpose does this short stick serve? In response, Zhu Youjiao picked up the stick, shaking it playfully in his hand as he explained with a smile, Master Jiang. This is specifically provided for the Ming guards of the imperial clan court. Given their role in managing the Ming royal family, it would be rather inappropriate for them to be equipped with knives and firearms. Thus, I have uniformly supplied them with these short sticks made from white wax wood. They are quite painful upon impact and are perfectly suited for enforcing the law among the royal family. Jiangning, after hearing this, could not help but feel speechless, contemplating the ingenuity of Zhu Youjiao, who continually devised clever solutions. At that moment, the ever-smiling old Wei quickly interjected with flattery. Your Highness is indeed a prodigy. Such an ingenious method is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Now that you preside over the imperial clan court, tasked with the responsibility of managing the Ming royal family, this white wax stick is indeed most fitting for law enforcement. If matters concerning the royal family were to escalate to the use of blades and firearms, it would tarnish your illustrious reputation. Upon hearing old Wei's praise, Zhu Youjiao's face radiated pride as he replied, naturally. As I have assumed the position of left minister of the imperial clan court, it is my duty to concern myself with the management of the royal family. Every matter must be thoroughly contemplated. Observing the mutual flattery exchanged between the two, Jiangning smiled faintly and promptly ordered the troops to quicken their march. Subsequently, each day, he would peruse the military reports from Sichuan delivered by the Jiangning, and at night, he engaged in discussions regarding military affairs with Zhao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuaijiao. The path traversed by the army instilled fear and trepidation among local officials. No one had anticipated that the court would deploy an army of 100,000 to quell the rebellion in Sichuan, and the sight of the well-disciplined troops, clad in resplendent armor and brimming with high morale, indicated that they were an elite force. Coupled with Jiangning and the notorious Old Wei, whose fearsome reputations preceded them, 3 county magistrates, upon learning of the army's passage through their jurisdictions, chose to end their lives, one by hanging and another by poison, leaving behind final words requesting leniency for their families from the court. Upon hearing this, Jiangning was at a loss for words. After all, he was merely on a mission to quell the rebellion in Sichuan, not to investigate the local officialdom of Shaanxi. Why were these officials so quick to resort to such drastic measures? Old Wei, upon hearing the news, chuckled and praised, Master Jiang, your renown spreads far and wide. Even before striking a blow, these corrupt officials are already terrified. Jiangning, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat and replied, it seems that the reputation of Lord Wei is even more formidable, to have instilled such fear that these corrupt officials chose to take their own lives. I am, in comparison, somewhat lacking. Hearing Jiangning's commendation, Old Wei's smile widened almost ear to ear. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjiao wore a furious expression and declared, once the army has quelled the rebellion, I shall certainly petition my elder brother, the emperor, to conduct a thorough investigation of the officialdom in Shaanxi. If we have frightened several to death merely by passing through, who knows how many corrupt officials we would unearth upon a full inquiry. Jiangning nodded in agreement. Thus, the army continued its march for several more days until they arrived at Tongwanwai. At that moment, a swift horseman galloped forth with a report, Your Excellency, there are civilians gathered ahead, causing a disturbance and obstructing the army's advance. Jiangning furrowed his brow at this news. Civilians obstructing the army's progress? What could this mean? It was well known that the reputation of the court soldiers was far from favorable, and for civilians to not flee at the sight of them was already audacious enough. Yet they dared to impede the army? At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao became intrigued and suggested, Master Jiang, let us investigate why these civilians are obstructing our path. Jiangning nodded in agreement and ordered the army to halt. He then instructed Zhao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuaijiao to maintain order within the ranks while he, Zhu Youjiao, and Old Wei rode forth. Soon, they reached the front of the procession, where a throng of civilians knelt on the ground, fervently shouting something. Upon closer inspection, Jiangning noticed that these individuals appeared emaciated and ragged, akin to beggars. Dismounting, he approached them. With a wave of his hand, Li Ruolian summoned a group of Jiangning to protect Jiangning and his companions. Jiangning stepped forward and inquired, From where do you hail? Why do you obstruct the advance of the court's army? Know that to impede the royal troops is a capital offense. Among the crowd, a relatively robust young man hurriedly approached Jiangning and his companions, kneeling before them with tears in his eyes, pleading, We beseech you, great lord, to champion our cause and seek justice for us. As Jiangning was about to speak, Zhu Youjiao hurriedly stepped forward, his face brimming with enthusiasm, and declared, "If you have any grievances, do not hesitate to voice them. With me and the governor of the 4 provinces, Lord Jiang, present, we shall surely advocate on your behalf." At that moment, the kneeling commoners gazed upon the young man clad in a resplendent red dragon robe and the general adorned in a suit of armor. Their eyes filled with fervor. The leading youth promptly responded, "In reply to your esteemed lords, we are humble subjects from Chang'an and Shaanxi. Years ago, we were conscripted by the government to come to Tongguan for corvée labor, tasked with repairing the city walls. To our dismay, upon arrival, the soldiers of Tongguan Wei forced us to toil day and night without providing any sustenance. Once our provisions were exhausted, we were left to strip bark from trees and dig up roots to stave off hunger. When we could no longer muster the strength to work due to starvation, the soldiers resorted to beatings, and in some cases, they even killed us. To date, the number of those who have perished from hunger or brutality exceeds 100. We can no longer endure this suffering, and upon hearing that the imperial army was passing through Tongguan, along with the presence of a distinguished envoy, we risked our lives to beseech your honors for justice on behalf of the common folk." Upon hearing this, Jiangning's anger surged, his rage igniting like wildfire. These soldiers of Tongguan Wei had truly lost their minds. They must have been aware of the imperial army's approach, yet they dared to act so brazenly. Inflicting harm upon the people, such madness was utterly appalling. Zhu Youjian's face flushed crimson with indignation as he turned to Old Wei, saying, "Wei Dabin, gather your men and personally summon the soldiers of Tongguan Wei to face justice before me." Old Wei chuckled lightly and replied, "Your Highness, I believe it will not require my intervention. Those soldiers of Tongguan Wei will undoubtedly arrive shortly on their own." At that moment, Jiangning gazed into the distance and spotted a dozen riders hastening towards the encampment. It was evident they were the soldiers of Tongguan Wei. In no time, the group arrived at a rapid pace, dismounting and advancing towards Jiangning and the others. Jiangning raised his gaze to see the leader clad in a battle robe adorned with mandarin ducks, armored and flanked by men wielding waist knives. Approaching with an imposing demeanor, Li Ruoyan, observing this, raised a hand and signaled several members of the Jianhui to swiftly step forward, intercepting them a few paces away. A moment later, a Jianhui hurriedly approached to report, "I report to the esteemed governor and his highness, the Prince of Faith. The newcomers are the Qianhui Wenhua of Tongguan Wei, claiming to be on a mission to apprehend deserters." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao could not contain his outrage, exclaiming, "To speak such blatant falsehoods before my eyes. These commoners bear no semblance of deserters. Do they truly think me blind? Summon those soldiers of Tongguan Wei to answer for themselves." Jiangning, with a stern expression, nodded in agreement. The Jianhui received their orders and swiftly departed. Before long, several soldiers, escorted by the Jianhui, approached. Their weapons had already been confiscated. Wei Wenhua, upon seeing the young man in the splendid red dragon robe and the one in the armored python robe, was taken aback and promptly knelt before them, declaring, "I am Wei Wenhua, Qianhu of Tongguan Wei, here to pay my respects to the honored envoy and his highness, the Prince of Faith." Jiangning's expression remained icy as he gravely inquired, "Wei Qianhu, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Jiangning's inquiry, Wei Wenhua trembled in fear, replying in a quaking voice, "In response to your excellency, the humble soldier was commanded by the esteemed commander to apprehend this group of deserters." As he spoke, he gestured towards the common folk kneeling nearby. Jiangning, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and rebuked, "You, Wei Wenhua, do you take me for a blind fool? Look at these people, tattered garments, gaunt faces, resembling beggars, and you dare to label them as deserters? When did the soldiers of our great Ming dynasty fall to such a state?" Hearing Jiangning's stern questioning, Wei Wenhua's face turned pale, his legs weakened, unsure of how to respond. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao stepped forward, fixing a piercing gaze upon Wei Wenhua, and spoke, "You claim they are deserters. However, what I have heard starkly contradicts your words." Upon hearing this, Wei Wenhua felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The names emblazoned upon the military banners were unmistakable: Governor Jiang of the 4 provinces, the imperial envoy Prince of Qing, and the vice-envoy of the imperial censorate. A formidable trio, each notorious and not to be trifled with. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences for his entire family. Yet, to return empty-handed would inevitably invite punishment. Weighing his options, He steeled himself and said through gritted teeth, "Please pardon me, Your Highness. These deserters are notoriously deceitful, disregarding orders. Their words are utterly unreliable." Zhu Youjiao scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "If their words are unreliable, then what makes yours trustworthy?" Wei Wenhua was left speechless, his face flushed, cold sweat cascading down. Jiangning, tired of their feudal exchange, coldly stated, "The common folk openly obstruct the royal army, and you officers of Tongwan Guard are truly audacious." Pointing to one of the soldiers, Jiangning commanded, "I give you 1 hour to bring the commander of Tongwan Guard before me. Should he fail to arrive, the consequences shall be yours to bear." The soldier, upon being singled out, turned pale, hurriedly bowing repeatedly before hastily mounting his horse and departing. Turning his gaze to the trembling Wei Wenhua, Jiangning spoke with a chilling demeanor. "These commoners have already recounted the events to me in full. Wei Qianhu, tell me, should I place my trust in their words or in yours?" After a moment of hesitation, shaking like a leaf, Wei Wenhua replied through clenched teeth, "My lord, these deserters speak nothing but nonsense. Their words are utterly untrustworthy." At that moment, Old Wei stepped forward, fingers elegantly poised, and chided Wei Wenhua, "What nonsense? Their words are not credible, yet yours are? Listen to yourself. Even you cannot believe what you say." Chapter 219. The people enforce justice. Jiangning looked at the pale, trembling Wei Wenhua, and sneered, "You repeatedly declare them to be deserters. Very well, then enlighten me. What are their names? How many family members do they have? How many acres of land? How many oxen in the fields? Speak, 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 speak." Faced with a barrage of inquiries from Jiangning, Wei Wenhua stood there, utterly stunned, rendered speechless. Jiangning's gaze was icy as he scoffed, "I have already granted you a chance. Since you cannot articulate a response, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." At that moment, Jiangning turned to the young man kneeling beside him, instructing, "Before this esteemed Wei Qianhu, recount precisely what you just stated. I shall take it upon myself to advocate for you." The young man nodded eagerly, fully aware that this was their sole opportunity for survival. Should these esteemed imperial envoys depart with their forces, only death awaited them. Thus, the young man recounted his previous ordeal in detail. As he listened, Wei Wenhua felt as though the very essence of his being had been drained, collapsing to the ground. Unable to utter a single word, Jiangning crouched down, pressing for answers. "Wei Qianhu, are the common folk speaking the truth?" Wei Wenhua struggled to respond, "My lord, these rascals are spouting utter nonsense." Jiangning snorted coldly, retorting, "You just labeled them as deserters, and now you call them rascals. Are they civilians or soldiers? Have you truly considered this? To speak incorrectly before me could cost you your head." At that moment, Zhu Youjiao, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward and remarked to Jiangning, "Sir Jiang, why waste your breath on this scoundrel? Have Wei Dabin execute him. Let him face the harshest punishment." Jiangning glanced at the eagerly grinning Lao Wei and nodded in agreement. With a clap of his hands, Lao Wei summoned dozens of Eastern Depot guards, who pounced like wolves, dragging Wei Wenhua and the dozen or so soldiers from Tongwan away. After the briefest of moments, Lao Wei returned with a beaming smile and announced, "Your Highness, Sir Jiang, we have clarified everything. They were ordered by the commander of the Tongwan Guard to capture these commoners, with explicit instructions to execute anyone who dared to resist." Upon hearing this, Jiangning furrowed his brow tightly. The phrase "the mountains are high and the emperor is far away" was never mere rhetoric. Local officials could act with impunity, oppressing the common folk without remorse. If this continued, even if he and Zhu Youjiao toiled endlessly in the capital, they would only maintain a fragile facade of stability. At that juncture, Lao Wei, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Sir Jiang, why not wait for the commander of the Tongwan Guard to arrive and address this group of officials who have harmed the common people in his presence?" Jiangning nodded in agreement, stating, "That is the only course available to us. We have been tasked with suppressing the rebellion in Sichuan, and we cannot afford to waste too much time. If we were to hastily apprehend the commander of the Tongwan Guard, we could unintentionally embroil ourselves with numerous others, and we simply do not have the luxury of time to entangle ourselves with them." At that moment, Zhu Youjiao, observing the despondent commoners kneeling nearby, contemplated for a moment before saying, "Sir Jiang, I have an idea." Jiangning promptly urged, "I humbly request your guidance, Your Highness." With a face alight with mirth, Zhu Youjiao replied, "I have been studying the records of the Taizu, which recounts an incident remarkably similar to our current predicament. At that time, commoners were conscripted for labor, only to be driven to starvation by two Qianhis, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 100 individuals. Upon hearing the news, the esteemed emperor was filled with righteous indignation and ultimately decreed that the common people should enforce the law. Over 100 citizens, wielding steel blades, engaged in combat with the two officials, and within the span of a mere half-tea's time, those officials were reduced to a mere pulp. Upon learning of this, the emperor was greatly pleased and immediately issued a decree relieving the local populace of 3 years' corvée labor. Jiangning, having listened intently, could not help but mentally exclaim, "No wonder the brothers Zhu Youjiao and Zhu Youjiao are so inventive and unconventional. It seems this tendency originated in the era of the great ancestor." Hearing Zhang's words, Wei Wenhua, who knelt nearby, was so frightened that he felt his heart might burst. He hastily bowed his head in supplication. Yet, Zhu Youjiao did not spare him a glance. At that moment, the elderly Wei, with a smile, interjected, "Your Highness, Master Jiang, it is indeed reasonable to let the common people enforce the law. However, it appears these citizens have been long famished and are quite weak. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow them to eat and drink their fill before taking any action." Zhu Youjiao nodded thoughtfully, gestured, and several enforcers promptly approached, distributing provisions and water to the citizens. Upon witnessing this, the people immediately began to devour the food voraciously. Jiangning observed this scene and sighed inwardly, reflecting that whether in prosperity or decline, the suffering of the common people has been an eternal truth throughout history. Elder Wei approached the citizens with warmth and friendliness, while Zhu Youjian's expression remained grim, for the affairs of the Ming Empire belonged to the Zhu family, and such events were undeniably a source of embarrassment. Before long, dozens of riders sped toward the main army. When the horses came to a halt, several members of the Jiangning stepped forth, confiscating the weapons of all present and guiding them to Jiangning and his companions. The leader, a man of around 50 years, donned scale armor, his visage rugged, with keen intelligence glinting in his eyes. Observing the scene before him, he hastily knelt and saluted. "I am Song Wanjing, the commandant of Tongguan Guard. I pay my respects to the governor, to His Highness the Prince of Faith, and to Lord Wei." Jiangning scoffed softly and inquired, "Commandant Song, do you comprehend the reason I summoned you?" Song Wanjing immediately donned a look of deep contrition, replying, "I, a lowly officer, have failed in military governance. I beseech Master Jiang for your forgiveness." Jiangning perceived the pretense in his demeanor, but chose not to engage in further contention. He spoke, "Since you acknowledge your laxity in military discipline, I and His Highness the Prince of Faith, along with Lord Wei, shall assist you in managing the situation. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Song Wanjing hastily nodded. "If so, I am profoundly grateful to the governor, to His Highness the Prince of Faith, and to Lord Wei." At this moment, the citizens had consumed their fill. Jiangning exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Wei, who promptly beckoned the citizens forward. "Do not be afraid, good people. Today, we have Governor Jiang, His Highness the Prince of Faith, and myself here to uphold justice for you. Those who have oppressed and harmed you may now be identified." However, the citizens present, upon hearing Elder Wei's words, shrank back in fear, none daring to move. After a moment, only one young man stepped forward boldly, proclaiming, "My fellow villagers, today the imperial envoy stands for our justice. What are you waiting for?" Could one truly forget the elders and compatriots who were beaten and starved to death? With that, he took the lead in pointing out the culprits. Encouraged by his bravery, the villagers gradually found their courage. Before long, they had identified 7 or 8 individuals. Jiangning raised his eyes and observed Song Wanjing, whose expression remained tranquil as he knelt upright, leaving Jiangning inwardly astonished. It appeared that Song Wanjing possessed a considerable depth of cunning. Had he been an ordinary person, he would either have been paralyzed with fear or hastily deflected blame. Yet, at this moment, he showed no sign of panic. In no time, the identifications were complete. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Good people, similar incidents occurred during the reign of our founding emperor. At that time, while serving their labor duties, the common folk were brutally mistreated by officials and soldiers, leading to their deaths." Upon hearing this, the founding emperor was filled with righteous fury and ultimately decreed that the people should take justice into their own hands. He provided each of them with a steel blade to confront the officials who had tormented them. In the end, those officials were gruesomely dismembered by the populace. Upon learning of this, the founding emperor was greatly pleased and promptly issued a decree exempting the people from 3 years of labor. Therefore, after deliberation with Lord Jiang, His Majesty has decided that you shall administer justice yourselves. With that, he clapped his hands, and a group of eunuchs from the eastern depot stepped forward, drawing their waist blades and plunging them into the ground, a formidable display of dozens of weapons. This sight sent the identified soldiers of the Tongwan garrison into a paroxysm of terror, causing them to kneel and fervently beg for mercy. At that moment, the young man from earlier stepped forward, performed a respectful bow, and retrieved a steel blade from the ground, advancing toward the identified officials. The villagers followed closely behind him. Jiangning quickly turned away, knowing what was about to unfold. Only Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei observed the scene with rapt attention. Even Song Wanjing, who knelt nearby, appeared as pale as a sheet. The villagers, wielding steel blades, surrounded the 7 or 8 soldiers. As the young man led the charge, the villagers, with fiery eyes, shouted in rage, recklessly lunging at the officials. Soon, the soldiers' screams filled the air, and moments later, silence fell upon them. Yet, the villagers, still unsated in their fury, continued to strike with wild abandon. After the passage of a brief time, the leading young man guided the villagers in cleaning their blades before returning them to the eunuchs. He then knelt before Jiangning and the others, bowing 3 times in gratitude, saying, "We thank His Majesty's envoy for standing up for us. We have no way to repay you, but we wish to enlist and follow you." At this, Jiangning slowly turned his head, gazing at the scene that resembled a battlefield, sighed, and then fixed his gaze upon the earnest young man, saying, "If that is the case, then I shall accept you today. From this day forth, you shall be soldiers of the great Ming." He then turned to the still kneeling Song Wanjing and inquired, "Commander Song, do you have any objections to this?" Song Wanjing, his complexion as pale as frost, shook his head and replied, "I have no objections to this. Today, it is indeed a blessing for them to follow you." Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded and instructed Li Ruoyan to organize personnel to escort the group of young individuals away. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao cast a cold glance at Song Wanjiang, who was kneeling nearby, tightly gripping a wooden stick, his knuckles whitening from the strain. He tightened and loosened his grip repeatedly as he spoke in a stern voice. "Commander Song, this is your first warning. When the army returns triumphantly, should I hear any troubling news from this place again, you shall have reason to be wary." Startled, Song Wanjiang quickly adopted a serious demeanor, assuring, "Your Highness, rest assured. I pledge that such incidents will not occur again. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave and not hinder the army's progress." As he turned to depart, the elderly Wei interjected loudly, "Hold on, Commander Song, why the haste? Shouldn't you take your men to dig a pit?" He gestured towards the remains of several soldiers, reduced to a grotesque state, and taunted, "Bury them all, or do you expect us to prepare buns for you?" Taken aback, Song Wanjiang's expression flickered with fear, but he quickly nodded in agreement. The remaining soldiers of the Tongwan Guard promptly set to work digging a grave by the roadside. Before long, the pit was ready. With trepidation, Song Wanjiang and a few others approached, clumsily placing the mangled bodies into the pit and covering them. He then turned to Jiangning and the others, bowed respectfully, and mounted his horse, hastening away with his subordinates. Jiangning watched as Song Wanjiang and the contingent of soldiers faded into the distance, then glanced at the citizens who followed the procession. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he began to recite softly, "The peaks gather like a multitude, waves surge with fury. The mountains and rivers lie along the Tongwan Road. Gazing westward, my heart is filled with hesitation. The places where the Qin and Han once traversed are now mere earth. Their grand palaces reduced to dust. In prosperity, the common folk suffer. In ruin, the common folk suffer." The army then resumed its journey. Chapter 220. Arrival in Chengdu. Jiangning and his entourage led the Grand Army, which marched with great momentum, first passing through Xi'an Prefecture and then entering Hanzhong Prefecture. Departing from Hanzhong, they pressed onward to Sichuan, traversing Baoning Prefecture and Xizhou Prefecture, enduring a taxing journey that ultimately brought them to Chengdu. This arduous expedition had spanned nearly 2 months, yet they finally arrived in Chengdu without further incident. As the army continued its forward march, Jiangning recognized the fatigue evident in both men and horses after nearly 2 months of relentless travel since their departure from the capital. He ordered a 3-day rest for the troops and dispatched scouts to various locations to gather intelligence on military matters. Meanwhile, the governor of Sichuan, Zhu Youjiao, received news of the imperial army's entry into Chengdu. After a moment of contemplation in his office, he promptly instructed his aides to summon General Du Wenhui. Before long, Du Wenhui arrived at the governor's office. Observing the troubled expression on Zhu Youjiao's face, Du Wenhui cautiously inquired, "Your Excellency, I have heard that the imperial army has already entered the territory of Chengdu." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded slightly and gestured for Du Wenhui to take a seat. With a look of anxiety, Du Wenhui continued, "Your Excellency, it has come to my attention that the commander leading the troops is Jiangning, the left commander of the central military from the 5 armies command. It is said that he is ruthless and merciless, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. And he enjoys the emperor's utmost trust. He has even been appointed as the governor of 4 provinces for this expedition. Accompanying him is Prince Xin, the emperor's own brother, who now oversees the imperial clan court. Additionally, there is Wei Zhongxian, the head of the court of imperial sacrifices and also the director of the Eastern Factory. None of these individuals are to be taken lightly. Now that we have lost Chongqing, with our troops diminished, how shall we face their wrath?" Zhu Youjiao, observing Du Wenhui's panic-stricken demeanor, sighed and replied, "General Du, there is no need for such concern. The fall of Chongqing is not your fault. I alone bear the responsibility for this debacle. Shortly, I shall personally seek forgiveness from the governor." Upon hearing Zhu Youjiao assume full responsibility, Du Wenhui felt a wave of relief wash over him, secretly thankful that the governor would not sacrifice him to shield his own position, a fate that sent shivers down his spine. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao spoke again, "General Du, we must remain vigilant. Shi Yinjun, the son of Shi Chongming, now commands 30,000 troops and is aggressively besieging Chengdu. In the coming days, you must closely monitor the situation. The imperial forces have now arrived. You must be prepared to coordinate with their movements." Du Wenhui nodded solemnly in agreement. 3 days later, Jiangning received intelligence from scouts within the central military camp. He studied the report, his brow furrowed. Turning to Zhao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao, he inquired, Old Zhao, Shi Yinjun now leads 30,000 troops against Chengdu with great fervor. General Du Wenhui claims to command 80,000 soldiers. However, intelligence from the Jianyi indicates that he has fewer than 30,000. After the fall of Chongqing, he suffered significant losses. I suspect he now commands fewer than 20,000. Additionally, with the 2,000 defenders in Chengdu, our total forces amount to less than 40,000. This number is adequate for defense, but woefully insufficient for an offensive. What strategies should we adopt in light of this? Upon hearing Jiangning's question, Zhao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao fell into deep thought. After a moment, Zhao Wenjiao spoke first. "My lord, our army of 100,000 is fully prepared and has been fortified over the past 3 days, with the morale of the soldiers at an all-time high. I propose we advance directly. Let the Divine Machine Left Guard and 3,000 Left Guards lead the charge, followed closely by the 5 armies Left Guard." Jiangning nodded in agreement. Just then, Zhao Shuijiao interjected, "My lord, should we send a messenger to Chengdu to inform General Du Wenhui, urging him to cooperate with our movements?" Upon hearing these words, Jiangning shook his head and remarked, "The Chengdu prefecture is currently suffering significant losses in both men and arms. The remaining troops are barely sufficient to defend the city, lacking the capacity for offensive maneuvers. Future engagements will rely heavily on our own strength. At present, the Divine Mechanism Left and Right Guards are commanded by the fierce and formidable Meng Ru Hu and Zhou Yuji, accompanied by Mao Yuani and Sun Yuanhua. The 3,000 Left Guards are under the stewardship of Huang Digong, with Chao Bianjiao also in attendance. It seems breaching the enemy encircling Chengdu should not pose a great challenge. Moreover, for this expedition, our forces are equipped with a substantial arsenal of firearms." Subsequently, Jiangning commanded the drums to sound, summoning the generals. In no time, all commanders gathered in the tent. Jiangning then began to issue military orders. This campaign will be led by Zhao Wenjiao, who shall command the Divine Mechanism Left and Right Guards, the 3,000 Left Guards, and the 5 armies Left Guards to confront the 30,000 rebels besieging the city. Jiangning and Zhao Shuijiao will lead the 5 armies Right Guards closely behind, ever ready to provide support. Additionally, Jiangning assigned Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuaning to serve under Zhao Wenjiao. After an extensive discussion, the group determined the timing of their actions, and the army commenced preparations for the impending battle, cooking meals in anticipation. Observing the soldiers' fervent spirits as they dined and animatedly discussed the forthcoming conflict, Jiangning felt a twinge of concern. After all, in the original course of history, the old rascal Shi Chongming instigated a rebellion that spanned over a decade before being decisively quelled by Qin Lianyu. The local militia had always been valiant in battle, fearlessly reckless, as evidenced by the formidable reputation of Qin Lianyu's white flag troops across the land. Although the capital's forces had been meticulously reorganized and bolstered with many renowned generals for training, this was their first venture into combat, leaving Jiangning somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining a composed demeanor, lest he instill uncertainty within the ranks. At that moment, Xiao Bianjiao, Sun Chuanting, Lu Xianxing, and Meng Ru, who sat together, each brimming with determination. Jiangning approached them, offering a few words of encouragement before returning to the central command tent. As night fell, a group approached the camp, displaying their identification tokens, led personally by Li Ruoyan into the main camp, arriving at Jiangning's tent. Upon seeing Gao Wenkai, Jiangning's face brightened, and he hastily gestured for Gao to take a seat, then inquired, "Gao, having been in Chengdu for some time, what intelligence have you gathered?" Gao Wenkai promptly responded, "My lord, since my arrival in Chengdu, I have been in contact with the spies previously assigned by the commander, and I have indeed uncovered several crucial pieces of intelligence. I have also clarified the reasons behind the fall of Chongqing Prefecture. While Shi Chongming besieged Chongqing, General Du Wenhuan held the city valiantly, while General Qin Lianyu led the White Flag Army to disrupt from the rear. Just when Shi Chongming was thoroughly exhausted, a messenger from the king of Shu in Chengdu arrived, offering provisions to the army, urging Sichuan's governor, Zhu Youjiao, to personally travel to Chengdu to collect the supplies. In a bind, Zhu Youjiao, after some persuasion from the ministers, eventually decided to head to Chengdu. Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded, recognizing that everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Otherwise, how could Zhu Youjiao, known for his prudence, so readily abandon Chongqing at such a critical juncture? Suddenly, he inquired, "Xiao Gao, what is the matter with the phased allocation of provisions and military supplies? Moreover, how could the army of Shi Chongming possess firearms that are typically exclusive to the court? This is what concerns me most." Gao Wenkai replied, "My lord, I have uncovered that the left governor Song Shixiang and the right governor Lian Guoshi have clandestinely accepted large sums of gold and silver from Shi Chongming. Due to General Du Wenhui's significantly insufficient troop numbers and the need for vigilance regarding General Qin Lianyu, who hails from a local chieftain background, the provisions were allocated in phases. The provincial governor Zhu Youjiao also consented to this arrangement." Upon hearing this, Jiangning could not help but lament the woeful status of military generals in the Ming dynasty. It was entirely reasonable for Zhu Youjiao to acquiesce. Gao Wenkai continued, "As for the firearms manufactured by the court, they were also secretly sold to Shi Chongming by Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi. I have further discovered that the provisions and military supplies, which were originally meant for General Du Wenhui of Sichuan and General Qin Lianyu of Shizhou, were only dispersed at 50% each time, with the remaining 50% being sold to the rebels. Moreover, these two individuals have colluded with the Shu royal court to artificially inflate grain prices in Sichuan, reaping enormous profits. Even Xiao Gang, a captain of the Jin Yi in Sichuan, is implicated, profiting through the leakage of information. I can now assert with certainty that Xiao Gang has betrayed the Jin Yi and has conspired with these individuals." Upon hearing Gao Wencai's words, Jiangning slammed his palm on the table in fury, exclaiming, "This is an affront to heaven. The provisions allocated by the court to the army amount to a mere 50%, while the remaining 50% is traded for silver with the rebels. These traitorous scoundrels, devoid of loyalty and conscience, do they expect the court to express gratitude towards them?" He then pressed further, "Xiao Gao, how involved is the Shu king in this matter? Is he colluding with Shi Chongming?" After pondering for a moment, Gao Wenkai replied, "His Highness the Shu king has never personally appeared. All these matters have been managed by the royal steward Gao Gui. As for whether His Highness is involved, I am still investigating." Jiangning nodded. If Gao Wenkai were to uncover direct involvement from the Shu king, he would not hesitate to confront Zhu Youjiao and lay the matter bare. Allowing Zhu Youjiao to take appropriate action, Shi Chongming's rebellion was an attack on the very foundation of the Zhu family, and should the Shu king lend assistance, it was certain that Zhu Youjiao would act justly. Jiangning inquired once more, Xiao Gao, where is Chao Gang now? With whom is he associating? And what has he been up to recently? Gao Wenkai, with a slightly complicated expression, responded, My lord, according to my investigation, when Chao Gang first arrived in Sichuan, he appeared to be diligent in his duties. However, for reasons unknown, he became entangled with Song Shixiang and Lian Guishi. Ultimately, Chao Gang even leaked intelligence from the Jin Yiwei to the royal steward Gao Gui of the Shu King's court, and the three of them amassed fortunes through grain trading. Moreover, being a native of Meizhou and Sichuan, he has subsequently placed all his relatives within the Sichuan Jin Yiwei, promoting them vigorously, even to the extent of suppressing the originally dispatched Jin Yiwei from the court. Upon hearing this, Jiangning's fury ignited, and he cursed. What an audacious Chao Gang, treating the Jin Yiwei as his own private estate, boldly admitting any riffraff into its ranks. As Jiangning gazed upon Gao Wencai's furious countenance, he could not suppress a gulp of apprehension before speaking. At present, Chao Gang remains in Qingdu, indulging in debauchery, fraternizing with the chief eunuch of the Shu royal court, and frequently visiting the royal palace. Upon hearing this, Jiangning could no longer contain the seething anger within him. He kicked the table over, exclaiming, This scoundrel still has the audacity to revel in excess. A day as a Jin Yiwei is a lifetime as a Jin Yiwei. Once he enters Qingdu, I shall ensure he experiences the full severity of our discipline. Chapter 221. The great conflict approaches. At that moment of Jiangning's furious outburst, Gao Wenkai cautiously interjected, Your Excellency, there is another matter that I find rather puzzling. Although I have uncovered some clues, I cannot yet ascertain their validity. Hearing this, Jiangning slowly replied, Speak, Gao, what is it that troubles you? Gao Wenkai continued, Your Excellency, through discreet inquiries, I have learned that before the fall of Chongqing, a group arrived from Jiangnan. This group frequently interacted with Song Shixiang and Lian Guishi, maintaining close ties with several local officials in Sichuan, and subsequently made contact with the rebel forces. However, their actions are exceedingly clandestine, and they are currently concealed among the forces of the traitor Shi Chongming. Hence, I am still pursuing deeper investigations. At this revelation, Jiangning let out a cold laugh, remarking, Humph, indeed, all sorts of nefarious characters have emerged. Gao, there is no need to investigate further, aside from the Eastern Forest faction from Jiangnan. There will be no others. Gao Wencai's expression tightened slightly at this, but he chose not to elaborate further. Turning to the dust-covered Gao Wenkai, Jiangning said, You have worked diligently during this time, Gao. Please take your leave and rest. I have many matters yet to address. Upon hearing this, Gao Wenkai nodded slowly and took his leave. Soon after, Jiangning seated himself in the command position, closing his eyes and entering a state of contemplation. The current situation in Sichuan was far more intricate than he had anticipated, involving numerous factions, the Shu royal family, the Eastern Forest faction, local officials, the rebel Shi Chongming, and many onlookers. This was a far more convoluted scenario than that of the official Dimensionshi. After a while, Prince Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei entered the tent, engaged in light-hearted banter. Noticing Jiangning in a meditative state, Zhu Youjiao curiously inquired, Master Jiang, what occupies your thoughts? Jiangning sighed and replied, Your Highness, just now, Captain Gao delivered a confidential report. The situation in Sichuan is proving to be more challenging than we had anticipated. He then recounted the details of Gao Wencai's earlier revelations. Observing Jiangning's furrowed brow, Zhu Youjiao chuckled, saying, Master Jiang, I believe you are overcomplicating the matter. Taken aback by this, Jiangning asked, What insight do you possess? Your Highness? With evident enthusiasm, Zhu Youjiao asserted, In my view, there is no need for convoluted schemes. The imperial army has already arrived in Qingdu with a force of 100,000. Regardless of the myriad of nefarious entities, they shall all be vanquished. Whether it be one foe or 1,000, any who dare oppose the throne shall be summarily executed, be they local officials, rebellious chieftains, or those from Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Jiangning was momentarily taken aback. How could this nobleman's intent to kill have intensified so greatly? If these words had come from Old Wei's lips, Jiangning would not have been the least surprised, for Old Wei was currently devoted to accumulating virtue and striving for an early ascension to the celestial ranks. However, To hear such sentiments from Zhu Youjiao was utterly bewildering. After all, Zhu Youjiao was merely 11 years old at this time. How could he harbor such murderous thoughts? Who had led this child astray? Jiangning then turned to Old Wei, who was beaming with excitement, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. Jiangning was already convinced that Prince Xi and Zhu Youjiao's transformation could only be attributed to Old Wei's influence. Shortly thereafter, Cao Wenjiao, clad in military attire, entered the main tent. He stood tall, saluted Jiangning, and proclaimed, "Your Excellency, all the troops are prepared." Jiangning, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "In that case, old Cao, you may proceed." Cao Wenjiao clasped his fists in salute and strode purposefully out. At that moment, Zhao Shuijiao also arrived at the tent, stating, "Your Excellency, once old Cao departs, we can set forth as well." Jiangning nodded once more, subsequently entrusting the arrangement of the 5 armies' right guard to Zhao Shuijiao. Meanwhile, within the camp, Cao Wenjiao mounted his steed, spear in hand, exuding an aura of authority. Lu Xiangxing, Sun Chuanting, Cao Bianjiao, and the like were all eagerly preparing for battle, their spirits high. With a sweeping gesture, Cao Wenjiao issued the command, "Let us depart." The 3,000 right guard cavalry surged forth like arrows released from a bow, leading the charge, while the Divine Machine camp and the left guard followed closely behind, with Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting commanding the rear. The Grand Army advanced with a formidable momentum towards the rebel camp at the foot of Chengdu. A day later, before dawn broke, on the city walls of Chengdu, Governor Zhu Youjiao and General Du Wenhui gazed down at the densely packed rebel encampment, their brows furrowed with worry. The native troops were renowned for their valor, yet the morale of the garrison within Chengdu had plummeted due to previous losses, leaving them devoid of the confidence to take the initiative. General Qin Liangyu, with limited forces, was also preoccupied with restraining the rebels in Chongqing and could not lend support to Chengdu. At that moment, Du Wenhui suddenly tightened his expression and exclaimed, "Your Excellency, look! A large contingent is approaching from the distance." Zhu Youjiao quickly looked up to see a throng of soldiers bearing torches, swiftly advancing toward Chengdu. Du Wenhui's excitement was palpable as he said, "Your Excellency, it must be the reinforcements sent from the capital." Zhu Youjiao, however, wore a grave expression, observing the long line of torchbearers in the distance, and voiced his concerns. "It is still dark, and the troops from the capital advance so brazenly with torches. Do they not fear being discovered by the rebels? Governor Jiang is rather careless." Upon hearing this, Du Wenhui hesitated momentarily, being seasoned in the art of war. He understood Zhu Youjiao's concerns were not without merit. He muttered softly, "I have heard that this Governor Jiang has never led troops into battle. Yet at such a young age, he holds a high position of power. It seems he aims to secure a few victories to gain favor with the court. Such reckless audacity. If we were to return defeated, what would become of us?" At this moment, Jiangning, who trailed behind the great army, was mounted on his steed when, unexpectedly, he sneezed. Puzzled, he wondered what had caused this sudden occurrence. Nearby, Old Wei jestingly remarked, "Master Jiang, I suppose it is your 2 wives at home who are missing you." Following suit, Zhu Youjiao chimed in, "Master Jiang, I believe someone is speaking ill of you behind your back." Jiangning fell momentarily silent, taken aback by their banter. Meanwhile, Cao Wenjiao and his troops had stealthily arrived within 20 miles of the rebel encampment. As he gazed upon the densely clustered enemy formations, a glint of excitement sparkled in his eyes, akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey. The rebels, sensing the formidable approach of the forces, erupted into chaos within their camp, hastily mobilizing their troops. However, Cao Wenjiao remained unfazed. Turning to his companions with an exuberant expression, he declared, "Soon, the 3,000 cavalry shall charge ahead to impede the rebels. The Divine Machine Battalion will swiftly set up artillery and other firearms on both flanks to unleash a barrage upon the enemy. Following that, the cavalry will lead a full-scale assault, with the left guard of the 5 armies advancing thereafter. Should we succeed in annihilating this band of rebels, it shall be a testament to the might of our capital's forces. If this battle goes awry, you may as well return to farming, for I, old Cao, shall take my own life beneath the gates of Chengdu." Upon hearing Cao Wenjiao's words, the expressions of the other generals turned grave, fully aware of the battle's significance. After all, this was the first engagement of the capital forces in Sichuan. A failure would not only reflect poorly on Jiangning, but would be intolerable to themselves as well. The court had invested a considerable amount of resources and supplies solely for this rebellion's suppression. Meanwhile, within the rebel camp, Shi Yin, son of Shi Chongming, listened to the report from the scouts and sneered disdainfully, saying, "The army dispatched by the Ming court is indeed exceedingly arrogant, daring to openly confront our Liang forces. Had they attempted a night raid, we might have suffered losses. But now, they boldly array themselves for battle. We must ensure they learn the prowess of our local warriors." He then turned to his two generals, Shi Wenli and Shi Wenhui, and commanded with authority, "I order you both to muster 20,000 troops and ensure we crush this Ming army, allowing them to witness the might of our Liang forces." Upon receiving their orders, the two generals swiftly took their leave, striding purposefully towards the battlefield to prepare for the confrontation. The rebel camp was a flurry of activity as everyone rallied their troops and mobilized to meet Qiao Wenjiao's advancing army. On the other side, the capital's forces, under Qiao Wenjiao's meticulous command, were equally engrossed in their preparations. Qiao Bianjiao, as the commander of the 3,000 cavalry, gallantly led the charge, spearheading the forefront, with Huang Digong and Hu Dawei closely following. They swiftly arranged their formations, akin to ferocious tigers emerging from the mountains. The commander of the Divine Machine Camp, Mao Yuanyi, and Sun Yuanhua remained utterly composed, orchestrating the soldiers with precision as they secured cannons, divine machine rockets, and other artillery atop the wagons, poised to unleash a thunderous barrage at a moment's notice. Sun Chuanting and Lu Xiangxing, with grave expressions, methodically issued military orders, while the soldiers of the left guard formed ranks, steadfastly prepared to engage in battle. Qiao Wenjiao maintained his position in the central army, observing the movements of the rebel forces without a trace of panic in his eyes. A cruel smile gradually crept across his lips as he murmured, "It has been a year since my blade tasted blood. Today, I shall savor the first feast upon you." Before long, on the side of the rebel camp, Shi Wenli and Shi Wenhui each gathered 10,000 soldiers, equally preparing for a fierce confrontation with the troops of the capital. The air was thick with tension, the imminent clash looming ever closer. Meanwhile, the right guard, trailing behind the main army, halted 20 miles away. With an expression of eagerness, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiangning, inquiring urgently, "Master Jiang, do we have the confidence to annihilate this band of rebels?" Jiangning, upon hearing the question, fell into contemplation. After a moment, he replied, "Victory is not difficult to achieve, but the complete eradication of the rebels is uncertain." Stunned by Jiangning's response, Zhu Youjiao remained momentarily speechless, incredulous as he exclaimed, "Master Jiang, we are leading an army of 100,000. General Chao commands 70,000 men, and yet we cannot subdue a mere 30,000 rebels? Our troops are equipped with firearms as well, including artillery." Jiangning explained, "Your Highness, this is our first battle in Sichuan. The battlefield is ever-changing, and none can guarantee the total annihilation of the rebels." At this juncture, Zhao Shuijiao, standing nearby, interjected with a smile, "Your Highness, rest assured, with old Chao leading, even if we cannot completely eradicate this rebel faction, we can surely inflict significant damage upon them. This expedition carries the latest weaponry developed by the court, including the swarm, divine machine rockets, thunderous booms, and various other artillery, in great abundance." Listening to Zhao Shuijiao's words, Jiangning nodded, reflecting that perhaps he had been overly anxious. Previously, drawing from his experiences of the future, he had sketched numerous designs for firearms, later entrusting seasoned craftsmen in the Bureau of Armaments to refine and create several new types of weaponry. Initially, Jiangning had fantasized about crafting AK-47s by hand, envisioning producing 10,000 to sweep the world. However, he soon realized that with the current levels of firearm manufacturing and steel forging, such a dream was unattainable. Reluctantly, he adjusted his strategy to focus on developing the king of artillery. Due to the cumbersome nature of the divine cannon and the red-clad cannon, Jiangning ordered improvements to the Tiger squat cannon. Now, the modified Tiger squat cannon boasted significantly enhanced power and range. Building upon this foundation, the Tiger King cannon was developed, featuring solid and explosive rounds. This time in Sichuan, they brought along hundreds of these cannons, certain to deliver a most unexpected surprise to the rebels, who, until now, had only managed to acquire outdated weaponry. Chapter 222, Decisive Strike Against the Enemy General. At this moment, atop the city tower of Chengdu, the The governor Zhu Shiyuan and General Du Wenhuan focused intently on the two forces arrayed outside the city. Zhu Shiyuan wore a tense expression, while Du Wenhuan, filled with anxiety, remarked, "My lord, the local chieftain's troops are renowned for their valor and combat prowess. Now, our imperial army is set to engage them in open battle. What should we do? Shall we send reinforcements?" After a prolonged silence, Zhu Xian slowly replied, "Currently, the garrison in Chengdu is already insufficient, and our soldiers' morale is disheartened. If we rashly venture outside the city to assist, and Chengdu falls as a result, both of us would be unable to absolve ourselves of the blame, even in death." Du Wenhuan, his face etched with concern, countered, "But my lord, if we fail to dispatch troops to aid them and the imperial forces are defeated once they breach Chengdu, we cannot escape responsibility. What then shall we do?" Upon hearing Du Wenhuan's words, Zhu Shiyuan sighed deeply and said, "If that time indeed comes, should Lord Jiang seek to hold me accountable, I shall bear the burden alone." Du Wenhuan felt a quiet relief at Zhu Shiyuan's statement. In this region of Sichuan, where military officials held little power and the situation was exceedingly intricate, he found his position as a general to be frustrating yet powerless. At that moment, outside the city, Chao Bianjiao led his troops to a halt 200 paces from the rebel forces, decisively ordering them to cease their advance. The cavalry swiftly formed ranks, bracing themselves against a potential charge from the rebels. Following closely behind were Mao Yuani and Sun Yuanhua, leading the soldiers of the Divine Mechanism camp. The soldiers promptly began their preparations, setting up the tiger crouching cannons atop the carts, methodically disassembling the cart components. Before long, a series of makeshift artillery platforms were assembled. The gunners, fully concentrated, carefully adjusted their positions and angles. Subsequently, a number of small catapults were brought in, along with boxes of thunderous projectiles. On the rebel side, Shi Wenhuan and Shi Wenli observed the suddenly halted imperial troops with growing perplexity. Shi Wenhuan queried, "Right, General, what could be the intention of this Ming army? Are they merely posturing? Why have they not charged?" Shi Wenli, equally bewildered, replied, "Perhaps this Ming army has no intention of engaging us directly. They may simply seek to intimidate us. As the Han military strategy states, if the enemy does not move, we shall not move. Let us observe the situation quietly and respond to changes with steadiness." Upon hearing this, Shi Wenhuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chao Wenjiao sat firmly in the central military tent, quietly listening to reports from various divisions. Soon, a messenger from the Divine Mechanism camp galloped in, reporting, "General, the artillery and various firearms of the Divine Mechanism camp are fully prepared." Chao Wenjiao's expression hardened as he nodded slightly and coldly commanded, "Then let us fire." The messenger, having received the order, swiftly mounted his horse and raced back to relay the command to the Divine Mechanism camp. Immediately, the artillerymen skillfully ignited the fuses. Just as Shi Wenhuan and Shi Wenli stared across at the Ming forces, puzzled as to their intentions, a thunderous roar erupted from the Ming camp. It was as if the heavens had split open as cannonballs rained down upon the rebel positions like a torrential storm. Shi Wenhuan had yet to comprehend the situation when he was thrown into chaos, bloodied and battered. He hastily struggled to his feet, searching for Shi Wenli, only to witness the latter's steeds startled by the artillery's might, tossing him to the ground. After a painstaking effort, the two men finally reunited, exchanging a glance. With gritted teeth and fear etched upon his face, Shi Wenhuan exclaimed, "I did not anticipate the ferocity of these Ming troops' weaponry. What shall we do?" Shi Wenli, equally grim, retorted, "Issue the command. Let our men charge. We shall break into the Ming encampment, and their artillery will be rendered useless. They cannot possibly annihilate their own." Upon hearing this, Shi Wenhuan nodded vigorously and promptly ordered the entire army to advance. The tribal soldiers, renowned for their valor, rallied swiftly at the sound of the charge, surging forth towards the Ming camp like a tiger descending from the mountain. As the rebel forces drew within 100 paces of the Ming troops, Sun Yuanhua's gaze sharpened, and he decisively issued another command. The soldiers immediately loaded the thunderous shells into the catapults, igniting the fuses. At the signal, the shells cascaded down upon the rebels like a torrential rain. Shi Wenhuan and Shi Wenli could only watch, bewildered, as the dark porcelain-like shells descended, only to be followed by a series of thunderous explosions. In an instant, the tribal forces were thrown into disarray, many soldiers obliterated beyond recognition. Following two waves of assault, The formation of the tribal army was utterly disrupted. Zhou Youjiao, witnessing the chaos, commanded, "Charge." 3,000 troops and 15,000 cavalry surged forth like arrows released from a bow, darting towards the rebels. Meanwhile, within the rebel camp, Yin, startled by the cacophony outside, swiftly dispatched someone to investigate. Upon learning of the dire situation, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "I did not realize the Ming troops possessed such formidable weaponry. How will our two generals fare?" At this moment, an elderly figure emerged beside him, Shinan, the uncle of Ming, a man of considerable stature who had been appointed as a military advisor. Yin relied heavily upon his elder's wisdom. With a calm demeanor, Shinan responded, "Your Highness need not fret. The Ming forces are traditionally weak in open battle. Although their artillery is fierce, our generals are already charging into their camp. Once we breach their ranks, they shall be as lambs led to slaughter." Hearing Shinan's words, Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the conflict ahead, secretly contemplating a retreat to Chongqing should the situation worsen. After all, he had only recently ascended to the throne and had no desire to meet his end on the battlefield. Zhou Youjiao led the charge. Akin to a tiger leaping into enemy territory, truly as if traversing an unguarded realm. With his spear dancing in his hands, he resembled a dragon emerging from the sea. Wherever his spear point passed, the enemy forces were torn asunder, with not a single opponent able to withstand his onslaught. Behind him, Huang Digong and Hu Dawei fought valiantly with their steel blades, drenched in the blood of their adversaries, as if they had emerged from a pool of carnage. The two sides clashed, embroiled in a fierce melee, the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting, leading the 30,000 troops of the left guard, swiftly arrived at the battlefield, standing resolute and ready to engage in combat to support their comrades at the front. At this moment, Jiangning and Zhou Youjiao, commanding the right guard, also reached a point 5 miles away from the main army. Observing the fierce clashes on the battlefield, Jiangning turned to Li Ruoyan and beckoned him over. Shortly after, Li Ruoyan hurriedly approached, carrying a wooden box. Upon opening the box, Jiangning retrieved a pair of binoculars and began to intently observe the situation on the battlefield. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei, intrigued, inquired, "Lord Jiang, what is this remarkable object you possess? It resembles a Western telescope, yet while theirs is monocular, yours is binocular." Jiangning smiled and explained, "Your Highness, this is a telescope I had specially crafted, which far surpasses the effectiveness of the Western model. Please, Your Highness, do give it a try." Soon after, Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei each took a telescope, eagerly placing them to their eyes to gaze upon the battlefield. Even Zhou Youjiao, captivated by the novelty, turned to Li Ruoyan and asked, "Lordly, do you have any extras? I would like one as well." Hearing Zhou Youjiao's request, Li Ruoyan promptly instructed a Jinui, who soon returned with another wooden box. Li Ruoyan extracted a telescope from the box and handed it to Zhou Youjiao with a smile, saying, "General Zhao, this one is a gift for you." Zhou Youjiao accepted it cautiously, and upon peering through, he exclaimed in awe, "Goodness! It feels as if General Chao is right before my eyes." Subsequently, Li Ruoyan also lifted his telescope to observe the battlefield, where the clash between the forces was intensely fierce and evenly matched. Chao Wenjiao, his expression solemn and focused, scrutinized the developments. The rebel forces, initially numbering 20,000, had suffered thousands of casualties under the relentless bombardment of the Xinjiang's artillery, leaving them with fewer than 15,000, a number that matched the 3,000 cavalry led by Chao Bianjiao. Chao Wenjiao seized this opportunity to gauge how much his nephew had truly learned under Man Gui's tutelage. As the battle raged on with increasing intensity, the situation became stalemated. Without hesitation, Chao Wenjiao issued a command. Upon receiving their orders, Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting swiftly disseminated the military directives, and the 30,000 troops of the left guard promptly arranged themselves into formation. Like a vast net, they began to encircle the rebels' retreat, gradually advancing forward with the intention of ensnaring the entire rebel force. Chao Bianjiao, galloping through the ranks of the rebels, moved with the confidence of one in familiar territory. At that moment, he keenly spotted Shi Wenhuan and Shi Wenli, and his heart surged with delight. He reflected, as the saying goes in military strategy, "Strike the horse before the man, capture the leader before the followers. If I can slay these two rebel commanders, the rebels will surely fall into disarray. He spurred his horse and surged like the wind towards Shi Wenhuan and Shi Wenli. Huang Digong and Hu Dawei followed closely behind. Shi Wenhuan and Shi Wenli, sensing the approaching threat from Cao Bianjiao and his companions, exchanged glances. Shi Wenhuan's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "These Ming soldiers truly have no fear of death. General Wright, let us advance together and slay these Ming generals. When we do so, the Ming army will undoubtedly be thrown into disarray, allowing us to strike with vigor and drive them back." Upon hearing this, Shi Wenli nodded, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he brandished his spear, fearlessly charging towards Cao Bianjiao and his men. In the rear, Jiangning, witnessing Cao Bianjiao's intent to execute the enemy generals, felt a surge of excitement, deeply appreciating the unique allure of a man galloping across the battlefield. Zhu Youjiao could hardly contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "Little General Cao, you are preparing to execute the enemy generals." Old Wei, holding a telescope, squinted with delight, praising, "Little General Cao is truly remarkable. He is indeed the nephew of the great General Cao, and under the direct tutelage of General Man, he is nothing short of a living Zhao Zilong. He has cut through the enemy ranks, and not a single foe can withstand him." Zhao Shuijiao, observing Cao Bianjiao's movements, nodded in admiration, acknowledging that the young Cao had indeed acquired genuine skills under old man's guidance. Chapter 223. Pursuit of the enemy. Cao Bianjiao took the lead, darting like lightning to confront Shi Wenhui, and they immediately engaged in fierce combat, thrusting their spears and riding their horses, exchanging blows in a tumultuous struggle. Cao Bianjiao marveled inwardly, astonished that such a formidable commander existed among the rebels. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, for after enduring extensive training in the capital's camp, he had not only received the genuine teachings of Man Gui, but had also frequently sought counsel from his esteemed uncle Cao Wenjiao and the seasoned general Zhao Shuijiao, thus acquiring considerable prowess. At this moment, he purposefully employed only half of his strength, intending to test his opponent. However, Shi Wenhui, oblivious to Cao Bianjiao's intentions, smirked and remarked, "You, a young Ming general, possess commendable skills to exchange blows with me. Yet, you cannot endure for long. It would be wiser to surrender to our great Liang. I shall surely speak favorably of you before the emperor, recommending you for high office, wealth, and beauty in abundance. Together, we could overthrow the Ming dynasty, establishing an unparalleled legacy, and perhaps even earn the honors of a dragon's merit and a noble title. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Listening to Shi Wenhui's words of persuasion, Cao Bianjiao's face contorted into a sneer as he declared, "A loyal minister would rather die than suffer humiliation. A true man would never serve two masters. You ought to worry about yourself first." With that, he unleashed all his might, his spear striking like a tempest towards Shi Wenhui. The latter, taken aback, hastily raised his spear to block, internally lamenting that he had underestimated this young Ming general, realizing that he was no match for him. Meanwhile, Huang Digong and Hu Dai were locked in a fierce struggle with Shi Wenli, the combat equally intense, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Seizing an opportune moment, Cao Bianjiao feigned an attack. Shi Wenhui, unaware of the ruse, rushed to intercept, only to find himself exposed in an instant. With his center wide open, Cao Bianjiao's heart surged with joy as he thrust his spear forward, piercing through Shi Wenhui's armor and striking true. Immediately, Cao Bianjiao let out a fierce roar, directly lifting Shi Wenhuan. This spectacle left all present in utter astonishment. Witnessing the immediate demise of his brother, Shi Wenli's heart raced, causing him to inadvertently reveal a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Dawei shouted and struck down with his steel knife towards Shi Wenli's shoulder, eliciting a pained scream from him. He dared not linger in battle and hastily urged his horse to flee. However, Huang Digong, observing the perfect moment, exerted all his strength to hurl his steel knife with great force. The blade soared like a shooting star, piercing through Shi Wenli's back and emerging from his chest. With a final cry of agony, Shi Wenli tumbled off his horse. With the deaths of the two commanders, chaos erupted within the rebel ranks, the soldiers thrown into disarray and panic. Cao Bianjiao, standing tall on his steed, brandished his spear adorned with Shi Wenhuan's lifeless form and proclaimed loudly, "Your commanders have been slain by me, General. If you do not surrender now, when will you?" In the rear, Jiangning and his companions, holding telescopes, witnessed Cao Bianjiao descending upon the battlefield like a deity, slaying Shi Wenhuan on the spot. While Huang Digong and Hu Dawei executed Shi Wenli, they could not help but applaud in admiration. Jiangning inwardly marveled, acknowledging the prowess of a man who had nearly bested the Emperor Taiji single-handedly. His faith and support for Cao Bianjiao over time were not in vain. Seeing their commanders felled, the rebels lost their resolve to fight, their morale plummeting. The phrase "a defeated army collapses like a mountain" could not better encapsulate the scene at that moment. Cao Wenjiao observed his nephew's valor with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he personally seized a spear, charging into the enemy ranks with the ferocity of a descending tiger, bellowing, "I, General Cao Wenjiao, have arrived. Who dares to face me in battle?" His voice resonated across the battlefield like a thunderclap. Wherever Cao Wenjiao ventured, the enemy faltered and retreated, chaos ensued. And rivers of blood flowed as he reveled in the carnage. Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. With a command, 30,000 troops from the left guard surged onto the battlefield like a tidal wave, steadily constricting the rebels' maneuvering space and forcing them into a tighter formation. Subsequently, the Ming army unleashed a one-sided massacre. In the rear, Jiangning, observing the slaughter wrought by Cao Wenjiao, could not help but reflect, indeed, those who leave a mark in history are far from inept. At this moment, Cao Wenjiao was in his prime, displaying extraordinary valor, surpassing even Cao Bianjiao. Had Cao Wenjiao taken the initiative earlier, it is likely that within 20 exchanges, the rebel leader, Shi Wenhuan, would have met his demise. Moreover, Jiangning pondered how Cao Wenjiao seemed to favor the role of a fierce general, preferring the vanguard of battle over the strategic planning in the heart of the army. Beside him, Zhu Youjiao and Wei Zhongxian were filled with fervor, exclaiming in exhilaration and applauding incessantly. Zhao Shuijiao was equally restless, yearning to charge into the fray himself, craving the thrill of battle. However, Jiangning did not issue a command, and he dared not act on his own, for he bore the crucial responsibility of protecting Jiangning, Zhu Youjiao, and Wei Zhongxian, and thus had to suppress his fervent excitement. At this moment, within the rebel camp, Shi Yin received the shocking news of the deaths of Shi Wenhuan and Shi Wenli, leaving him utterly astonished. He quickly turned to Shi Nanan, his voice trembling with urgency as he exclaimed, "Uncle, both generals have been slain by the Ming army. We must flee at once." Upon hearing this dreadful news, Shi Nanan's countenance darkened, deep in thought before he hastily commanded, "Your Highness, given these circumstances, we must retreat. Let us return to Chongqing and seek the Emperor's assistance." Consequently, the rebels began their desperate flight, heedless of all else. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Governor Zhu Xiyuan and General Du Wenhuan gazed down at the fierce battle unfolding below. Both profoundly moved by the spectacle before them, they could hardly believe the gallantry displayed by the imperial troops, whose weaponry proved devastatingly effective. Zhu Xiyuan, who had long been anxious, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Du Wenhuan, brimming with excitement, turned to Zhu Xiyuan and implored, "My lord, give the order. I yearn to lead our troops out of the city to assist in the battle." However, Zhu Xiyuan slowly shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, "The imperial forces have secured a decisive advantage. The rebels have no hope of a comeback. Yet, Chengdu is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any lapses. Let us remain steadfast in our defense of the city. The battle outside shall be left to the imperial troops." Du Wenhuan, though visibly disheartened, understood the wisdom in Zhu Xiyuan's words and chose not to voice further dissent. On the battlefield outside the city, Mao Yuanyi and Sun Yuanhua watched with fervor as the soldiers of the third camp and the five armies swept through the ranks of the rebels with ferocity. Sun Yuanhua, unable to contain his exhilaration, proclaimed, "General Mao, I never anticipated that our imperial soldiers would achieve such a resounding victory in their first battle upon entering Sichuan." Mao Yuanyi nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed. However, the contribution of the divine mechanism camp is indispensable. Had it not been for the timely artillery fire, this battle may not have proceeded so smoothly." Sun Yuanhua wholeheartedly concurred, pride illuminating his face. At this juncture, Cao Wenjiao and Cao Bianjiao led 3,000 cavalry in a relentless assault against the rebel forces, who had already suffered over half their number in casualties, their morale plummeting to an all-time low. Many soldiers, sensing the inevitable defeat, cast aside their weapons and knelt in surrender. With the first to yield, the tide of capitulation swelled, more soldiers following suit. Chao Bianjiao, Huang Digong, and Hu Dawei galloped to Chao Wenjiao's side. With excitement etched across his face, Chao Bianjiao exclaimed, "Uncle, our forces have decimated over half of the rebels, and most of the remainder have surrendered." Chao Wenjiao, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded gravely before issuing a loud command. "Chao Bianjiao, Huang Digong, Hu Dawei, heed my orders. I command you three to lead the divine mechanism camp and encircle the remaining rebels." The three responded in unison, spurring their horses onward as they surged toward the last 10,000 rebels like a tidal wave. Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting, leading the 30,000 troops of the 5 armies left guard, after vanquishing the remaining stubborn rebels, proceeded to secure the battlefield. Before long, Jiangning received news of the victory from the front lines and, taking decisive action, commanded the army to advance forward. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Chao Wenjiao wore a serious expression as he hastily approached Jiangning, respectfully saluting him before stating, "I report to you, my lord, that our army has achieved a resounding victory, and the remaining rebel forces are now in retreat. I have dispatched Chao Bianjiao, Huang Digong, and Hu Dawei to lead 3,000 cavalry to pursue them. I believe it won't be long before we eradicate this band of rebels entirely." Jiangning nodded in satisfaction, his gaze filled with admiration for Chao Wenjiao. He paid no heed to the remaining 10,000 fleeing rebels, knowing well that the rebel cavalry was scarce, with most being infantry. Although the tribal soldiers were valiant and unyielding in battle, they now found themselves on the Chengdu plain. In such open terrain, the swift cavalry could easily outpace the two-legged infantry. Chapter 224, Building the Capital's Observatory. Old Wei, following closely beside Jiangning, was visibly excited. He raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "General Chao is truly unmatched in valor, akin to Zhao Zilong of the Three Kingdoms. Both you and he are loyal ministers and valiant generals of our Ming dynasty." Listening to Old Wei's praise, Chao Wenjiao maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Thank you, Lord Wei, for your kind words. It is my duty to serve the sovereign, and I am merely fulfilling my obligations." At that moment, Zhu Youjiao, somewhat agitated, turned to Jiangning and said, "My lord, how about I lead some troops to pursue the rebels? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Jiangning quickly shook his head and said, "Your Highness, such matters of warfare are best left to General Chao and his men. We should proceed into Chengdu." Zhu Youjiao responded with an "oh," then turned to Old Wei, instructing, "Lord Wei, go and summon the gatekeepers." Old Wei complied promptly, galloping away. Upon reaching the city gates, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Listen, people atop the walls. I am Wei Zhongxian, the Imperial Deputy Envoy, Keeper of the Rights, and Superintendent of the Imperial Stables. The Governor of the 4 provinces, Lord Jiang, and His Highness Prince Xian have arrived. Quickly open the city gates to welcome the Imperial Army." On the city walls, the Provincial Governor, Zhu Shiyuan, and Du Wenhui responded eagerly, "Please, my lord, wait a moment. We shall open the gates at once to welcome the Imperial forces." Old Wei then turned his horse around to report back to Zhu Youjiao. After a brief interval, Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting, bloodied and armed, approached Jiangning. They reported, "My lord, I have just counted. The divine machine camp has killed 5,800 enemies with artillery, while General Chao's 3,000 troops have slain over 7,000 foes. Currently, there are nearly 7,000 who have surrendered. How shall we handle these prisoners? We await your decision." Jiangning inquired, "What are our casualties?" Sun Chuanting hurriedly replied, "The divine machine camp suffered 28 casualties, all due to mishandling of firearms. The 3,000 troops incurred approximately 1,500 casualties, while the 5 armies camp lost over 400 men." Upon receiving this news, Jiangning's brow furrowed slightly, and he let out a sigh. Although the army had undergone extensive training, this was their first experience on the battlefield, and losses were, regrettably, unavoidable. Observing Jiangning's expression, Zhao Shuijiao hastily interjected to offer consolation. "My lord, our army has suffered fewer than 2,000 casualties, yet we have utterly routed an enemy force of 20,000. This is indeed a remarkable victory. Furthermore, this is our first engagement. Such achievements are exceedingly rare." Upon hearing this, Jiangning nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze soon turned icy as he declared, "In that case, let us proceed into the city." With that, he disregarded Sun Chuanting and Lu Xiangxing, striding forward resolutely. Sun Chuanting and Lu Xiangxing were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Reluctantly, they turned to inquire with Qiao Wenjiao regarding the fate of the 7,000 surrendering troops. After listening, Qiao Wenjiao calmly asked, "Did Lord Jiang say nothing and simply march into the city?" Sun Chuanting and Lu Xiangxing nodded in affirmation. A knowing smile crept across Qiao Wenjiao's face as he remarked, "Lord Jiang's intentions are quite clear. Leave none alive. Execute them all." Upon hearing Qiao Wenjiao's words, Sun Chuanting and Lu Xiangxing were taken aback. Being scholars who had recently taken up arms, the prospect of executing all 7,000 surrendering soldiers alarmed them, prompting them to urgently counsel General Qiao. "Throughout history, it has been deemed inauspicious to kill surrendering foes. If we slay these 7,000 soldiers, the court's civil officials will undoubtedly impeach us. Moreover, other chieftains, upon learning of this, will fight to the last man, and no one will dare to surrender to us again." Qiao Wenjiao scoffed at their concerns, saying, "You two are still lacking in experience. The notion that killing surrendering foes is inauspicious arises only from insufficient executions. To slay one is a crime. To massacre thousands is a display of might. It takes the slaughter of 900,000 to truly exemplify supremacy. As for the civil officials' potential impeachment, what is there to fear? Do not forget, our forces are currently under the jurisdiction of the Wujuan Dudu Fu, which reports directly to His Majesty. There are many officials within the cabinet who will speak on our behalf. With Lord Zhang's support, we need not worry about civil official complaints." Lu Xiangxing pressed on, "But General, the southwest is rife with chieftains. If we execute these surrendering soldiers, what will the others think?" Qiao Wenjiao continued to smirk, replying, "Since Lord Zhang's arrival in Sichuan, he has been troubled by these chieftains, who are but fickle reeds swaying in the wind. There is but one principle to govern such men. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. If they dare to rebel alongside Shi Chongming, they must be prepared to lose their heads." Seeing the two men troubled, Qiao Wenjiao sighed. "You both have recently abandoned your pens for the sword. It is indeed a burden to assign you this task. You may enter the city. I will handle the rest." Upon hearing Qiao Wenjiao's words, the two men were startled, realizing he intended to take matters into his own hands. Unable to voice further objections, they took their leave. At Qiao Wenjiao's command, all 7,000 surrendering soldiers were beheaded and displayed for all to see. Qiao Wenjiao then ordered the battlefield to be cleared and a watchtower to be erected outside Chengdu to intimidate Shi Chongming and other treacherous chieftains. Jiangning, Zhu Youjiao, and Old Wei prepared to enter the city with the remaining troops. The governor of Sichuan, Zhu Shiyuan, along with General Du Wenhui, hurriedly opened the city gates to personally welcome the arrival. They were profoundly struck as they beheld the soldiers of the imperial army, trailing behind Jiangning, bloodied yet brimming with valor. These were elite troops. It was astonishing that the court had mobilized a staggering 100,000. Rumors suggested that if the entirety of the imperial army, numbering over 100,000, were summoned, the entire southwestern provinces would be inexorably breached. The two men promptly knelt on the ground, with Zhu Xiyuan proclaiming, "I, Zhu Xian, the governor of Sichuan, humbly welcome your esteemed presence." General Du Wenhui echoed, "I, Du Wenhui, the general of Sichuan, humbly welcome your esteemed presence." Jiangning regarded them in silence, while Zhu Youjiao cleared his throat and said, "There is no need for such excessive courtesy. Please rise." They hastily complied. Zhu Youjiao inquired, "Is there a suitable place within the city for the army to rest?" Zhu Xian's expression turned troubled as he replied, "Your Highness, the Chengdu prefecture can hardly accommodate 10,000 troops. It can manage at most 3,000. Might the remaining forces be stationed outside the city?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's displeasure was palpable, recalling the last individual who dared to address him thus. The governor of Datong, Wang Gui, who now lay beneath a mound of grass. However, as Zhu Shiyuan held the title of governor of Sichuan, Zhu Youjiao refrained from expressing his ire and turned to Jiangning. Jiangning responded, "In that case, let 3,000 troops enter the city, while the remaining forces shall rest outside. From this moment forth, the defense of Chengdu will be entirely under the command of the imperial army. As for the troops stationed outside, they shall return to their respective camps. Any who venture forth without orders shall face execution." At Jiangning's words, both Zhu Shiyuan and Du Wenhui were taken aback, but swiftly accepted their orders. Subsequently, Jiangning and his contingent of 5 armies entered Chengdu. Just as General Du Wenhui was about to turn back into the city, he was pulled back by Zhu Shiyuan. General Du, Zhu Shiyuan said, "What do you suppose that group of soldiers outside is doing?" Du Wenhui turned to look and was taken aback to see the imperial army constructing a platform. He exclaimed, "These imperial soldiers are audacious indeed. Or perhaps this Master Jiang is exceedingly ruthless, actually erecting a platform here." Zhu Shiyuan sighed and replied, "Those who come are not well-intentioned. Those with good intentions do not arrive. Let us enter the city and observe how Master Jiang handles this situation." With that, they walked into the city, their hearts laden with trepidation. Meanwhile, the officials and soldiers stationed atop the city walls gazed in horror at the slain thousands of traitors outside and the platform being erected, their hearts pounding in fear. Many exclaimed, "These imperial soldiers are exceptionally fierce. They are constructing a platform while killing without a second thought. Those traitors, numbering in the thousands, have all been slaughtered." The commanding officer, witnessing this, hastily reprimanded his men, "Silence. Do not speak recklessly. Those are imperial soldiers, under the jurisdiction of the 5 armies command, belonging to the emperor's own forces. We, as local officials, have no right to discuss them." Chao Wenjiao, surveying the severed heads of the slain traitors with a smile, remarked, "Though Master Jiang finds it inconvenient to act, I, old Chao, fear not the infamy of this deed." Before long, Zhao Shuijiao galloped over on horseback, smiling as he spoke. "Old Chao, today you have truly stolen the spotlight. And young General Chao, after today's battle, I fear that Lord Jiang will entrust even greater responsibilities to you both." Listening to Zhao's words, Chao Wenjiao smiled and replied, "Old Zhao, do not be envious of me alone. It is now your turn to take action. After all, you are also the commander of the Divine Mechanism Camp, and Lord Jiang cannot expect you to remain merely in the role of a guard leader forever." Zhao Shuijiao nodded in agreement, gazing at the severed heads of the rebels gathered together, incredulously asking, "Old Chao, are you constructing a capital observation point?" Chao Wenjiao nodded and chuckled. "Lord Jiang has bestowed his favor upon me and promoted me, which is why I stand here today. Although we secured a minor victory today, it is hardly impressive. So I thought to erect an observation point as a way to repay Lord Jiang." Hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao laughed, saying, "Old Chao, your cunning surpasses even mine. From now on, I shall call you Big Brother whenever we meet." Chao Wenjiao burst into hearty laughter. Observing the gradually forming observation point, Zhao Shuijiao couldn't help but praise. "This task is best suited for you, Old Chao. When I have the opportunity, I, Old Zhao, shall construct an even grander observation point for Lord Jiang." Chao Wenjiao grinned widely, replying, "Old Zhao, I shall eagerly await that day. We must compete to see who can build a larger and more magnificent observation point." Zhao Shuijiao responded with a smile, "If that is the case, let us indeed have a contest. It is a pity old man didn't come. If he had, the 3 of us could have had an even more interesting competition." To this, Chao Wenjiao chuckled, "Old Zhao, even if old man had arrived, he would not concern himself with such matters. Once he steps onto the battlefield, we have seen how frenzied he can be, capable of rivaling the likes of Crazy He. Even passing dogs would suffer his wrath. Such meticulous work as building an observation point is only something we would willingly undertake." Zhao Shuijiao laughed in agreement, "Old Chao, you have hit the nail on the head. Thankfully, old man did not come. Otherwise, I fear this observation point would truly not come to fruition." At this moment, in Chengdu, Jiangning, Zhu Youjiao, and Old Wei led 30,000 troops into the city. The Grand Army, in immaculate formation, marched in unison, their banners fluttering in the wind, resembling a mighty dragon as they entered the city. Upon entering, the troops swiftly took command of Chengdu's defenses, replacing the original soldiers within the city. Subsequently, Jiangning and his companions rode towards the governor's office, escorted by the Imperial Guard and the Eastern Factory's enforcers. Along the way, as they observed the scenes within Chengdu, Jiangning furrowed his brow, and Zhu Youjian's expression grew grim. The streets were filled with citizens, each clad in tattered garments, their faces gaunt and pale. Upon seeing the officials pass by, their eyes reflected profound fear, as if they were confronted by a ferocious beast. The city was desolate. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of the vibrancy and liveliness one would expect from a bustling metropolis. Witnessing this scene, the elder Wei could not help but display a look of perplexity, murmuring, "Sichuan is renowned as the land of abundance, and Chengdu is particularly famous for its prosperity. How could the populace appear in such a state? They seem as if they have seen a ghost, their faces awash with terror. Based on my years of experience, it is evident that corrupt officials are wreaking havoc upon the common folk. Upon hearing Wei's words, Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Wait a ban. You shall arrange for your subordinates to investigate further. I shall personally confront those responsible." Chapter 225. The corrupt officials cry out. Elder Wei promptly accepted the command and was about to depart when Jiangning reached out to stop him. With a smile, Jiangning remarked, "Wei Gonggong, the evidence has already been prepared. Let us first rest for a day at the governor's office before we attend to our official business." Upon hearing this, Elder Wei smiled in response. Indeed, Lord Jiang has considered everything thoroughly. However, as he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Jiangning. Understanding his implication, Jiangning reassured him, "Rest assured, there will be ample provisions." At this, Elder Wei beamed with pride, and even Zhu Youjiao expressed interest, saying, "Lord Jiang, it appears you were well prepared." Jiangning, with a slight smile, replied, "Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle." Before our departure, I had already instructed the Jinyui to gather evidence. Subsequently, the group made their way to the governor's office. The Jinyui, along with the Eastern Depot agents and the 2,000 royal guards led by Zhu Youjiao, swiftly took control of the entire office. Before long, Governor Zhu Shiyuan and General Du Wenhui hurriedly arrived at the main hall. Upon seeing Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao seated at the head, the two quickly bowed in greeting. Jiangning, smiling, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. Governor Zhu, General Du, please take a seat." Hearing this, they sat down nervously beside him. Jiangning got straight to the point, asking, "Governor Zhu, where are Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshe at present?" Upon hearing Jiangning's inquiry, Zhu Xian gritted his teeth and replied, "Reporting to Lord Jiang, the court has not issued any explicit orders, so I have detained both individuals in my residence. They are restricted from leaving until the imperial envoy arrives for further instructions." Jiangning nodded and turned to Elder Wei with a smile. "Gonggong Wei, it would be troublesome for you to make a personal visit. As per our usual practice, we shall conduct a search and then apprehend them, while also seeking to extract useful information." Elder Wei, upon hearing this, beamed widely. "Rest assured, Lord Jiang, we shall proceed at once." At this moment, Zhu Youjiao quickly interjected, "Wei Banban, I shall accompany you." Seeing that Zhu Youjiao wished to join, Elder Wei quickly expressed his gratitude. "I thank your highness in advance." The two then turned and departed, taking with them the agents of the Eastern Depot and the royal guards. Zhu Shiyuan and Du Wenhui were now quite terrified. Both were high-ranking officials, and they had not expected Lord Jiang to be as formidable and ruthless as the rumors suggested, seizing individuals and conducting searches with such fervor. It was likely that these two men would meet a dreadful fate. Jiangning then spoke again. "Governor Zhu, allow me to inquire. Why did you leave Chongqing and return to Chengdu when the city fell?" Zhu Shiyuan's face betrayed a sense of guilt as he spoke. "Master Jiang, when I was in Chongqing, I received a letter from His Highness the King of Shu, stating his intention to donate supplies for the army, but insisted that I personally collect them. Initially, I planned to send Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshe to retrieve the provisions. Yet the king specifically demanded my presence and urged me repeatedly. Reluctantly, I had to journey to Chengdu. Before my departure, I instructed Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshe to heed General Du's arrangements. To my dismay, upon my return to Chengdu, I was met with the news of Chongqing's fall. Aware of my culpability, I beseech you, Master Jiang, to permit me the opportunity to atone for my sins through merit. After reclaiming Chongqing and vanquishing the rebels, I shall accept any punishment without complaint." Hearing Zhu Shiyuan's words, Jiangning inquired again, "Why then did you agree to allocate the provisions and armaments sent by the court to the army in batches? Are you not aware that an army moves with supplies first? The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing, yet you choose to distribute the provisions incrementally. What is your intention?" Before Zhu Shiyuan could respond, General Du Wenhui hastily stood and bowed, saying, "Master Jiang, this matter cannot solely be attributed to Governor Zhu. The issue of delayed rations for the Sichuan officials and troops has persisted for a long time. Although I command a force of 80,000, the reality is that we only have 40,000, half of whom are mere placeholders. I, too, am in a difficult position if I do not proceed in this manner." I fear we may lose even this contingent. The power dynamics in Sichuan are intricate, with the local militia being valiant and well-trained. While the court's forces are lacking in provisions and have not engaged in battle for an extended period, rendering us incapable of confronting them directly. Were Governor Zhu to disperse the full rations and armaments, it might incite discontent among troops from other regions, hence the necessity for a phased allocation. Listening to Du Wenhuan's explanation, Jiangning nodded, acknowledging that this response aligned with his expectations. Indeed, the complexity of the situation in Sichuan was evident. However, Jiangning continued to press. Then why must General Qin Lianyu's troops also receive provisions in batches? Is it merely because General Qin hails from a local chieftain background? At Jiangning's probing question, Zhu Shiyuan's countenance shifted, and after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and replied, in response to Master Jiang. While General Qin and his white flag soldiers are undoubtedly valiant in battle, their origins as local chieftains necessitate caution. The court's forces have already suffered losses in Sichuan. And should I allocate the full rations and armaments? If General Qin were to harbor ulterior motives and turn against us, the entirety of Sichuan would surely fall into chaos. I cannot risk such a peril. Du Wenhuan nodded in agreement. Jiangning, upon hearing this, sighed helplessly. The biases within the hearts of men are akin to an insurmountable mountain. No matter how hard one strives, they remain immovable. It is no wonder that throughout history, despite the valor of Qin Liangyu and her white-flagged soldiers, they could not alter the tide of the realm. Ultimately, it was their origins that subjected them to differential treatment, denying them sufficient power. Jiangning shook his head in resignation and stated, Governor Zhu, from this moment forth, all military and political affairs in Chengdu shall be decided by me, and you shall assist from the sidelines. As for General Du, you are to manage the troops in Chengdu diligently, remaining always ready for my commands. Upon hearing Jiangning's arrangements, the two promptly accepted their orders. They understood that from this moment forth, Jiangning had effectively become the master of Sichuan, wielding control over military and political matters single-handedly. Zhu Shiyuan and Du Wenhui rose to take their leave. Shortly thereafter, Cao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao hurried back to the governor's office. Observing their eager demeanor, Jiangning inquired with calm composure, Old Zhao, have matters been settled? With a smile, Cao Wenjiao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, my lord, all is in order. The scene was quite impressive. Jiangning acknowledged with a slight nod, fully grasping the implications of Cao Wenjiao's words. However, he found himself with no alternative. He could not remain in Sichuan for long, lacking the patience to negotiate slowly with the local chieftains. Thus, he resorted to a more forceful approach to instill fear and command respect. Subsequently, Jiangning instructed Cao Wenjiao to ensure the remaining troops outside the city were properly stationed and directed Zhao Shuijiao to lead the forces within the city, overseeing the defense of the entire Chengdu prefecture. After receiving their orders, the two departed. At that moment, Jiangning summoned Li Ruoyan, stating, Old Li, it is time for us to attend to our own affairs. Li Ruoyan nodded in understanding, then called for Gao Wenkai, leading a contingent of the imperial guards to escort Jiangning from the governor's office. Meanwhile, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi were indulging in merriment at the residence, with a troupe of singers dancing gracefully in the hall. Just then, a servant rushed in, reporting breathlessly, Master, trouble. A large number of troops are surrounding our residence. Upon hearing this, Song Shixiang remained calm, smiling as he replied, Surely, it is the emperor's envoy arriving. In that case, let us prepare. With a shared glance, they signaled the singers to withdraw. At this juncture, Lian Guoshi interjected, Master Song, it is said that Jiangning leads this military expedition, accompanied by Prince Xian and Wei Zhongxian from the Eastern Depot. These three are not to be trifled with. Song Shixiang, still smiling, responded, And what of it? You and I once acted for the greater good, risking our safety to persuade Shi Chongming to surrender. With Chongqing fallen, Du Wenhui, as the general, cannot escape blame. And Zhu Shiyuan, the governor, shares the same fate. Should there be inquiries, we shall implicate Du Wenhui and Zhu Shiyuan and see how the emperor's envoy proceeds. Old Wei and Zhu Youjiao arrived at Song Shixiang's residence, where the Eastern Depot officer, Sun Yunhe, promptly approached, respectfully announcing, Your Highness and honored father. This is the residence of Song Shixiang. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian's anger surged. He drew a short staff from his waist and said through gritted teeth, These two scoundrels. indulging in revelry amidst their treachery. Wei Dabin arranged for troops to encircle Song Shixiang's residence. Sun Qinhu, take another team to seize Lian Guosher's residence and apprehend everyone there, as well as conduct a thorough search. Sun Yunhe received the order, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly led a team of personnel from the East Factory away. Zhu Youjiao, wielding a short staff, stormed towards the gates of the residence, and upon finding them tightly shut, he let out a cold laugh and commanded, Wei Dabin, arrange for someone to break down the door. Old Wei immediately issued the order, and a throng of East Factory agents surged forward, forcefully crashing the door open in an instant. At that moment, Song Shixiang and Lian Guosher had shed their earlier demeanor of leisurely revelry, now appearing disheveled and clad in tattered garments as they knelt in the courtyard. Witnessing this scene, Old Wei couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Pondering internally, are these two putting on a performance before me? To his astonishment, Zhu Youjiao wasted no time, issuing a command, charge. 2,000 Imperial Ming guards surged into the residence, seizing anyone in sight, creating an uproar within the house. Zhu Youjiao and Wei Zhongxian then made their way into the courtyard. Song Shixiang and Lian Guosher were left dumbfounded. The situation was entirely contrary to their expectations. They had anticipated that the imperial envoy would first interrogate them and then issue commands based on the circumstances. How could it be that no questions were posed, and arrests began immediately? This was utterly unconventional. Yet, gazing upon the young man adorned in a resplendent red robe embroidered with dragons, crowned with a golden tiara, they needed not to deliberate further. It was none other than Prince Exine, Zhu Youjiao. The elderly figure beside him, dressed in a purple robe and donning a three-mountain hat, could only be the revered Wei Zhongxian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Shixiang knew he could no longer feign ignorance. He hurriedly crawled to Zhu Youjian's feet, prostrating himself and, with a voice choked with tears, implored, I, the guilty minister Song Shixiang, pay my respects to your highness. Might I inquire why your highness has suddenly stormed into my residence to arrest individuals? Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, could not suppress a mocking smile. Without a word, he raised his wooden staff and struck down upon Song Shixiang's head. Old Wei was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Zhu Youjiao to at least offer a few reproachful words, but the prince seemed disinclined even to feign civility, opting instead for direct action. With Zhu Youjiao leading the charge, the Imperial Ming guards followed suit, brandishing their weapons and striking at anyone they encountered. In no time, the Song family residence was filled with cries of anguish. Even Lian Guosher, who had been dutifully kneeling in the courtyard, received several blows, wailing in despair. As the chaos ensued, Wei Chaoqin, an officer from the East Factory, was left stupefied by the scene unfolding before him. He hastily approached Old Wei, inquiring, Foster father, what shall we do now? Old Wei, with a knowing smile, replied, if His Highness is taking matters into his own hands, then there is no need for concern. Be cautious not to find yourself on the receiving end of a few strikes. Go and lead a team to search this residence thoroughly. Wei Chaoqin promptly took his leave, rallying a group of East Factory agents to commence a thorough raid. Meanwhile, Old Wei stood to the side, observing Zhu Youjiao wielding his staff with impressive skill, praising, who would have thought that His Highness would prove to be such a promising martial talent? Look at that staff technique, truly formidable. It brings such satisfaction to see these corrupt officials crying out in pain. Delightful, truly delightful. Chapter 226. The wild dog feasting on imperial provisions. In this scene, Jiangning, Li Ruoyan, and Gao Wenkai led a group of imperial guards, and under Gao Wencai's guidance, they soon arrived at an exceptionally grand residence. The plaque prominently displayed the words Chao Mansion, and several guards stood at the entrance. Gao Wenkai spoke, My lord, this is the residence of Chao Gang. Upon seeing the opulence, Jiangning chuckled coldly and remarked, I never expected that a mere appointed commander of the imperial guards could be so extravagant. This mansion surpasses even the abode granted to me by the emperor in the capital. Turning to Li Ruoyan, he added, Old Li, let us step inside and pay a proper visit to this Commander Chao. The group proceeded directly into the mansion. The house servants outside, witnessing Jiangning clad in armor and a python robe, along with Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai in their flying fish attire, immediately grew anxious and hurried back to report to Chao Gang. At that moment, Chao Gang was comfortably embracing his concubine, engaged in jovial conversation. When he heard the hurried footsteps of the servants, his temper flared, and he scolded, "What foolishness! Have you lost your senses? Is it your father or mother who has passed? If you cannot explain this matter clearly, I shall have your skin." The servant, trembling with fear, stammered, "My lord, it is dire news. A group of officials has arrived at the door. The leader is clad in armor and wears a robe that resembles your flying fish attire. Behind him stand two others dressed similarly." Upon hearing this, Chao Gang sprang to his feet, pushing his concubine aside, his face instantly brightening with a smile. "It must be Lord Jiang. Quickly, assist me in changing my attire." Though unwilling, the concubine rose to help Chao Gang don his flying fish outfit. Before long, having completed his preparations, Chao Gang hurried outside. To his surprise, he found Jiangning along with Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai awaiting him. Chao Gang rushed forward, bowing respectfully. "I am Chao Gang, at your service, my lord." With a beaming smile, he continued, "It has been a long time, and your presence shines even brighter than before. I understand you are leading troops into battle this time. In gratitude, I have procured a residence for you here in Chengdu and prepared some silver as a token of my appreciation." As he spoke, a servant hurriedly approached Jiangning. Holding a box, Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai quickly positioned themselves before Jiangning, accepting the box and presenting it to him. Upon opening it, Jiangning was taken aback to find it filled with silver notes of 1,000 taels each, roughly estimating to no less than 20 pieces, along with land deeds. He closed the box nonchalantly and, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "Chao Gang, they say Sichuan is a land of abundance. It seems you have thrived remarkably in just a year. It appears that your position as a commander of the Imperial Guards in Sichuan has indeed treated you well." Chao Gang, oblivious to the sarcasm in Jiangning's words, maintained a respectful demeanor and replied with a smile, "I was merely an unremarkable member of the Imperial Guards, and it is only through your elevation and kindness that I have attained my current status." Jiangning then let out a cold laugh, saying, "Commander Chao, you are indeed quite extraordinary. As the esteemed captain of the Jinyui in Sichuan, you are entrusted with the intelligence affairs of an entire province. Given that the Jinyui ranks 3 levels above the officials, can you still consider yourself ordinary?" Listening to Jiangning's words, Chao Gang raised his gaze, only to find Jiangning's expression grave, an unsettling premonition surging within him. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and replied, "All of this is thanks to your lordship's promotion and trust. When you presided over the Jinyui, you dismissed all officials above 100. And now there remain only Commander Tian and Vice Commander Su in Nanjing, alongside us 4 captains of the Jinyui. Presently, Su Long and Yu Wenfeng are stationed in Liaodong. I am in Sichuan, and Li Jun in Guizhou, all beneficiaries of your lordship's nurturing and favor. We are among your earliest followers. Moreover, your lordship now holds the esteemed position of Left Commander of the Central Army in the Ministry of War, overseeing the imperial garrison. I am sincerely delighted for your success." Jiangning, hearing Chao Gang's sycophancy, let out a cold laugh and remarked, "It is fortunate that I serve as the commander of the imperial garrison. Had I been appointed as the governor of Sichuan, the entire provincial officialdom would surely fall under your Chao family's dominion. Such a turn of events would spell disaster for the people of Sichuan." Upon hearing this, Chao Gang was instantly gripped by fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily knelt down, exclaiming, "My lord, how can you say such a thing? I am utterly devoted to you and would never harbor such unworthy thoughts." Jiangning stepped forward, looking down at Chao Gang, and inquired, "You hail from Meizhou in Sichuan, do you not? I recently received word that you have arranged for all your relatives to join the Sichuan Jinyui, even going so far as to suppress and replace those I originally assigned to the Jinyui. Have you gone too far?" Chao Gang, upon hearing this, was struck with terror and stammered, "My lord, I have my difficulties as well. Consider this. I currently wield great power and find myself in Sichuan. How can I neglect my relatives back home? The officialdom here has always been about personal connections, and as a newcomer, I can rely only on my family." Jiangning, infuriated by Chao Gang's excuses, retorted, "You appointed an illiterate farmer as the chief flag bearer of the Jinyui, responsible for relaying intelligence. Is this true?" Chao Gang, increasingly fearful, nodded tremulously. Jiangning, shaking with rage, pointed at Chao Gang and scolded, "You scoundrel! I painstakingly nurtured you, assigning you to Sichuan to oversee intelligence for the province, and even petitioned the emperor for your reward of the flying fish attire. Is this how you repay me? Do you not realize that it is because of you that the situation in Sichuan has deteriorated to this state? Fortunately, before I arrived in Sichuan, I retained other personnel. Otherwise, I would be unaware of the numerous misdeeds you've committed. Your ascendancy has elevated even the most wretched among your kin. Tell me, are you next planning to recruit the stray dogs from your village into the Jiangning, garb them in flying fish attire, and arm them with embroidered spring knives for a share of imperial rations? Before the furious Jiangning, Chao Gang was stricken with terror. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, he repeatedly bowed his head, crying out, "I was momentarily bewitched, but my loyalty to you, my lord, is unwavering. I implore you to see the truth." Jiangning stepped forward, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling, rebuking, "I am not blind. You conspired with that traitor Song Shixiang and the scoundrels of the state of Lian, selling the grain, arms, and firearms intended for the army to the rebels. Did you think I was unaware? Upon our first meeting, you presented me with 200,000 taels of silver notes and a residence. Such wealth, even your Chao family could not amass in 10 lifetimes as imperial guards. Do not attempt to convince me of the legitimacy of this silver." At that moment, Chao Gang's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering as he attempted to defend himself. However, Jiangning had lost all patience, issuing a cold command. "Oldly, Xiao Gao, seize the household and apprehend everyone." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai immediately gestured, and a wave of imperial guards surged into the Chao residence, swiftly springing into action to apprehend individuals. Chaos erupted within the Chao household, with people scrambling in every direction. Chao Gang was swiftly bound by 2 imperial guards, tightly restrained. Unexpectedly, a group of middle-aged men clad in satin, witnessing the bound Chao Gang, yelled, "Who are you? How dare you bind my elder brother? You are truly audacious." Drawing their knives, they charged aggressively towards Jiangning and his men. Jiangning, his expression resolute and unyielding, coldly remarked to Chao Gang, "Chao Qianhu, it appears your family is intent on rebellion." Chao Gang, alarmed, urgently called out, "Second brother, third brother, do not act rashly." Yet, the men paid no heed, continuing their advance. Observing this, Li Ruoyan smirked coldly, swiftly drawing his embroidered spring knife and lunging forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. The glint of the blade flashed, and after a few cries of agony, the men collapsed to the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in pain. As the imperial guards executed their operation methodically, soon individuals of all ages, from 3-year-old children to teenagers of 17 or 18, from men in their 30s to elderly men in their 60s and 70s, alongside a dozen young women, were all bound tightly. Jiangning surveyed the scene, his brows knitting into a tight furrow. At this moment, Gao Wenkai hurriedly approached, smiling apologetically, "My lord, aside from those young women who are Chao Gang's concubines, the rest are his relatives. This one is his second uncle, that one is his third maternal uncle, those few are his cousins. And behind them are several aunts and uncles." Listening to Gao Wenkai's report, Jiangning's forehead throbbed with anger, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Good heavens! The Chao residence has nearly transformed into an imperial guard precinct. He then turned to Li Ruoyan, instructing, "Old Li, take these individuals away for interrogation and determine their connection to Chao Gang." Li Ruoyan nodded and hurriedly departed with the group. Soon after, the chilling sounds of anguished cries echoed from the room. Chao Gang, upon hearing the voice, was stricken with anguish and pleaded desperately, "My lord, I beg you, spare them. They are merely my impoverished relatives, innocent of any wrongdoing. I only brought them here to enjoy a few days of luxury." However, Jiangning remained utterly unmoved. He turned to Gao Wenkai and instructed, "Xiao Gao, arrange for a few more experts in torture to assist Old Li." With a wave of his hand, over a dozen imperial guards surged into the room. Before long, Li Ruoyan emerged first, holding several confessions, a peculiar expression adorning his face. "My lord, I have just interrogated Chao Gang's relatives. They are not deeply implicated in his collusion with the rebels. Yet, they have long relied on Chao Gang's power to oppress others and commit all sorts of atrocities, even seizing the wealth of the common people." Upon hearing this, Jiangning let out a cold laugh and declared without hesitation, "In that case, let them be executed." Chao Gang's countenance shifted dramatically, and he cried out, tears streaming down his face, "My lord, I implore you, spare their lives." Observing Chao Gang on the verge of losing control, Gao Wenkai stepped forward. gently tapping his folding fan, causing Chao Gang to faint instantly. Li Ruoyan waved his hand, and the imperial guards drew their blades, dragging the tortured individuals out and forcing them to kneel in the courtyard. In mere moments, the Chao residence was awash in blood. As for the remaining young women and children, Jiangning, witnessing the scene, sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Li Ruoyan, revealing a hint of hesitation, addressed Gao Wenkai. Xiao Gao, as the old saying goes, if one does not eradicate the roots, the grass will regrow with the spring breeze. However, I, old Li, possess a kind heart. Since you have only recently joined the Imperial Guards, I shall leave this matter in your hands. Gao Wenkai hurriedly declined. Lord Li, that may not be appropriate. You are my senior. It is fitting that you set an example for this junior. Just then, an elderly man, hoarse from shouting, bellowed. You dare to kill in the Chao household? Once my nephew returns, I will ensure that all of you pay with your lives. To accompany the members of my family in death. Even the children's eyes were filled with unabashed hatred. Li Ruoyan, witnessing this, sighed helplessly. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Chao Gang has betrayed the nation and the Imperial Guards. While it is customary that family members are not implicated, such a principle applies only when they do not benefit from the wrongdoing. Since you have enjoyed the wealth bestowed by Chao Gang, you must bear the consequences. With that, he slowly drew his sword and advanced toward the elder. In a flash of cold light, the elder's head fell to the ground, lifeless. Subsequently, Li Ruoyan commanded, attack. The Imperial Guards drew their swords in unison. Moments later, everyone in the Chao residence lay dead in pools of blood, a thick stench of carnage permeating the air. As Li Ruoyan surveyed the grisly scene before him, he sighed once more, only to find Gao Wenkai standing calmly, as if the slaughter was merely an everyday occurrence. Intrigued, he inquired, Xiao Gao, are you not afraid? Gao Wenkai brushed off his sleeves and replied nonchalantly, Lord Li, what are you saying? During my time as an assassin, I took more lives in a single year than this. Li Ruoyan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sigh once more and jestingly remarked, in the future, do refrain from telling others that I am your senior. It seems to me that you resemble my predecessor far more. Chapter 227. Punishment of the 9 clans within the residence of Song Shixiang. Zhu Youjiao wielded a white wax rod, mercilessly thrashing both Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi, who were left howling in despair. As Song Shixiang awkwardly dodged, he bellowed, Your Highness, why do you assault us without cause? As a prince of the realm and the left minister of the imperial clan, how can you justify such violence against your subjects? What becomes of the laws of the Ming dynasty? Are you not concerned about tarnishing your name in history? What would those loyal and patriotic officials think of such actions? Hearing these words, Zhu Youjiao's fury ignited further. He struck with even greater ferocity, cursing, You two scoundrels, how dare you speak of loyalty and patriotism before me? You are well aware of your own sordid deeds. This beating is hardly unjust, but fear not, I shall not take your lives just yet. I am merely seeking to reclaim a modicum of justice for those valiant soldiers you betrayed to the battlefield, and for the suffering commoners afflicted by war. Old Wei observed the spectacle with great delight, clapping his hands in approval. Meanwhile, Jiangning, surrounded by the Imperial Guards, arrived at Lian Guoshi's residence, where a throng of Eastern Depot agents were fervently conducting a raid. Approaching to inquire about the situation, Wei Chaoqin, a commander from the Eastern Depot, hurried to Jiangning's side and bowed, saying, Esteemed Jiang, I have come on the orders of His Highness and my adoptive father to search Lian Guoshi's residence and apprehend his entire family. Jiangning nodded slightly, and then led the Imperial Guards towards Song Shixiang's abode. To his surprise, just as he reached the entrance, he was met with a cacophony of anguished cries. Puzzled, Jiangning wondered, what is happening? Has Old Wei already resorted to torture within Song Shixiang's residence? Without further hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. There stood Old Wei, a smug grin on his face, applauding with glee. Prince Zhu Youjiao, with the wax rod in hand, was delivering a thorough beating to the 2 men, who lay bloodied and disheveled on the ground, wailing in agony. The entire residence was in chaos, with Eastern Depot agents scouring the place, while the Ming Guards seized and struck anyone they encountered. Jiangning quickly approached Old Wei, his expression one of confusion, and asked, Old Wei, what is the meaning of this situation? With a chuckle, Old Wei explained. These 2 heartless officials were just moments ago indulging in lavish feasts in the company of beauties. Upon learning of the arrival of His Highness and myself, They hastily donned tattered garments, attempting to feign pity before us. Humph, their petty ruse was seen through by our Eastern Depot agents long ago. Thus, His Highness's temper flared, and without a second thought, he seized the rod and began to strike, bringing these corrupt officials to their knees, a truly satisfying sight. Upon hearing Old Wei's words, Jiangning understood that the wretched cries belonged to none other than Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi. Indeed, these two individuals exhibit remarkable audacity, daring to engage in such deceitful antics and feign victimhood before Prince Zhu Youjiao. Their lack of foresight is astonishing. Did they not inquire beforehand? Who among us is unaware of the volatile temperament of His Highness? Those who incur his wrath are likely to find themselves in dire straits. Yet, these two foolishly threw themselves into the line of fire. At this moment, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi were filled with regret, having meticulously plotted their schemes, only to find that Prince Zhu Youjiao was not one to play by conventional rules. Without so much as a word, he launched an assault upon them. When they attempted to speak, Zhu Youjiao paid them no heed. As for retaliation, they lacked the courage. Any attempt to lay a finger on Zhu Youjiao would invite immediate retribution from the East Factory guards, who would swiftly reduce them to mere pulp. At that juncture, they caught sight of a young man standing beside Old Wei, clad in silver-white armor and draped in a grand crimson robe, adorned in a manner befitting both civil and military attire. It was evident that he was the governor of Jiangning. In their panic, they hastily scurried to his side, pleading with tearful desperation, "Governor Jiang, please save us. His Highness intends to beat us to death." Initially a mere spectator, Jiangning was nearly overcome with amusement at their sudden plea for assistance. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjiao, having grown weary of his exertions, casually flicked the white wax staff in his hand and called out to Jiangning, "Governor Jiang, I was merely seeking to reclaim a bit of interest on behalf of the valiant soldiers who perished in battle and the suffering populace of Chongqing. The rest is for you to handle." With that, he resumed polishing his staff, indifferent to the chaos unfolding around him. Jiangning scoffed, gazing at the disheveled and battered forms of Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi, who now resembled grotesque caricatures. A cold smirk crept upon his lips as he declared, "Song Shixiang, Lian Guoshi, you possess an audacity that knows no bounds, conspiring with the traitorous Su Chongming. Guards, seize these traitors of the Ming dynasty and take them to the Yamen for execution. Their heads shall be displayed at the city gate, a tribute to the fallen soldiers and the spirits of the innocent civilians slain by rebel forces." Several members of the Jianui immediately advanced to bind the two men. In that moment, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi frantically raised their voices, incoherently protesting, "Governor Jiang, we are the provincial officials of Sichuan, esteemed dignitaries. Without the emperor's decree, you have no authority to execute us." Jiangning found their desperation amusing, retorting, "You seek a decree? Very well, I happen to possess the emperor's edict. Would you care to listen?" At once, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi fell to their knees. Observing their plight, Jiangning declared in a grave tone, "By decree, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi are traitors to the state, having betrayed their country and its people. They are indeed wicked ministers and scoundrels, deserving of dismemberment and the most brutal of fates." Upon hearing the proclamation, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi were rendered speechless, hastily exclaiming, "Governor Jiang, you are clearly fabricating the emperor's decree. We refuse to accept this." Jiangning coldly retorted, "Who claims that I am misrepresenting the emperor's will? The emperor's decree was issued within the imperial study, and at that moment, Lord Wei was also present." Acknowledging the situation, Lord Wei quickly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, what Lord Jiang stated is accurate. I was also in the imperial study at that time. The emperor had initially intended to have both of you taken to the capital, where you would be subjected to 1,000 tortures before your bodies were dismembered. However, considering Lord Jiang's imminent expedition, the decree was relayed to him, permitting him to handle your treachery in Sichuan." At this pronouncement, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi were struck as if by a thunderbolt, just as they contemplated further protest. Jiangning raised his hand, and several guards promptly escorted the two out. Meanwhile, Lord Wei hastily shouted, "Ensure that these two scoundrels are subjected to 1,000 cuts, their bones ground to dust. Their heads must be displayed at the city gate to honor the spirits of the fallen soldiers and the innocent civilians who perished in the turmoil." Jiangning could not help but admire Lord Wei's thoughtful reminder, silently giving him a thumbs up, reflecting, "Truly, Lord Wei is an experienced veteran. His meticulousness is commendable. Just then, Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai arrived with a contingent of guards at Song Shixiang's residence. Observing the scene, Jiangning understood the situation without uttering a word. At that moment, Provincial Governor Zhu Shiyuan hurried over, inquiring, "Lord Jiang, how do you intend to deal with Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi?" Jiangning replied with a cold snort. "I had originally contemplated showing leniency by merely beheading them for public display. Yet they insist on hearing the emperor's decree before submitting to justice. The emperor's command is unequivocal. They are to be subjected to 1,000 cuts and their remains scattered. Thus, I am compelled to act in accordance with His Majesty's orders." Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiyuan felt as though the ground beneath him was shifting, nearly causing him to faint. He was engulfed in shock, grappling with profound self-doubt. After decades of navigating the treacherous waters of the Ming court, he never anticipated such a ruthless and domineering approach from the government. The emperor's methods were astoundingly severe. Without issuing a formal edict, he dispatched a special envoy to execute the provincial governors. It was known that these governors were significant regional officials. Such occurrences had only been seen at the dawn of the dynasty, under the reigns of the founding emperor and his successor, yet here he was, witnessing it firsthand. Zhu Shiyuan felt like a novice in the presence of Jiangning, Wei Zhongxian, and the prince, who was presently wiping blood from his short staff. Lord Wei, ever considerate, swiftly approached Zhu Shiyuan, supporting him with a concerned smile. "Governor Zhu, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Embarrassed, Zhu Shiyuan quickly replied, "Thank you, Lord Wei. I am quite all right." At that moment, the Eastern Depot guards completed their search and began consolidating the wealth discovered within the residence into the courtyard. In a short while, dozens of chests of various sizes were stacked high in the yard. Wei Zhaoqin meticulously recorded the inventory while diligently counting the items. Zhu Xing gazed at the mountain of wealth unearthed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The chaos in Sichuan could ultimately be traced back to the financial straits of the magistracy. Unexpectedly, an immense sum of silver was uncovered at the residence of Song Shixiang, leading one to surmise that the wealth within the State Affairs Office would be no less substantial. Jiangning narrowed his eyes, swiftly surveying the scene and estimating the valuables to be no fewer than several million taels. He immediately raised his voice, commanding, "Imperial guards, heed my orders. Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi have committed treasonous acts of collusion with the enemy. Capture their entire clan and escort them to the governor's office for execution, thus upholding the laws of the Great Ming." Simultaneously, he instructed that all citizens within the city be notified to witness the proceedings. Li Ruoyan gestured, and the imperial guards swiftly seized Song Shixiang and his household from the hands of the Eastern Depot, escorting them toward the governor's office. Jiangning, along with Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei, turned to leave, leaving Zhu Shiyuan standing in stunned silence, utterly at a loss. At that moment, the citizens of Chengdu erupted upon hearing the news. The imperial army and the envoy had exhibited remarkable valor, routing the 30,000 rebel troops besieging the city of Chengdu upon their arrival. Initially, the populace believed that peace would reign once the army entered the city. Who could have anticipated that mere half a day later, the regional governor would face execution alongside his entire clan? This revelation sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Before long, the governor's office was thronged with citizens eager to bear witness. Song Shixiang, Lian Guoshi, and their extended families were brought to the governor's office. Jiangning and the others stood upon a high platform, and with a decisive gesture, the imperial guards unsheathed their blades, commencing the grim task of execution. The gruesome spectacle startled the onlookers, yet as the executions continued, the crowd gradually acclimated to the sight. Blood flowed freely before the governor's office, and yet the citizens erupted in applause. Chapter 228. Unwavering resolve. Observing the clapping crowd, Jiangning turned to Zhu Shiyuan, his expression stern. "Sir Zhu, open your eyes and behold. This is the province of Sichuan under your governance. How do you conduct your duties as governor?" At these words, Zhu Shiyuan's face flushed with shame, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Jiangning understood Zhu Shiyuan's predicament and, with a resigned sigh, chose not to elaborate further. Shortly thereafter, the execution of Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi's entire clan was completed, and it was their turn. Old Wei strode forward with nonchalance, stepping upon the bloodied ground, and addressed the citizens with a grin, raising his voice. "Esteemed elders and compatriots of Chengdu, I believe you are all familiar with these two individuals, Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi. These treacherous scoundrels conspired with the enemy, leading to the fall of Chongqing, resulting in the deaths of countless imperial soldiers and the suffering of the local populace. Today, under the orders of His Majesty, the imperial envoy, Governor Jiang, shall ensure these traitors meet a fate of 1,000 cuts, their very bones ground to dust. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi, pale with terror, could only remain silent, their mouths forcibly sealed. With a sharp clap of his hands, Old Wei summoned several members of the Jiangning, who promptly stripped the two men of their garments and bound them to wooden stakes, ensnaring them in fishing nets. Subsequently, the Jiangning produced 2 small blades, applying a concoction to the edges before commencing the gruesome execution. Many onlookers were so horrified by the bloody spectacle that they averted their gazes, and even Jiangning could not suppress the cold sweat that broke out upon him. At that moment, Old Wei, with a grin, addressed Jiangning, saying, "Lord Jiang, the punishment of lynching is indeed a meticulous art. The condemned must endure 300-600 cuts before they may succumb. Thus, after years of refinement, we have devised this method. First, we slice the flesh with small knives. Then apply a secret restorative ointment to staunch the bleeding, ensuring they do not perish from excessive blood loss, while also preparing a ginseng broth to sustain their lives." Jiangning, upon hearing this, inwardly marveled at Old Wei's expertise. The ensuing scene was overwhelmingly gruesome, prompting Jiangning to escort Zhu Youjiao, Zhu Shiyuan, and others into the governor's hall, leaving the outside affairs to Old Wei, who relished such matters. Meanwhile, within the Shuang mansion in Chengdu, Prince Zhu Youjiao reveled in the company of several beautiful women, indulging in wine and merriment, living a life of leisure, while the steward, Gao Gui, attended to him dutifully. At that moment, a guard hurried over, exchanging a knowing glance with Gao Gui, who discreetly slipped away. Upon learning from the guard of the massacre of his sworn brother, Chao Gang's entire family, and that Chao Gang himself had been apprehended by the imperial envoy, Gao Gui felt as if struck by lightning. Moments later, a flicker of anger crossed his face as he exclaimed, "This Governor Jiang is utterly ruthless. Our second brother is a captain in the Jiangning, and yet he has shown such cruelty. I shall confront him personally." With that, he led several guards from the prince's mansion toward the governor's office. Upon arrival at the governor's office, witnessing the horrific sight of Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi undergoing lynching, along with the rivers of blood, Gao Gui felt his legs weaken, his complexion turning pale as a sheet, and cold sweat pouring down his brow. The guards accompanying him nervously swallowed hard and cautiously suggested, "Lord Gao, perhaps we should return to the mansion?" To which Gao Gui, unable to suppress his own trepidation, agreed, "Yes, let us retreat to the mansion." As he turned to leave, he was intercepted by Old Wei, who had been keenly observant. With a wave of his hand, Wei Chaoyin led several Eastern Depot agents to block their path. Seeing this, Gao Gui quickly displayed the steward's insignia, hoping to extricate himself. However, Wei Chaoyin showed no mercy, directly escorting them to Old Wei, presenting the insignia. Old Wei, upon examining the insignia, smiled broadly and remarked, "Ah, it is Lord Gao. I've long admired your reputation." Realizing he stood before the formidable and feared figure of Wei Zhongxian, Gao Gui fell to his knees, trembling as he stammered, "I failed to recognize your greatness, esteemed Lord Wei. I humbly bow before you." Old Wei, chuckling, replied, "Lord Gao, there's no need for such formality. This is quite unnecessary." Old Wei, with a smile, helped the nobleman up and said, "Master Gao, what are you doing? You are, after all, a personal attendant to His Highness the Prince of Shu and the chief steward of the royal residence. How can you show such deference to someone like me? Although I currently hold the positions of the director of the ceremonial office, the director of the imperial horse office, and the supervisor of the Eastern Depot, as well as serving as a special envoy, I am certainly not worthy of such honors from you." The more Old Wei spoke in this manner, the more uneasy Gao felt. Old Wei, still smiling, continued, "Master Gao, I have heard that you manage all the affairs of the Prince of Shu's residence." Gao, frightened, hastily nodded and replied, "His Highness is not concerned with such trivial matters, so he has entrusted them to me." Old Wei then shifted his tone, still maintaining his smile. "However, I have also heard that the captain of the Jiangning, Chao Gang, and Song Shixiang are engaged in grain trade in Sichuan. And I have heard that you are involved as well. Is that true?" Gao, frightened, quickly nodded and then vigorously shook his head, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. Noticing this, Old Wei feigned curiosity and asked, "Master Gao, you're nodding and shaking your head. What does that mean?" Gao opened his mouth, hesitated for a long moment, and finally said, "Master Wei, these are merely rumors spread by outsiders. My acquaintance with Captain Chao of the Jiangning is but superficial. As for Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi, those traitorous scoundrels, I am even less familiar with them." Upon hearing this, Old Wei's smile remained unchanged as he said, "But that cannot be correct. I have heard that in this grain trade, you, Master Gao, hold a significant stake. Even the governor, Lord Zhu, dares not interfere with this matter. Or is it that you are managing this grain business on behalf of His Highness the Prince of Shu?" Gao immediately felt his limbs weaken and cold sweat break out, rendering him speechless. He understood all too well that a misstep could lead to his untimely demise. If he implicated the Prince of Shu, it was possible that the prince, in a bid for self-preservation, would cast him aside to take the blame. At that moment, Gao feared he would meet a fate far worse than that of Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi. Yet, if he were to bear the burden himself, this smiling Master Wei might very well have him taken away to suffer the same gruesome punishment as Song Shixiang and Lian Guoshi, who were still enduring their sentences. Observing Gao's predicament, Old Wei continued to wear a smile and, taking Gao's arm, urged, "Do not fret, Master Gao. Let us proceed to the governor's office to sit and discuss this matter at length. If you cannot recall at this moment, it is of no consequence. We have ample time." Saying this, without granting Gao a chance to speak in his defense, Old Wei directly pulled him toward the governor's office. At this moment, within the grand hall of the governor's office, Jiangning and Zhu Youjiao sat prominently, while Governor Zhu Shiyuan occupied a subordinate seat. Zhu Youjiao was sternly admonishing Zhu Shiyuan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment and rendered speechless. A year prior, the court had already begun its strategic preparations, not only transporting provisions, military supplies, and salaries on numerous occasions, but also issuing several official documents to inform Sha Chongming of the impending rebellion, urging him to ready himself for the confrontation. However, given the current state of affairs in Sichuan, the provincial governor cannot escape blame. Observing the situation, Jiangning interjected on behalf of Zhu Shiyuan, prompting Zhu Youjiao to momentarily relent. At that moment, Old Wei entered the hall, leading another individual. Jiangning focused his gaze and recognized the newcomer as a companion of Old Wei. In Chengdu, aside from Old Wei and his foremost disciple Wang Chengyan, the only other notable eunuch was from the Shu royal residence. Thus, the identity of the visitor was evident. The esteemed Gao Gui entered the hall with trepidation, bowing deeply upon seeing the assembly and proclaiming, "I am Gao Gui, the steward of the Shu royal residence. I pay my respects to your highness and to Lord Jiang." Zhu Youjiao cast a cold glance in his direction before turning to Zhu Shiyuan, stating, "Lord Zhu, kindly enlighten me about the provisions supplied by the Shu royal residence during your tenure in Chongqing that compelled you to abandon the front line and return to Chengdu." Zhu Shiyuan regarded Gao Gui with a complex expression. After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly replied, 500 loads of grain." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao erupted in cold laughter. Even Jiangning appeared taken aback. A mere 500 loads of grain, and the Shu prince displayed such generosity. Zhu Youjiao, seething with anger, slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "What an eye-opener this is! A mere 500 loads of grain resulted in the loss of troops and the fall of Chongqing. Is this grain made of gold or silver?" With that, Zhu Youjiao directed his frigid gaze toward the prostrated Gao Gui. Jiangning also looked on, observing Gao Gui nearly wetting himself in fear, his mind racing as he desperately sought a way to respond to the inquiry. Deep down, he understood that failing to provide a satisfactory explanation would mean certain death. Finally, gritting his teeth, he uttered, "Your Highness, please temper your anger. The Shu prince originally intended to present 5,000 loads of grain to Governor Zhu. It was my mistake to record it as 500. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao violently smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground, shouting, "You insolent dog! Dare you deceive me? Do you take me for a fool?" With a wave of his hand, several guards armed with wooden clubs rushed in, swiftly pinning Gao Gui to the ground and beating him mercilessly. Gao Gui cried out for mercy, eventually screaming, "Your Highness, even though you are a prince of the realm, I am still a close attendant of the Shu prince and the steward of the royal residence. How can you so recklessly assault a servant?" Zhu Youjiao sneered repeatedly, retorting, "Today, I shall strike you. What of it? Not only will I strike you, but should the Shu prince arrive, I would do the same." Chapter 229. Qin Lianyu and the White Guard Jiangning observed Gao Gui rolling on the ground in agony and decided it was sufficient. He smiled at Zhu Youjiao, saying, "Your Highness, this is enough. Should we kill this esteemed eunuch here, it would surely embarrass the Shu prince." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao waved his hand, prompting several members of the Ming Imperial Guard to cease their actions. The high-ranking official, Gao Gui, battered and bruised, hastily bowed his head in fervent gratitude, repeatedly exclaiming, "This humble servant thanks your highness for the mercy of not taking my life." Zhu Youjiao coldly snorted, dismissively stating, "Enough? If there are no further matters, Master Gao may take his leave. Should anything arise, I shall summon you." Gao Gui, feeling as if he had received a reprieve from death, hurriedly scrambled out of the governor's hall. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao turned his attention to Jiangning and inquired, "Master Jiang, what progress has your Jinyui made in investigating the involvement of the Prince of Shu in the rebellion of Shichongming?" He continued, "If the evidence is substantial, I shall act to seize the prince's residence immediately. Should the prince indeed be implicated, I will petition my elder brother to strip him of his title." Jiangning raised his hand, and Gao Wenkai promptly stepped forward, bowing as he responded, "Your Highness, thus far, the evidence I have uncovered indicates that several generals under the Prince of Shu, including those in charge of national defense and two dukes, are indeed implicated, with the evidence being conclusive. As for His Highness the Prince, various signs suggest he may also be involved. However, the evidence is still insufficient." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow. Jiangning quickly interjected with a reassuring smile, "Your Highness, please do not be anxious. In a few days, the Jinyui should be able to gather ample evidence. After all, the lineage of the Prince of Shu has held sway in Sichuan for over 2 centuries, deeply entrenched." Zhu Youjiao nodded and said, "In that case, I would trouble you, Captain Gao, to expedite the investigation. I shall proceed to take action against those generals and the 2 dukes." He then turned to the elderly Wei and instructed, "I would appreciate it if Lord Wei could personally summon these individuals identified by Captain Gao to the governor's hall." He then addressed the 2 imperial guards accompanying him. "I would also request that you accompany Lord Wei on this errand." The 2 guards promptly acknowledged their orders. Sitting nearby, the elderly Wei smiled and remarked, "Your Highness, it is my fortune to alleviate your burdens. I shall set forth at once to summon them." Meanwhile, Gao Wenkai quickly produced a list from his pocket and handed it over. Wei took the list and glanced at Wang Qingyan, who stood beside Zhu Youjiao. Wang Qingyan immediately understood and declared, "Your Highness, this humble servant shall accompany Lord Wei to summon them as well." Zhu Youjiao nodded, reflecting that while Wang Qingyan was diligent, he lacked the cleverness of Wei. Thus, he thought it wise to let Wang learn from Wei. Thus, Wei led Wang Qingyan, accompanied by the 2 imperial guards, away from the governor's hall to carry out the summons. Jiangning chose not to comment further. After all, the current status of the Ming royal family was quite delicate. And even as the governor of 4 provinces and an imperial envoy wielding the sacred sword, he found it inappropriate to confront these nobles directly. Therefore, he left these matters to Zhu Youjiao, who was known for his intolerance of insolence and extreme methods, trusting that with Lord Wei's presence, the situation would not escalate into chaos. Even if misfortune were to arise, it would be of little consequence, for Zhu Youjiao is, after all, the foremost figure in the Ming dynasty's intricate web of connections. The current emperor is his elder brother, and he himself holds the esteemed position of the left minister of the imperial clan, ostensibly the head of the Zhu family. Even though Prince Zhu Zhishu is of the same generation as Zhu Youjiao, it holds no weight. Subsequently, Jiangning rose to take his leave, accompanied by Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai, as they made their way towards the city gates. Upon reaching the entrance, they observed the imperial soldiers patrolling the city with admirable order, while the city walls were manned by more troops, with Cao Wenjiao personally leading the inspection. Upon spotting Jiangning, he hastened to greet him warmly. Jiangning inquired with a smile, "Old Cao, how fares General Xiao Chao in his pursuit of the remaining rebel forces?" Cao Wenjiao replied with a grin, "Rest assured, my lord, it shan't be long before they return. After all, most of the rebels are foot soldiers, while our pursuers are all cavalry. How can mere 2-legged men outrun those with 4? Jiangning chuckled, "In that case, I await General Xiao Chao's triumphant return at which time I shall personally petition the emperor to commend his efforts." Hearing this, Zhao Wenjiao quickly expressed, "Then I, on behalf of my nephew, extend my gratitude to you, my lord." Jiangning teased, "Old Zhao, when did you learn to speak like those literary men, engaging in such formalities?" This elicited a hearty laugh from Zhao Wenjiao. Jiangning held Zhao Bianjiao in high regard and sincerely hoped that this pursuit of the rebels would result in significant merit for him. Such accomplishments would render it difficult for others to find fault when he was entrusted with greater responsibilities in the future. Thereafter, accompanied by Zhao Wenjiao, Jiangning ascended the city tower, gazing at the majestic capital observatory beyond the walls. Jiangning could not help but reflect. It is no wonder that ancient generals favored the construction of such observatories during warfare. It symbolizes not merely military prowess, but serves as a formidable deterrent. Through the establishment of these structures, an unparalleled display of might is presented to the enemy, thereby undermining their morale. At that moment, Zhao Shuijiao hurriedly approached. Noticing him, Jiangning inquired, "Old Zhao, what keeps you so busy?" Zhao Shuijiao responded with a smile. "My lord, I have just organized the remaining troops outside the city and made a round in the barracks to assess the condition of General Du's forces." Intrigued, Jiangning smiled and asked, "What is the situation?" Zhao Shuijiao's expression grew somewhat complex as he replied, "The soldiers are indeed capable, and the leaders are commendable. Unfortunately, they have long suffered oppression and have not received the attention they deserve, leading to a disheartened spirit and low morale. If they could undergo rigorous training and receive their due military pay, I believe they could transform into an elite force." Upon hearing this, Jiangning remarked, "This is not a difficult task. Old Zhao, go find General Du immediately and ensure that all soldiers are re-registered. There must not be a single vacancy. If there are any arrears in military pay, rectify them at once, guaranteeing that every soldier receives a year's worth of pay. As for provisions, I will communicate with Governor Zhu shortly to arrange for adequate supplies." Zhao Shuijiao, upon receiving the orders, was ready to turn and depart when Jiangning called out, "Old Zhao, do not rush off just yet." Hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao wore a look of confusion. Jiangning smiled and said, "Old Zhao, during this campaign to relieve Chengdu from siege, Old Zhao has certainly garnered much attention. I imagine you might be feeling a bit anxious, am I right? Next, as the army advances to Chongqing to quell the rebels, you shall lead the troops. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord, I, Old Zhao, shall ensure a splendid victory and construct a grand observatory for you that will surpass Old Zhao's in every way." Jiangning chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, he noticed a cavalryman galloping towards the city, shouting loudly, "A great victory! A great victory! General Zhao has achieved a complete triumph over the rebels." Jiangning quickly turned to those nearby, inquiring, "Did that messenger just proclaim a great victory and the total annihilation of the rebels?" Zhao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao nodded fervently, confirming, "Indeed, my lord, that was his proclamation." Jiangning clapped his hands in commendation, saying, "Young General Zhao has truly lived up to my expectations. They must be returning to Chengdu soon. Let us prepare to welcome them." Before long, the messenger reached Jiangning and his companions, his expression brimming with excitement as he announced, "Governor, a great victory! A great victory!" General Zhao led 3,000 left guards in pursuit for 100 miles, encircling the rebels. Only a few managed to escape. The rest were annihilated on the spot by General Zhao. Jiangning nodded with satisfaction, smiling as he replied, "You may go rest now. When General Zhao returns with the army, I shall have further rewards for you." The messenger was overjoyed and hurriedly took his leave. Jiangning and the others patiently awaited atop the city walls. However, as they waited, the hours stretched into darkness, and still, there was no sign of Zhao Bianjiao. Even Zhao Wenjiao felt a twinge of anxiety, though he restrained himself from showing it. To their dismay, they found themselves waiting until nightfall. Jiangning and the others grew increasingly concerned, yet as night had fallen, they could only resolve to wait until dawn to reassess their plans. Therefore, they spent the night atop the city walls, making do as best they could. At last, with the break of day, Jiangning had just awoken when Zhao Wenjiao excitedly called out, my lord, they have returned." Jiangning quickly rubbed the sleep from his eyes and grasped his binoculars, peering towards the gates. He beheld a large contingent of cavalry racing towards the city like a tempest the banners prominently displaying the character for Chao. A smile crept onto Jiangning's lips as he silently rejoiced that no mishap had befallen them. Suddenly, however, Jiangning's gaze caught sight of a banner among the ranks, emblazoned with the striking character for Qin. In an instant, his heart raced, and he turned to Chao Wenjiao, exclaiming, "Old Chao, take a look. Is there a contingent among young General Chao's forces bearing the character for Qin?" Chao Wenjiao, upon hearing this, hastily raised his binoculars for a closer inspection, affirming, "Indeed, my lord, it is the character for Qin." Jiangning trembled slightly, unable to conceal his excitement. The only figure capable of flying the banner of Qin in the region of Sichuan, apart from the illustrious Qin Liangyu, was beyond his imagination. Originally, Jiangning had thought he would not encounter this legendary female general, chronicled in history, until reaching Chongqing, but now, fate had conspired for an earlier meeting. Jiangning hastily exclaimed, "Old Chao, make arrangements swiftly and rouse the troops. We shall venture outside the city to welcome them." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Chao Wenjiao appeared bewildered and questioned, "My lord, although Chao Bianjiao has annihilated the rebel forces, is it truly necessary for us to leave the city to greet them?" Jiangning smiled and clarified, "Old Chao, we are not only welcoming General Xiao Chao, but also General Qin." Though Chao Wenjiao remained somewhat perplexed, he nonetheless complied with Jiangning's instructions. Subsequently, Jiangning and Chao Wenjiao mounted their horses and led the soldiers in a grand procession towards the city gates. After traversing 10 miles, they encountered Chao Bianjiao's battalion. Chao Bianjiao was drenched in blood, yet radiated a vigorous spirit, exuding confidence, while Huang Digong and Hu Dawei, too, bore bloodied battle attire, appearing particularly formidable. Jiangning turned his gaze to another contingent, where the leader's features were momentarily obscured, clad in intricate scale armor. The individuals stood tall and commanding, flanked by a legion of soldiers numbering no less than 2,000. The soldiers wielded uniquely designed weapons, with hooked spearheads and iron rings, their overall hue starkly contrasting the standard long spears of the imperial troops. The mere sight of these 2,000 soldiers emanated an overwhelming aura of intimidation. If Chao Bianjiao's 3,000 left guard troops were likened to ferocious tigers tasting blood for the first time, then these 2,000 white rod soldiers represented the king of tigers, instilling awe and respect across the land. Chao Wenjiao evidently recognized the distinct prowess of these white rod soldiers and remarked, "My lord, the troops under General Qin's command are all elite warriors. They surpass even our imperial soldiers in skill, clearly seasoned veterans of the battlefield." Jiangning nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his observation. Chapter 230. Adding verse upon the convergence of the two armies, Chao Bianjiao promptly dismounted alongside Huang Digong and Hu Dawei, striding towards Jiangning to perform a military salute. Jiangning approached, scrutinizing Chao Bianjiao with satisfaction as he patted his shoulder and declared, "General Xiao Chao, you truly embody the loyalty and valor of our Ming dynasty. To have eradicated the rebels entirely is no small feat. I shall personally petition His Majesty for your commendation." At this moment, Chao Bianjiao, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "My lord, I pursued the rebels for over 100 miles, encircling them with the intent to annihilate them entirely. However, the rebels fought back desperately, evading capture. I believed it impossible to eradicate them, when unexpectedly, General Qin arrived with reinforcements. It was only with General Qin's assistance that we achieved total victory over the rebels." He then proceeded to introduce Jiangning to General Qin. As Qin Liangyu approached with a steady gait, Jiangning regarded this legendary female general with utmost seriousness. Qin Liangyu stood tall, approximately 6 feet in height. In her 40s yet exuding an extraordinary presence, her demeanor was best described as gallant and striking, like a sword drawn from its sheath. She bore dual swords at her waist, accompanied by several young commanders who observed Jiangning with curious eyes. Qin Liangyu was originally resting in Shizhou when she heard that the imperial army had entered the territory of Chengdu. She decided to lead her troops to pay her respects, as the commander was none other than the highly esteemed Jiangning. However, on her way, she unexpectedly encountered the panicked remnants of Shi Chongming's forces, who were fleeing in all directions, pursued by imperial cavalry. Without hesitation, Qin Liangyu plunged into the fray, assisting Chao Bianjiao in annihilating the traitorous troops. Following this, she chose to accompany Chao Bianjiao to Chengdu, eager to meet the esteemed Governor Jiang. Legends of Jiangning were widely known throughout the Ming realm. Upon seeing him, Qin Lianyu's first reaction was surprise at his youth. This esteemed four-province governor appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet exuded the commanding presence of a leader. Observing the reverence displayed by the surrounding generals towards Jiangning, it was evident that his status among the military leaders in the capital was extraordinary. After exchanging glances for a moment, Qin Lianyu promptly saluted, stating, "I am Qin Lianyu, the general of Shizhu, and I pay my respects to the governor." Jiangning quickly stepped forward, smiling as he assisted Qin Lianyu to her feet. "General Qin, there is no need for such formalities. I had thought our meeting would take place in Chongqing, yet here we are outside Chengdu. Let us first arrange for the army to enter the city, and later, I shall host a banquet at the governor's office where we can converse at length." Taken aback by Jiangning's warm demeanor, Qin Lianyu found herself momentarily at a loss. He was not at all as she had imagined from the rumors. However, she dismissed her surprise and joined Jiangning and the others in leading the army into the city. At that moment, Qiao Bianjiao rode up beside Jiangning and whispered, "Sir, I have captured 2 significant figures this time." Jiangning's interest was piqued as he urged him to elaborate. Qiao Bianjiao continued, "Among the traitors I pursued were Shi Chongming's son, Shi Yin, and his uncle, Shi Nanan. Initially, the 2 had nowhere to escape as I closed in on them. But they attempted to break through with their troops into the mountains, only to be intercepted by the white-flagged army led by General Qin. Unfortunately, I was only able to capture Shi Nanan, while Shi Yin was taken alive by General Qin." Upon hearing this, Jiangning clapped his hands in approval. "Do not be disheartened, General Qiao. Undoubtedly, the credit for this achievement will be shared between you and General Qin." Qiao Bianjiao readily accepted Jiangning's proposition. Meanwhile, Ma Xianglin, Qin Yiming, and Qin Gongming, who followed closely behind Qin Lianyu, gazed in awe at the newly constructed capital observatory just outside Chengdu. Qin Lianyu too took note of this impressive structure, and her companions began to murmur amongst themselves. Internally, she was profoundly astonished from her brief encounter with Jiangning. She had expected him to be a humble and approachable young scholar, but it seemed she had underestimated him. The construction of the capital observatory was a significant endeavor not undertaken for many years. The fact that this Governor Jiang had erected such a grand structure immediately after repelling the rebels indicated a ruthless determination. However, Qin Lianyu did not dwell on the matter for long. Soon, the crowd led the army into the city. Upon entering, Jiangning sent someone to invite Old Wei, Zhu Youjiao, and others to the governor's office, subsequently ordering a banquet to reward the troops. In the grand hall of the governor's office, the various generals took their seats. Once Jiangning saw that everyone had gathered, he stood up and said with a smile, "Allow me to introduce you all." Approaching Qin Lianyu, he stated, "This is General Qin Lianyu, the commander of Shizhu, a legendary figure of our Ming dynasty. She has spent a lifetime in military service and is undoubtedly the foremost general of Sichuan. Previously in Chongqing, she led her forces against Shi Chongming, dealing him a severe blow. Had it not been for the treachery of those traitors, Lian Guoshi and Song Shixiang, who meddled in affairs, Shi Chongming would have surely been completely defeated by General Qin by now." Upon hearing Jiangning's introduction, Qiao Wenjiao, Zhao Shuijiao, and others quickly rose to their feet, with even Old Wei and Zhu Youjiao following suit, curiously observing Qin Lianyu. Qin Lianyu was greatly astonished to hear Jiangning praise her as the finest general in Sichuan. It was widely acknowledged that the top general at that time was Du Wenhui. Although Qin Lianyu held considerable fame in Sichuan, her origins as a chieftain had led to her being overlooked by the court. She did not expect that the governor, Jiang, would hold her in such high regard. The young generals behind her, Ma Xianglin, Qin Yiming, and Qin Gongming, were equally taken aback. In contrast, Du Wenhui's expression darkened, and he sighed internally, aware that he fell short in comparison to Qin Lianyu. Everyone approached to toast, and Qin Lianyu accepted graciously, enjoying the merriment with them. At this moment, Jiangning smiled and said, "The young generals accompanying General Qin are all exceptional in their own right. Perhaps General Qin could introduce them to everyone." Qin Lianyu nodded in agreement, and subsequently introduced her only son, Ma Xianglin, as well as her nephews, Qin Yiming and Qin Gongming. Jiangning, upon hearing this, praised their family for their loyalty. At this point, Zhu Youjiao also stood up, raising his cup and cheerfully declared, "I toast to General Qin. With a loyal and capable commander like General Qin, our Ming dynasty is truly fortunate." Old Wei also chimed in with a smile. We, Wei Zhongxian, toast to General Qin. Qin Liangyu hurriedly returned the toasts. The young generals, Chao Bianjiao, Hu Dawei, and others, who were of similar age to Qin Yiming, Qin Gongming, and Ma Xianglin, quickly became acquainted, and before long, they were drinking heartily and conversing freely, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. At this moment, Chao Wenjiao gazed at Qin Liangyu. Seemingly deep in thought, Zhao Shuijiao inquired, Old Chao, what are you pondering? Chao Wenjiao replied quietly, Old Zhao, the governor holds this General Qin in such high esteem. It seems she is no ordinary person. Today, outside the city, I witnessed her elite white banner troops, each one a paragon of excellence, even surpassing our own imperial troops in certain respects. Hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao chuckled. General Qin is indeed a legendary figure in Sichuan, her reputation rivaling that of the seasoned generals, Governor Shun and Governor Chun. At this moment, Chao Wenjiao, somewhat incredulous, inquired, Old Zhao, you mean to say that among the 5 left governors of the military commission, one position remains vacant? Could it be? He gestured towards Qin Liangyu. Zhao Shuijiao chuckled and replied, Old Chao, why burden yourself with such concerns? Presently, you, I, along with Old Man Fan and Old He from Tianjin, all hold the title of right governors, and whether serving in the capital or stationed in distant lands, we are all esteemed generals. As for the vacant position in the military commission, I trust Lord Jiang and His Majesty have their own arrangements. It is not for us to fret over. Chao Wenjiao nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Jiangning raised his hand to signal for silence, and all eyes turned towards him. With a smile, he proclaimed, Now that we are gathered here, it is likely that before long, we shall rally our forces and utterly vanquish the traitor Shi Chongming. Allow me to propose a toast to all of you, wishing everyone further military achievements in the forthcoming battles. The court and the emperor shall surely not be stingy with rewards. Instantly, the attendees erupted in cheers, raising their cups in unison. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhu Youjiao, wearing a smile, announced, I find myself suddenly inspired to compose a poem for General Qin. Qin Liangyu was momentarily taken aback, displaying a look of surprise. Even Jiangning was momentarily stunned, contemplating to himself, what was destined to come has indeed arrived. Yet, he wondered what poem Zhu Youjiao intended to recite. He had initially considered showcasing his own talent, but he hoped Zhu Youjiao would not spontaneously produce 4 verses all at once. Holding a wine cup, Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment before slowly beginning to recite. Learning from the 8 formation diagram of Sichuan, in the Mandarin sleeves, I grasped the military talisman. It has long been known that women willingly bear the burden. Why must a general be a man? He then penned the poem, sealed it with his personal stamp, and presented it to Qin Liangyu. Upon receiving the poem, she appeared exceedingly moved. She had never anticipated that His Highness the Prince of Faith would hold her in such high regard, bestowing such an esteemed evaluation. The onlookers, witnessing this, hastened to congratulate Qin Liangyu. Even Old Wei chuckled, remarking, Alas, we lack the cultural finesse. Otherwise, I too would compose a poem in honor of General Qin. Chapter 231. Young people should not be overly arrogant. Observing Zhu Youjiao's self-satisfied demeanor, Jiangning smiled faintly, setting down his cup and rising to his feet. He raised his hand to beckon for quiet, and the assembly looked at him in perplexity, uncertain of his intentions. Jiangning secretly reveled in his own delight, thinking, It is time for me to shine. He then spoke, Since His Highness the Prince of Faith has gifted a poem to General Qin, I too shall compose a verse in her honor. Upon hearing this, Qin Liangyu was slightly taken aback. In her understanding, this Lord Jiang, hailing from the Jianhui, though he served as a commander of the emperor's personal army, was fundamentally a military figure and had never been noted for literary accomplishments. What prompted him to present a poem to her now? At this moment, Zhu Youjiao urged with a smile, Lord Jiang, do hasten to compose your poem, that we may all be enlightened. The assembly echoed their encouragement. Feigning contemplation, Jiangning paced steadily within the hall for a few moments before slowly beginning to recite. The shoe brocade battle robe is deftly tailored, on the steed of peach blossoms. I request a long tether. In this world, how many extraordinary men exist who would dare to traverse 1,000 miles of battlefields? Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in applause. However, Zhu Youjiao wore a look of puzzlement, murmuring to himself, How strange, why does this king feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity after listening? Observing this, Jiangning promptly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Your Highness possesses unparalleled talent and vast knowledge. I have embarrassed myself before you." Zhu Youjiao did not dwell on it for long, and simply picked up the brush once more, inscribing the poem Jiangning had just composed. Subsequently, Jiangning affixed his seal and handed it to Qin Lianyu. Meanwhile, in his heart, Jiangning silently reflected, "I apologize, Prince of Xan. In the original history, you composed 5 poems, 4 of which were dedicated to Qin Lianyu, while the last was a scathing critique of the court's officials. Nevertheless, such works are of no use now. I shall borrow one for my own purposes." Qin Lianyu accepted the poem that Jiangning presented, clasping her fists in salute, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Jiang." Jiangning responded with a smile. "There is no need for such formality, General Qin." At this moment, sitting nearby were Cao Wenjiao, Zhao Shuijiao, and General Du Wenhui, their expressions slightly awkward. The reason for their discomfort lay in the latter lines of Jiangning's poem. How many remarkable men exist who would dare to traverse 1,000 miles of battlefields, which seemed to imply a reproach towards the other military leaders in attendance. They felt that Jiangning bore some discontent towards them. Cao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao silently resolved to win several brilliant victories to demonstrate their worthiness before Jiangning. Du Wenhui, however, was filled with anxiety, contemplating. Jiangning's poem nearly pointed directly to me. Du Wenhui. General Qin Lianyu, despite her limited forces, managed to restrain the majority of Shi Chongming's troops and fought him to a standstill. In stark contrast, I, the general of Sichuan, ended up suffering heavy losses. Utterly disgraced. Henceforth, I must actively seek to engage in battle, achieving significant victories. Otherwise, should this esteemed Master Jiang truly become incensed, I might meet the same grim fate as Lian Guoshi and Song Shixiang, facing execution at the governor's office. With this thought, Du Wenhui couldn't help but shiver. He hastily lifted a cup of wine and, with a heart full of trepidation, approached Jiangning, saying, "Master Jiang, as the general of Sichuan, I have been unable to defend against the traitor Shi Chongming's conquest of Chongqing, and I cannot absolve myself of this blame. Therefore, I intend to atone for my errors and request to lead troops to attack Chongqing to redeem my honor." Hearing Du Wenhui's words, Jiangning was somewhat taken aback, but replied, "Rest assured, General Du, you will certainly have your opportunity to take the field. However, I must make it clear, should you suffer further losses, do not blame military law for its severity." Du Wenhui immediately thumped his chest, expressing his willingness to sign a military pledge. Jiangning chuckled, saying, "There is no need for a military pledge. Rather than that, I would prefer to see the head of that scoundrel Shi Chongming." Jiangning held a certain understanding of Du Wenhui. He could be regarded as a renowned general of his time. Unfortunately, the situation in Sichuan was intricate, with various factions intertwined, leaving Du Wenhui in a most frustrating position, akin to a child neglected by both grandmother and uncle. It is hardly surprising that during the rebellion led by Shi Chongming, Du Wenhuan's first thought was not to take the initiative to lead his troops into battle, but rather to submit a letter of resignation, contemplating an escape from his responsibilities. Ultimately, he was coerced onto the front lines, where, after managing to secure a few commendable victories, he found himself accountable for a single misstep that nearly cost him his life. In light of this, Jiangning did not hold Du Wenhuan in excessive contempt. On the contrary, he intended to nurture this renowned general from Sichuan. After all, Jiangning was determined to take Qin Lianyu with him, and the position of left general in the military governor's office was reserved for her. Sichuan, after all, required a firm hand at the helm. Rather than searching far and wide for a suitable candidate, it was far more practical to utilize the readily available Du Wenhuan. At this juncture, Cao Wenjiao and Zhao Shuijiao approached, each brandishing a cup of wine. Zhao Shuijiao, with a smile, declared, "My lord, I, old Zhao, also volunteer for the battle." In the recent confrontation outside Chengdu, old Zhao seized the spotlight, and subsequently, the rebel forces were completely vanquished by young Zhao and General Zhao. I, old Zhao, have yet to showcase my capabilities. Even Cao Wenjiao, standing nearby, appeared animated. Jiangning burst into laughter, saying, "Gentlemen, there is no need for haste. In the upcoming assault on Chongqing, each of you shall have the opportunity to lead troops and earn merit." Upon hearing Jiangning's words, the assembled company raised their cups in unison, toasting merrily. Meanwhile, Qin Liangyu sat in contemplative silence, unable to fathom Jiangning's true intentions. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for she was acutely aware that her lineage as a chieftain had long rendered her insignificant in the eyes of the court, which had historically treated her as a mere tool, utilizing her as needed while providing scant resources. Yet, since last year, Jiangning had consistently sent substantial supplies of grain, arms, and military funds from the capital, significantly bolstering the strength of her troops. Qin Liangyu held a favorable view of Jiangning. As the gathering continued, cups were exchanged, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Jiangning, having indulged in drink, became inebriated and was eventually assisted by Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai as he departed. It was not until dawn the following day that Jiangning awoke, a throbbing headache assailing him. He chuckled at his own predicament, then rose to wash his face and meandered about the governor's office. It was then that he noticed the absence of Zhu Youjiao and the aged Wei, while Zhou Wenjiao, Zhu Youjiao, and Qin Liangyu had gone to inspect the military camp. Thus, Jiangning summoned Li Ruoyan and inquired, "Old Li, where have His Highness and Lord Wei gone?" Li Ruoyan, with a peculiar expression, hesitantly replied, "My lord, it is as follows. Early this morning, His Highness ordered a significant acquisition of gifts, firewood, rice, salt, cloth, and silver, enough to fill several large carts. He then mobilized the Ming Imperial Guard and left with Lord Wei, claiming to visit relatives." Upon hearing this, Jiangning immediately grasped the situation. Zhu Youjiao was indeed engaging in a subtle maneuver, akin to the dance of swords employed by Xiang Zhuang, with intentions directed at Pei Gong. The lineage of the Shu kings had been entrenched in Sichuan for over 2 centuries, their roots deep. Zhu Youjiao was evidently planning to begin undermining the foundations of the Shu king and his subordinate nobles. Jiangning, however, was not taken aback. After all, the current Ming royal family was stratified into various ranks. The most fortunate among them, the elite nobles, lived in opulence, adorned in silks and feasting on delicacies. The underprivileged members of the imperial family lead a life that is, to put it bluntly, worse than that of the beggars on the streets. Since the reign of Emperor Shizong, in an effort to reduce the financial burden on the national treasury, the stipends of the various imperial clans have been centrally managed by the grand princes, with even the dukes not being exempt. The amount allocated to the lower-ranking members of the imperial family is entirely at the discretion of the grand princes, plunging their lives into dire straits. After all, during the Jiajing era, it was reported that a general, in a brazen act, plundered the duke's residence, leading to the tragic double suicide of the duke and his wife. Ultimately, this matter pertains to the internal affairs of the Zhu family, and Jiangning refrains from intervening, leaving it to Zhu Youjiao, the head of the Zhu clan, to resolve. Subsequently, Jiangning, accompanied by Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai, made their way to the provincial governor's prison, intending to observe the captured Sha Yin and Sha Nanan, detained by Chao Bianjiao and Qin Liangyu. Upon entering the prison, they found both individuals clad in prison garb. Sha Nanan appeared relatively composed, while Sha Yin was akin to a frenzied tiger, incessantly shouting, "I am the crown prince of Daliang. How dare you, Ming officials, imprison me? Once my father's army reaches Chengdu, I shall bathe the city in blood, annihilating all of you." Sha Nanan sighed in resignation, "Your Highness, do calm down. Having fallen into the hands of the Ming officials, it is unlikely we shall return alive." This provoked an immediate outburst from Sha Yin, who retorted, "You old fool. It is your fault I am in this predicament. Had you heeded my plan to return swiftly to Chongqing with the army to seek my father's aid, we would not have ended up in such a dire situation." Sha Nanan's face flushed with indignation as he replied, "Sha Yin, Your Highness, you have gone too far. It was you who insisted that the left and right generals lead the troops against the Ming forces. I stayed behind to cover your retreat, allowing you to escape alone. Yet here you are, blaming me for your capture by Qin Liangyu's soldiers. Do not forget, I am your uncle. And to insult me in such a manner shows a complete disregard for the respect due to one's elders." Upon hearing this, Sha Yin erupted into laughter, his madness evident as he jeered, "You old wretch, do you not see our current plight? You dare to assert your authority as my uncle before me? Even on the road to the underworld, I shall not spare you." Sha Nanan gazed at Sha Yin, eventually exhaling a resigned sigh. Moments later, Jiangning and his companions entered the prison. Sha Yin was seen furiously banging on the cell door, shouting, "You Ming dog officials, release me at once. Once my father's army arrives, blood shall flow like rivers. Upon hearing this, Jiangning furrowed his brow. Li Ruoyan, noticing the situation, gestured, and 2 guards swiftly opened the cell door, forcefully pinning Sha Yin to the ground. Li Ruoyan stepped forward, delivering a series of resounding slaps that left Sha Yin bloodied and missing several teeth. At this moment, Jiangning entered the cell with measured steps, smiling as he remarked, "Young man, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not let your youthful exuberance cloud your judgment." Sha Yin, bloodied and disoriented, continued to mumble incoherently. Jiangning was instantly intrigued, curious about what he was saying. Moments later, Li Ruoyan, with a somewhat complex expression, remarked, "My lord, can one truly call a young man who claims not to be impetuous a young man?" Upon hearing this, Jiangning couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly scolding, "Oh, so we have a tough nut here. Oldly, serve this lad a few appetizers, but do ensure he remains alive." Hearing this, Li Ruoyan smirked coldly, gesturing for several Jinyui to enter with a toolbox. With a smile directed at Shi Yin, Li Ruoyan declared, "Shi Yin, I shall now allow you to experience the methods of the Jinyui." Shi Yin was immediately struck with fear, trembling uncontrollably, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Beside him, Shi Nanan displayed a look of pity and spoke in a deep voice, "My lord, whether to kill or to torture, it is all at your discretion. Why must you humiliate us in such a manner?" Jiangning turned to see Shi Nanan's calm demeanor. Chapter 232. The mastermind of the Zhu family. Jiangning waved his hand, causing Li Ruoyan to cease his actions. With a smile, Jiangning addressed him. "You must be Shi Nanan, the uncle of that rebel Shi Chongming." Shi Nanan nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a tranquil expression, "Indeed, that is I." Jiangning scrutinized the composed Shi Nanan, smiling as he said, "I initially believed that Shi Chongming's followers were nothing but drunken louts and reckless youths. I did not expect someone of your caliber to be among them." Shi Nanan returned a subtle smile, saying, "I had thought that the officials and soldiers of the Ming court were all timid wretches like Du Wenhuan. Little did I know that among them there exists a person of your stature. Thus I underestimated the situation." Jiangning inquired with a smile, "Now that you have witnessed it for yourself, do you intend to surrender to the court? I can petition His Majesty for leniency." Shi Nanan shook his head slowly, replying, "Since ancient times, victors have been lords while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. Now that I have fallen into your hands, I seek only death, nothing more." Jiangning chuckled, saying, "Desiring death is simple, yet in this world, there are fates far more terrifying than death." Intrigued, Shi Nanan asked, "What fate could that be?" Jiangning jested, "When one dies, there are still unspent riches." Upon hearing this, Shi Nanan burst into coughs, his face flushed with embarrassment, and remarked, "You are indeed amusing, my lord. May I know your esteemed name, so that I may die with clarity?" Just as Jiangning was about to respond, Li Ruoyan interjected seriously, "Before you stands the left commander of the central military of the 5 armies, governor of the capital S troops, prince's protector, general of the dragon and tiger, noble of honor and wealth, commander of the Jinyui, governor of 4 provinces, and imperial envoy, the esteemed Jiang." Shi Nanan was taken aback by Jiangning's numerous titles, astonished that this young man held such esteemed status in the Ming court. He then sighed, saying, "When we rose in rebellion, we had anticipated that the time of the Zhu Ming was over. Little did we expect a figure like you, Jiang, to emerge. It seems fate resides with the Ming, not with our De Liang." Jiangning smiled confidently, asserting, "The mandate of heaven has always belonged to the Ming. It was in the past, it is in the present, and it will be in the future. As for you rebels, there is but one fate awaiting you, utter obliteration." Hearing this, Shi Nanan let out a cold snort and remarked, "Lord Jiang speaks with such absolute certainty. Does he not fear that the wind might twist his tongue? Your founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Youjiao, was but a lowly beggar, yet he ascended the throne. My Shi family has been a lineage of Tusi for centuries, our origins far surpassing those of your emperor. Initially, I deduced that with the chaos wrought by the Liaodong Tartars, the rampant pirates along the southeastern coast, and the incessant calamities in the north, the Ming dynasty's fortunes must be waning. Thus, my Shi family took up arms. Had it not been for your arrival, Lord Jiang, my family would have likely conquered all of Sichuan by now." Jiangning coldly scoffed, saying, "I see you are lost in delusion, merely employing some treacherous tactics to seize Chongqing and vanquish Du Wenhuan, and you dare to dream of capturing all of Sichuan? Do not forget, General Qin Liangyu, is also in Sichuan. Upon hearing this, Shi Nanan fell silent for a moment. Then, with a face flushed with anger, he exclaimed, Qin Liangyu, that traitor, sharing our Tusi heritage, yet willingly serving the Ming, opposing us at every turn. If it were not for Qin Liangyu's interference, my Shi family would have long since secured Sichuan. Jiangning laughed mockingly, saying, It is too late to speak of such matters now. But rest assured, I shall not kill you just yet. You still hold great value. When we assault Chongqing in a few days, I shall have you and Shi Yin lead the charge, bound together at the front lines, to see what choice Shi Chongming will make. At this, Shi Nanan's expression twisted into one of rage as he cursed. You are truly ruthless. I never imagined you to be so merciless at such a young age. Jiangning smiled faintly, saying, I have always treated friends with courtesy. As for traitors, I spare no mercy. With that, he turned and departed the prison, accompanied by Li Ruoyan and Gao Wenkai. Meanwhile, within the so-called Great Liang Palace in Chongqing, Shi Chongming was leisurely enjoying the dance of a singer. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, panic etched upon his face, and urgently reported, Your Majesty, grave news. The Crown Prince has led 30,000 troops to attack Chengdu, where they encountered the army dispatched by the Ming court. Left General Shi Wenhuan and Right General Shi Wenli were slain on the spot, and 2,000 soldiers perished at the hands of the Ming. Their heads were even used to construct a display outside the city of Chengdu. The Crown Prince and the Grand Tutor are retreating towards Chongqing with the remaining 10,000 troops, yet they are relentlessly pursued by the Ming generals. Subsequently, General Qin Liangyu has come to offer assistance. Now, both the Crown Prince and the Grand Tutor have been captured alive by the Ming forces and imprisoned in Chengdu. Upon receiving this news, Shi Chongming felt darkness closing in around him, his body swaying as he nearly fainted. Enraged and humiliated, he violently smashed the wine cup in his hand onto the ground and bellowed, All of you, withdraw. Summon the civil and military ministers to the hall for a discussion this instant. Before long, a throng of individuals hastily gathered in the grand hall. Shi Chongming, with a grim expression, recounted the dreadful news he had just heard. The assembled crowd gasped in shock, their faces betraying their fear. Observing the terror on their faces, Shi Chongming sneered, saying, What? Are you all afraid? Do not forget the oath you took when following me into battle. The crowd hastily expressed their loyalty, proclaiming their unwavering allegiance to the Great Liang. Shi Chongming let out a cold laugh and continued, Now that both the Crown Prince and the Grand Tutor have been captured by the Ming army, I intend to lead a personal expedition to Chengdu to rescue them. What are your thoughts, everyone? At this moment, Shi Chongming's son-in-law, Fan Long, stepped forward, clasping his hands and stating, My lord, given the current circumstances, our forces are not suited for an aggressive advance. We should instead remain vigilant and let the enemy exhaust themselves. The Ming army will likely soon march upon Chongqing. If we rashly strike out, we may fall into their ambush. Even Zhang Tong, Shi Chongming's trusted aide, quickly stood up to endorse Fan Long's perspective. Observing the consensus among his confidants, Shi Chongming's emotions gradually settled. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded, declaring, In that case, we shall make thorough preparations in Chongqing and be well prepared to confront the Ming officials and soldiers. After a while, Shi Chongming's expression darkened as he spoke again. General Zhang Tong, immediately send someone to liaise with the other local chieftains. Inform them that if they wish to earn merit under my Great Liang, they must declare their intentions promptly. Otherwise, once my Great Liang has vanquished the Ming forces in Sichuan, they shall be next on my agenda, by whatever means necessary. I demand a swift response from them. Either they join me in achieving unparalleled glory or face a path to their demise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong's expression grew solemn, and he hurriedly accepted the command and departed. Next, Shi Chongming turned to Fan Long, his demeanor serious as he said, Good son-in-law, you must immediately send word to Banyan, inquiring when he intends to raise his forces. Currently, a significant portion of the Ming elite is being held in Sichuan due to my efforts, if Banyan wishes to restore the glory of his ancestors. Now is the time for action, not delay. Fan Long, recognizing the urgency, hastily took his leave. As Shi Chongming watched Fan Long's departing figure, a cold smile crept across his lips, and a surge of ambition welled within him. He secretly rejoiced, for once Guizhous and Banyan revolted, the Ming court would undoubtedly have to mobilize troops to suppress the insurrection. This would alleviate the pressure on his own front. If the other chieftains also pledged allegiance to him, he would possess a formidable force, ready to seize Sichuan and use it as a foundation to scheme for the four southwestern provinces. In that eventuality, uniting the many chieftains of the southwest would provide him with the means to contend with the Ming court. Even if he ultimately could not defeat them and claim the world, establishing a sovereign state in the southwest remained a promising prospect. With these thoughts, Shi Chongming felt an overwhelming surge of ambition, as if the imperial throne was tantalizingly within reach. Meanwhile, within the Qingdu government, Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei, accompanied by the Ming guards and eastern factory operatives, began visiting the impoverished lower nobility under the Shu Wang's jurisdiction. Zhu Youjiao did not presume the heirs of a current prince. Instead, he approached them as the left clan elder of the ancestral hall, the spokesperson of the Zhu family, seeking to comfort these struggling nobles. He not only provided them with essential goods such as firewood, rice, oil, and cloth, but also took the opportunity to promote the court's new policies concerning the nobility. In contemporary times, the court has relaxed the restrictions placed upon the royal family, allowing those of lower status to partake in the imperial examination and ascend to official positions, as well as to enlist in the military. Even those who choose to engage in commerce or agriculture will receive a degree of attention from the court. Consequently, Zhu Youjiao, taking the princely houses of Shangxi and Jin as examples, solemnly assured that the royal family members under the Jin and Dai princely houses now live contentedly and prosperously. Even the 2,000 Ming guards under his command were selected from the offspring of the Jin and Dai princely families, now enjoying the court's stipends and living quite lavishly. Following this blend of benevolence and authority, many royal family members expressed their willingness to renounce their titles. Some aspired to participate in the imperial examinations. Others yearned to serve in the military and contribute on the battlefield, while a significant number opted for commerce or returning to agriculture. Zhu Youjiao exhibited great patience, arranging personnel to meticulously document these developments. Witnessing the head of the Zhu family, the esteemed Zongjing of the imperial clan, extend such kindness to these impoverished relatives moved many to tears. These royal descendants had previously endured a life worse than death, neglected by the court and often subjected to the arbitrary bullying of the more affluent branches. Now at last, it was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, and the days of hardship seemed to be behind them. At that moment, Lao Wei, standing nearby, hastily remarked, "Dear friends, if you have suffered injustices or harsh treatment, do not hesitate to report them to His Highness, the Prince of Xan. He will undoubtedly advocate for you." Lao Wei's words ignited a fervor among the lower-ranking royals, who immediately turned to Zhu Youjiao, recounting their grievances and detailing how they had been oppressed by Prince Zhu Zhishu and his kin. Even several princes from the Shu princely house rushed forward to plead with Zhu Youjiao, expressing their willingness to relinquish their titles in exchange for a position within the Ming guards, hoping merely for sustenance and relief from bullying. Observing the dire plight of his relatives and their suffering at the hands of their own kin, Zhu Youjiao was seized by a profound indignation. The Ming guards beside him, recalling their own recent hardships, began to implore Zhu Youjiao on behalf of these unfortunate relatives. Zhu Youjiao decisively declared that, as the current leader of the Zhu family and the head of the imperial clan, he would take full responsibility for this matter and ensure that his relatives would no longer endure any grievances. Furthermore, he vowed to address the injustices they had previously suffered and seek a fair resolution for them.